Chapter 1. I have reincarnated 14 years ago. In an expanse of boundless darkness, a radiant white consciousness meandered aimlessly amidst the shadows. This consciousness belonged to none other than Son Wukong, specifically the GT version of Son Wukong. In his world, an unimaginable catastrophe had unfolded, known as the Evil Dragon Chaos. During his battle against the most formidable of the evil dragons, the Super One-Star Dragon, he was engulfed by a negative energy blast, which transported him to this place. Where's this? This is not the underworld. Son Wukong pondered in confusion. Shouldn't he have arrived in the underworld upon his demise? Suddenly, a faint yet peculiar voice echoed in his ears. Son Wukong! Son Wukong! A strange voice in the darkness was calling his name. Who is it? Hearing his name being summoned, Son Wukong began to follow the source of the voice, venturing deeper into the abyss. After what felt like an eternity, a point of light suddenly emerged within the dark realm. Son Wukong approached this light, instinctively reaching out his hand. The moment his hand extended, the dazzling radiance surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Year 776 of the Ether, ER 8.I in the underworld, on North Chaos planet. The current incarnation of Son Wukong had once again arrived at North Chaos domain, seeking training. However, just as his training commenced, he was abruptly plunged into darkness and lost consciousness. North Chaos gazed in astonishment at the sudden collapse of his pupil. Initially believing it to be a jest by Son Wukong, he soon detected through his mental scan that the boy's heart had ceased to beat, prompting a drastic change in his expression. Hey, Wukong, don't frighten me. North Chaos realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he prepared to administer aid, his scan revealed that Son Wukong's heart had begun to beat anew, and his body exhibited slight tremors. Slowly, Son Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. He could see that moment. He was Son Wukong, yet not entirely. So more precisely, he was the Son Wukong from the GT universe. North Chaos, along with North Chaos' planet weight. North Chaos' planet. Had he not been struck down by the One-Star Dragon's negative energy blast and transported to a realm of darkness? It was only after being enveloped by a white light that he found himself in this current state. Phew. Wukong, you truly scared me. We had agreed to train, yet you fainted at the very outset. I thought you had perished, North Chaos exclaimed, relieved to see his disciple unharmed as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was indeed Son Wukong who had caused such fright. Though, for North Chaos, the difference between his pupil being alive or dead was merely the presence of a halo above his head nonetheless. It was certainly preferable for him to remain alive, Lord Chaos, and my body, it has recovered. The GT Son Wukong gazed around in bewilderment. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, accompanied by a splitting headache that transformed his expression, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his face. After a considerable pause, Son Wukong's expression was one of bewilderment, his gaze distant as he began to comprehend the situation. He had accessed the memories of the Son Wukong from this world and realized what had transpired. He had traversed through time, arriving in a world 14 years prior. This was a realm 2 years after the defeat of the Demon Bu. Wukong, are you all right? The North Kai observed him with growing concern. I am fine, Lord Kai. Son Wukong replied as he stood, rubbing his aching forehead while processing the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. It's good to hear you're okay. You startled me greatly. I thought you had perished, the North Kai expressed, his voice laced with relief. Let's forego training today. You should take a proper rest. Your current state is not conducive to continued exertion. The North Kai earnestly advised Son Wukong, unaware that the figure before him was no longer the Son Wukong he once knew. Understood, Son Wukong responded without a hint of hesitation, nodding in agreement. The ease with which he acquiesced momentarily caught the North Kai off guard. Today's Son Wukong seemed somewhat different. Ordinarily, no matter how he urged, Son Wukong would relentlessly pursue his training, impervious to counsel. Yet today, he appeared unusually compliant, prompting the North Kai to ponder the change. Perhaps this near-fatal experience had imparted a valuable lesson, awakening Son Wukong to the realities of his situation. Time passed swiftly, and soon minutes had elapsed. Son Wukong had begun to accept the fact that he had returned to a time 14 years ago. Though I cannot fathom why I have suddenly found myself here, I will seize this opportunity and ensure I do not repeat past mistakes. Son Wukong silently vowed. The tragedies of his former world must be averted at all costs. Even if the super androids were to re-emerge, he would harness his strength to vanquish them. What Sun Wukong remained unaware of was that this reborn world was not simply a recollection of his past, but rather an alternate dimension, distinctly different from a GT universe. Even if the evil dragons were to manifest, they would not pose a significant threat within this realm. Regaining his focus, Sun Wukong strolled towards an open expanse. With a mere thought, the power within him began to surge forth. A torrent of golden energy erupted from his body like a deluge. Crackle! Accompanied by a dazzling display of golden lightning, Sun Wukong effortlessly transformed, transitioning from his normal state into the full power form of a Super Saiyan at the first level. Soon after, the immense cells within him were further stimulated, resulting in an elevation of his form. He ascended from the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan first level to the apex of the second level, ultimately achieving the zenith of the Super Saiyan third level. Due to his mastery over transformation, he experienced minimal energy loss, even when shifting directly to the third level. However, lacking his tail meant that this third-level transformation could not be sustained for long, as energy would continuously drain away. Is this truly the extent of my current power? Sun Wukong mused, feeling the boundless energy coursing through him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. To be candid, his current strength is rather insufficient. This level of combat prowess, in comparison to his former capabilities, barely reaches a tenth of its usual capacity. The North Kai observed the peculiar demeanor of Sun Wukong with keen interest. For reasons unknown, he felt that ever since Sun Wukong had awakened from his coma, he had taken on an odd disposition. I must ask, Wukong, why do you appear so burdened with thoughts? The North Kai, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong collected his thoughts, turned his gaze towards the North Kai, and with a smile gracing his face, replied, "You see, Lord Kai, I have conceived a promising method for a breakthrough, and should it succeed, it may enable me to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan third grade." Chapter 2. I shall change my destiny. Upon hearing this, the North Kai's interest was piqued. He pondered whether Sun Wukong, due to his recent unexpected fainting, had discovered some breakthrough inspiration. "Pray, enlighten me on this method. Perhaps I could be of assistance," inquired the North Kai. "It is thus, esteemed Kai. I have unearthed some insights regarding the energy leakage issue of the Super Saiyan third level. It may be that my incompleteness has hindered the full realization of the Super Saiyan transformation," Sun Wukong expressed fervently. The North Kai, somewhat perplexed, queried, "Incompleteness? Wukong, what do you lack?" Without elaborating further, Sun Wukong merely cast a glance at the area behind him, near his posterior. The tail? The North Kai began to understand what Sun Wukong was referring to. The tail, once a manifestation of true power for the Saiyan race. Indeed, my tail was removed by the Supreme Kai through special means long ago, and it has yet to regrow. Should I be able to regain my tail, I have a strong premonition that I could advance further. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the tail's significance to him. Since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he had deemed the tail superfluous, even considering it a hindrance during battle. Years of suppressing the tail's position, compounded by the relentless passage of time, had allowed flesh to fill that space, making regrowth a formidable challenge. It was only after the old Kai had removed his tail that he truly comprehended its vital importance to the Saiyan lineage. After listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, the North Kai fell into a brief silence before nodding in agreement. There exists an adage among your Saiyan kind. On the night of the full moon, your true powers are unveiled. From your explanation, it appears that the tail has always been an indispensable aspect for your people. Yet, after all these years, your tail has not regrown. It is likely it may never do so again. Allow me to contemplate how we might facilitate its regrowth. There must be individuals within the cosmos possessing such abilities. Naturally, the North Kai would not refuse to assist Sun Wukong in reaching new heights. Furthermore, as his disciple, the stronger Sun Wukong became, the more pride the North Kai would feel when boasting before other Kais. This matter need not trouble you, esteemed Kai. I merely require the use of the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong proposed. The Dragon Balls? Surely such a trivial matter does not necessitate them, the North Kai responded, momentarily taken aback and confused. Regrowing a tail is indeed a minor issue. With a mere flick of my wrist, I could summon numerous capable individuals, some of whom undoubtedly possess the unique ability to restore my tail. However, considering the years that have elapsed, it is also time for you to be revived. Don't you think? In the beginning, due to the incident involving Cell, you were inadvertently drawn into the fray. Reflecting on it now, I indeed feel a twinge of shame. Son Goku, gazing at the North Kai with the circular halo atop his head, spoke somewhat awkwardly. At that time, I had nowhere else to turn, and thus brought the self-destructing cell to North Kai's planet. Now, with North Kai deceased, I worry that should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, and I were to bring more self-destructive beings, it could lead to a true calamity. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, North Kai felt a flicker of emotion within him. After all these years, he had assumed that Son Goku had long forgotten about his demise. To his surprise, this devoted disciple still held him in his thoughts. Fortunately, he did not possess the ability to read minds. Had he been able to, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of invectives upon hearing Son Goku's true feelings. Well then, North Kai, I shall take my leave for Earth, Son Goku declared, not wishing to linger. After bidding farewell with a wave, he focused his energy on locating Bulma's presence on Earth and executed an instantaneous movement, departing from North Kai's planet. Earth. Since the defeat of Majin Buu 2 years prior, the planet has enjoyed a period of delightful tranquility. Mr. Satan has emerged as the public savior, and humanity's memories have been erased thanks to the Dragon Balls. Fat Buu has seamlessly integrated into the peaceful lives of the Earthlings. Other friends have returned to their respective lives. Krillin has taken to the streets as a traffic officer, ensuring safety in West City. Tien and Kairatsu established a martial arts dojo, stepping into the role of masters and imparting their wisdom to ordinary folk. Gohan has devoted himself to his studies, growing ever closer to Videl, and the two, now in the throes of romance, have begun to discuss their wedding plans. Due to the prevailing peace, Gohan has once again set aside his training, causing his once formidable abilities to dwindle as he gradually transforms into a mere shadow of himself. Meanwhile, Piccolo has taken up residence in the Lookout, persistently honing his skills. Though he has come to understand the chasm between himself and the Saiyans, he remains relentless in his pursuit of personal limits. As for Vegeta, since Goku's triumph over Majin Buu 2 years ago, he has acknowledged Goku's strength. Yet this does not mean he will resign himself to being second best for eternity. As a proud Saiyan prince, he cherishes every moment, immersing himself fully in training, striving to catch up to Goku and ultimately surpass him. In an opulent estate located several kilometers from Capsule Corporation lies Bulma's private domain, her exclusive retreat. Each day, she leisurely spends her time within this sanctuary. Vegeta's gravity training room has also been established here, where he currently engages in rigorous training. Meanwhile, Bulma reclines on a sun lounger, sipping a blue beverage, relishing her relaxation. Just then a sudden rush of air is heard. Son Goku materializes before Bulma in an instant. Hey there, Bulma. Sun Wukong took the initiative to greet Sun Jun. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong caught Bulma by surprise. She was aware that Sun Wukong typically did not seek her out when he did approach her so directly. It usually signified a pressing matter or a need for her assistance. It has indeed been a while since we last met. What prompts you to seek me out today, Sun Wukong? Bulma rose from her sun lounger, removed her sunglasses, and inquired with a hint of curiosity. I came to borrow the dragon radar, Sun Wukong stated. Getting straight to the point, I have some matters that require the aid of the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 3 Encountering This World, Vegeta and the Dragon's Wish. Ah, I see. You intend to utilize the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls. There is no need for such complications. To be frank, I gathered all the Dragon Balls just a few days ago. With a smile illuminating her face, Bulma revealed that she had already completed the collection. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong widened his eyes in surprise, not anticipating that Bulma had assembled the Dragon Balls so promptly. He began to comprehend the reason behind the emergence of the evil dragons within the Dragon Balls after more than a decade. Bulma's frequent wishes using the Dragon Balls had resulted in an accumulation of negative energy that had never been dispelled, making the existence of the evil dragons inevitable. Undoubtedly, Bulma bore an inescapable responsibility for their birth. However, that is a matter for another time, as in this world, the evil dragons have yet to manifest. I must trouble you, Bulma. I have certain matters requiring the dragon's assistance, which will occupy 2 wishes, Sun Wukong politely requested. Given that it was Bulma who had gathered the Dragon Balls, he felt it only fair to ask for 2 wishes upon his arrival. Bulma was elated by Sun Wukong's courteous request, sensing that he was quite different today. Normally, his speech was rather absent-minded, but today he displayed remarkable politeness. No worries. The Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes now. I only need 1, so please wait a moment while I retrieve the Dragon Balls. With that, Bulma turned and departed. In Vegeta's gravity training room, a blinding red light enveloped the surroundings. The digits displayed on the central control console reached a staggering 1,500 G, indicating that the gravitational environment within this chamber had intensified to 1,500 times that of Earth. Despite enduring this terrifying gravity, Vegeta's agile movements remained unaffected, effortlessly navigating through the 1,500 times gravity environment. It was evident that he had long since acclimated to this level of pressure, and his physical form had been honed to an extraordinarily powerful state. The 1,500 times gravity no longer posed a significant challenge to me in my usual state. It is time to attempt a higher gravity. Vegeta paused his movements, shifting his gaze toward the gravity control panel. Just as he prepared to elevate the gravity further, he sensed Sun Wukong's energy, causing him to halt his actions. Kakarot's energy, what brings him here? Sun Wukong's sudden arrival puzzled Vegeta. Since the battle with Majin Buu 2 years ago, they had not seen each other for an extended period, both engrossed in their respective training. Now, Sun Wukong's unexpected presence piqued Vegeta's interest. Approaching the central control device, Vegeta pressed the gravity shut-off button. As the gravity mechanism ceased, the oppressive weight vanished, leaving Vegeta feeling remarkably light. He opened the door to the gravity training room and stepped outside. After watching Bulma depart, Sun Wukong stood quietly in place, patiently awaiting her return. After this wish concludes, unless under extraordinary circumstances, it is best to refrain from using the Dragon Balls. The evil dragons, after all, were birthed due to our own actions. Goku silently contemplated this in his heart, his mind involuntarily recalling the visage and power of the Super One-Star Dragon. Even the Super Saiyan 4th grade had succumbed, resulting in his own demise. However, had he been granted a bit more time to fully master the Super Saiyan 4th grade, he did not believe he would have been defeated by the Super One-Star Dragon. Such reflections were mere powerless lamentations. The Goku of yore was no more. Now, he had been reborn 14 years prior, determined to alter that tragic fate. As myriad thoughts swirled within Goku's mind, he sensed Vegeta's energy drawing near. Instinctively turning in the direction of the aura, he found Vegeta had approached within 10 meters of him. Vegeta. A smile graced Goku's face upon seeing his friend and rival. In their previous battle, Vegeta had stood by him until the very end. Regret lingered. After their fusion into Vegeto, they should have vanquished the One-Star Dragon without hesitation. Back again, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, his demeanor as steely as ever. His eyes scrutinized Goku, and with keen insight, he immediately detected the changes within him. Both the dimensions of his muscles and the control over his energy had markedly improved, imparting an unfathomable aura. It seems your training has been quite diligent, Kakarot. Vegeta stated with an impassive expression, though his mind grew increasingly serious. At this rate of progress, he would need to intensify his training to keep pace with Goku. He must achieve further mastery and unlock the transformation of Super Saiyan 3rd grade, having lingered in Super Saiyan 2nd grade for many years. You are not doing too poorly yourself, Vegeta. It appears your training has been more rigorous than mine, Goku observed, studying Vegeta in return. If his instincts were correct, Vegeta had already brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 3rd grade, yet for reasons unknown, he had not broken through. While Goku had possessed the Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation for quite some time, this did not grant him the right to divulge its secrets to Vegeta. They were both friends and rivals, and sharing the transformation's training method would undoubtedly be a humiliation for Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, locking eyes with Goku. Unyielding. Goku met his gaze, the unspoken tension between them palpable. Vegeta unleashed his energy pressure towards Goku, which Goku effortlessly countered. Their auras clashed, creating a charged atmosphere, poised for confrontation. Goku, Vegeta, what are you two up to now? At that moment, Bulma approached, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, Bulma couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Should these two engage in battle, not only would her estate be at risk, but the entire West City might well dissolve into smoke. Upon Bulma's arrival, Goku and Vegeta instinctively retracted their formidable auras. Vegeta's attention shifted to the Dragon Balls. Comprehending Goku's intentions, Dragon Balls. However, Vegeta remained indifferent. His singular pursuit of immense power rendered him uninterested in the wish-granting capabilities of the Eternal Dragon. Yet, he found himself somewhat curious as to why Goku had suddenly decided to utilize the Dragon Balls. With the tension dissipating, Bulma placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, initiating the summoning ritual for the Eternal Dragon. As the incantation was recited, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison, releasing an invisible, mysterious force that spread throughout the air. Chapter 4. The resurrection of the North Kai and the emergence of a tail. The sky within 100 miles was shrouded in darkness, when, in an instant, a resplendent golden beam erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens. The radiance coalesced into the form of a divine dragon, manifesting before all, its ethereal presence instilling an extraordinary heaviness in the atmosphere. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish you desire, I, the dragon, can grant 3. The newly appeared dragon proclaimed with an air of grandeur, delivering its iconic line. At the moment the dragon emerged, the North Kai, situated on the North Kai's planet in the afterlife, could scarcely contain his exhilaration. After years of waiting, he had finally reached this moment. Meanwhile, Son Goku gazed at the soaring dragon in the sky, lost in contemplation. In his realm, the emergence of the malevolent dragon stemmed from the insatiable greed of individuals who recklessly utilized the Dragon Balls. After this wish, he vowed not to summon the Dragon Balls again unless absolutely necessary. O dragon, for my first wish, I implore you to resurrect the North Kai, Baburus, and Guldo. As he looked up at the celestial dragon, Son Goku articulated his initial desire. Is this your first wish? Understood. The dragon's eyes sparkled with a profound luminescence, and an unseen force began to radiate. A mysterious energy, guided by the dragon's will, swiftly expanded, spreading from this realm to the underworld and ultimately reaching the North Kai's planet. At that very moment, the halos above North Kai, Guldo, and Baburus simultaneously vanished. They transitioned from a state of death back to their former lives. At last the day had finally come. A smile of relief graced the North Kai's face. For so many years, he had been ridiculed by his peers for being a mere ghost. Such mockery would no longer plague him. Since the incident where Son Goku had brought forth Cell's demise, he had become the subject of jest among the other Kais, frequently hearing those old-timers poke fun at his demise. With this resurrection, he would no longer be a laughingstock among his fellow Kais. In truth, had he wished to return to life, as a Kai, he could have simply contacted the Grand Elder of Namek and utilized their Dragon Balls to wish for resurrection. However, his status as a Kai made it a matter of pride, rendering such a request inconvenient. As for Baburus and Guldo, the North Kai's companions, they were rather indifferent to the notion of resurrection. After all, as pets of a Kai, the distinction between life and death was merely the presence or absence of a halo above their heads. Meanwhile, Son Goku was addressed by the dragon. Your first wish has been fulfilled. Please state your second wish. The dragon's deep voice resonated, its invisible majesty echoing within the hearts of all. O dragon, for my second wish, I wish to have my tail restored, Son Goku declared. The moment these words escaped his lips, they immediately captured Vegeta's attention. What has possessed Kakarot to suddenly wish for his tail to return? Vegeta mused, casting a skeptical glance at Son Goku. Initially, the tail served as a formidable asset for the Scions, significantly enhancing their strength, particularly during the transformation into a great ape, which could amplify their power tenfold or even more. However, once the transformation into a Super Saiyan was mastered, the great ape form became less significant, even proving to be a hindrance in battle. Consequently, he relinquished his tail. Years have passed, and the spot where his tail once resided has long been filled with flesh, rendering any regrowth impossible. The wish was exceedingly simple. The dragon's claws formed an OK gesture, its crimson gaze igniting once more. As the wish was granted, Goku distinctly felt the constraints once placed upon him by the heavens regarding his tail's location dissolve. A dark brown tail emerged from his waistband, playfully swaying. My tail has returned, he exclaimed, casting a glance at the tail behind him, a smile illuminating his face. Upon its return, he felt a noticeable surge of energy within him, a void within his body now filled, rendering him truly whole. While the tail would augment his combat prowess, the enhancement was not particularly remarkable, and its utility extended beyond mere power augmentation. With a mere thought, his tail coiled around his waist. Your second wish has been fulfilled. Please articulate your third wish. The dragon eagerly awaited, anxious to conclude its duties. Since your wish has been granted, it is now my turn, Bulma said, lifting her gaze toward the dragon. Dragon, I wish for, Bulma, let me take this third wish. Vegeta interjected abruptly, interrupting Bulma's declaration. Taken aback, Bulma turned her gaze toward Vegeta, puzzled by his desire to wish. Allow me to have this wish, Vegeta insisted with unwavering resolve. Despite collecting the Dragon Balls myself, Goku has used 2, and now you want one as well. Fine, take it, Bulma pouted, clearly displeased. Yet, she conceded, for Vegeta was her husband. She resolved that should she miss this opportunity, she would gather the Dragon Balls again next year once they returned from their petrified state and make her wish. Seeing Bulma relinquish her third wish to him, Vegeta remained unperturbed. With arms crossed and a frosty gaze directed at the dragon, he declared, My wish is the same as Kakarot's. Let my tail grow back. Is this your third wish? Understood, the dragon confirmed before promptly granting Vegeta's request. Vegeta felt a familiar itch at the site where his tail once resided, and soon a dark brown tail burst forth from his waistband. All your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell, the dragon declared, eager to depart. In an instant, The dragon vanished, the 7 dragon balls soaring into the sky, scattering across the earth. The engulfing darkness dissipated as well. After the dragon's departure, a smile graced Vegeta's face, and his gaze shifted to Goku. At last, I comprehend why you wished upon the Shinran for your tail to re-emerge, Kakarot. With the resurgence of my tail, my strength has evidently surged to remarkable heights. Surpassing me entirely is no trivial endeavor, Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta's expression brimmed with pride, as if to convey to Son Goku that your little tricks cannot deceive me. I never intended to conceal anything from you, Vegeta. Yet, there is one aspect you have misconstrued. The tail serves a purpose far beyond merely augmenting power. A smile graced Son Goku's face, and after uttering a cryptic remark, he positioned his right hand in a sword-like gesture against his forehead, adding, "Farewell, Vegeta, Bulma." No sooner had the words left his lips than Son Goku activated his instant transmission and vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. A second attempt at Oozaru transformation. How frustrating it is. Each time it happens like this, Bulma complained, gazing at the spot where Sun Wukong had vanished. After all, she had meticulously gathered all the Dragon Balls, yet not only did she fail to secure the final wish, but she also did not even hear a word of gratitude from Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to it. As a childhood companion, Bulma understood Sun Wukong better than anyone. Stretching her limbs, she turned and made her way towards the relaxation area of her estate. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained rooted in place, the last words of Sun Wukong echoing incessantly in his mind. The tail's function is not merely to enhance power. There are other capabilities? Vegeta murmured to himself, continually pondering the implications of those words. He sensed that Sun Wukong was subtly hinting at something. However, soon enough, Vegeta dismissed all his doubts from his mind. He was eager to discover how much his strength could be augmented once his tail regrew. With Vegeta's deliberate focus, the vast reservoir of Super Saiyan energy within him surged, erupting like an unending stream of molten lava. The S cells activated, transforming Vegeta's black aura into a golden blaze. In an instant, he completed the metamorphosis from his normal state to the second level of Super Saiyan. The power he had enhanced during his regular state was magnified to its limits upon becoming a Super Saiyan. Once he stabilized his transformation into the second level, Vegeta distinctly felt a significant increase in his strength. The bottleneck he had vaguely sensed during his training now became glaringly apparent. This feeling. Vegeta suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an unprecedented sensation washing over him. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong returned via instant transmission. Before King Kai could inquire, Sun Wukong straightforwardly articulated his purpose. He requested King Kai's assistance in locating a planet that was either about to experience a full moon or was currently under the full moon's light. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's request, King Kai immediately discerned his intentions. I finally understand. The reason you want your tail to grow back is for the Oozaru transformation. However, Wukong, you are already immensely strong and have mastered the third level of Super Saiyan transformation. The Oozaru form seems superfluous for you, doesn't it? From King Kai's perspective, Sun Wukong's elaborate endeavor to regrow his tail for the Oozaru state seemed a waste of time. The Super Saiyan transformation far surpassed the power of Oozaru. You will understand in due time, Lord Kai, Sun Wukong replied, a meaningful smile gracing his face, without further explanation. Very well. Let me search for a planet that is sparsely populated and currently under a full moon. Seeing Sun Wukong so confident, King Kai did not press further. Utilizing his divine authority, King Kai's antennae emitted a wave of thought that enveloped the entire northern galaxy, meticulously scanning through countless planets one by one. Time slipped away, and before one knew it, 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, the King of the North was drenched in sweat, his mind taut with concentration. Locating a sparsely populated planet, soon to witness a full moon amidst the vast expanse of the North Galaxy, proved to be a considerable strain on his mental faculties. Had Sun Wukong not been his disciple, he would never have undertaken such a task. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the outcome. At last, he found a planet devoid of human inhabitants, inhabited only by a few animals, on the brink of a full moon. I will transmit the direction and coordinates of the planet to you. You can teleport there instantly, the King of the North stated, conveying the planet's coordinates and direction into Sun Wukong's mind through thought. Thank you, Lord King, Sun Wukong replied with a serene smile, forming a sword-like gesture with his right hand against his forehead. Expanding his perception based on the coordinates provided, it wasn't long before Sun Wukong pinpointed the planet's location. With a flicker of thought, he vanished from his spot, departing from the king of the North's realm. He arrived on an inconsequential asteroid within the Pran system, nestled in the North Galaxy. The environment of this small planet bore a striking resemblance to Earth, sufficiently capable of sustaining human life, currently enveloped in nighttime. Silence reigned supreme. As all life on the planet succumbed to slumber, Sun Wukong stood upon the barren ground, the night breeze enveloping him, a chill coursing through his body, while the moonlight bestowed upon him an air of mystery. Upon arriving on this planet, he immediately enveloped it in his mental reach. Truly, as the King of the North had claimed, there were no human beings here, only a few instinct-driven beasts. The essence he had previously sensed now lingered beneath his feet, precisely beneath the very soil he stood upon. Lifting his gaze to the tranquil night sky, he beheld a new moon suspended above. Is the full moon approaching? He pondered. And as he focused on the serene expanse, the full moon indeed emerged. As the waves of energy from the full moon were absorbed by Sun Wukong's eyes, he felt the blood within him begin to boil, his tail resonating in response to the celestial energy. Here it comes. This is the feeling. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, reveling in the exhilarating surge of his blood. The cells within him thrummed with energy, causing his blood to bubble and his temperature to escalate, akin to molten lava. An astonishing transformation overtook his body. His muscles swelled, his formidable physique becoming increasingly fearsome, the scion blood within him roiling as if it threatened to burst forth. The process of transformation into a great ape was excruciating, yet Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of each cell within him splitting and reforming. He had experienced this sensation before during his initial transformation into a great ape and felt no trepidation. Is this the sensation of becoming a giant ape? At that time, I was gravely injured and could hardly perceive it. I never anticipated that experiencing it again would be so excruciating. Come forth. The transformation into a giant ape, followed by the ascendancy to Super Saiyan 4th level. Goku emitted a deep, thunderous roar as the scion blood within him surged to life. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm of Goku's heartbeat resonated with an intensity that was both exhilarating and terrifying, akin to a muffled thunderclap. His physical form underwent a horrifying transformation, expanding at an observable rate. A bloodthirsty, savage, and cruel will gradually took command. A howl erupted from Goku, more primal than that of any beast, filled with an untamed ferocity. Chapter 6. The Super Saiyan Great Ape. The deafening roar reverberated across an ever-widening expanse. As the scion blood within him surged forth, the last vestige of rationality protecting Son Goku seemed to shatter. A colossal thirst for blood and a brutal will surged against Goku's final semblance of reason, as if intent on seizing complete control over him. The transformation of Son Goku did not escape the watchful eyes of King Kai on planet North, who regarded the unfolding scene with grave concern and anxiety. He understood that Goku was employing a novel approach to breach the barriers that constrained him in this dire situation. Even as a Kai, he found himself powerless to intervene. It was a trial that Goku alone must endure. No one could assist him. Soon, on the asteroid, spurred by the pulsating energy waves, Son Goku began to lose his human semblance, gradually morphing into the visage of a great ape. His physique expanded to a terrifying degree. Tearing through his garments as thick, black fur erupted upon his skin. The immense and wild form exuded a primal aura potent enough to obliterate anything in its path, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. A cataclysmic force erupted, enveloping the globe in an ancient energy of unfathomable destruction, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. Roar! The furious bellow of the great ape Son Goku echoed throughout the cosmos as his form continued to swell. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The expansion persisted, until at last he reached a staggering height of over 1,000 meters. Transforming into a colossal great ape, his state stabilizing at last. With the transformation complete, Goku's eyes were filled with a savage bloodlust. This was a precarious situation indeed. Bang! 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 The air resonated with countless thunderous booms. The great ape Son Goku began to pound his chest relentlessly. The feral aura surrounding him swelled ominously, each strike sending violent ripples through the space around him. With a primal dominance asserting itself, the great ape Son Goku opened his gaping maw, gathering an overwhelming force of destructive energy within. In the next instant, a searing beam of energy erupted from his mouth, crashing down upon the earth, tearing the ground asunder, warping space, and incinerating all in its wake. The asteroid itself was nearly shattered by this cataclysmic strike, as searing flames engulfed the land, spreading across a vast expanse of 100 miles. Yet this was not the end. The great ape Son Goku seemed to have completely lost his sanity, unleashing the raw power that coursed through him. The force of destruction commandeered his reason, compelling him to instinctively vent the power within as he relentlessly battered everything within his sight. Mountains, the earth, anything that came into view was obliterated. This spectacle left King Kai, observing from planet North, trembling with fear. The destructive power of the great ape Son Goku was truly terrifying. One can only imagine the horror that would ensue if such a scene were to unfold on Earth, leading to its utter destruction, an event that none could avert. Just as the North Realm King pondered when the colossal ape, Son Wukong, would cease its rampage, the mighty figure suddenly halted its devastation on the asteroid. This moment caused the North Realm King to tremble. Had Wukong managed to regain control of his ape-formed body? The North Realm King refocused his thoughts, calming himself to observe. At that moment, the colossal ape, Son Wukong, who had ceased its destruction, exhibited a significant reduction in its savage gaze, revealing glimpses of its humanity within its eyes. Despite having experienced this transformation before, the state of being a colossal ape remained exceedingly difficult to control, nearly resulting in the annihilation of the planet. It was unfathomable that Son Wukong, in his ape form, could articulate human language. This was a clear indication of his complete mastery over the colossal ape transformation. With the wisdom gleaned from his past life, Son Wukong swiftly discovered a means to suppress the rampant ferocity within his being. He began to acutely sense the terrifying power coursing through him. It was astonishing to realize how significantly his strength had amplified in this colossal ape state. Contrary to the tenfold increase he once discussed with Vegeta, even in a mere ordinary ape form, he found himself rivaling his Super Saiyan 3rd level. During this transformation into a colossal ape, Son Wukong's insights deepened. In his previous life, when Baby had taken over Vegeta's body and forced him into a corner, he had entered the colossal ape state upon receiving the Bulma's light waves from Earth, succumbing to a frenzied state devoid of conscious control. Had it not been for the call of his granddaughter, Xiaofang, awakening him, he might have remained a rampaging colossal ape for eternity. Now, experiencing the power of the colossal ape form with self-awareness allowed him to comprehend why he had been able to overpower Baby with his Super Saiyan 4th level. The sheer power of the ordinary colossal ape form was already comparable to his Super Saiyan 3rd level. Moreover, there existed the Golden Great Ape form, which could further evolve into the Super Saiyan 4th level. The potential increase in strength was staggering, by hundreds of times or more. It was absurd to think that Baby could ever hope to match him. Having achieved the colossal ape form, the next step was to attain the Golden Great Ape. Son Wukong's expression grew grave as memory surged in his mind, drawing him into reflection. Although he was uncertain how he had originally transformed into the Golden Great Ape, he was certain of one thing. The transformation was intrinsically linked to the Super Saiyan state. If he could accomplish the Super Saiyan transformation while in the ordinary colossal ape form, it might just allow him to directly ascend to the Golden Great Ape state. Having clarified this, Son Wukong swiftly harnessed the power within his body. In a mere breath, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, the howling aura morphing into an unstoppable storm that reached the heavens. The overwhelming black malevolence escalated, and as the aura peaked, Son Wukong began to concentrate his power, activating the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan form. Guided by a powerful intent, the mighty ape Son Wukong swiftly concentrated his strength at the core of his spine. The immense S-cells within his being were stimulated, emitting a golden aura that gradually supplanted the dark malevolence enveloping him. A thunderous roar erupted from Son Wukong, a sound so profound it could rend the heavens and weep for the spirits. In that instant, the cataclysmic pressure transformed into a shockwave capable of upheaving all existence, radiating outward in all directions. This boundless might was terrifying beyond measure, rendering even the once feared demon Majin Buu a mere insignificant insect beneath the weight of such ancient power. Chapter 7. The Transcendental Force of Dimensions, over 40%. The entire asteroid exhibited faint signs of collapse under the impact of this overwhelming power. As the S-cells within him activated, the colossal ape, Son Wukong, was nearly ensnared by the intoxicating surge of explosive energy. The dark malevolence enveloping his form was entirely replaced by a golden aura. His shape transformed, and his strength, speed, and physical characteristics underwent rapid alteration. His ebony fur metamorphosed into a brilliant gold, and his already towering frame, sufficient to obscure the sun, doubled in size, evolving from a 1,000-meter-high giant ape into a 2,000-meter-tall Golden Great Ape. The Golden Great Ape succeeded. Success was attained. Son Wukong, in his golden form, savored the wild energy coursing through his being. The sensation of this explosive increase in power was ineffably delightful, invigorating every cell within him. However, the golden great ape quickly regained his composure, preparing for the next phase of his transformation. Next came the Super Saiyan 4th level. Clenching his fists, the golden great ape Son Wukong readied himself for the imminent breakthrough, having previously transformed from golden great ape to Super Saiyan 4th level. This final metamorphosis posed no significant challenge for him. With bated breath and focused intent, the golden great ape unleashed all the energy within his body. The golden luminescence surrounding him shifted from intangible to tangible, swirling around him like a tempest. The immense power of the golden great ape was being compressed, evolving towards a higher realm. Power compression shattered the bottleneck. Potential was unlocked, and combat prowess ascended. Blue-white lightning exploded, encircling the golden great ape Son Wukong. A roar, echoing from the ancient past, resonated across the globe. An unfathomable energy erupted like a furious tide, its might reaching cataclysmic proportions. The golden aura, capable of obliterating all, expanded to its utmost limits, sending a blinding radiance shooting into the heavens, resonating throughout the cosmos. Moreover, this explosive surge of energy transcended the dimensional barriers, penetrating into a higher dimension. Had Son Wukong not deliberately restrained the eruption of his power, the very planet beneath him would have disintegrated, becoming mere cosmic debris. Amidst this golden tempest, the form of the golden great ape began to diminish, the surrounding energy storm contracting rapidly, ultimately retracting entirely back into his being. Concurrently, the appearance of the golden great ape underwent visibly rapid changes. Unbeknownst to him, 3 minutes had elapsed. The vast energy shockwave generated during Son Wukong's breakthrough had dissipated entirely. The tumultuous planet beneath him now welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Gazing around, the figure of the golden great ape had vanished, leaving only an expanse of thick smoke. As the smoke began to clear, a robust and imposing figure emerged. When the haze had lifted significantly, a wild-looking red-haired humanoid appeared, with long black hair cascading down to his waist and draped in fiery crimson fur. His pupils radiated a golden gleam. The sinewy muscles of his robust physique were adorned with exquisite curves, exuding a primal ferocity. This was the Super Saiyan 4th grade, transcending even the 3rd grade of Super Saiyan. Activating the latent powers of his bloodline, Son Goku once again mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4th grade. Feeling the immense strength within him capable of obliterating entire galaxies with a mere gesture, a wicked smile played upon his lips. In the augmented state of Super Saiyan 4, each movement of Goku brimmed with explosive might. This epitomized the true power of the Saiyans. I have once again achieved Super Saiyan 4th grade. Maintaining his transformation, Goku remained composed, channeling his energy inward, attentively savoring the overwhelming power of this form. His blood surged and boiled, with every cell in his body continuously fueling his strength. Speed, power, reflexes, and defense soared to unprecedented heights, while consumption significantly diminished. Super Saiyan 4th grade represented a truly versatile and flawless form. At this moment, Goku felt an insatiable itch for battle, yearning for a formidable opponent to engage. Alas, in this era, with his Super Saiyan 4th grade prowess, he was an invincible entity, rightfully deemed the strongest in the universe. Yet, unbeknownst to Goku, despite the might of his Super Saiyan 4th grade, he was still far from the apex of the universe. This world differed vastly from his former one, before those ancient beings who had existed for eons. Even Super Saiyan 4th grade was but an insignificant insect. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai, having witnessed Goku's transformation firsthand, was left utterly stunned. What is this transformation? He stammered, his voice trembling. The spectacle of Super Saiyan 4th grade was overwhelmingly shocking, both in appearance and power. It starkly contrasted with the earlier forms from Super Saiyan 1st to 3rd grade. If the 3rd grade represented a cold, merciless warrior, the 4th grade embodied a malevolent demon brimming with wickedness. The once dreaded Majin Buu, who had ravaged the universe, appeared as nothing more than an insect before Goku in his current form. After a brief moment of astonishment, the North Kai regained his composure and secretly reveled in the pride of having Goku as his disciple, his most esteemed pupil. In the realm of the Kaishins, as Goku broke through to Super Saiyan 4th grade, his overwhelming aura transcended dimensions, reaching the Kaishin realm. Both the Elder Kaishin and Kibito sensed Goku's explosive power simultaneously, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Goku's aura? After 2 years apart, his strength has ascended to such heights. The Elder Kaishin stroked his beard, a flicker of seriousness crossing his deep-set eyes. As a deity of the 15th generation, his perspective and experience are profound, having encountered numerous formidable beings throughout the cosmos. However, today, the aura emanating from Son Wukong instigated a subtle shift in his mental state. In this contemporary era, particularly in the absence of any destructive gods, it would not be an exaggeration to deem this power as the pinnacle of the universe. Such a formidable energy surpasses that of the former Majin Buu by countless magnitudes. Could it be that Wukong has achieved a new breakthrough? The heart of Gebet God was profoundly shaken. He was immensely curious about the transformations that had transpired within Son Wukong, pondering whether he had attained yet another qualitative advancement. Gebet God and the old Kai shared a mutual understanding, and with a mere thought, the old Kai summoned a crystal ball from a distance. As he invoked the incantation, the crystal ball activated, revealing Son Wukong's current condition in real time. Chapter 8. The Astonishment of the Divine and the Gaze of Angels. The robust and formidable red-haired ape exuded a terrifying energy with every movement, its might palpable even through the crystal orb. What is this? Could it be that this is also a Super Saiyan? The god Gebet stared in awe at the fourth transformation of Son Goku, a form that transcended humanity itself. At that moment, Goku within the crystal seemed to sense Gebet's gaze, intentionally or otherwise lifting his head to meet his eyes. In that silent exchange, an immense pressure enveloped Gebet, instilling a profound fear that resonated deep within his soul. This was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. And to think he had achieved such a remarkable stage. The old Kai murmured to himself, a grave expression crossing his face as he pondered. The appearance of a Saiyan from the ancient era, unexpectedly manifesting in Son Goku today. As a Kai from 15 generations prior, his perspective was vastly broader than that of the current Kai. Yet, upon witnessing Goku reach such heights, he was torn between trepidation and elation. The emergence of ancient power in this contemporary age, was it a blessing or a curse? In a more exalted dimension, a magnificent temple stood at the heart of the cosmos, grander than even the realm of the Kais. This was the realm of the god of destruction. Here resided the supreme deity of the universe, Lord Beerus, alongside transcendent beings known as angels. Since Lord Beerus had succumbed to slumber, Angel Whis had taken on the role of overseer of the god of destruction's domain. As an angel, Whis possessed an interminable lifespan, having experienced countless cycles of existence. For them, time was merely a number. Amusing himself, Whis indulged in confections while using his staff to observe the unfolding events in the universe, passing the time in leisure. Suddenly, the black orb atop Whis's staff vibrated, receiving a signal that shimmered with a verdant glow. A look of surprise crossed Whis's face. Typically, the signals that activated the staff indicated significant occurrences in the cosmos. For instance, the birth of a remarkably powerful warrior in the lower realms. Curiously, Whis accessed the information transmitted to his staff. The black orb projected an image of Super Saiyan Goku on an asteroid. This was the Saiyan who had defeated Frieza? Upon confirming the identity of this red-haired monkey, Whis's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In just a few short years, he had grown to such an extent. This power was among the elite across the universe. Yet soon, the surprise on Whis's face was replaced by a grave and contemplative demeanor. This world has been transformed, Whis remarked solemnly. As an angel, his level of existence has transcended this world. Possessing knowledge of the past and insight into the future, he is omnipotent. According to the original trajectory of this world, Son Wukong should remain in the third stage of Super Saiyan for the coming years and should not attain this form. Indeed, one could argue that this form ought not to exist in this realm. However, Son Wukong's further enhancement of his strength has elevated the universe's average standards. In a certain sense, this is a fortuitous development. Has he truly grown powerful to such an extent? Whis appeared taken aback. In the projection, Son Wukong was seemingly gazing in his current direction. This circumstance prompted Whis to cast a casual glance towards the god of destruction's palace. The era has shifted. Perhaps in the future, when Lord Beerus awakens, he might encounter someone who could entertain him. In the lower realm, on an asteroid, Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong stood still, his sharp gaze sweeping across the boundless darkness of the night sky. After completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage, his level of existence was elevated, enhancing his strength, speed, perception, and defense. He vaguely sensed a unique gaze observing him from a distance. This feeling, could it be from Lord Kai or Old Kai? No, it's not them. But if not them, then who could it be? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong. He sensed that the world he had reincarnated into differed from the one he once knew. Could it be merely a figment of his imagination? With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Son Wukong took a moment to center himself, casting aside all distractions. He voluntarily relinquished his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage. Having completed the transformation, my strength has once again increased. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, relishing the surging power within his veins, thoroughly satisfied. It felt as if every cell in his body had been activated, brimming with formidable energy. However, in his ordinary state, his combat prowess now seemed nearly doubled compared to before he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His objective accomplished, it was time for him to depart. With his right hand poised like a sword on his forehead, he expanded his perception rapidly, locking onto the energy signature on Earth. With a single thought, he returned to Earth. On Earth, atop Mount Pozu, Chi-Chi was seething with anger. Sun Wukong had vanished in the middle of his work. It was evident that he had gone off to train with the North Kai again. The family expenses were substantial, and without diligent effort, they would struggle to put food on the table. Sun Wukong's frequent absences only exacerbated Chi-Chi's frustration. Son Gohan and Son Goten stood nearby, watching their mother radiate an aura of formidable fury, hesitant to interject and abandoning any thoughts of defending their father. In this situation, they could only silently pray for Sun Wukong, hoping he would navigate this latest challenge successfully. At that very moment, just after achieving a breakthrough, Sun Wukong instantaneously returned to Earth, finding himself right beside Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, I'm back," he greeted her instinctively. However, as Chi-Chi turned to face him, an ominous feeling enveloped Sun Wukong. Every hair on his body stood on end, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. "You dare to come back?" Chi-Chi pronounced each word with a weighty intensity. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swallowed hard, sensing the gravity of the situation. He suddenly recalled that in this world, he had quietly departed from Earth to train on North Kai's planet. This was bad. Given her demeanor, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Chi-Chi, please let me explain." Sun Wukong initially intended to defend himself, but the fiery glint in Chi-Chi's eyes compelled him to silence. At that moment, an explanation would only serve as a fade. Chapter 9. Gohan's commitment after enduring a lengthy reprimand lasting 5 minutes. Coupled with Goku's sincere contrition, Chi-Chi's anger finally subsided, compelling Goku to promptly attend to the tasks he had neglected that day. Goku, hesitant to retort, obediently followed Chi-Chi's instructions. He understood that uttering a single word of dissent would result in a dinnerless night. Before long, Goku donned his work attire and, operating the plow, set about completing his chores. However, the sluggish pace of the plow was painfully excruciating. If only it could accelerate a tad. As his thoughts meandered, Goku's gaze shifted to Gohan, who was observing from a distance. An innovative idea for a more efficient plowing method struck him. Halting the plow, Goku leapt gracefully, landing precisely before Gohan. "Dad." Gohan blinked in confusion, his mind swirling with questions. "I've conceived a remarkable way to cultivate the land, but it requires your assistance," Goku explained. Upon hearing this, Gohan was momentarily baffled, yet he could not refuse his father's request. "All right, Dad," Gohan instinctively agreed, a smile beginning to illuminate his face. Soon, the father and son duo arrived at a vast, open expanse of land. The ground beneath them was a canvas of unutilized territory, and operating the plow would take an eternity to cultivate. However, harnessing their strength could transform the land in mere minutes. "Dad, are you certain about employing this method for plowing?" Gohan asked, his lips twitching in concern. Although feasible, such an approach demanded an extraordinary level of precision in controlling their power, neither excessive nor insufficient. Especially for warriors of their caliber, a momentary lapse could obliterate an entire mountainside. "But isn't it the quickest and most effective method?" Goku countered. "And let me feel your power once more, Gohan." He struck a combat stance, a gesture that left Gohan feeling rather troubled. Since vanquishing Majin Buu 2 years prior, he had not trained, dedicating all his energy to academic pursuits. His once formidable strength had considerably waned compared to 2 years ago. All right. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gohan made his decision. It had been a while since he had last engaged in battle. This would serve as an opportunity to test the limits of his current capabilities. "Oh yeah." Gohan exerted himself, his energy surging forth like a torrent. The overwhelming aura he emanated caused the surrounding landscape to tremble. A brilliant white energy enveloped him, evolving into a dazzling display of blue and white lightning. His form transcended to a mysterious state, yet, despite this transformation, his power was significantly diminished compared to his strength during the battle against Majin Buu 2 years ago, due to a prolonged neglect of physical training. Gohan's body can no longer withstand the full force of his mysterious state. Now, although he is capable of transformation, it is commendable if he can harness even half of his strength. "I am coming, father," Gohan declared, adopting a combat stance, his eyes glimmering with determination. "Come forth, Gohan." Goku replied with a calm smile, preparing to face him in his normal state. This scene did not escape Gohan's notice. Even without transformation, he dared not underestimate his father. "Receive this, father," he shouted fiercely, launching his assault. With the full power of his mysterious state unleashed, Gohan sprinted toward Goku like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful blow directly. This seemingly unstoppable strike was effortlessly blocked by Goku's right hand, who subtly redirected Gohan's force, dispersing it in all directions. The sound of explosions echoed, boom, 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 boom. The ground within several dozen meters around Goku and Gohan trembled under the impact of their powers. Failing to land a successful blow, Gohan relentlessly launched a series of powerful attacks against Goku. To Goku, however, Gohan's seemingly fierce moves were riddled with openings. Drawing upon his seasoned combat experience, Goku neutralized all of Gohan's techniques, seizing the moment of Gohan's offense to deliver a powerful kick. The resounding thud echoed as Gohan was struck hard, his body propelled backward as he clutched his abdomen, grimacing in pain, yet standing tall. "Your reflexes have diminished significantly, Gohan. Even in this peaceful world, one must not neglect training. When danger arises, it will be too late to regret not having prepared," Goku admonished, his heart heavy with concern. Truthfully, Gohan possesses the greatest potential among all Saiyans to surpass him. In a previous life, had Gohan not forsaken his training, he might have aided in the battle against the evil dragons, potentially altering the outcome entirely. Now, in this second chance at life, Goku yearns for Gohan not to tread the same path and squander his immense potential and talent. Upon hearing these words, Gohan fell silent, his expression growing solemn. He too desires to grow stronger. He wishes to become a warrior that surpasses his father. Yet, at present, he is engrossed in his studies at university, leaving little time for training. Noticing the shift in Gohan's demeanor, Goku continued, "Do not take my earlier words too seriously, Gohan. I will not interfere with the future you choose for yourself." Goku once again assumed a combat stance, signaling Gohan to attack. In that moment, Gohan tightened his fists, his resolve strengthening. "I possess my own future. Though I am uncertain if I can become the warrior you envision, I will strive to excel in all that I undertake. Whether it is as the scholar my mother hopes I will be or the warrior you wish me to become, I will give my utmost effort." Gohan resolved to excel in both pursuits. Although this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight, in the future, he shall demonstrate his commitment through tangible actions. He will not only emerge as an exceptional scholar, but also become the reliable warrior in his father's heart. Your promise alone suffices. Continue your advance. Today's work remains unfinished. Having attained a satisfactory answer, Son Wukong fell silent. In the next moment, Son Gohan's expression suddenly twisted into a fierce snarl. A deafening, hysterical roar erupted from his lips. Accompanied by this furious cry, the power of his mysterious state surged once more as he gathered energy in one hand and hurled a compressed energy blast towards Son Wukong. Observing this, Son Wukong swiftly formed an energy sphere in response. The collision of their energies erupted with a resounding boom, sending ripples through the surrounding space. And the explosion's radiance blossomed, rapidly spreading outward. Chapter 10. The World Changes. Vegeta transcends to Super Saiyan 3. Energy erupted, shrouding the battlefield in thick smoke and chaos, with debris swirling around. At that moment, Goku and Gohan launched their simultaneous assault, their formidable auras dispersing the haze as the father-son duo re-engaged in combat. The resounding booms of explosions echoed through the air, bang, 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 as Goku and Gohan clashed fiercely, their strengths pressing against one another. Each punch resonating with thunderous impact. Battle-hardened, Goku had honed his combat skills and experience to the pinnacle of his current realm. With the fusion of memories from his previous life and the present, his prowess in battle had ascended to new heights. He had perfected the Turtle School's martial arts to an art form, launching ferocious attacks while maintaining an impregnable defense, both elements seamlessly complementing each other. Every strike from Gohan was effortlessly thwarted by Goku, whose mysterious state of power surged with each passing moment of the skirmish. As the battle raged on, Gohan's blood began to stir, emboldening him further. Despite neglecting his training, his combat skills and instincts were deeply ingrained in his very being. With the fight intensifying, Gohan's primal instinct for battle was gradually awakening. His speed, strength, and reflexes were all on the rise, and his offensive maneuvers evolved continuously. With his combat instincts ignited, Gohan initiated his counteroffensive. His attacks were unpredictable, driven solely by his innate bodily instincts. Each strike aimed directly at Goku's vulnerabilities, fierce and relentless. Faced with Gohan's transformed state, Goku found himself momentarily suppressed. Indeed, with Gohan's innate talent, all it takes is to ignite his desire to fight, and his strength will recover at an astonishing pace. Goku mused inwardly as he began to exert himself more forcefully. The fire of his battle spirit was rekindled by Gohan's challenge. The tide of combat shifted, and the counterattack commenced. Ha! Goku roared, crackling with electric energy, a white aura bursting forth. Unleashing his full power in his normal state, he surged forth with 100% of his strength. Sensing the impending danger, Gohan instinctively crossed his arms in defense. Bang! 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 3 heavy thuds resounded. Enormous imprints appeared on Gohan's arms, unable to withstand the overwhelming force that engulfed him. As he regained his senses, he found himself propelled to a height of 100 meters. What a tremendous punch! This is still my father without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan thought, his heart heavy with astonishment. In just 2 short years, his father's strength had escalated to such an extent. Previously, after tapping into the old Kai's potential, he had been confident in surpassing Goku in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Yet now, the tables had turned completely. Goku did not even need to transform into a Super Saiyan, as his normal strength was sufficient to subdue him. A sharp whoosh pierced the air. As Gohan momentarily lost focus, Goku instantaneously teleported before him. This unexpected scene filled Gohan with a sense of foreboding. Losing concentration in battle is a grave mistake, Gohan. Goku's lips subtly curled, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Gohan's face. This was disastrous. Sensing the fierce wind rushing towards him, Gohan's expression changed dramatically. In that critical moment, Goku swiftly retracted his fist. Now fully aware, Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. Had that strike connected, he would likely have been rendered unconscious, his consciousness shattered in an instant. This is where we pause, Gohan. Let us resume our sparring once you grow stronger. With that, Goku tempered his formidable aura. Gohan, witnessing this, took a deep breath to calm his turbulent heart and nodded resolutely. Thus, this father-son duel reached a temporary conclusion. Both Gohan and Goku descended to the ground simultaneously, while Goku scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling upon a scene of chaos. This sight caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Utilizing battle to cultivate the land is indeed an efficient method. Yet whether Chi-Chi would approve remains another matter. Meanwhile, in West City, within Vegeta's gravity training chamber, the atmosphere was engulfed in a crimson glow, with gravity reaching a terrifying 3,000 G. This represented 3,000 times the gravitational force of Earth, marking the maximum limit of the current training chamber. At this moment, Vegeta stood at the center, embodying the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Ever since his tail had been removed, he felt as though a gate within him had swung open, loosening the long-standing bottleneck that had hindered him. With the oppressive force of the extreme gravity aiding him, he sought to unlock the latent potential within his body and shatter his limits. The sensation of his Saiyan blood and energy surging grew increasingly intense. This feeling was unprecedented, signaling to Vegeta that the time was ripe. Huh! Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the formidable energy within him without restraint. Under his deliberate guidance, the Saiyan energy reservoir within him activated, and the immense S-cells flowed like a dragon throughout his being. All energy converged towards his spine, and with each roar, Vegeta's aura intensified, visibly transforming before one's eyes. A golden energy beam pierced through the confines of the gravity training chamber, soaring towards the heavens. The entirety of West City, and indeed the entire Earth, was stirred by this overwhelming force. This sudden, tremendous quake startled Bulma and Trunks within their estate, prompting them to hastily exit their home. The mother and son duo simultaneously noticed the colossal energy beam ascending into the sky. This immense energy column persisted for a full 10 seconds before dissipating. As the energy beam faded, the turbulence subsided, and tranquility returned. Amidst the wreckage of the gravity training chamber, all lay still. Vegeta has successfully transcended his own limitations, ascending to a higher realm. His golden hair cascades to his waist, his eyebrows have vanished, and his brow appears lowered, enveloped by multiple arcs of blue and white electricity. He stands there, exuding an invisible pressure akin to a lion, commanding respect without uttering a word. Vegeta, Bulma gasped, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment at his transformed appearance. At that moment, a beaming Vegeta glanced back with a smile, and his confident, handsome demeanor caused a blush to grace Bulma's fair cheeks. Super Saiyan Level 3. Dad has become a Super Saiyan Level 3. Trunks exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 11. A year has passed. Mastery of Super Saiyan 4 achieved. At this moment, Vegeta was enveloped in exhilaration. Countless days and nights had been spent pondering the transformation method into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Now, with the resurgence of his tail, the barriers had been shattered, and he had transcended his limits, finally achieving the coveted transformation. Kakarot, I have also mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Just wait. It won't be long before I surpass you, Vegeta declared inwardly, his fists clenched in excitement. Mastering the Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation equated to standing on the same platform as Son Goku. As the Prince of the Saiyans, noble blood coursed through his veins, and he felt no inclination to believe he would be outmatched by Goku in this form. As Vegeta completed the transformation, Z fighters across the globe immediately sensed the terrifying energy emanating from him. In the West City Traffic Department, Krillin, whether intentionally or not, glanced toward the source of the explosive aura. What astonishing energy! Has Vegeta's power truly ascended to this level? Could it be that he has also achieved the Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation? Krillin thought gravely, the fierce aura unleashed by Vegeta evoking thoughts of the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Only in this form could such a profound and formidable presence be manifested. In the southern region of Earth, at Tien Shinin's dojo, he was deeply engrossed in imparting the essence of martial arts and the methods of cultivating ki to his newly joined disciples. When he sensed Vegeta's explosive energy, Tien Shinhan displayed no particular emotion, as if it were of no concern to him. He remained focused, sharing his years of training experiences with his students. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai Dandi, the attendant Bubbles, and Piccolo stood at the edge, gazing down upon the mortal realm. They witnessed Vegeta's monumental achievement in attaining the Super Saiyan 3rd grade form. Dandi and Bubbles fell into a contemplative silence. Their interactions with Vegeta were minimal, and the significance of his breakthrough held little weight for them. Yet, for Piccolo, the implications were profound. Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Vegeta, you have finally taken this step. Piccolo mused gravely in his mind. He could already foresee what was to come, with Vegeta now possessing the power of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. A confrontation with Son Goku was inevitable, destined to determine who among the Saiyans would reign supreme on this planet. The scene shifts to the Chaos planet, where Son Goku was enduring a scolding from Chi-Chi. Utilizing shockwaves from battle to cultivate the land was an idea only Goku could conceive. Not only had a perfectly good plot of land been ravaged by the shockwaves, but the usable area had dwindled to a pitiful extent. Fortunately, Goku repeatedly apologized, assuring Chi-Chi that he would never resort to such a method again, thus narrowly escaping her wrath. Meanwhile, the vast and boundless aura of Vegeta wafted from the distant west capital to the region of Mount Payos. Is this the presence of Uncle Vegeta? How formidable! Upon sensing this overwhelming energy, Gohan immediately discerned that it was the power unleashed by Vegeta. Compared to the past, his strength had escalated tremendously, far surpassing anything Gohan could fathom. In contrast, Goku, upon detecting Vegeta's unleashed aura, wore a smile of anticipation. I didn't expect you to break your limits so swiftly and achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 3, Goku thought, filled with eager expectations. In his previous life, Vegeta had not mastered Super Saiyan Stage 3, ultimately breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 only through technological means. However, this time was different. The world had altered due to his actions. Vegeta not only sprouted his tail ahead of time, but also mastered Super Saiyan Stage 3. The future was already veering towards a novel direction. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. Unbeknownst to anyone, a year had passed. This year felt long while it simultaneously seemed to vanish in an instant. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of Majin Buu's defeat. The prolonged peace had lulled most of the Z fighters into a state of complacency, returning to their regular lives and neglecting their training. Only a select few remained steadfast in their pursuit of greater strength, striving to ascend to higher realms. The scene shifted to the peak of Mount Payos. Goku was seated in deep meditation, perched upon a crumbling wall. He had maintained this state for several days. Ever since mastering the transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 4, he had not allowed himself a moment's respite. Throughout the year, he had relentlessly pushed himself, unlocking the potential of his body. At this moment, Goku, emerging from deep meditation, opened his eyes. With a mere thought, a golden aura enveloped him, and a torrent of boundless energy surged and expanded with immense power, transforming his form amidst the energy storm. In the blink of an eye, Goku transitioned from his normal state into Super Saiyan Stage 4. Success! After a year, I have finally mastered Super Saiyan Stage 4 to perfection. Clenching his fists, Super Saiyan 4 Goku beamed with satisfaction. Throughout the year, since mastering Super Saiyan Stage 4, he had not indulged in idleness. Whether honing his base power or mastering Super Saiyan Stage 4, he had exerted himself to the utmost. To this day, His base combat power had experienced a remarkable enhancement, and he could now wield the transformation into Super Saiyan stage 4 with ease. He had perfectly subdued the exhilaration that accompanied the Super Saiyan stage 4 state, avoiding the predicament of needing to vanquish opponents to cease fighting. His formidable aura was both effortlessly restrained and as tranquil as a still surface, yet capable of transforming into surging waves. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Sun Wukong voluntarily dispelled his transformation into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, returning to his normal state. He had now preliminarily mastered the powers of the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. The next objective, therefore, was to transcend this very form. However, a dilemma arose. How could he surpass the 4th stage of Super Saiyan? In his previous life, he was able to exceed the 4th stage by absorbing a vast amount of energy, which, while reactivating the 4th stage, allowed him to break through his own limits successfully. In this current life, attempting to surpass these limits using the methods of his past seemed evidently impossible. Chapter 12. Embracing Divine Power, Journey to the Realm of the Kais. In that era, he had absorbed the strength of the adult Gohan, Goten, Ub, and Trunks, which enabled him to transcend his limits and master the power of Super Saiyan, surpassing even the 4th level. However, in the present age, such a method seems implausible. Not only is Ub still quite young, but even when considering the combined might of Vegeta, Trunks, Goten, and Gohan, it likely would not fill even half of his being. In his 4th level Super Saiyan form, the energy he could store within his body is immense. Even he remains unaware of where his limits truly lie. It is quite perplexing. If this method proves unfeasible, I must resort to alternative approaches to surpass my limits in a remarkably short time. It appears that the only viable option is to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Goku felt a deep sense of frustration. To be frank, entering the hyperbolic time chamber is not the optimal choice. Setting aside the harsh environment of that place, training alone within its confines is not only inefficient but also unsustainable over extended periods. Unless I can find like-minded individuals to join me in that space, the endeavor becomes even more daunting. Visions of potential companions flickered through Goku's mind. Gohan. That seems unlikely. The lad is still preoccupied with his studies. Though he promised to train, his efforts amount to little more than occasional, simple exercises to ensure he does not regress. Convincing him to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training seems improbable. Goten. The very thought was immediately dismissed by Goku. Setting aside Goten's age, should Chi-Chi discover this plan, the consequences would be dire. A torrent of scolding would be inevitable. As for the other comrades, Yamchu, Krillin, Tien, Vegeta, and Piccolo, the first 3 can be disregarded entirely. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of inviting them to train together is minimal. After much contemplation, only 2 suitable candidates emerged, Vegeta and Piccolo. Regarding Vegeta, Goku was uncertain if he would be willing to join him in the hyperbolic time chamber. Their relationship, though amicable, has never ventured into collaborative training. An invitation from Goku might very well be met with refusal. After eliminating all possibilities, it appears that Piccolo is the only one among his acquaintances who could accompany him to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Should I go to the lookout now and invite Piccolo to train in the hyperbolic time chamber? Goku pondered aloud. Simultaneously, a new plan began to form in his mind. Simply entering the hyperbolic time chamber might squander this opportunity. Yet, foregoing it would likely consume an inordinate amount of time to break through his current limits. Amidst Goku's swirling thoughts, a familiar aged figure suddenly materialized in his mind, the old Kai. It was he who had unlocked Gohan's potential, elevating his strength to surpass even that of Goku's 3rd-level Super Saiyan form. When Sun Wukong found himself unable to confront the formidable Majin Buu, the Elder Kai generously bestowed a portion of his lifespan upon him, granting him the opportunity to return to the realm of the living. Oh, and let us not forget the Elder Kai. It was he who once liberated my tail. Perhaps he possesses the knowledge to elevate my Super Saiyan form to its 4th stage. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong resolved to pay a visit to the Elder Kai in the Kaishin realm. In the vast cosmos, it seemed that only the Elder Kai could facilitate his ascent in power. Swiftly, Sun Wukong, with a mere thought, honed in on the location of the Kaishin realm through his heightened senses, perceiving the energy of the Kaishins. The divine force exuded by the gods is distinctly different from that of mortals, rendering it typically imperceptible to ordinary beings. However, certain exceptionally powerful mortals are exceptions to this rule. In his current state, the present-day Sun Wukong, lacking sufficient mastery, would be unable to sense the presence of the Kaishins, let alone teleport to their realm. Yet, the entity that now dominated this body was GT Son Goku. who had long been familiar with the essence of the Kaishins from his previous existence. With his right hand poised like a sword against his forehead, Sun Wukong expanded his immense mental perception, transcending dimensions to lock onto the aura of the Kaishins. With a thought, he executed his instant transmission. In the Kaishin realm, a sacred sanctuary where the Elder Kai and his predecessors resided, the environment was unparalleled throughout the universe, unmatched by any earthly planet. In this era of cosmic peace, there had been no disturbances. The idol Kibito and the Elder Kai were passing the time. Kibito utilized his abilities to observe the newly formed planets below, studying the life forms that inhabited them and their potential for future development. The Elder Kai was similarly engaged, though he seemed to have caught sight of something that elicited a rather mischievous grin as he exclaimed, "Just like that. A little lower. A bit lower." This scene did not escape Kibito's notice. Observing his ancestors' excitement and recalling his own knowledge of the Elder Kai, Kibito's thoughts took a turn. Ancestor as gods. We must not engage in such behavior, he asserted, positioning himself in front of the Elder Kai with righteous indignation. Confronted by Kibito's obstruction and his incomprehensible words, the Elder Kai glared, visibly annoyed. "Move aside. The moment of truth is upon us." "The moment of truth?" Kibito echoed, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to follow the Elder Kai's gaze. There, on a distant planet, two stag beetles clashed atop a tree, one of which had been overturned, signaling the conclusion of their duel. "Alas, they have lost," the Elder Kai lamented, disappointment etched across his features as he subtly glanced at Kibito, adding, "I hope you're not misinterpreting this, my boy. The weather is quite splendid today, isn't it?" Kibito, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, hastily shifted the topic. Upon witnessing this, the old Kaishin narrowed his eyes slightly, causing a wave of unease to wash over Jebbet. At that moment, an unusual disturbance rippled through the fabric of space. With a sharp whoosh, Son Goku materialized between the old Kaishin and Jebbet. "Goku!" both exclaimed in surprise. The sudden appearance of Son Goku astonished the old Kaishin, who never anticipated that Goku could traverse to the Kaishin realm using his own strength. Although there had been a previous instance where Gohan had reached the Kaishin realm, Goku had only been able to teleport there because he sensed Gohan's energy. Yet now, in this vast expanse of the Kaishin realm, it was just he and Jebbet, devoid of any mortals. Chapter 13. Sun Wukong. Are there still masters in this world? Nevertheless, Sun Wukong arrived at the Kaishin realm through his own abilities, which held entirely different significance. The nearby god Jebbet, though puzzled by Sun Wukong's arrival, felt a sense of relief. Wukong's unexpected appearance inadvertently aided him. "Greetings, old Kaishin and Kaishin. It has been quite a while." Sun Wukong smiled as he addressed the two. "I never anticipated you would be able to traverse between the mortal realm and the divine realm with such ease. I presume you can now sense the aura of the gods." The old Kaishin gazed intently at Sun Wukong, his tone heavy with inquiry. "Indeed. I can now perceive the extraordinary power emanating from both you and the Kaishin," Sun Wukong candidly replied. Upon receiving a definitive answer, a flicker of astonishment crossed the old Kaishin's otherwise placid visage. Frankly, he had not expected Sun Wukong's rate of growth to be so rapid. Having been resurrected for merely 3 years and without any guidance, he had begun to sense divine power and even cross-dimensional awareness. Though the divine power of the Kaishin may not possess the sheer strength of that of the destroyers, it is still the essence of divinity. While Sun Wukong remains immortal, the level of his life and the formidable strength he possesses have already brushed against the realm of the gods. Meanwhile, God Jebbet listened quietly to the exchange between Sun Wukong and the old Kaishin, choosing to remain silent. "I see. So, if I am not mistaken, your purpose in visiting the Kaishin realm is to seek my guidance?" The old Kaishin, with hands clasped behind his back, hunched slightly to meet Sun Wukong's gaze. He understood the nature of this battle-hungry individual all too well. A visit to the Kaishin realm is typically motivated by the desire to grow stronger. "To speak frankly, old Kaishin, I surpassed the limit of Super Saiyan 3rd stage and achieved Super Saiyan 4th stage over a year ago. After a year of training, I have perfectly mastered the current form of Super Saiyan 4th stage, yet I find myself lacking effective means to break through further. Thus, I have come to the Kaishin realm to seek your counsel," Sun Wukong said, hands clasped together in a respectful bow. Seeing Sun Wukong's sincere demeanor, the old Kaishin nodded silently. Possessing immense power without arrogance, combined with a pure heart, makes him a worthy candidate to become the old Kaishin's disciple. However, he pondered over the promise made 3 years prior, which remained unfulfilled. "Assisting you in surpassing your limits is not out of the question," the old Kaishin replied, feigning calmness. After a moment of silence, he added with an inquisitive tone, "However, shouldn't you also fulfill the promise you made to me 3 years ago?" At these words, the smile on Sun Wukong's face abruptly vanished, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of the commitment to which the old Kaishin was referring. "Well, esteemed Elder Kai, it has been quite some time. Perhaps we should let this matter rest," Son Goku inquired, feeling somewhat sheepish. To be honest, had the Elder Kai not brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about the matter. Initially, he had considered finding a young and beautiful lady for the old fellow to touch, with Bulma being his first thought. However, if he were to pursue that course of action, Vegeta would likely eliminate him. As for Videl, she had a good rapport with his son Gohan, but 3 years ago, when he sought Gohan's opinion, he was met with a vehement refusal. Regarding his own wife, Chi-Chi, he had never even contemplated such a notion. "Oh, it seems you have long since cast this matter aside, haven't you? I had once bestowed upon you the last remnants of my lifespan, and yet you deceive me, betraying the trust one placed in you." Truly unexpected, the Elder Kai feigned an expression of profound disappointment. Despite his current pessimistic demeanor, it was all an act, intended solely to gauge Goku's reaction. As anticipated, upon observing the Elder Kai's pitiable facade, Goku took the bait. "How about this, Elder Kai? I will do everything within my power," Goku conceded, feeling he had no other choice but to relent. Hearing this, the Elder Kai's face broke into a lecherous grin. He had been waiting for Goku to utter those words. "Very well, in light of your apparent sincerity, I shall overlook your previous deceit. However, your recent promise has not escaped my ears. I happen to have a matter that requires your unique capabilities." The Elder Kai revealed his true intentions directly. Goku perked up, awaiting the Elder Kai's instructions. "You recall when I was liberated, I spoke of a formidable being who had sealed me away, correct? In the vast expanse of the universe. You are perhaps the only one capable of confronting him. Should you agree to assist me when you reach a certain level of strength and encounter that individual, not only will I elevate your Super Saiyan 4th stage to new heights, but I will also impart all my knowledge to you." The Elder Kai's deep-set eyes bore into Goku's with unwavering resolve. He was placing his hopes for vengeance upon Goku's shoulders. After absorbing the Elder Kai's words, Goku hesitated for a moment. In his world, the Elder Kai had never mentioned this matter before, and he remained oblivious to the identity of the being who had imprisoned the Elder Kai. Moreover, the Elder Kai's suggestion that he should grow stronger before confronting this entity left him puzzled. Could there truly be someone more powerful than his Super Saiyan 4th stage? "Elder Kai, are you implying that with my current strength, even in my Super Saiyan 4th stage, I would be unable to defeat that individual?" Goku asked incredulously. The Elder Kai nodded without a hint of hesitation. This revelation left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. Is there truly another master in this world? One whose prowess surpasses even his Super Saiyan 4th stage? The magnitude of such strength might rival that of the Super One-Star Dragon, perhaps even exceeding it. At this moment, your knowledge of his identity is inconsequential. Focus instead on your own ascension, for one day, fate will bring you face to face with him. What is this? Are you already intimidated before even crossing swords? The old Kai chuckled. My excitement has begun to swell. I can only wonder what sort of individual would dare to seal away your existence, old Kai. How formidable must his power be? A fiery determination flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he spoke with uncontainable enthusiasm. Chapter 14. Children make choices. I want them all. Upon witnessing the scene, the old Kaishin felt a secret delight. Goku had indeed taken the bait. For these Saiyans, the most alluring aspects were undoubtedly power and formidable foes. What say you? Do you dare to agree? The old Kaishin jested with a knowing smile. Why would I hesitate? I am eager to see how formidable an entity can be. To earn your praise, old Kaishin, surpassing even the Super Saiyan 4th level. Goku replied, brimming with confidence. Very well, since you have agreed, I shall keep my word. However, before we proceed, please transform into a Super Saiyan 4th level so that I may gauge your current strength, the old Kaishin proposed. That is certainly no issue. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku activated the latent power within him, and a surging golden aura manifested as a gentle storm enveloping him. In a radiant golden light, Goku underwent his transformation. Adorned with red fur, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, and his muscular physique exuding an overwhelming and terrifying wildness, he embodied the essence of a Super Saiyan 4th level. He seamlessly bypassed the transformations from Super Saiyan 1st to 3rd levels, showcasing his mastery over this form to the fullest. Is this truly the transformation of a Super Saiyan 4th level? How astonishing! Jebbet gazed intently at the transformed Goku. The invisible pressure emanating from him made even the god of the Kaishin struggle to breathe. The strength of this 4th level was beyond comprehension. You have become remarkably proficient in this transformation. The old Kaioshin scrutinized Goku, nodding with satisfaction. With his extensive experience, he recognized that although Goku was merely a mortal, his formidable combat prowess had brushed the realm of the divine. Should he advance further, it would not be impossible for a mortal to rival the gods. Just a minor achievement, Goku humbly remarked, and in the next moment, he reverted from the Super Saiyan 4th level transformation. After a brief silence, the old Kaioshin devised a plan to help Goku rapidly enhance his strength. I have contemplated your current prowess, and there are 2 methods for you to grow stronger. The first method involves unlocking your latent potential, elevating your power to surpass its limits. This method you are already aware of. The second method entails my imparting the training techniques regarding divine power for you to practice. It is up to you to choose which path you wish to pursue. The old Kaioshin succinctly laid out 2 options for Goku, inviting him to select one. Hearing the training methods presented, Goku's eyes sparkled with interest. He had witnessed the effects of potential unlocking, as it had enabled Goten to achieve a state comparable to his Super Saiyan 3rd level. As for the divine power training technique, he had never heard of it from the old Kaioshin in his past life, but involving the power of the gods, this method was undoubtedly intricate. Lord Old Kai, why must I choose between your 2 methods? Can't I have both? Sun Wukong's bewildered gaze darted towards the old Kai. At that moment, the old Kai suddenly paused, taken aback by the astuteness of Sun Wukong. The idea of wanting both cultivation methods seemed not entirely implausible. You are quite clever to desire both methods. Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request, the old Kai declared. Then I shall not hold back, Lord Old Kai, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Follow me, the old Kai instructed, turning to lead the way. Sun Wukong closely trailed behind him. Soon, the old Kai brought Sun Wukong to the very heart of the Kaioshin realm. The 2 sat cross-legged facing each other. Clear your mind. I shall first impart the method of cultivating divine power to you, the old Kai announced. Very well, Sun Wukong complied, opening his mind as instructed. Through intent, the old Kai conveyed all the knowledge concerning divine power to Sun Wukong. As he absorbed the new information flooding his mind, Sun Wukong began to grasp the intricacies of this unique method of divine power cultivation. All knowledge regarding divine power has been implanted in your mind. I shall now commence unlocking your potential. During this process, you may begin to explore the nature of divine power, the old Kai continued, rising to pace around Sun Wukong, executing an unusual dance in his vicinity. Sun Wukong, adhering to the old Kai's guidance, commenced his understanding of the divine power cultivation method. Within Sun Wukong's mental realm, his spiritual essence was delving into the nature of divine power. Suddenly, an enigmatic and formless entity materialized before him. What is this? I've never encountered anything like it here before, Sun Wukong pondered, deeply perplexed by the peculiar energy mass before him. He instinctively reached out to touch this spiritual entity, only to be repelled by an unseen force. What is happening? Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, momentarily setting aside thoughts of divine power cultivation to investigate this mysterious entity. In an inexplicable way, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This unknown mass seemed to be an intrinsic part of him, separated for reasons unknown. After fruitless contemplation, Sun Wukong decided to momentarily disregard this entity and focus on comprehending the fundamental aspects of divine power and all related phenomena. As time passed unnoticed, 3 hours had slipped by in the intense endeavor of unlocking Sun Wukong's potential. The old Kai, drenched in sweat from the exertion, was nearly overwhelmed by the immense mental strain. This is my limit, he gasped, coming to a halt beside Sun Wukong. He had not anticipated the vast reserves of potential within Sun Wukong's being. It resembled an abyss, for whenever he reached a critical juncture in his development, even more latent abilities would emerge. No matter how diligently he endeavored, he could never fully exhaust them all. The Elder Kai's potential had ceased to manifest, and sensing this, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. Has the potential development come to an end, Elder Kai? He inquired, blinking in confusion at the Elder Kai, who was panting beside him. Indeed, it has concluded. The latent abilities I can currently bestow upon you are limited to this extent, the Elder Kai replied, casting a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong. Chapter 15, Return, Vegeta arrives. Even Goku himself was unaware that upon mastering the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the gate to his latent bloodline power had been wholly unlocked, revealing untold depths of potential within his being. Even the Elder Kai, a being of immense stature, could only delve into this potential for 3 hours before reaching an impasse. Although further exploration of this latent capability was possible, any subsequent efforts would yield negligible results, perhaps even less than his own self-cultivation. Thank you, Elder Kai. Goku said as he rose, feeling the restless Saiyan blood coursing through him. Thanks to the Elder Kai's development of his potential, he sensed a loosening of the bottleneck that had long troubled him. Hey, I'm still here. If you're going to unleash your power, at least wait until I'm a safe distance away. The Elder Kai, noticing Goku's readiness to erupt with power, felt a shiver of trepidation. He had been thrown back by these Saiyans before when he assisted Gohan in unlocking his potential. With Gohan's experience as a cautionary tale, the Elder Kai was exceedingly vigilant. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated to a safe distance, ensuring a measure of security between himself and Goku. Once the Elder Kai had distanced himself, Goku, unencumbered by concern, activated the latent power within him. In an instant, a golden aura surged forth, enveloping him as a magnificent column of golden light pierced the heavens of the Kaishin realm, exuding an overwhelming atmosphere of gravity and pressure upon the landscape. As the golden aura dissipated, Goku transformed once more into his wild Super Saiyan 4 form. Following the Elder Kai's enhancement, his fourth level of Super Saiyan had received a certain degree of augmentation. Though this increase in power was modest, it nonetheless marked a step toward greater strength. In this state, Goku sensed the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him, now showing signs of potential breakthrough. It seems that the Elder Kai's influence on my potential development was not as overt as I had presumed. I was naive to think I could transcend the boundaries of my current Super Saiyan 4 form solely through this enhancement. True progress must come through rigorous training, gradually solidifying my power to shatter my existing limits. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Goku acknowledged that the Elder Kai's work was complete, and the path ahead lay solely in his own hands. As for the mysterious divine power cultivation method, he intended to pursue it actively, integrating it into his Super Saiyan 4 transformation to see if it could elevate his form further. Having achieved his objective, there was no longer any need for him to remain in the Kaishin realm. Goku reverted from the Super Saiyan 4 transformation and approached the Elder Kai once more. "Thank you, Elder Kai," Goku said, clasping his hands in gratitude. "It was merely a small effort. Just remember our agreement," the Elder Kai replied, waving a hand dismissively, indicating that Goku need not be overly formal. "Then I shall take my leave, Elder Kai, and to you as well, Kaishin." After bidding farewell to the two Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong once again employed his instant transmission to depart from the Supreme Kai realm. As he watched Sun Wukong leave, the old Supreme Kai wore a contemplative expression, feeling somewhat perplexed by Sun Wukong's demeanor. This Sun Wukong seemed to embody both the essence of Sun Wukong and yet something beyond it. Perhaps I am overthinking, the old Supreme Kai mused, dismissing further contemplation. On Earth, having concluded his potential development, Sun Wukong returned to the Baozi Mountain. His journey to the Supreme Kai realm had yielded abundant rewards. Not only had he unlocked his potential under the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, but he had also acquired a previously unheard-of method for cultivating divine energy. However, Sun Wukong was not in haste to practice this newfound divine power. His immediate priority was to transcend his current limits and elevate his Super Saiyan 4 form to new heights. Yet, cultivation is not an endeavor that bears fruit overnight. As the saying goes, in the realm of cultivation, time is inconsequential. A blink can span centuries. Sun Wukong understood this truth well. Sometimes, an impulsive eagerness to cultivate could yield unsatisfactory results. Rather than forcing a breakthrough, it was wiser to allow things to unfold naturally. When the time was right, the breakthrough would come. Regaining his focus, Sun Wukong returned to work, operating his plowing machine to further cultivate the land of Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Vegeta. Today, Vegeta's behavior was markedly unusual, a stark contrast to his former relentless training. Surprisingly, he was not in the super gravity training chamber. Ever since he had broken through to Super Saiyan 3rd grade a year ago, Vegeta had intensified his training regimen, immersing himself in high-intensity workouts almost perpetually, spending every moment aside from eating and sleeping in Bulma's newly revamped super gravity training room. As a Saiyan prince, he possessed exceptional talent and remarkable potential. After a year of rigorous training, he had finally mastered perfect control over the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Now, the time had come. Vegeta's gaze turned toward the horizon, his vast sense of awareness enveloping the globe, pinpointing Sun Wukong's energy signature. "You have finally returned, Kakarot," Vegeta smiled with a sinister delight. In the next instant, his energy surged as he shot toward Baozi Mountain at full speed. Back to Sun Wukong, who was diligently plowing the land of Baozi Mountain. If only there were a faster way, he lamented with a helpless expression. A year ago, he had a whimsical idea of using combat to cultivate the land. But that plan had backfired, resulting in a scolding from Chi-Chi and a dinnerless night. Since then, He had been obediently completing his tasks. Surprisingly, this mundane life brought a unique satisfaction to someone who had spent most of his life in rigorous training. As Sun Wukong operated the plowing machine, contemplating his future steps, he sensed Vegeta's energy rapidly approaching. Is that Vegeta's energy? What brings him here so suddenly? Vegeta's unexpected visit filled Sun Wukong with astonishment. Despite their friendship, the two individuals remained undisturbed by one another, each engrossed in their own lives. Curiously, Sun Wukong halted his farming machine, casting his gaze toward the horizon. In his line of sight, a dark speck gradually expanded, ultimately revealing itself as Vegeta. In a matter of mere seconds, Vegeta descended before Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Kakarot. What on earth are you doing? Observing Sun Wukong clad in work attire, Vegeta was struck by an overwhelming sense of incongruity. He could scarcely believe that the Sun Wukong he acknowledged had been reduced to the toil of manual labor. Chapter 16, The Battle of Destiny, An Overwhelming Disparity. I am currently occupied with my tasks, and today's assignment remains unfinished. By the way, Vegeta, do you have any matters to discuss? If not, I shall proceed. For if I delay further, Chi-Chi will surely scold me. Goku stood with his hands on his hips, awaiting Vegeta's response. Upon receiving an answer, a smirk tugged at Vegeta's lips. He never anticipated that the scion he acknowledged as the strongest, Goku, would find himself in such a predicament. Work? Why should they toil when they are formidable scions? Vegeta felt a flicker of sympathy for Goku's situation. Were he in such circumstances, he would likely resort to brute force to dominate Earth. However, that was a matter for another time. He did not come today to squander time. Come, Kakarot. Let us settle this with a duel. Vegeta declared resolutely, challenging Goku. Hearing that Vegeta sought a battle, Goku's interest was piqued. He glanced at the plow behind him and, without a moment's hesitation, cast aside the farming task. Work could always wait. He had not engaged in any vigorous activity for a year, and his body felt nearly rusted. Vegeta's visit stirred a yearning for combat within him. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan 4th level, Vegeta could provide him with the exhilarating thrill of battle. Very well. But we must find another location. Causing destruction here would lead to troublesome inquiries from Chi-Chi. Goku acquiesced to Vegeta's challenge, eagerly anticipating his current prowess. Suit yourself. Vegeta was indifferent to the battlefield. He only desired to test his mettle against Goku. Soon, Goku shed his work attire, and the two, having reached a consensus, soared into the sky, their energies flaring as they ventured far away. Before long, they arrived at a desolate rocky expanse, situated several dozen kilometers from the Baozi Mountain. The area was barren, untouched by humanity, and devoid of life due to its harsh environment. Goku and Vegeta descended from the heavens, landing on rocky outcrops at varying heights. Their gazes locked, an invisible aura enveloped them, intensifying the atmosphere of impending combat. It has been 3 years since we last faced each other. How much have your powers increased during this time, Vegeta? Goku observed Vegeta with a half-smile, a glint of brilliance flashing across his eyes, as an intangible pressure radiated toward Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Goku's little tricks could not escape his notice. I am no longer the same as before, Kakarot. With a powerful roar, Vegeta unleashed his full strength, surrounded by a white aura, his formidable presence soaring toward the heavens, shaking the very globe. The collision of their energies stirred the air, quaking the earth. Merely the clash of their auras rendered the atmospheric pressure in the region unstable. Countless massive stones broke free from the ground, suspended in midair before being crushed by the overwhelming pressure, scattering into countless fragments that rained down upon the landscape. The clash of wills between the two combatants yielded no decisive victor. Vegeta resolutely transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his full power as he charged towards Goku at full speed. Observing Vegeta's aggressive advance, Goku remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance, launching a powerful punch. Anticipating the strike, Goku deftly tilted his head, perfectly evading Vegeta's oncoming blow. Having missed his initial attack, Vegeta swiftly adjusted his strategy, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches and kicks with the swiftness of lightning. In the face of Vegeta's ferocious onslaught, Goku adeptly dodged, maintaining his composure. The battlefield shifted constantly, with Goku retreating strategically to lure Vegeta into exposing his vulnerabilities. The air was filled with the heart-stopping sounds of impact. Bang, 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 as Vegeta unleashed dozens of powerful strikes in mere seconds, all of which Goku skillfully deflected. The failure to connect with any of his attacks only fueled Vegeta's ire, culminating in a colossal punch fueled by all his might. Goku, ever vigilant, crossed his arms in a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force reverberated through Goku's body, yet he remained unyielding. What? Vegeta thought, astonishment etched across his face. His full-force strike in Super Saiyan form had seemingly no effect on Goku. It's my turn now, Vegeta, Goku declared, sending a tremor through Vegeta's spirit. As white lightning crackled around Goku, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Boom! The white energy transformed into a tempest, soaring into the heavens. The mere shockwave of this sudden release pushed Super Saiyan Vegeta back 100 meters. Seizing the initiative, Goku launched a relentless barrage of devastating punches and kicks upon Vegeta. In the face of Goku's offensive, Super Saiyan Vegeta braced himself for the onslaught. The sounds of their bodies colliding echoed continuously. Bang, 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 as Goku's vigorous assaults increasingly overwhelmed Vegeta. Even if the past foe, Kid Buu, were still alive, he could not have exerted such pressure on Vegeta. The present Vegeta, though a Super Saiyan, found himself utterly outmatched, and had he faced Kid Buu back then, he would have been confident in defeating him within 10 rounds. But now, the harsh reality struck him. His Super Saiyan form was being decisively suppressed by the ever-calm Goku. No, it could be described as a complete defeat. Under Goku's relentless attacks, Vegeta's defenses crumbled, and Goku's powerful fist struck deep into his abdomen. Pooh! Vegeta expelled a bitter liquid from his mouth. The remaining force surged through him, shattering the rocky terrain behind him. Reeling from the brutal blow, Vegeta clutched his abdomen and staggered back, his eyes bloodshot and filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Such a thing, he thought, enduring the searing pain as he straightened his posture. A primal roar erupted from him. Hi-ya! A thunderous roar erupted from his lips as Vegeta was enveloped in a dazzling display of electric energy, transforming into the ultimate form of Super Saiyan second stage. The explosive surge of power within him quelled his agony, granting him a moment of respite. Super Saiyan second stage, you say? Goku smiled faintly. Yet he showed no intention of transforming. This scene did not escape Vegeta's notice. A profound sense of humiliation ignited a fierce rage within him as he bellowed. Are you mocking me, Kakarot? I have come to settle this once and for all. I, Vegeta, do not require your pity. Unleash your full strength. Driven by an unwillingness to concede, Vegeta's roars echoed his unwavering resolve to face Goku in a decisive battle, a determination that did not go unnoticed by Goku. Chapter 17. The Rift of Dimensions. Vegeta confronts reality. The smile that adorned Goku's face vanished, replaced by a profound seriousness. Without uttering a word, Goku demonstrated the extent of his strength through decisive action. A cacophony of crackling golden lightning erupted as he ascended to the full power of Super Saiyan Level 1, unleashing a terrifying aura without restraint. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the overwhelming force emanating from Goku. In that instant, he became acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Goku. Very well, Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, revealing a grim smile through gritted teeth. Although he recognized that his power paled in comparison to Goku's, he would not concede defeat. He was, after all, Vegeta. Observing Vegeta's fierce fighting spirit, Goku resolved to cease his concealment and prepared to showcase his true prowess in a battle against Vegeta. In a mere thought, the latent power within him surged forth. And in the next moment, a cataclysmic energy storm rapidly expanded around Goku. Caught in the tempest, Vegeta struggled to stabilize his body. His gaze fixated on the transforming figure of Goku ahead, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. What is this aura? And my body? Vegeta sensed something amiss. Why did his body instinctively react with such intense unease during Goku's transformation? No matter the disparity in their strengths, it should not compel his very cells to submit. As the energy storm subsided, the answer to Vegeta's disquiet became clear. Goku now stood adorned with fiery red fur, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, radiating an oppressive force capable of warping space itself. His robust muscles exuded explosive power. This was Goku's most formidable transformation to date, Super Saiyan Level 4. Thank you for your patience, Vegeta. This is Super Saiyan Level 4, Goku's indifferent voice resonated, devoid of any emotional tremor. Beholding the primal state of Goku, Vegeta's countenance was one of astonishment, his gaze unblinking. This was a form he had never witnessed before. Super Saiyan. Level 4. Kakarot, you have indeed reached this pinnacle. Vegeta scrutinized the Super Saiyan 4 before him, his heart reeling from the impact. Every time he made progress, Goku always surpassed him. This scene echoed a moment from 3 years prior. Back then, he had challenged Goku as a Super Saiyan Level 2. only to find that Goku had already ascended to level 3. Now, while he had mastered level 3, Goku had further advanced to level 4. Unlike the concealed transformation of 3 years ago, Goku had now effortlessly transitioned into Super Saiyan level 4, a display worthy of respect. This time, I shall show no mercy. Prepare yourself, Vegeta. As his words lingered in the air, Goku assumed a combat stance, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Pressing down upon Vegeta. This suits me perfectly. Unyielding, Vegeta activated the energy within him and ascended to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Yet, despite narrowing the gap with this transformation, the disparity in power between Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4 was far beyond mere tenfold. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Vegeta's expression was grave, cold sweat soaking his back. Damn it, Kakarot, though riddled with flaws, from another perspective, he is utterly impeccable. His battle instincts were on high alert, leaving Vegeta momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Observing this, Goku sighed inwardly with a wry smile. Since Vegeta was not initiating an attack, he would take the initiative. In the blink of an eye, Goku sprang into action. Swish! The air sliced through with a resounding whoosh. So fast. Vegeta's pupils dilated as his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. In an instant, the winds surged and dust billowed. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta stood frozen, his gaze vacant as he stared at the fist almost pressed against his face. Regaining his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat. Just a casual strike had made him acutely aware of the threat of death. At that moment, the victor was clear. It was over, Vegeta. Goku retracted his fist, his expression cold as he watched the struggling Vegeta. Enveloped in silence, he spoke not a word. Despite his inner turmoil, the reality was undeniably harsh. The gap between Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4 was insurmountable. He had lost, and it was a complete and utter defeat. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Vegeta let out a peculiar laugh. He had foolishly challenged Goku, unaware that they were no longer in the same dimension. In this battle, he had lost, and the defeat was thorough. Watching the laughing Vegeta, Goku remained silent. Soon, Vegeta's laughter subsided, and after a heavy silence of several seconds, he declared, "You have won, Kakarot." Vegeta acknowledged his defeat with remarkable clarity. This admission took Goku by surprise. However, do not rejoice too soon. The throne of the strongest Saiyan cannot remain yours indefinitely. Sooner or later, I shall prove that I am the true, strongest Saiyan. Leaving behind a defiant remark, Vegeta erupted with energy and soared into the sky, departing with great haste. Observing Vegeta's diminishing figure in the sky, a smile spread across Goku's face. Vegeta remained true to himself. All right, I shall await that day. Anticipation blossomed within Goku. He understood that Vegeta could not remain in his shadow forever, even if he refrained from revealing the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4. With Vegeta's innate talent, he would inevitably discover the means to attain Super Saiyan 4 himself. In the next moment, Goku relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 transformation and turned to fly towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation. The battle had concluded, yet the reverberations it created drew the attention of others. The scene shifted to the sacred land of the Kais. At this moment, Piccolo stood at the edge of the sacred land, gazing down at the realm below. The moment when Vegeta challenged Son Goku was indelibly etched in his mind. At that juncture, Piccolo was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Although he had anticipated that a confrontation between Son Goku and Vegeta was inevitable, he never expected that this clash would conclude in such a definitive manner. It was a complete and utter domination, devoid of any suspense. Super Saiyan 4th level. Old Son, you truly leave us no opportunity to catch up, Piccolo remarked with a resigned smile. Chapter 18. A year later, the universe trembles, and the god of destruction awakens. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed since the epic confrontation between Son Wukong and Vegeta. During this year, Earth has experienced a period of tranquility, with all the Z warriors, including Son Wukong, seemingly accustomed to a peaceful existence. Believing that the Earth has achieved lasting peace and that no adversaries would dare to intrude. However, this tranquility is merely the calm before the storm. This prolonged peace is destined to be shattered soon. In the realm of the gods of destruction, after years of silence, an unprecedented upheaval has emerged. The god of destruction, Beerus, who has been in slumber for 37 years, has awakened. The destructive energy he released upon awakening reverberated throughout the universe, instilling fear in the hearts of those powerful enough to sense his presence. The awakening of the god of destruction is the last thing they wished to witness. Simultaneously, deities occupying various positions across the cosmos felt the tremors of his awakening and became increasingly anxious. For instance, the Supreme Kai, the Grand Kai, and the Kaishin, along with other celestial beings overseeing planets, found themselves in a state of heightened tension. They are acutely aware of what the god of destruction signifies. His prolonged slumber has spanned decades, even centuries. Yet, his awakening heralds a monumental cleansing of the universe, with countless planets poised to be obliterated by his might. The existence of the god of destruction serves to maintain the current peace of the cosmos, periodically carrying out the vital task of eliminating substandard planets and entities that threaten the equilibrium of the universe, including individuals and objects that pose a danger. While some are filled with dread, others rejoice at the awakening of Beerus, particularly the angel Whis, who is most delighted. After decades of waiting in the realm of destruction, he finally has someone to converse with. Although he could descend to the mortal realm as an angel and servant of the god of destruction, he cannot do so without permission. Moreover, his unique status as an angel means that his presence could disrupt the normal flow of this world. A mere misstep could lead to chaos in the cosmic order. Thus, Whis has refrained from frequent visits to the mortal realm over the years, and even when he does, it is only for a brief duration. Within the god of destruction's palace, Beerus unleashed his destructive power without restraint. Countless waves of destructive energy scattered around, crashing into the walls of his chamber and the preset explosive alarms. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of terrifying explosions echoed through the air. Beerus was venting the excess power accumulated during his years of slumber while stretching his stiff body. Alas, each awakening causes such great turmoil. One wonders when Lord Beerus will ever temper his notorious morning temperament. Whis sighed in resignation. Having coexisted with the god of destruction, Beerus, for many years, the scale of destruction wrought upon his awakening has always been colossal, ultimately culminating in him undertaking the cleanup. Yet, despite his grievances, Whis harbors a deep understanding for Beerus. After all, the duties of a god of destruction extend far beyond mere planetary annihilation. Anything detrimental to the universe's evolution, whether it be sentient beings or objects, is eradicated by the god of destruction's formidable powers. Moreover, as the universe continues to expand, the number of entities requiring destruction increases exponentially. With countless negative energies lingering throughout the cosmos, these impurities necessitate the god of destruction's intervention. Each completed task represents a significant drain on Beerus's stamina. While many perceive destruction as a relatively effortless endeavor, merely demanding the exertion of power, they remain oblivious to the fact that the workload of a god of destruction far surpasses that of the Kaishin, who are responsible for creation. On the surface, the positions of the god of destruction and the Kaishin appear equivalent, yet in reality, the former holds a superior status. In another dimension, within the realm of the Kaishin, the elder Kaishin and Kibito stand upon a precipice, gazing at the sky. At this moment, the elder Kaishin's countenance has lost its customary calmness, replaced instead by an unmistakable aura of anxiety and dread. He is no stranger to Beerus, as it was Beerus who initially sealed him away. Kibito, having learned of Beerus's existence through the elder Kaishin, initially regarded this god of destruction with a degree of skepticism, believing that even if formidable, he could not possibly rival the current universe's mightiest warrior, Son Goku. Yet, the present circumstances reveal the shortcomings of his understanding. Merely sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Beerus upon his awakening instills a profound fear within his very soul. This transcends mere strength, surpassing comprehension itself. I had anticipated at least 3 to 5 more years before the god of destruction would awaken, yet he has done so with astonishing swiftness. The universe is once again poised for a cleansing. The elder Kaishin muses, his visage appearing significantly aged as he speaks to himself. Kibito, observing the elder Kaishin's despair, struggles to comprehend why his esteemed predecessor exhibits such reverence for Beerus. Are not the Kaishin's standings on par with those of the god of destruction? Forgive my candor, ancestor, but is the god of destruction truly that terrifying? Or is it simply that there exists no being in the entire universe capable of contending with his might? Kibito articulates his innermost confusion, only to be met with a disdainful glare and a scathing reprimand from the elder Kaishin. Fool, have you squandered all these years in vain? Remember, the terror of the god of destruction cannot be measured by mere strength. If a comparison must be made, even the formidable Majin Buu, whom you perceive as insurmountable, is but a feeble insect before the god of destruction. The elder Kaishin's admonishment flows forth in a torrent of indignation directed at Kibito. The title of god of destruction signifies a position at the pinnacle of the universe, devoid of any contention, particularly the name of Beerus, the god of destruction, which epitomizes the apex of supremacy. But what of Goku? Can he not even best the god of destruction? Jebet inquired. In response to this probing question, the old Kaioshin fell into a brief silence, then sighed wearily, saying, "Let me put it this way. Even if that boy Goku were to grow tenfold stronger, he would still stand no chance against Beerus, the god of destruction." This was the heartfelt sentiment of the old Kaioshin. He genuinely wished for Goku to surpass Beerus. Yet the reality is unforgiving. The terror of the god of destruction is beyond the scope of any mere warrior. Even if Goku possesses the potential to transcend the god of destruction, it would require an extensive amount of time to cultivate that power. Chapter 19. The Anticipation of the God of Destruction. Upon hearing the old Kai reference Son Goku, the god of destruction, Beerus suddenly came to a profound realization regarding the sheer terror embodied by his role. The universe's foremost warrior, in the presence of the god of destruction, was akin to mere vermin. In the realm of the gods of destruction, awakening from a deep slumber, Beerus found himself enveloped in the remnants of explosive dust. As he groomed himself in his luxurious bathing area, he luxuriated in the warm water while inquiring with Whis about recent events unfolding across the cosmos, as well as the well-being of his appointed representative of destruction, Frieza, intending to obliterate Frieza upon their next encounter. Beerus was taken aback when Whis informed him that Frieza had already been eliminated. Overcome with agitation, the god of destruction stumbled from his bath. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Although Frieza appeared as a mere insect in his eyes, the vast universe harbored many capable of vanquishing him. The news of Frieza's demise still startled him. Moreover, Whis revealed a crucial piece of information. It was a scion, one of the few survivors from the cataclysmic annihilation of planets, who had dispatched Frieza. "Whis, are you certain it was a scion who killed Frieza? Those wild monkeys could never match Frieza, even if the entire race united against him," Beerus questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. In his memory, the Scions were nothing more than a brutish tribe with rudimentary intellect and inferior combat prowess. It seemed implausible that they could have slain Frieza. Yet, the improbable had materialized into reality. "You will understand soon," Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, wielding his angelic staff to project a luminous screen from the black orb atop it. The display showcased the fierce battle between Son Goku and Frieza on planet Namek. "Golden hair? Whis, are you sure you have not made a mistake? Aren't Scions only capable of transforming into great apes? How could they suddenly possess golden hair?" Beerus inquired, cupping his chin and gazing at Whis in bewilderment. In recent years, the Scions have undergone an extraordinary evolution. They have uncovered the latent powers within their bloodline, allowing them to transform at will. "What you see now, with golden hair, is known as Super Saiyan," Whis explained with a knowing look. "Super Saiyan?" Beerus murmured, the term resonating within him, his expression gradually growing grave. For some inexplicable reason, the name felt oddly familiar, conjuring an unwelcome image in his mind, one that had intruded upon his dreams, unsettling his rest. The mention of Super Saiyan seemed to correlate with that figure from his slumber. Furthermore, Whis transitioned the display to showcase various forms of Scions from different eras. In the luminous screen, scenes from 4 years prior unfolded, depicting the fierce battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan second form. The visuals transitioned seamlessly, showcasing Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan third form as he faced the formidable Majin Buu. Ultimately, the imagery culminated with Son Wukong's transformation into the Super Saiyan fourth form. Such a plethora of transformations piqued Beerus's interest, particularly the final display of the Super Saiyan fourth form, whose wild power even captivated him, the god of destruction. "Whis, are these various transformations also classified as Super Saiyans?" Beerus inquired with a subtle smile. "Indeed, according to the naming conventions of the Scions, they are sequentially referred to as Super Saiyan first form through Super Saiyan fourth form. The transformation you first witnessed is the Super Saiyan first form, while the last, which exhibits a significant change, is known as the Super Saiyan fourth form," Whis replied in a deliberate manner. "The Super Saiyan first form and the Super Saiyan fourth form? Quite a mouthful indeed. However, these names bear a resemblance to the entity from my dreams, though I am uncertain of their connection. It is rather bothersome. All these lengthy names," Beerus mused, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in his otherwise calm eyes. At that moment, Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, could the individual from your dreams be the formidable rival mentioned by the Oracle Fish 37 years ago? The Super Saiyan God?" "Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan God." With Whis's reminder, Beerus promptly recalled the full name of the figure from his dreams and affirmed eagerly, "There must be a connection between the Super Saiyan fourth form and the Super Saiyan God. Where are the remaining Scions?" Beerus's anticipation grew as he yearned to uncover the true identity of the Super Saiyan God. "To answer your question, Lord Beerus, The surviving scions currently reside in the northern galaxy, on a water-blue planet known as Earth. Whis responded with an impassive demeanor. Earth, you say? Prepare a meal. We shall venture to Earth. I am keen to ascertain whether this so-called super scion god truly exists in the present. Beerus declared as he rose from the bath, draped in a towel, striding toward the wardrobe. The scene shifted to Earth. The populace had grown accustomed to their tranquil lives, unaware that a monumental crisis was silently approaching. Today marked Bulma's birthday, and in celebration, she had extended invitations to the Z warriors from around the globe to partake in her birthday festivities. As Earth's wealthiest individual, Bulma's birthday celebration was of grand scale, with a colossal luxury cruise ship adorned with the Capsule Corporation insignia sailing upon the sea. Warriors from all corners of the world had accepted Bulma's invitation and gathered aboard the cruise ship. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Chi-Chi, the Ox King, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Launch. Krillin, Android 18, Marin, Master Roshi, Turtle, and Yamcha. Beidili, Satan, and Majin Buu, alongside Piccolo, the Supreme Kai Dend, and Bobo, as well as Master Karin and Yajirobe. All gathered as promised. The companions, having not seen each other for an extended period, exchanged tales of their lives and experiences over the years. On the opulent deck of the luxury cruise ship, Son Goku and Vegeta, fated adversaries, met once again. Their encounter was destined to ignite sparks. It has indeed been a long time. Vegeta, Son Goku greeted, locking eyes with him. Yes, it has been quite a while, Kakarot, Vegeta replied, his arms crossed, maintaining his characteristic aloofness. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the God of Destruction. After a year apart, the two meet once more, each having undergone significant transformation. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Vegeta with a grave expression, taking in every detail of his companion's changes. In contrast, Vegeta's gaze was sharp and penetrating, keenly assessing Sun Wukong and noticing the alterations in him as well. It seems you have been far more diligent in your training, Vegeta. If I'm not mistaken, you must have taken that next step, haven't you? A warm smile graced Sun Wukong's face, genuinely pleased for his old friend. I cannot remain in your shadow forever. Kakarot, it is merely the 4th level of Super Saiyan. I have my own means to achieve it. After a year apart, you have also grown significantly stronger, Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, a subtle aura emanating from him as he cautiously probed Sun Wukong's strength. In response to Vegeta's tentative challenge, Sun Wukong released a fraction of his own energy, disrupting Vegeta's aura. Though I am eager to spar with you, let us restrain ourselves for now, as this is Bulma's birthday celebration. If a battle is to occur, it must wait until the festivities conclude, Sun Wukong suggested, suppressing his anticipation. Vegeta remained silent, retracting his aura, as he had no intention of fighting Sun Wukong today. After all, it was the birthday celebration of his wife, and as a husband, he would not engage in such foolishness. By the way, I have a question for you. Sun Wukong leaned closer to Vegeta, cautiously inquiring, how old is Bulma today? Why do you ask that? Vegeta frowned, bewildered by Sun Wukong's question. Truthfully, he was unaware of Bulma's exact age. Just a bit curious. Or perhaps you don't know either. Sun Wukong teased with a smirk. I do not concern myself with such trivial matters, Vegeta replied coldly. Just as their conversation unfolded, an unexpected event transpired. Beyond the Earth, a stunning flash of light pierced the atmosphere, descending at a terrifying speed to the left of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What is happening? Sun Wukong's vigilance heightened instantly. What in the world? Vegeta was fully alert now. The two fixed their sharp gazes upon the brilliant, multicolored light. As the radiance dissipated, two unfamiliar figures emerged before them, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Who were these two? Sun Wukong's unwavering gaze was locked on the newcomers, a tempest of surprise swirling within him. He had no recollection of these two beings. As Sun Wukong's demeanor grew increasingly serious, he focused intently on Beerus and Whis, expanding his perception. The moment he did, he was taken aback. This is divine power? Such pure divine energy. The results were astonishing to Sun Wukong. Ever since he acquired the divine power cultivation method from the old Kaishin a year ago, he had diligently practiced without faltering. To this day, he had cultivated divine power within his body. Yet, the two figures that suddenly appeared before him possessed a level of divine power far more refined than his own. Could they be gods? Gods I have never encountered before. Sun Wukong pondered gravely within his heart. In contrast to Sun Wukong's bewilderment, Vegeta stood beside him, his gaze fixed, an expression one of shock. A long-buried memory surged forth in his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled the moment when his father was trampled by the god of destruction, Beerus. who relentlessly demanded that he find the finest pillow in the universe. At that time, he was still a mere child, unaware of the terrifying nature of the god of destruction. He attempted to rescue his father, but was paralyzed by a single glance from Beerus, collapsing to the ground in fear. From that moment on, the terror of Beerus was indelibly etched into his mind. Instinctively, his body buried this memory deep within his consciousness. But now, with the god of destruction's personal arrival, this most unwelcome recollection had been unearthed. Beerus, the god of destruction. Anger filled Vegeta's eyes, exuding an icy chill. Vegeta, do you know this being? Son Wukong asked incredulously, turning his head. In his previous life, he had never heard Vegeta mention any god of destruction, nor had he encountered one. Could it be that the world into which he had been reborn was different from his former one? Reflecting on their last encounter, decades had passed. The Scion Prince, once frightened into submission by a mere glance, had now matured. A cold smirk flashed across Beerus's lips as he spoke from his elevated position. Back then, I was just a child. But the humiliation you inflicted on the Scion race is something I shall never forget. Beerus. Vegeta's demeanor was resolute, his eyes glinting with frost. He would never forget the disgrace his father and his people, including himself, suffered at the hands of Beerus. It was a national humiliation that he could never erase. As the Prince of the Scions, he was determined to reclaim the dignity they had lost. Your father was indeed a formidable man, but when confronted with me, he was merely a cringing servant. Yet, your son possesses more backbone than he did, Beerus remarked, his tone mocking. However, Vegeta, allow me to remind you that the god of destruction is truly terrifying. A smirk crossed Beerus's face, and in an instant, he unleashed his oppressive aura. An inexplicable sensation enveloped the hearts of Vegeta and Son Wukong, one they had never experienced before. As a god of destruction, every movement signified annihilation. His oppressive force instilled fear within all living beings, compelling them to abandon any thoughts of resistance. However, this perspective is solely applicable to the weak. The strong, undaunted by any adversary, even deities, stand resolute. Son Wukong and Vegeta remained impervious to the overwhelming aura emanating from the god of destruction, Beerus. As a deity of destruction, your impudence is astounding. Should you desire to engage in battle, I shall gladly oblige. Son Wukong's countenance turned frigid, as he had unequivocally categorized the god of destruction, Beerus, as his foe. The arrogant Scion, having merely vanquished the insignificant Frieza, presumes he can contend with the god of destruction? How naive! Beerus regarded Son Wukong with disdain, viewing him merely as a brutish monkey, brawny yet intellectually deficient. Chapter 21. The onset of conflict, the wrath of Vegeta. As a god of destruction, he regarded neither Goku nor Vegeta with any semblance of respect. After dismissing Goku, his gaze fell squarely upon Vegeta. Vegeta, I stand before you. What are you waiting for? Have you perhaps been cowed into submission by my presence? Dare you strike? Beerus's condescending demeanor left Vegeta feeling utterly disdained. This blatant contempt only fueled the flames of anger within Goku. Beerus, do not presume I am still the same as I once was. I am Vegeta, Prince of the Scions. Enraged, Vegeta let out a frantic roar, his visage contorted with fury, yearning for retribution against Beerus. His muscles coiled tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. As the S-cells within him surged, converging towards his spine before erupting in a magnificent display. Boom! The air crackled with intensity as Vegeta's power soared. A fierce golden aura erupted from his feet, enveloping his entire being, sending shockwaves cascading outward, the ferocity of his might reaching the heavens. This sudden outburst captured the attention of everyone aboard the cruise ship. Conversation ceased as all eyes turned to the same focal point. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his full power, his terrifying aura unfurling without restraint. Such formidable energy, his power significantly heightened. I believe this form is referred to as Super Saiyan, correct? Beerus remarked, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanging. While Vegeta's strength was indeed impressive, it fell short of warranting even a passing glance from this god of destruction. This arrogant and indifferent demeanor ignited a fierce rage within Vegeta. Cease your pretense, Beerus. I shall ensure you can no longer look down from your lofty perch. With a roar of defiance, Vegeta launched himself into action. In a mere 0.1 seconds, he dashed before the god of destruction, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at Beerus's face. Such audacity to strike at a god. Beerus's expression hardened. As Vegeta's fist closed in, a mere centimeter from Beerus's visage, the god made his move. His speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Vegeta's attack and silently appearing behind him. This abrupt shift took Goku by surprise. He whirled around, exclaiming, "Get back, Vegeta!" Startled, Vegeta propelled himself into the air with explosive force. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Beerus pursued with even greater speed. Where did that fiend go? Vegeta glanced around in confusion, realizing that the god of destruction had vanished from sight. "Vegeta, he's behind you," Goku shouted urgently from the cruise ship. What? Sensing impending calamity, Vegeta was on the verge of action when he felt an unusual weight upon his shoulder. How audacious! You dare to strike at a deity? Your bravery is commendable. Yet you seem to have forgotten that a god of destruction is a formidable foe, remarked Beerus, the god of destruction, with a sardonic smile as he rested a hand on Vegeta's right shoulder. What nonsense is this? Vegeta roared in frustration, pivoting to deliver a powerful blow intended to force Beerus back. However, his attack met with futility, making Vegeta acutely aware that the power of a Super Saiyan in its first form was insufficient to touch Beerus. Without hesitation, he transitioned into the ultimate form of Super Saiyan second grade, his body crackling with electric energy, his aura intensifying, and his fighting prowess experiencing a qualitative leap. Your form has changed, and your strength has significantly increased. It appears that you surviving Saiyans have also enhanced your power. If I recall correctly, this form is known as Super Saiyan second grade, is it not? Not particularly impressive, though the name is quite a mouthful, Beerus observed, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining his lofty demeanor. To him, there was no discernible difference between Vegeta in his first form and Vegeta in his second form. Silence! Vegeta shouted once more, charging at Beerus with full force. Foolhardy child! Beerus's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly evaded Vegeta's assault, countering with a knee strike that landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. The resounding impact reverberated through the air, shaking the very fabric of space. A searing pain erupted in Vegeta's abdomen, an unimaginable force radiating throughout his body, propelling him several meters backward. Regaining his composure, Vegeta gritted his teeth against the agony in his midsection, glaring furiously at Beerus. The relentless mockery from Beerus only fueled the fire of rage within him, yet this time, he refrained from acting recklessly. The earlier skirmish had imparted a profound understanding of Beerus's terrifying strength, a being not easily vanquished. On board a lavish cruise liner, all eyes were turned skyward, bewildered by the unfolding battle. Who is that purple-skinned, long-eared cat? He has managed to push back Super Saiyan second-grade Vegeta, indicating extraordinary power, remarked Bulma, the host of the birthday celebration, her expression one of shock. With her keen perception, she realized that these two newcomers were not from Earth. Was it truly the case that misfortune had befallen her birthday party, bringing a crisis to the planet? Who was this individual capable of subduing Vegeta? One of the Z fighters, Krillin, watched the spectacle in the sky, his heart racing with anxiety. I can't sense their energy. Neither of them possesses any aura. Gohan's expression grew grave. As the third strongest warrior on Earth, his perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute. Although he had not engaged in intense training in recent years, he had not neglected his physical conditioning. His prowess not only remained intact, but had, in fact, returned to the zenith of his former glory. His instinct for battle informed him that the identities of these two individuals were far from ordinary. The palpable sense of pressure they emanated was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Who are these two formidable beings? Though their auras elude detection, the weight of their presence is even more terrifying than that of the Supreme Kai. Could it be that they are divine entities? Once a being of celestial stature on Earth, Piccolo recognized a chilling possibility. These two sudden arrivals to Earth were gods, deities that could rival the Supreme Kai, perhaps even surpassing him in rank. Chapter 22. The Might of the God of Destruction. The world loses its color. The other Z warriors gradually sensed that something was amiss. The identity of the purple-skinned, hairless feline in the sky was far from simple. The terrifying power that had just been unleashed felt like an invisible force, was utterly distinct from the energy they cultivated. This power was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of any human. In midair, the god of destruction, Beerus, smirked slightly, his lips curling into a wicked arc as he scrutinized Vegeta before him. What is it? Here I am. Yet your previous arrogance seems to have vanished. Or perhaps you have come to comprehend the terror of a god of destruction and lost the courage to oppose me. If that is the case, you have greatly disappointed me. Beerus's nonchalant words pierced deeply into Vegeta's heart. Beerus. Provoked, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, his fists clenched tightly as he shouted furiously, "As you wish. I shall show you. Open your eyes and behold." Vegeta was infuriated, truly enraged this time. The relentless humiliation from Beerus left him feeling utterly ashamed. This time, He was determined to make the god of destruction pay a price. In an instant, a multitude of S cells within Vegeta began to surge, the energy of Super Saiyan Level 2 reaching a sublime peak. The storm of energy expanded relentlessly, its range growing wider, even crashing against Beerus's presence. Oh dear. Your energy has increased significantly, but your control is far too crude. So much of it is wasted, Beerus remarked, shaking his head in utter disappointment. Such a massive energy leak suggested that Vegeta's transformation would not fare well. Crackling sounds erupted as the flow of energy around Vegeta accelerated, lightning crackling violently around him. And the intensity of his aura underwent a qualitative transformation. Amidst the tempest of energy, Vegeta's appearance changed at an observable pace. His golden hair extended down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow lowered. Vegeta stabilized his transformation into Super Saiyan Level 3, his cold, emotionless gaze fixed unwaveringly on Beerus, the browless warrior. Super Saiyan Level 3 has arrived. I remember this transformation. What was it called again? Ah, yes, Super Saiyan Level 3. Such a tedious transformation should not be flaunted. You fool. Compared to your mundane Super Saiyan Level 3, I am far more interested in that Saiyan named Goku, who has mastered Super Saiyan Level 4. Beerus had completely lost interest in Vegeta. He shifted his gaze toward Goku, who was on the cruise ship. In his eyes, Goku was significantly stronger than Vegeta and more likely to be the Super Saiyan god he sought. You wretched creature. Do not underestimate this prince. Vegeta's emotions spiraled out of control, and he erupted into a furious display of his utmost power in Super Saiyan Level 3. The space erupted with a piercing sonic boom. And in the blink of an eye, Vegeta materialized before the god of destruction, Beerus, his fury manifesting as he launched a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the force of his blow rippled through the fabric of reality. This fist, imbued with Vegeta's wrath, was effortlessly intercepted by Beerus with a single hand, halting its advance without yielding an inch. Unfazed by this failed assault, Vegeta swiftly withdrew his fist, summoning all his strength to unleash an onslaught akin to a hurricane upon the god of destruction. Undeterred, Beerus's gaze shifted subtly, emanating an aura of danger. Since Vegeta chose to disregard caution, he would bear the consequences. The fierce battle commenced. Bang, 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 bang. Fully immersed in his assault, Vegeta unleashed the full ferocity of his attacks. A relentless barrage of destructive strikes rained down on Beerus from multiple angles. Years of rigorous training had advanced Vegeta's combat skills, and though he appeared to prioritize offense, he concealed profound depths within his technique, embodying a seamless blend of attack and defense. His strikes were more torrential than a storm, and his defenses were impenetrable. Yet, in Beerus's eyes, Vegeta remained an inexperienced infant, lacking the requisite power and rife with vulnerabilities. With but one hand, Beerus deflected all of Vegeta's assaults, manipulating the Super Saiyan's third transformation with ease. Each of Vegeta's attacks was thwarted, failing to achieve the desired impact, leaving him in a state of shock. What nonsense! Even a god of destruction possesses power that is utterly overwhelming. Here I am, a Super Saiyan in his third form, and I cannot even make him budge. Vegeta roared internally, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Resolutely, he altered his approach, retreating 100 meters to gather his energy and assume the stance for his Gallic gun. With a resounding flourish, a white-purple aura surged upward, pulsating vigorously around Vegeta as he amassed cataclysmic energy within his hands. Prepare yourself, Gallic gun, he bellowed, as a torrent of violent white-purple energy erupted from his palms, hurtling toward Beerus with annihilating force. In the face of this seemingly limitless destructive power, Beerus displayed no inclination to evade. Just as everyone anticipated that Vegeta's Gallic gun would deliver a devastating blow to Beerus, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. A mere 10 centimeters from Beerus, the attack was dismantled by an enigmatic force, dispersing into a myriad of energy particles that drifted through the void. Meanwhile, Beerus remained utterly unmoved, having effortlessly disintegrated the Gallic gun with a mere thought. This was impossible. Witnessing this, Vegeta was left utterly dumbfounded. The might of the god of destruction was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Vegeta, your strength is commendable, yet regrettably, you are not the Super Saiyan god that I seek. This tiresome game ends here. As the words left his lips, a profound layer of purple energy enveloped the god of destruction, Beerus. This is the power of the god of destruction, a force capable of annihilating all existence. In an instant, The god of destruction's might unleashed by Beerus shrouded the sky within hundreds of miles in darkness. The overwhelming presence of the god of destruction resonating through the heavens and earth, evoking a lament from the entire world. So this is it. This is the terror of the god of destruction, a power that instills fear in all creation. In this moment, Vegeta finally comprehended why Beerus is revered as the god of destruction. Chapter 23. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 4, the god of destruction's anticipation. This power instills an innate terror that resonates within the very souls of all beings. Even someone as formidable as he cannot escape its grasp. Under the overwhelming might of the god of destruction, every cell in his body emitted signals of imminent danger. Yet as a Saiyan, he would not succumb to fear in the face of a formidable adversary. It ends here, Saiyan. The god of destruction, Beerus, gathered a faint orb of destructive energy in his palm and hurled it toward Vegeta. This sphere of energy was insufficient to end Vegeta's life, but it would surely leave him battered and broken. Faced with this onslaught of destructive energy, Vegeta did not flinch. Instead, he quietly awakened the latent power of his bloodline. As this ancestral power surged within him, Vegeta's aura experienced a remarkable elevation. With a resounding boom, the ancestral power erupted, and Vegeta's presence soared to new heights. A tempestuous golden aura expanding rapidly in all directions. The diminutive orb of destructive energy was obliterated the moment it collided with Vegeta's surging aura. He can actually amplify his energy. It seems somewhat different from before. The destruction energy's annihilation caught Beerus by surprise, his expression one of incredulity. Vegeta's display indeed exceeded his expectations. Do not presume to dictate the outcome of this battle, Beerus. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a Saiyan, one that is far beyond the grasp of you self-proclaimed deities. As Vegeta's furious roars echoed, his aura surged exponentially, the golden flames rising in temperature, radiating with the brilliance of a miniature sun. The velocity of the golden aura's circulation escalated, its heat cleaving a vast expanse of the sea beneath his feet. The blistering heat rivaled that of the sun, evaporating countless volumes of seawater. Fascinating. I haven't felt such potent energy in many years. If transformation was an option, it should have been unveiled from the start. Beerus, intrigued by this ferocious primal power, fixated his gaze on the epicenter of the energy explosion. Within that golden luminescence, Vegeta's form began to undergo a visible transformation at an astonishing pace. His waist-length golden hair morphed into a deep brown hue, his upper garments vanished, and his robust muscles expanded, enveloped in a fiery crimson fur. At this moment, Vegeta, while still retaining a humanoid shape, resembled more a fearsome beast. His explosive musculature suffused with cataclysmic energy. He was akin to a creature from a primordial era. This form was none other than Super Saiyan 4th level. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship, Goku stood in confrontation with the angel, Whis. Who is this figure accompanying the god of destruction? His aura is even more unfathomable than that of Beerus. Goku's heart raced with anxiety. The mere presence of Beerus, with his inscrutable strength, had already left him feeling uncertain of victory, and this enigmatic individual before him seemed to eclipse even the god of destruction. Does Mr. Sun Wukong worry that I might take action against you like Lord Beerus? Whis discerned Sun Wukong's concerns and, with a calm smile, replied, I am merely a subordinate of Lord Beerus and harbor no intentions of combat. Having said that, Whis disregarded Sun Wukong entirely and strolled leisurely towards the lower deck of the cruise ship. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the enticing aromas of various delicacies, but he had refrained from indulging due to Beerus's presence. Now that Beerus was engaged in battle, he seized the opportunity to savor Earth's culinary delights. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely gazing at Whis's receding figure, lost in contemplation. Just a subordinate of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was not so simple. Could such a formidable being truly be merely a subordinate? However, at such an elevated level of power, there seemed to be no reason for deception. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, the Z warriors exhibited a spectrum of expressions upon witnessing Vegeta ascend to Super Saiyan 4th grade. What form is this? Such a terrifying aura. Krillin was profoundly unsettled by Vegeta's presence. Even from a distance, the wild intensity emanating from him instilled a palpable sense of dread. Such strength and unfathomable force. Perhaps even surpassing that self-proclaimed god of destruction. Tien Shinhan was now drenched in sweat, his three eyes fixated on the battle unfolding in the sky. After all, he was merely a mortal, unable to comprehend divine power. While Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's strength was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to the god of destruction, Beerus. by more than a mere dimension. Has Vegeta finally surpassed Wukong? Master Roshi remarked gravely. On the surface, Vegeta's transformation clearly eclipsed Son Wukong's prowess. Yet unbeknownst to him, Son Wukong had already mastered Super Saiyan ahead of Vegeta. Among their group, only Piccolo and Din were aware of Son Wukong's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4th grade. Go, Dad. Defeat that alien. Trunks shouted from beside Bulma, directing his enthusiasm towards Vegeta in the sky. You can do it, Vegeta. Bulma cheered on her husband. Vegeta's achievement in attaining Super Saiyan 4th grade was undoubtedly a testament to her contribution. A year prior, after being bested by Son Wukong, Vegeta had undergone an unprecedented amount of training. Sensing something amiss, Bulma inquired about Vegeta's relentless training and learned of his motivation. As a genius girl on Earth, Bulma possessed exceptional intellect. With minimal contemplation, she discerned the similarities between Super Saiyan 4th grade and the Great Ape transformation. With her guidance and support, Vegeta discovered the correct method to attain Super Saiyan 4th grade. Now, regardless of the adversary he faced, Vegeta was resolute in his determination to prevail. The scene shifts to the battlefield. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Beerus's face briefly reflected disbelief. This is pure mortal power, potent enough to rival divine strength. Transformed, Vegeta instantly tore through the fabric of space, dashing before the god of destruction, Beerus, unleashing the untamed might of Super Saiyan 4th. I recall this form is referred to as Super Saiyan Level 4, am I correct? I had assumed that only a Saiyan named Goku could attain such a state. Yet here you are. It appears I have underestimated you, Vegeta. Beerus's curious gaze scrutinized Vegeta from head to toe, a glimmer of profound astonishment flickering in his eyes. It had been an eternity since he felt such anticipation. Vegeta's power bore no trace of divine energy. It was a pure manifestation of mortal strength, formidable enough to tread upon the realm of the gods. After countless millennia of monotony, a spark of excitement had finally emerged in his life. Chapter 24, Beerus, the mightiest Saiyan King? Hardly. Before you stands the most formidable Saiyan King of all time. Vegeta, what of being a god of destruction? I shall vanquish you with the true power of a Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta is filled with pride and honor. His transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage embodies the bloodline strength of his Saiyan heritage. It is also his pride. The strongest Saiyan King in history, you say? How intriguing. Let me witness the true extent of your might, O mightiest Saiyan King. Beerus adjusted his demeanor, shedding the playful attitude he previously bore. The sight of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta ignited his desire for a more earnest engagement. Come forth with your attack, and let me behold the strength of your esteemed Saiyan power. A slight smirk graced Beerus's lips as he beckoned Vegeta with a finger. Arrogant, the fiery-tempered Vegeta assumed a battle stance, unleashing the bloodline power within him. Golden malevolence spread rapidly, an invisible aura enveloping the battlefield. The oppressive force of Super Saiyan 4 descended upon Beerus, a test from Vegeta. In response to Vegeta's trivial probing, Beerus unleashed his own invisible might, dispersing the raging bloodline pressure effortlessly. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he capitalized on the fleeting opening presented by Beerus. Humph. Beerus exhibited an enigmatic smile as he countered Vegeta's swift motion. Boom. The battle commenced. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and the god of destruction Beerus unleashed terrifying velocities, traversing the space with ease and engaging in a series of fierce collisions. Bang, 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 bang. The sky erupted with sonic booms. Each clash reverberated through the space, generating colossal tremors that wreaked havoc upon the surface of the sea. The entire ocean was tossed into chaos by the aftermath of their combat. No, not just the ocean. The entire planet felt the impact of the battle between Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Beerus. Their speeds accelerated, and the frequency of their collisions increased. From an observer's perspective, golden and purple beams of light weaved through the sky, clashing violently in a dazzling display. The intensity of the battle escalated as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta unleashed all his power. For the first time in millions of years, Beerus relished the thrill of combat once more. Crackling thunder. From the ominous dark clouds, lightning descended, striking the surface of the sea. The heavens darkened, winds howled, and thunder roared, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The Z warriors aboard the cruiser gazed in awe at the clash unfolding above them, mouths agape, their hearts unsettled. The magnitude of this conflict surpassed their comprehension. Vegeta and Beerus were no longer beings of the same dimension. Apart from Son Wukong, who could perceive the entirety of the battle, the others struggled even to catch sight of mere afterimages. Even the once mighty warrior, Son Gohan, could only faintly glimpse some remnants of the confrontation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed at the tumultuous sky, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. Vegeta is destined to lose. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his expression grave as he spoke. Although Vegeta had stabilized his Super Saiyan 4th level and could fully unleash its combat prowess, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The destructive power exhibited by the god of destruction, Beerus, along with the overwhelming sense of impending doom, far exceeded Sun Wukong's expectations. To encounter such a formidable adversary in this lifetime, his strength eclipses that of the one-star dragon from years past. Sun Wukong's body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The thrill of confronting a powerful opponent surged within him. Now, with his own strength significantly amplified, he was confident that even the resurrected one-star dragon would fall within 10 moves. The emergence of Beerus had fully awakened the long-dormant battle spirit within Sun Wukong. On the battlefield, the clash intensified. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta pushed his bodily functions to their limits. His raw, untamed power flowed seamlessly as he threw himself into the fray, unleashing his overwhelming combat strength to its utmost. The formidable might of Super Saiyan 4, combined with Vegeta's unparalleled princely combat style, delivered devastating blows to any foe. Even adversaries of equal caliber found themselves relegated to passive defense, unable to retaliate against this overwhelming onslaught. However, it was unfortunate that Vegeta confronted the god of destruction, Beerus, who stood at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. As a deity who had existed for eons, Beerus's combat skills and experience, honed over countless years, surpassed Vegeta by several dimensions. He did not even need to defend deliberately. He instinctively countered Vegeta's attacks with the most rational responses. Every strike from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was either evaded or neutralized by Beerus. As the battle raged on, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta began to sense something amiss. This guy is toying with me? Realizing that Beerus was merely playing with him, Vegeta's noble heart as a Saiyan king could not endure such humiliation. His rage intensified, pushing him to break through his limits and unleash even greater power. With his speed and strength surging, Vegeta executed his most powerful strike in Super Saiyan 4 form. Boom! A deafening roar erupted above the sea. As the sound exploded, the already chaotic waters were nearly overturned, sending waves soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. Fortunately, the battleground was on the ocean's surface. Had it been in a city, the aftermath of Vegeta's strike alone would have reduced the entire metropolis to rubble. Yet, despite this all-out strike, it failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the god of destruction, Beerus, who effortlessly deflected it with a single hand. It appears that the might of the strongest Saiyan king is rather limited. How unfortunate. You are not the one I seek, Vegeta. The depths of Beerus's eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of destruction. Merely a word from him was enough to momentarily bewilder Vegeta. Transitioning from defense to offense, Beerus nonchalantly unleashed a blow that struck Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta in the abdomen. Pooh! With the force of the impact, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta expelled a mixture of bile and blood from his mouth, and by the time he regained his senses, he had already retreated over 1,000 meters away. Chapter 25. A desperate gamble, Vegeta's crushing defeat. Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, Vegeta gazed down at his midsection. A striking imprint of a fist was indelibly marked upon his abdominal muscles. Fortunately, the formidable physique of a Super Saiyan in its 4th transformation was robust enough to withstand such a blow. Had he been in an earlier form, his internal organs would have been shattered, and his body would have crumbled, or he would have been grievously injured and on the brink of death. Damn it! Vegeta muttered in frustration. The innate instincts of a Saiyan transformed pain into pleasure, and the fury within him swelled uncontrollably. Emotion is the wellspring of a Saiyan's power, with rage being the primary catalyst that ignites their strength. As his inner fire intensified, the bloodline power within Vegeta erupted with greater ferocity, and a flash of brilliance crossed his black and blue eyes. Huh! A thunderous roar erupted from Vegeta's lips. As his battle cry resonated, his aura surged rapidly, a golden energy shooting skyward, piercing through the cosmos. His muscular physique visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, the already developed muscles becoming even more formidable. This renewed vitality healed all his injuries sustained during the battle. Reaching a critical threshold, Vegeta leaped into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With arms outstretched, he prepared to unleash his energy, locking onto the god of destruction, Beerus. Crackling arcs of electricity enveloped Vegeta, bursting around him. Every muscle tensed as energy converged towards his palms. With the continuous amplification of his power, the dim sky regained its brilliance, and blinding sunlight illuminated Vegeta, whose wild and powerful form etched itself deeply into the minds of all witnesses. The Z fighters aboard the cruise ship observed this spectacle, each displaying a range of emotions. What astounding energy! It's still rising, Tianjin exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, thoroughly intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Vegeta's power was pure, mortal strength, and they could distinctly feel the oppressive aura that could crush them. If he unleashes that energy in that direction, the entire Earth would be obliterated. Krillin shouted in alarm. To him, Vegeta's current actions seemed akin to world destruction. Has Uncle Vegeta's power ascended to such heights? I can achieve this too. Gazing at the terrifying power coalescing in the sky, Gohan felt a profound yearning swell within him. If he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training, he believed he could reach such a level and perhaps even surpass Vegeta. Gohan. Piccolo regarded him with a complex expression. Years ago, Gohan had been the strongest warrior among them, yet now, a vast chasm separated their strengths, leaving Piccolo with a sense of regret. In his eyes, if Gohan could rekindle his desire to grow stronger, surpassing Goku and Vegeta would be well within reach. However, awakening now would not be too late, provided that Earth still existed after this battle. The moment when Vegeta unleashed his power sent a wave of tension rippling through everyone present, with the exception of the angel. Whis, who remained entirely unfazed, seated at a food stall, savoring sushi, Whis merely glanced at the unfolding battle above before returning to his culinary delight. Truly, Vegeta is a singularly obstinate warrior. Even now, he remains oblivious to the fact that energy-based attacks are ineffective against the god of destruction. In the high skies, Vegeta was enveloped in golden lightning, his form expanding and contracting due to the explosive energy surging within him. Beerus, you once brought shame upon the Scion race, and today, I shall reclaim what is rightfully ours, with interest. If you dare, then receive this attack. Vegeta incessantly provoked Beerus, his hands drawing together until the luminous embodiment of his ultimate technique was complete. Observing this, the god of destruction, Beerus, merely smiled in silence. As an ancient being who had witnessed the passage of countless ages, he was impervious to Vegeta's crude taunts. Raising his right hand, he beckoned mockingly at the defiant Scion in the sky. Incensed by Beerus's arrogance, Vegeta's expression contorted into one of rage. Final flash. A boundless torrent of golden lightning energy surged forth, carrying with it the terrifying force of annihilation, aimed squarely at Beerus. The diameter of the final flash was a staggering 100 meters, and faced with such colossal destructive energy, Beerus remained unfazed, casually lifting his right hand. This tiresome game ends here. Vegeta, he intoned coldly, as he summoned his godly power. A layer of purple radiance enveloped him, the overwhelming might of a god of destruction freezing the advancing final flash in place, only to disintegrate it into particles that drifted through the void. At that moment, all witnesses were left in utter shock, including Goku, who could no longer remain passive. Had Vegeta's desperate final flash been so effortlessly neutralized by Beerus? Energy-based techniques were utterly ineffective against this god of destruction. No, it can't be. My final flash. How could this happen? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair, Vegeta began to question his very existence. With the release of the final flash, all of his energy had been expended. Although he maintained his Super Saiyan 4 form, only a fraction of his potential remained. In this moment, he was once again reminded of that haunting scene from years past. As dread enveloped him entirely, the power of mortals, reaching such heights, is commendable. Yet alas, mortal strength shall forever pale in comparison to that of the divine. Beerus mused to himself, a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes before he sprang into action. In less than 0.01 seconds, Beerus appeared behind the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, resting his right hand upon the Saiyon's shoulder. A potent sense of impending doom washed over Vegeta, leaving him speechless, as every cell in his body screamed in unison. You have performed admirably, Vegeta, but this is where your journey ends. With a wicked smile, Beerus unleashed a tremendous force downward. In the next instant, an overwhelming and terrifying force engulfed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. In but a fleeting moment, Vegeta's consciousness shattered, and his body fell uncontrollably toward the sea, crashing into the surface and sending towering waves soaring thousands of meters high. Having dealt with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, wore a subtle, enigmatic smile upon his face, his gaze shifting to Goku, who was aboard the cruise ship. Casually, he beckoned Goku with a flick of his finger, signaling him to approach. This guy, truly irksome. Goku felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. desperately suppressing the turmoil within as he soared toward the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 26. Son Wukong enters battle, surpassing the power of Super Saiyan 4. Before long, Son Wukong arrived before the god of destruction, Beerus, his spirit taut with anticipation, prepared for combat at any moment. Young one, answer me this. Are you aware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong blinked in bewilderment. He had never encountered such a title. He was familiar with the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet the notion of a Super Saiyan God seemed to evoke an ancient presence. It appears you are unaware, Beerus noted, his expression revealing no further interest in probing. Frustrated by the absence of the Super Saiyan God, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within him, prompting an immediate decision to obliterate the earth. If the Super Saiyan God is absent, then destruction is all that remains. As he spoke, the divine energy within him erupted like a torrent. An invisible aura of godly might descending, shrouding the earth once more in darkness. A veil of gloom enveloped Beerus, and the overwhelming force of the god of destruction swept across the realm, casting a shadow over the entire planet. All living beings on Earth halted their tasks in unison, their gazes drawn to the same ominous point. Though they could not perceive the divine power, their instincts warned them of the imminent danger lurking nearby. Son Wukong, closest to Beerus, felt the terrifying might of the god of destruction firsthand, deepening his understanding of such overwhelming strength. Is this the power of a god of destruction? It evokes an indescribable sensation. With a grave expression, he summoned the latent power within his bloodline. It is indeed hard to believe that a being such as you exists in this world. However, I shall not allow you to destroy the earth. With those words, Son Wukong activated the power within him. A golden aura surged, enveloping his entire form. In but an instant, he transformed from his normal state into the Super Saiyan 4th level. Unlike Vegeta's transformation, which was marked by tremendous upheaval, Son Wukong's change was remarkably serene, a testament to his mastery over power. He transcended the previous 3 forms and ascended directly into Super Saiyan 4. The might of Super Saiyan 4 met the destructive force of Beerus, resulting in a palpable tension that filled the air. The confrontation between Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Beerus signified the impending climax of their battle. This generation of Saiyans possesses quite a bit of spirit, unlike those cowards from planet Vegeta, who trembled in fear and lacked the will to resist. Your courage to oppose me is commendable, yet ultimately futile, Beerus stated, his demeanor unyielding and aloof. In comparison to Vegeta, you are indeed somewhat stronger, but that is all there is to it. You are indeed correct, God of Destruction. In the state of Super Saiyan 4th level, the difference in strength between Vegeta and myself is negligible. Upon hearing Beerus's assessment, Goku felt not fear, but rather an intensified desire to battle. How intriguing. Before me stands a mortal who not only feels no trepidation, but is also spurred to greater combativeness. I have existed for over 1 billion years, and you are the first mortal who does not fear me. Pray, reveal your name. The god of destruction, Beerus, took a keen interest in the Super Saiyan 4 Goku before him. I am Goku, a Saiyan with an insatiable thirst for battle. With that declaration, Goku clenched his fists, unleashing the power of his bloodline further, his aura soaring to new heights, his expression fierce as he shouted, "If the ordinary Super Saiyan 4th level cannot contend with you, then how about this?" A tremendous rumble reverberated through the cosmos. As Goku's aura reached a critical point, it surged once more. The explosive golden energy emanating from him was terrifying in both essence and magnitude. Even Beerus, who had lived for an unfathomable span of time, was momentarily taken aback by this overwhelming power. Interesting. To think a mere mortal could elevate their aura to such heights. You are far more intriguing than that Vegeta. And indeed, you have shown me the strength of your kind. A look of delight spread across Beerus's face, his smile growing more pronounced. This was the first time he felt such anticipation for a mortal's power. As the golden light dissipated, Goku's form became evident. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, his aura had undergone a monumental transformation. This is the Super Saiyan that transcends the 4th level. Come, God of Destruction. Goku's fierce gaze burned like a beacon, his wild Super Saiyan 4 physique brimming with explosive power. A Super Saiyan that surpasses the 4th level? Your Saiyan nomenclature is indeed convoluted. However, before the battle commences, allow me to offer a word of caution. Young one, the God of Destruction is fearsome. Beerus's deep voice carried a chilling undertone. On the deck of the luxurious cruise ship, the Z warriors exchanged glances. The Super Saiyan 4th level Vegeta was already formidable, and Goku should have been on par with him. Yet, To their astonishment, Goku's unleashed aura far surpassed that of Vegeta. Goku's energy had ascended to such extraordinary heights, it was almost unbelievable. Was this truly the aura emanating from a human? Tien was left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer force. Reflecting on the past, when he and Goku were fierce rivals, he now found himself left in the dust, the chasm between them having expanded beyond mere dimensions. Goku will surely prevail. With the power that transcends the fourth level, he will defeat that foe. Krillin enthusiastically rallied from the sidelines. In their hearts, Goku had always been the pillar of strength. Whenever he took action, there was no problem that could not be resolved. Son Gohan remained silent. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips conveyed his sentiments. Piccolo held his breath, centering his thoughts as he steadied his restless heart, attentively observing this climactic battle. Meanwhile, beneath the opulent cruise ship, Vegeta, having been cast into the sea by the god of destruction, Beerus, struggled to emerge from the depths. His gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as he watched the Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Beerus in the sky. Kakarot, have you once again outpaced me? Vegeta lamented, his voice weary. At this moment, his feelings were profoundly intricate. A year ago, he had perfectly mastered the Super Saiyan 3rd level, only to find Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to confront him. Now, having fully grasped the power of Super Saiyan 4th level, Goku unveiled a strength that transcended even that pinnacle. Chapter 27, The Goddess Bewilderment. Do you dare to bite me? Vegeta had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Following his disheartening defeat in his Ultra Instinct form, he found himself placing his hopes solely upon Goku, wishing that he could harness a power that transcends even that of Super Saiyan 4th stage to vanquish the god of destruction, Beerus, and safeguard his second home, Earth. The scene shifts back to the main battlefield. The tension between Ultra Instinct Goku and Beerus escalated, with both parties poised for combat. The atmosphere thick with anticipation of an imminent clash. I cannot discern his depth. Goku squinted slightly, silently contemplating. He needed to ascertain the extent of Beerus's strength personally. With a thunderous roar, Goku unleashed an eruption of electric energy, his aura radiating an intensity comparable to the sun's scorching heat. In an instant, he surged forward, propelling himself towards Beerus with an iron fist imbued with untold destructive force. Beerus, in a timely manner, crossed his arms to assume a defensive stance. A resounding bang echoed as Goku's fist collided with Beerus's forearms, showcasing the overwhelming might of Ultra Instinct. Even the formidable god of destruction was momentarily shaken by this terrifying force, propelling him backward like a cannonball at supersonic speed. Feeling the immense pressure on his arms and the faint sting of bone reverberating through him, Beerus's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Goku, emboldened by his initial success, pursued Beerus with greater velocity, delivering another unstoppable punch. Boom! The impact of this blow was even more catastrophic, rending the very fabric of space with its residual shockwave. Yet, such an assault was still insufficient to harm Beerus, the god of destruction. Anticipating Goku's trajectory, Beerus placed his hands against his forehead, effectively halting Goku's advance. Ha! Goku bellowed, unleashing a torrent of wild energy. His golden aura flared, amplifying his strength and relentlessly pushing Beerus back. In the blink of an eye, Goku's unleashed power forced Beerus to retreat several kilometers. Just as Goku prepared to strike again and decisively overpower Beerus, the god of destruction stood his ground, as immovable as a planet, impervious to Goku's exertions. Such formidable explosive power, you are far more intriguing than that scion named Vegeta. Provoked by the challenge, Beerus exerted his strength, instantly forcing Goku back. In the next moment, Beerus charged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Goku's face. Observing this, Goku slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Seizing the opportunity presented by Beerus's momentary vulnerability, he swiftly charged his fist and aimed a powerful punch at Beerus's visage. As the attack was about to succeed, a peculiar smile appeared on Beerus's face as his tail deftly ensnared the wrist of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. What? A wave of anxiety gripped Super Saiyan 4 Goku's heart, and instinctively he attempted to break free. However, the strength of Beerus's tail was formidable, rendering him unable to escape. I hope your body is sturdy enough, the god of destruction, Beerus remarked with a smug grin. He would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. With a slight exertion, he hoisted Super Saiyan 4 Goku into the air, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that struck with force, delivering powerful blows to Goku. The sound of impact echoed, bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Super Saiyan 4 Goku endured dozens, even hundreds of consecutive strikes from Beerus. Pooh! Goku spat out sour liquid. His robust Super Saiyan 4 physique bore the brutal onslaught of the god of destruction, leaving numerous ghastly imprints on his body. Thankfully, the protective nature of his Super Saiyan 4 form endowed him with extraordinary strength and far superior defenses compared to others of his caliber. Yet, the agony he felt nearly led him to question his existence. Is this what a god of destruction's fist feels like? My body feels as if it is about to shatter. No, I must break free. Gritting his teeth, Goku tensed every muscle, enhancing his defenses to mitigate the severity of his injuries. A remarkably sturdy physique, perfectly suited to be my punching bag. Beerus mocked while continuing his assault on Goku's body. However, his amusement soon faded. With a Herculean effort, Goku seized Beerus's tail, disregarding all semblance of dignity, and bit down hard. The sudden excruciating pain from his tail made Beerus question his existence. He had never anticipated that Goku would resort to such a tactic. Is this fellow akin to a dog? Has he no shame? Seizing the moment of Beerus's agony, Goku freed himself from the constriction of the tail and unleashed all his might, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the god of destruction. Boom! The forceful strike landed solidly on Beerus's chest. The impact sent a tremor through Beerus's being, as a wave of immense power overwhelmed him, causing his body to lose all control and vanish into the horizon. Gasping for breath, Super Saiyan 4 Goku let his arms fall to his sides, panting heavily. That last strike had taken every ounce of strength he possessed, allowing him to unleash a power that transcended limits upon Beerus. Even for a god of destruction, such a blow could not be taken lightly. It truly hurt. As he regained his composure, Goku lowered his gaze to the numerous bruises etched across his chest, emanating a scorching heat. It was evident how fierce Beerus's punches had been, as even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he had barely managed to withstand the onslaught. The Super Saiyan 4 Goku inhaled deeply and exhaled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, while soothing the pain coursing through his body. He positioned his right hand in a sword-like gesture against his forehead, swiftly extending his perception to envelop the globe, accurately pinpointing the essence of the god of destruction, Beerus. With a mere thought, he executed an instantaneous movement. In the frigid expanse, Beerus found himself propelled to the opposite side of Earth by the overwhelming physical might unleashed by Super Saiyan 4 Goku. At that moment, he was ensnared within a towering iceberg, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes as he contemplated the bite marks on his tail. What a most uncouth individual, Beerus remarked in a tone devoid of inflection. His calmness was so profound that it bordered on unsettling. Chapter 28. The Intense Battle. Confronting the Deity. This marks the ominous prelude to the eruption of the god of destruction, Beerus. Goku's audacious actions have ignited the ire of this formidable deity. Boom! In an instant, Beerus unleashed a divine pressure that obliterated the entire iceberg. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Goku arrived in this frigid realm through instantaneous movement. Once again, mortals and gods exchanged glances, both maintaining their composure amidst the peculiar atmosphere. I did not discern any injury from my full-force strike. Is this what a god of destruction truly is? An entity of terrifying might. Super Saiyan 4 Goku silently mused, instinctively on high alert. That previous strike, indeed powerful among mortals. A smirk gradually crept upon Beerus's lips, his haughty demeanor surfacing as he teased, "Alas, before me, it is but a trifle." Beerus was deliberately provoking Goku, eager to witness whether this Saiyan could provide him with a greater surprise. Without the Super Saiyan god, encountering someone who could amuse him was indeed a rare delight. Is my power so trivial? A fierce glint flashed in Super Saiyan 4 Goku's eyes as he seized the initiative, lunging toward Beerus with a determined kick aimed at the deity's jaw. Anticipating the assault, Beerus deftly retreated, skillfully evading while gathering his strength, then unleashed a powerful whip-like kick. Goku's battle instincts were fully awakened, and he swiftly erected a defense. Bang! The space reverberated violently. The force of the strike shattered the earth, distorting reality amidst the swirling snow. Super Saiyan 4 Goku struggled to withstand this blow, his arm trembling under the overwhelming power of the god of destruction. Such was the nature of a god of destruction. Even a casual strike bore the terrifying might to rend the very fabric of existence, instilling immense pressure upon him. As Goku blocked the attack, Beerus smiled slightly. And in the next moment, a torrential barrage of strikes ensued. Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Super Saiyan 4 Goku was subjected to a relentless onslaught of powerful blows. This time, Beerus showed no mercy, his speed and strength elevated to extraordinary levels, thoroughly overpowering Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Confronted with this fierce assault, Super Saiyan 4 Goku found himself under immense pressure, struggling to cope as his injuries accumulated. Blood surging within him, his power escalating. The clash of their forces generated a cataclysmic storm, sweeping through the icy expanse. Under Beerus's unyielding pursuit, Goku was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, the ice beneath his feet continuously caving in, the area of destruction expanding. Bang! Thud! Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Beerus locked fingers, their gazes fierce as they pressed their powers against one another, striving to overwhelm the other completely. Goku's expression twisted with ferocity. Golden light radiating from his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, his strength surging ever higher. In contrast, Beerus's playful smile deepened, and with a mocking tone, he inquired, "Is this truly the limit of your power? I observe that you bear no distinction from that Vegeta. Do not become too complacent." The overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4 Goku erupts, unleashing a tempestuous aura that temporarily repels the god of destruction, Beerus. Seizing the opportunity, the immense Saiyan energy within Super Saiyan 4 Goku is activated. Super Saiyan 4, fully unleashed, with hands clasped together in a lotus formation at his waist. His muscles writhe and swell, exuding an aura that expands like a storm in all directions. A deep crimson glow flickers in his palms as energy accumulates, being compressed time and again. This scene is witnessed by the god of destruction, Beerus. Such astonishing energy, yet regrettably, if its purity remains at this level, it is insufficient to sway a god of destruction. With a disdainful smile, Beerus slowly raises his right hand. His fingers curl, revealing the profound power of destruction. And in an instant, the world dims, darkness engulfs all, as if drawn into an abyss. The eerie and terrifying force of destruction expands at Beerus's command. Coalescing in his palm, a purple energy sphere materializes, visibly swelling at an alarming rate. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, and still growing. "So you are Goku? I hope you do not succumb to my destruction so easily." Beerus cackles menacingly, waving his hand as the colossal destructive energy sphere hurtles through space towards Goku at a terrifying speed. Although it is a purple energy orb, it radiates a fiery crimson light, flickering like a miniature sun, reminiscent of a meteor striking with unimaginable ferocity. What does it matter that you are a god? Do not presume that the strength of mortals is insignificant. Super Saiyan 4 Goku's expression shifts repeatedly, while the energy coalescing in his palm reaches its zenith. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. An unfathomably destructive deep crimson energy beam erupts from Goku's palm, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Its destructive might is immeasurable, a force capable of overturning worlds. The ultimate tenfold Kamehameha wave rends through space, roaring like a colossal dragon as it collides with Beerus's destructive energy sphere. Boom! The two unparalleled energies collide, and the resulting shockwave reverberates through the fabric of space, their radiance enveloping all. This is the battle between mortal and divine, a struggle of bloodline power against divine might. At the epicenter of their collision, space begins to fracture slightly, a seemingly inconspicuous black point greedily absorbing the two energies. The tenfold Kamehameha wave gradually dismantles the destructive power contained within the energy sphere. The destructive energy within the sphere, under the might of the tenfold Kamehameha wave, is slowly extinguished. For a moment, the two boundless energies remain at an impasse, unable to discern a victor. Has it truly been thwarted? Beerus exclaims in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that he did not hold back in this strike. Among the cosmos, only a handful can withstand such an assault. Even among the gods, few exist who could endure this blow, let alone a mere mortal. It suffices to demonstrate the formidable prowess of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, who, with mere mortal flesh, withstands the might of a god of destruction. This revelation piqued Beerus's curiosity, prompting him to ponder the limits of Goku's strength. While it is commendable to resist the destructive force of a deity, one must wonder how long such resilience can endure. With a mocking smile, Beerus emanated the profound energy of a god of destruction. The terrifying aura released from him coalesced into a sinister purple energy sphere, pulsating with ominous power. In the next moment, under Beerus's mental influence, this purple energy sphere merged seamlessly with the destructive energy orb. Chapter 29, Super Saiyan 4th Level, Limit Break. With the addition of this violet sphere of energy, the destructive energy orb underwent a profound transformation, emitting an eerie glow around it as the energy reached its ultimate elevation. The orb expanded continuously, its diameter increasing tenfold from 100 meters to 1,000. The situation shifted dramatically, tilting the scales of victory in Beerus' favor. The destructive energy orb evolved into a super destructive energy sphere, propelling the tenfold Kamehameha of Super Saiyan 4 Goku forward with great speed. The tenfold Kamehameha was pushed back, and Super Saiyan 4 Goku sensed the ominous shift. A tremendous pressure bore down upon him, causing the ice beneath his feet to fracture. This was dire. The energy of the tenfold Kamehameha was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. No matter how much energy Super Saiyan 4 Goku attempted to unleash, it was futile. Should he be struck by this meteor-sized super-destructive energy sphere, the consequences would be devastating. Merely relying on the ordinary Super Saiyan 4th level would not suffice. A greater power was essential. In the brief span of 0.5 seconds, the energy of the tenfold Kamehameha was completely obliterated, as the super-destructive energy sphere ruthlessly advanced, swiftly engulfing Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Witnessing this scene, the god of destruction, Beerus, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of inscrutability. To him, the outcome of this battle was already determined. It was indeed a pity that such a formidable warrior chose to oppose a god of destruction. Beerus felt a tinge of regret for Goku's demise, begrudgingly acknowledging the strength of a mere mortal who could evoke the thrill of battle within a deity. Even in death, there would be no regrets. Alas, a god is ultimately a god, far beyond the reach of mortals. He recalled the presence of other Saiyans on this planet, wondering if the Super Saiyan god might be among them. Beerus contemplated the existence of other Saiyans aboard the cruise ship. While they may not possess the prowess of Goku, perhaps the Super Saiyan god was hidden among them. With a thought, Beerus began to ascend, intent on returning to the previous location of the cruise ship. This battle had reached its conclusion. Unless a miracle occurred, no one could reverse the outcome. Yet, it is often in such moments that the most unimaginable events unfold. The advancing super-destructive energy sphere seemed to encounter an even more overwhelming force, halting its relentless progression. Where do you think you're going? Goku's resolute voice resonated once more. Perceiving the anomaly, Beerus raised an eyebrow in disbelief and turned around, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? You actually blocked it?" Within the super-destructive energy sphere, an ancient and formidable mortal power surged forth, rapidly ascending. His destructive energy visibly dissipated at an astonishing rate. The once massive super-destructive energy sphere, stretching a full kilometer, began to shrink, ultimately vanishing entirely as Goku dissolved it from within. In his original position, Sun Wukong stood resolutely, embodying the indomitable spirit of an undefeated warrior. Although he retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, his once pitch-black hair and pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson. A change in form? So this is your true power, the god of destruction? Beerus felt a surge of delight, only to suddenly sense something amiss, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Divine power. There was no mistaking it. The energy radiating from Sun Wukong at this moment was indeed divine, while the strength of a mortal predominated. It was undeniable that this young man possessed the power of a deity, and a remarkably potent one at that. Could it be? Beerus gradually steeled himself. If his intuition was correct, the Sun Wukong before him was the formidable rival foretold in his prophecies. The legendary Super Saiyan god. The true battle was just beginning. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his aura sweeping over him like a soaring dragon, heralding a momentous elevation in his energy. This form was known as Super Saiyan 4th level, limit break. Compared to the previous black-haired Super Saiyan 4th level, not only had his aura ascended, but the purity of his energy had undergone a monumental transformation. It was truly astonishing that a mere mortal could manifest divine power. From the very beginning, you should have unleashed this strength. The god of destruction, Beerus, felt a thrill of excitement. Although the Super Saiyan in his crimson-haired state before him was still inferior in strength, this power was sufficient to provide him with a worthy challenge. Aboard a luxurious cruise ship navigating the ocean surface, the Z-warriors were powerless to reach the battlefield. At this moment, the Angel Vados projected the real-time situation of the battlefield using her celestial staff. As they witnessed Sun Wukong being engulfed by a colossal destructive energy sphere, their hearts raced with trepidation. Yet, when Sun Wukong emerged in his new form, hope was rekindled. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Emerging from the depths of the sea, Vegeta gazed at the scene projected by the staff, his expression vacuous and his mind reeling from the immense shock. What was this new crimson-haired Super Saiyan 4th level? Damn you, Kakarot. How much have you concealed from me? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration and indignation. He believed he had caught up to Sun Wukong, unaware that he had merely glimpsed the latter's shadow. Yet, he would not yield. To do so would be to abandon his very essence as Vegeta. In the frigid expanse, Super Saiyan 4th level Sun Wukong faced off against the god of destruction, Beerus, once more. Neither spoke, their piercing gazes appraising one another. I never imagined you could be so formidable, god of destruction. This is the first time I have encountered such a powerful being. Sun Wukong grinned wickedly, his deep crimson eyes brimming with combativeness. Boy, you still have more hidden away, don't you? Beerus inquired with a glint of purple light in his eyes, his tone gravely serious. His keen intuition had detected something amiss. This form was not Sun Wukong's final transformation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled silently, refraining from providing a definitive answer. It seems you have acquiesced. However, it matters not, for this deity shall show no mercy this time. Since you are reluctant to unleash your full strength, I shall compel you to do so. As his words echoed, the divine power of destruction surged through Beerus. A purple radiance transformed into tangible flames that enveloped his entire being, the might of the god of destruction expanding at an astonishing rate. The terrifying pressure swelling like a tidal wave, exponentially more fearsome than before. Excellent. This is precisely what I have long desired. Sun Wukong smiled serenely, willingly unleashing his own power to counter Beerus. Chapter 30. Helplessness, the terrifying god of destruction. The formidable might of the god of destruction and the overwhelming power of the Ultra Instinct rapidly spread, enveloping the entire frozen wasteland in an instant. The earth trembled, and snowflakes danced in the air as the landscape was utterly transformed by their combined forces. Prepare to receive my attack. As energy surged to its zenith, a glimmer ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes, heralding the eruption of the Ultra Instinct's power. A vibrant crimson aura enveloped his form as he unleashed his full speed, hurtling towards the god of destruction, Beerus. Unfazed by Wukong's aggressive advance, Beerus summoned his own divine energy, a purple radiance enveloping him as they collided. Boom! The resounding roar reverberated throughout the frozen wasteland, overturning the very environment itself. Space collapsed, and the ground twisted under the relentless expansion of destructive energy, causing the temperature to rise precipitously. Ice melted into droplets, only to be vaporized by the searing heat. The frozen wasteland was visibly transforming into a desolate expanse. In the realm of battle, deep crimson and purple luminescence flourished as Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged in a renewed contest. Through their previous encounters, Wukong's combat instincts had been honed to perfection. He had shed the rigid conventions of his former fighting style, entrusting both offense and defense to his body's innate abilities. With instinctive attacks and defenses, devoid of conscious thought, his speed, strength, and decisiveness experienced a remarkable enhancement. At that moment, Beerus sensed the extraordinary change in Sun Wukong. How has this kid's speed suddenly escalated so dramatically? Has he mastered that technique? The god of destruction found himself increasingly astonished. To his eyes, Wukong's movements became swifter and more inscrutable, defying predictability. The flawless execution of both attack and defense convinced Beerus that Wukong had indeed approached that elusive realm, a domain inaccessible even to the gods. The secret technique of free-flowing ultimate skill. Foreseeing impending peril, Beerus summoned his strength, unleashing a force far surpassing his previous might, channeling his divine energy into a punch aimed squarely at Wukong's face. With his instincts developed to perfection, Wukong instinctively crossed his arms to form a defense. Bang! The power of that strike was utterly terrifying, shattering space and shaking the heavens. Sun Wukong, in his Ultra Instinct form with crimson hair, was sent flying over 1,000 meters. Massive imprints of Beerus's fist searing on his arms, radiating intense heat. Exhilarating. As the sharp pain coursed through his arms, Wukong's fighting spirit surged, his blood boiling with fervor. The Scion blood within him was ignited, and he relished every second of the battle. As a warrior race, his strength continued to escalate throughout this confrontation, rapidly advancing as he repeatedly pushed the boundaries of his limits. He sensed that if he continued to battle Beerus, he would shatter the long-standing barriers that had plagued him, stepping into an entirely new realm. Kid, who is your master? The assault was once again thwarted, and the god of destruction, Beerus, inquired with a grave demeanor. He sensed that Son Goku possessed boundless potential, with an incessant augmentation of power that was beginning to encroach upon his own realm. The fluidity with which Goku executed his movements in battle left Beerus unconvinced that such mastery was self-taught. Undoubtedly, there must be a mentor guiding him. My master? That is of no concern to you, god of destruction. During battle, one must focus entirely on the fight. If I were to entertain such distractions, I might indeed find a way to defeat you, god of destruction. Son Goku jested with a smirk, as the power within him surged like a torrential flood, emanating an aura potent enough to crush Upon closer examination, it became evident that, following their recent sparring session, Goku's divine energy had intensified. "I see. I have discerned your secret," Beerus remarked, his mood oscillating, having understood the reason behind Goku's transformation. As a warrior race, Scions are inherently designed for combat. The series of movements earlier were not a product of the Ultra Instinct, but rather actions instinctively perfected by the body when pushed to its utmost limits. "What are you muttering to yourself?" Tenfold Kamehameha. With fervor, Super Saiyan 4 Goku summoned every ounce of energy within him, unleashing a deep crimson beam of energy from his palms, infused with the power to reshape the world, aimed squarely at Beerus. As the seemingly inexhaustible tenfold Kamehameha approached, a wicked smile crept across Beerus's face, his expression darkening. With his will, destructive energy surged from him, and he spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Wrath of the God of Destruction." In the next instant, a cataclysmic wave of destruction erupted from Beerus's being, radiating in multiple directions, scattering across the frigid wasteland. The energy of the tenfold Kamehameha was neutralized by the unleashed destructive force, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the globe, sending fiery debris soaring into the stratosphere. Upon the conclusion of the explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, marking the site of devastation. The entire frigid landscape was obliterated, reduced to barren wasteland. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up sand and debris. In an instant, the towering mushroom cloud vanished. At the eye of the tempest, Beerus stood resolutely. Chest puffed out, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. As the mightiest god of destruction, his power was unfathomable. Even though Super Saiyan 4 Goku was formidable, to Beerus, he was merely that, formidable, but limited. "How dull, utterly uninteresting," Beerus lamented, shaking his head in disappointment, embodying a sense of loneliness at the pinnacle of power. He had already perceived the limits of Son Goku. Even if he could continue to surpass himself, what difference would it make? He had yet to even unleash half of his true strength. At that moment, Beerus had told Goku that he was utilizing 70% of his power, when in truth, it was hardly even 30%. He had deceived him. Observing the unscathed god of destruction, Beerus, Goku clenched his fists in silence, a profound sense of powerlessness blossoming within him. In comparison to his former self before his rebirth, he had grown immensely stronger. Even in the face of the Super One-Star Dragon, he could effortlessly vanquish it. Yet now, confronted by the god of destruction, Beerus, he found himself utterly at a loss, experiencing a sense of helplessness for the first time as a combat genius. Chapter 31. A Desperate Gamble, Super Dragon Fist. After much contemplation, a glimmer of resolve sparked in Sun Wukong's eyes as he made his decision. Given my current strength, energy-based techniques are utterly ineffective against him. I must devise an alternative strategy. This fellow's martial prowess is remarkably formidable, perhaps even surpassing my own. To secure victory, I can rely only on that one technique. I hope it succeeds. Reinvigorated, Sun Wukong leaned slightly forward, crimson energy swirling around him as the power of his bloodline, ignited by his will, endowed him with formidable strength once more. His aura surged, the storm intensifying, as darkness cloaked the sky, with Sun Wukong emerging as the sole beacon of light amidst the shadows. An astonishing intensity radiated from him, "Yet your limits are reached here," Beerus remarked, his expression unyielding, disappointment etched across his features. To him, Sun Wukong's combat techniques remained consistent. Despite their increasing potency, they could not unsettle a god of destruction. As a deity representing the apex of the universe, Beerus deemed energy-based techniques entirely ineffectual against him. In his eyes, Sun Wukong's defeat was merely a matter of time. Mortal techniques could never triumph over divine power. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, the god of destruction Beerus sensed an unsettling shift, his brow furrowing in alarm. Roar! In the darkened realm, the thunderous roar of a mighty dragon echoed. A colossal golden dragon emerged from the shadows, its size so immense that it seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, filling the frigid expanse as if it were incapable of containing such grandeur. Radiant golden light illuminated the darkness, dispersing the ominous clouds above and breathing life back into the world. With a dazzling, shimmering form and a fearsome visage, this golden dragon appeared as an uncontrollable ancient beast to others. Yet, it coiled tenderly around Sun Wukong, akin to a docile pet, voraciously siphoning his energy to bolster its own power. What is this creature? Energy transformed into a sentient beast. The god of destruction, Beerus, trembled with trepidation, his countenance shifting dramatically, for he, the god of destruction, perceived a hint of threat emanating from the infinite golden dragon. To evoke a sense of peril in a deity such as himself is an unfathomable notion. This signified that Sun Wukong was drawing perilously close to his level. If granted a moment longer to evolve, he might genuinely ascend to a stature comparable to his own. Dragon Fist. Unleash. Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing a soul-stirring roar. His form melded with the dragon, irrevocably becoming a part of it. As Sun Wukong integrated himself, the dragon's might enveloped the realm, its golden body rapidly expanding into a creature stretching thousands of miles. Roar! The dragon's cry reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. Wherever the dragon's might traversed, space shattered, and the earth quaked. Were it not for the presence of the angel Vados stationed on this planet, the sheer terror of the dragon's might would suffice to fracture the entire globe. I never anticipated that this beast could wield such power. Just a single roar could disrupt my very essence. The destroyer god, Beerus, exhibited an expression of unrestrained joy, summoning every ounce of his focus. Even the other destroyer gods from different universes had never exerted such pressure upon him. In the next moment, a roaring golden dragon burst through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Beerus with a terrifying velocity. Merely a beast conjured from energy, yet it dared to challenge the destroyer god. Destruction. Beerus raised his right hand, an infinite power of destruction surging within him. As the profound energy of a destroyer manifested in his palm, directed at the approaching golden dragon. The clash of destructive energy and the golden dragon erupted with a thunderous roar, upheaving the desolate land within a radius of several kilometers. The fabric of space fractured as the might of the dragon met the overwhelming force of Beerus, both forces evenly matched. The ensuing pressure radiated globally, plunging Earth into unprecedented turmoil. Upon a luxurious cruise ship traversing the sea, Sun Wukong's companions and friends keenly observed the battlefield through a staff projection, their faces reflecting sheer terror. In this moment, Sun Wukong had ascended to a realm of power beyond their comprehension, yet even with such might, he still struggled to overcome the destroyer god, Beerus. "You must win, Wukong," exclaimed Chi-Chi, her heart echoing her deepest fears for his safety. With Chi-Chi's prior concerns setting the tone, the voices of many Z fighters resonated in unison. Krillin expressed, "Though I know you cannot hear me, I implore you, please save this planet once more, Wukong." Tien Shinhan lamented, "Unknowingly, the chasm between us has widened so greatly. I feel ashamed to be of no assistance, but once again, I rely on you, Wukong." Goten declared, "Dad, divine power is nothing extraordinary. You will surely prevail." Bulma encouraged, "Come on, Sun Wukong." Trunks added, "Uncle Wukong." This successive chain reaction compelled everyone to voice their sentiments. For a long time, they had viewed Sun Wukong as the man capable of miracles, the very pillar of their hopes. As long as they believed in him, miracles were destined to unfold. Observing this scene, Vegeta, Wukong's rival, felt a pang of discomfort within. He recognized that another distance had emerged between him and Sun Wukong, but this time, his primary concern was for Wukong's safety. No, that guy, Beerus, hasn't he even unleashed his full potential, yet Kakarot is bound to lose. As the first to confront Beerus, Vegeta understood the terror of the destroyer, reluctantly acknowledging the harsh truth that Beerus was indeed formidable, so much so that victory seemed unattainable. He was engulfed by feelings of hatred. He loathed his own weakness, resenting the fact that, in such a dire moment, he, as the Prince of Science, could offer no aid. Meanwhile, the angel, Whis, observed the projections emanating from the staff, pausing his meal, as a profound glint flickered in his deep-set eyes. To be honest, he never anticipated that Sun Wukong could evolve to such an extent. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, was personally trained by him, and he was well aware of his formidable strength. In the vast expanse of the 12 universes, there are scarcely any deities capable of vanquishing Beerus, even among his fellow gods of destruction. Now, Sun Wukong's unleashed power is so formidable that it could rival even some of the weaker gods of destruction. It seems that Lord Beerus is thoroughly enjoying himself, for indeed, the strength of mortals is quite remarkable. Whis, with a serene smile, having seen through it all, continues to savor his delightful cuisine with tranquil composure. Chapter 32, Rebirth Amidst Destruction. Ultra Instinct God. The scene transitions back to the battlefield, where the confrontation between the Golden Dragon and the God of Destruction, Beerus, intensifies. Under the overwhelming force of destruction, no matter how fiercely the Golden Dragon erupts, it cannot advance even an inch. To alter the current stalemate, the first step is to break through Beerus's destruction. Yet, this is fundamentally an impossible task. Not only humans, but even other gods of destruction from different universes would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome Beerus's might. Son Goku, now merged with the Golden Dragon, acutely senses the terrifying power of the god of destruction. Give up, child. Mortals are destined to lose against deities, Beerus states coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazes at the Golden Dragon, fully aware that Goku can hear him. At this moment, Goku, infused within the Golden Dragon, exhausts every ounce of his strength, his teeth clenched in fury upon hearing Beerus's taunts. Is it worth sacrificing your life for a mere planet? Beerus inquires. This statement strikes a deep chord within Goku's heart. A mere planet. This is his everything. As long as he can protect this world, he is willing to give all. In his previous life, he could not safeguard Earth despite his utmost efforts. Now, having been granted a second chance, he vows not to repeat his past failures. Shut up. Goku roars with every fiber of his being. The dragon thrashes violently, its golden radiance surging, and the force of its impact continues to escalate, altering the dynamics of the battlefield. You can still enhance your power. Excellent. Sensing the increasing pressure in his hands, Beerus's expression contorts into a grimace as his divine power intensifies, aiming to suppress the Golden Dragon. Just as Beerus anticipated that Goku would succumb to his might once more, the outcome defied his expectations. Roar. The Golden Dragon unleashes a mighty roar, imbued with an unfathomable dragon's wrath, symbolizing Goku's inner defiance and rage. What? Sensing impending doom, Beerus prepares to amplify his strength to subdue Goku. However, he soon realizes that no matter how much power he exerts, he cannot fully suppress the Golden Dragon. Crack. Boom. The divine energy in his grasp shatters, a moment that Beerus will never forget. What? A sense of foreboding washes over Beerus as he swiftly crosses his arms in front of his chest in a defensive posture. Yet, how could Goku permit him the opportunity to defend? The Golden Dragon surges forward, crashing violently into Beerus's chest, the terrifying force radiating through his entire being. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Dragon propels Beerus's body upward at an alarming speed. Stop this at once. Beerus, enveloped in a terrifying aura of divine energy, attempts to forcibly halt the advancing dragon. As the divine power is unleashed, the exterior of the Golden Dragon is ravaged, revealing the form of Super Saiyan God Goku within, with his vibrant red hair on display. At this moment, the Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Goku pressed his fist firmly against Beerus's chest, unleashing a relentless surge of power that propelled Beerus into the depths of the cosmos. I command you to stop. Do you hear me? As the pain in his chest intensified, Beerus, filled with fury, launched a powerful strike that struck Goku squarely in the face. Despite enduring the devastating force, Goku had no intention of halting his assault. God of destruction, do not underestimate humanity. With unwavering determination, Goku shouted, embodying a spirit prepared to face death itself. In response to his battle cry, the power of Ultra Super Saiyan surged once more, amplifying the might of his Dragon Fist, a force so formidable that it sent Beerus hurtling further into the cosmos. Relentlessly pushing onward, Beerus, gritting his teeth, locked eyes with Goku in a fierce glare. Destruction energy surged from his being along Goku's arm, enveloping him entirely. How much longer can you endure, kid? Beerus remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Yet, Goku remained unfazed. His will had transcended the limitations of his physical form. Even as his body suffered under the onslaught of the god of destruction's power, he remained indifferent. His relentless spirit broke free from the confines of his flesh, elevating his soul and essence to new heights. From the areas eroded by the destructive energy, a faint pink aura began to emerge. This novel energy gradually disintegrated the destructive force that enveloped him. Observing this phenomenon, Beerus's smile abruptly vanished, and his pupils constricted in shock. Under his astonished gaze, Goku's form underwent yet another transformation. The vibrant red of his hair was tinged with an extraordinary pink hue, a manifestation of divine power. Super Saiyan. God! Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. He never anticipated that the birth of the Super Saiyan God would be catalyzed by his own actions. While his destructive energy ravaged Goku's physical form, it inadvertently opened the door to a new realm, fully awakening the divine power within Goku, allowing him to be reborn and transform into a deity. This was not merely any Super Saiyan God. It represented the metamorphosis of the Saiyan bloodline into a divine being, the state of Super Saiyan 4th level God, or Ultra 4 God. Yet, Goku remained unaware of the profound transformation taking place within him. His sole focus was on defeating Beerus. Haya, transformed into a god. Goku unleashed his full power, relentlessly pushing forward, bringing Beerus to the edge of the northern galaxy, crashing into a colossal star. The instant they collided with the star's surface, the entire exterior collapsed, imploding inward, heading towards destruction. The shattered planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The colossal star detonated, igniting a spectacular display of fireworks against the backdrop of the inky black universe. This scene, resplendent and magnificent, radiated with the brilliance of annihilation. The shockwaves expanded, consuming everything in their path and drawing innumerable celestial bodies into the abyss of destruction. Simultaneously, this scene was observed by the deities residing in the cosmos. In the underworld, on the North King star, the North King, as the overseer of the northern galaxy, could perceive every occurrence within its realms at any given moment. He witnessed, with unwavering clarity, the fierce battle between the god of destruction, Beerus, and his disciple, Son Goku. The explosive force engulfed both Beerus and Goku, plunging the North King into a chilling abyss of despair. "Goku! Oh, Goku!" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with disorientation. Truth be told, witnessing his disciple's growth to such heights, transforming into a deity, filled the mentor with immense pride. Yet, if this path of empowerment were to cost his disciple's life, he would rather forego Goku's ascension altogether. Chapter 33. The battle is far from over. It has only just begun. Yet now, circumstances have shifted, and the King of the North is rendered powerless. He can only pray that Sun Wukong did not perish in that terrifying explosion. He also hopes that the god of destruction, Beerus, after vanquishing Sun Wukong, might spare his life and refrain from annihilating his disciple. In the realm of the Kaishin, as the only deity of equal standing to the god of destruction, the awakening of Beerus amidst such cataclysmic events within the universe cannot be ignored. The deities, Jebet and the elder Kaishin, observe the unfolding situation below, rendered speechless by the shock. The might of Sun Wukong and the terror of the god of destruction have unequivocally shattered their previous understanding. He has succeeded. Wukong has ascended to divinity. Great ancestor, do you believe that Wukong can triumph over the god of destruction, Beerus? Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Jebet turns to the elder Kaishin in inquiry. A heavy sigh escapes the elder Kaishin, seemingly aging him decades. As a Kaishin from 15 generations past, he comprehends the true horror of Beerus more than anyone else. While the current Sun Wukong is indeed formidable, his strength remains insufficient to rival the seasoned god of destruction, Beerus. Truthfully, when Sun Wukong managed to suppress Beerus to this extent, it brought him a semblance of joy. At the very least, Wukong has not disappointed his expectations. He has truly become a warrior capable of contending with the god of destruction, granting him a moment of relief. However, such a degree of power is still inadequate to defeat Beerus. Now, he can only hope that after Beerus claims victory in this battle, he will grant Sun Wukong his life. Could it be that even the current Wukong cannot overcome him? This is a jest, isn't it? Jebet's eyes tremble violently, unable to fathom the true strength of Beerus. It seems that no matter how powerful the adversary, the might he displays is invariably superior. Young one, there is much you must learn. First and foremost, understand this. Never compare any formidable existence to the god of destruction, for you will ultimately discover that in this world, no one can surpass him. Reflect carefully. Since the dawn of the universe, the reason why the god of destruction has remained at the pinnacle is that countless challengers have emerged during this vast expanse of time. Do you believe that no one has dared to challenge him? I tell you, many a powerful being has attempted, many stronger than Sun Wukong. Yet they all met their demise at the hands of the god of destruction. The elder Kaishin, with a surge of emotion, lays bare all he knows, his exhaustion evident, revealing the depth of his despair. The defeat of Sun Wukong seems to be a foregone conclusion. On Earth, aboard a luxurious cruise ship, the onlookers gaze at the images projected from the scepter, each silenced, their hearts lodged in their throats. That terrifying explosion has consumed both the god of destruction, Beerus, and Sun Wukong. Could it be that they have both perished? The presence of Goku is utterly imperceptible. It has completely vanished. Master Roshi was the first to break the silence that enveloped them. Father. Gohan gazed into the sky, his heartbeat quickening, his emotions becoming increasingly agitated. He had steadfastly believed that his father would perform a miracle. He could not accept the notion that Goku was dead. Yet now, the reality lay before him. And even one as formidable as he could not sense Goku's aura. The absence was profound, not a trace remained. Could it be that Goku truly? At this moment, Krillin felt an urge to act, but his clenched fists relaxed once more. What could he possibly do? He was merely a feeble earthling, a being of little significance, easily crushed by the aftermath of battle. The warriors present continued to reach out with their senses, searching for Goku's energy. Yet, no matter how they strained their perceptions, Goku's aura eluded them, as though he had evaporated from existence. Are you truly dead, Kakarot? Vegeta stood at the edge of the cruiser, scanning the heavens, desperately attempting to locate Goku's energy. His instincts told him that Goku had not perished. The residual power from the battle was insufficient to claim his life. However, if he were alive, given his strength, he should be able to sense Goku's presence from any distance. Why then had Goku's aura suddenly vanished? Rest assured, that explosion was not enough to end the lives of Goku and Lord Beerus. At that moment, Whis, having finished his meal, dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and stepped forward to elucidate. As he spoke, the eyes of everyone present turned toward him, hoping for a reasonable explanation. The reason you cannot perceive Goku's aura is that you are still mortals. In his battle with Lord Beerus, Goku transcended both body and spirit, ascending to a divine state. Without reaching the realm of the divine, one cannot sense divine power. Whis smiled gently, offering his insight without reservation. Upon his revelation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. It was not that Goku was dead and thus undetectable. Rather, he had transformed into a being akin to a deity, and their mortal limits rendered them incapable of sensing him. Nevertheless, doubts lingered among them. After all, this enigmatic man was allied with the god of destruction, Beerus. He speaks the truth, Piccolo interjected suddenly. Having once been a half-god and now a deity, Piccolo possessed an innate awareness of divine power. Whis was not lying. In the depths of his being, he sensed the unfathomable divine strength of Goku. Furthermore, a being of such formidable power had no need to deceive them. Just watch. The answers will reveal themselves. At that moment, Vegeta interjected. In the cosmos, at the edge of the northern galaxy, the remnants of the explosion from the colossal star had dissipated entirely. Countless planetary fragments and meteor debris scattered throughout the expanse of space. In the realm of the cosmos, Son Goku, in his ultra-instinct state, stands face to face with the god of destruction, Beerus, both positioned a mere 100 meters apart, gazing intently at one another. The current incarnation of Son Goku is a far cry from his former self. Empowered by the divine energy of the god of destruction, he has shattered the confines of potentiality, transcending his own limits to ascend into the realm of Super Saiyan fourth form, the divine state. With the formidable might of divinity at his disposal, not only has his strength been magnified, but the very essence of his existence has also been elevated. He now possesses the capability to endure within the vastness of the universe. As he rises to higher dimensions, his perspective broadens, unveiling an ever-expanding understanding of the power of the god of destruction. Chapter 34, An Active Proposal, Integration. What a terrifying existence. Even when I unleashed the dragon fist, it hardly inflicted substantial harm upon you. Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. That strike transcended my limits, capable of delivering devastating blows to foes, potentially even annihilating them outright. Yet, the might of the god of destruction is far beyond what a single dragon fist can vanquish. Nevertheless, even without defeating Lord Beerus, the god of destruction is not unscathed. His divine attire was torn asunder by the overwhelming force of the dragon fist, leaving indelible marks upon his robust physique. A ghastly scar marred Beerus's chest, a constant reminder of his injury. But that is not the gravest concern. The most significant issue is that his clothing is ruined. This attire is no ordinary garment. It was bestowed upon him by the Omni King, a divine robe unmatched in fortitude across the universe. Yet now, it lies in tatters, a testament to the terrifying lethality of the dragon fist. It has been an eternity since I have engaged in such activity, Beerus mused with immense satisfaction. After countless eons, only the god of destruction from the neighboring universe could provide him with some diversion. No one else could match him in play. Now, with Sun Wukong's emergence, a spark of amusement has ignited in his otherwise tedious existence. Young man, I must admit, that strike was quite remarkable. It is the first time in history that a mortal has wounded me, Beerus said, gazing down at the scar upon his chest and the ruined divine robe. Showering Sun Wukong with praise. It is no exaggeration to declare that such a blow could slay a god. If it were a god of destruction ranked at the bottom tier, they might very well perish at your hands. Yet, alas, I am Beerus, the foremost among the 12 gods of destruction. Unfazed by his own appearance, Beerus moved his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he did so. His gaze flickered between moods as he scrutinized Sun Wukong, his deep-set eyes shimmering with intensity. Who would have thought that the Super Saiyan god, who fought me to a standstill in prophetic dreams, was created by my own hands? Your arrival validates the prophecy's truth, Yet there remains an aspect for me to assess. Let me see if you are indeed the destined rival of this god. A glimmer of madness flashed in the depths of Beerus's eyes. In the next moment, a more terrifying godly power surged forth from his being, an overwhelming divine pressure swiftly expanding to envelop countless star systems. In that instant, Beerus revealed the true form of a god of destruction, every movement imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. With but a thought, he could evaporate innumerable planets. Sensing the amplified terror of Beerus's divine might, Sun Wukong wore a bitter smile. In terms of divine authority, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. Young man, you compelled me to employ approximately 70% of my strength earlier. Now, I shall unleash 80% to contend with you. Tell me, do you still possess the courage to face me? With a chilling smirk, Beerus displayed an even more formidable aura of destruction. An indescribable weight of oppressive pressure enveloped Son Goku entirely. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, he felt an overwhelming magnitude of stress, as if he were bearing the weight of an enormous star, rendering him breathless. Is this merely 80% of your power? Son Goku mused thoughtfully, his deep-set eyes reflecting Beerus's current stance. He realized that defeating Beerus seemed implausible. Yet, there was one who could surely triumph. Are you frightened? Whatever happened to that indomitable spirit you just displayed? If you surrender now, I shall be quite disappointed, Super Saiyan God. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. Should Son Goku succumb to fear and refrain from battling him, he would be left with no choice but to obliterate the entire Earth. I won't play anymore. As Son Goku spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted in a confident smile, radiating self-assuredness. Beerus, I must concede that you are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. I acknowledge my inferiority to you. Therefore, I shall introduce a different opponent, one who can utterly defeat you. Upon finishing his words, Son Goku formed his right hand into a sword-like gesture, swiftly locking onto Earth's location with his mind. In an instant, he executed a teleportation technique, disappearing from sight. Hey, what do you mean by that? Beerus sensed something amiss and was about to strike at Son Goku when, with a resounding whoosh, the space around him rippled, and Son Goku vanished before his very eyes. You, bastard. After a moment of shock, Beerus regained his composure, his anger swelling, wishing he could annihilate Son Goku on the spot. On Earth, among the Z Warriors. The Z Warriors were still observing the battle in the cosmos through their staff. Suddenly, Son Goku materialized before them. Goku, Krillin exclaimed. I can't sense any of your energy. Have you truly become a deity? Tien Shinhan questioned, astonished. Goku, why have you returned so abruptly? Yamcha added, his expression one of confusion and delight at Goku's sudden appearance. As Son Goku hurried back, he had little time to explain, swiftly maneuvering past his companions and approaching Vegeta. Upon noticing Goku's approach, Vegeta paused momentarily and asked, What is it, Kakarot? I need your assistance, Vegeta. Fuse with me. My power alone is insufficient to conquer him. Only through the union of our strengths do we stand a chance of victory. Son Goku addressed him earnestly, his demeanor serious. What did you say? You want me to fuse with you? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Son Goku would propose such a union. This suggestion did not go unheard by the other Z warriors as well. They were also quite curious about what kind of warrior would emerge from the fated clash between Son Wukong and Vegeta. Two formidable Super Saiyans of the fourth transformation united in fusion. The enhancement in power from such a fusion was evident to all, with Gotenks serving as a prime example. Two youngsters, who had yet to master even the second stage of Super Saiyan, effortlessly ascended to the third stage post-fusion. Impossible. You might as well stop dreaming, Kakarot. I would rather perish at the hands of that fiend Beerus than ever consider fusing with you. Vegeta resolutely declined, his resolve unwavering. To be honest, he too was intrigued by the prospect of what kind of warrior he would become when fused with Son Wukong. However, the mere thought of the embarrassing actions required during the fusion made his face flush with shame, filling him with overwhelming embarrassment. Chapter 35, The Tremor of Worlds. The Spirit Beyond Dimensions. Vegeta's resolute refusal left Goku in a state of perplexity. He vividly recalled the furious expression on Lord Beerus's face as he departed. Soon, the god of destruction would pursue him to Earth. If that were to happen, it was uncertain whether they could even preserve the planet, let alone contemplate fusion. Vegeta, at this juncture, what are you still grappling with? Do you wish to witness your youthful and beautiful wife perish on her 38th birthday? At this moment, unable to contain her frustration any longer, Bulma marched up to Vegeta and unleashed a tirade upon him. The others, upon hearing Bulma inadvertently reveal her age, suddenly realized the significance of the day. Indeed, it was Bulma's 38th birthday. Yet, upon reflection, something felt amiss. She was undoubtedly older than 38. However, such details were trivial when the urgent matter at hand was the salvation of Earth. I. Facing Bulma's direct confrontation, Vegeta's face twitched in exasperation. Though he outwardly appeared indifferent, the existence of his family, Bulma and Trunks, had become everything to him. Caught between dignity and family, Vegeta found himself in turmoil. Vegeta. Disappointment flickered in Bulma's eyes. Once again struck with powerful emotion, Vegeta's mental defenses crumbled, and with a reluctant expression, he begrudgingly conceded. Fine. I agree to fuse with Kakarot. Will that suffice? Having successfully persuaded Vegeta, a glimmer of hope illuminated Bulma's eyes, and she joyfully exclaimed, Then I entrust this to you, Vegeta, Goku. Humph. Only this once. Vegeta scoffed, his resolve unwavering. Only his family could compel the proud prince to set aside his dignity and fuse with Goku. That's all that matters. Vegeta. With the objective achieved, Goku breathed a sigh of relief, smiling contentedly. Truth be told, he had felt quite anxious at the prospect of Vegeta refusing. With his current strength, even if he were 10 times stronger, he could never hope to confront Lord Beerus. However, Gogeta was different, as long as they could successfully fuse. The emergence of Gogeta would guarantee their victory. Soon, Goku's gaze shifted to Goten and Trunks, and he urgently called out, You two, demonstrate the fusion at once. Yes. X2 upon hearing the command, Goten and Trunks dashed toward Goku and Vegeta. Fusion. The two approached with a remarkably graceful dance, their index fingers colliding in a perfect union, leading to a flawless fusion. Whoosh. The space around them shifted, a brilliant white light enveloping Trunks and Goten. As the radiance faded, Goten and Trunks had vanished, replaced by a warrior clad in a vest, his face radiating confidence. Gotenks. Behold the arrival of Lord Gotenks. The fusion warrior, Gotenks, stood confidently with his hands on his hips, flashing an unyielding smile. Beside him, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing their fusion dance, his expression contorted with embarrassment, an overwhelming sense of shame flooding his being. I, Vegeta, must perform such a humiliating act. How utterly ridiculous. His face flushed crimson at the thought of executing such an emotive dance, igniting a deep blush. Yet, he meticulously committed the fusion steps to memory, for the fate of Earth hinged upon their success, leaving no room for error. Curse it. Let us fuse already, Kakarot. Vegeta, unable to bear the absurdity any longer, yearned to hasten the conclusion of this farce. As the latent power coursed through his veins, the formidable Saiyan energy surged around him. With the activation of his bloodline power, Vegeta ascended once more into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. At that moment, Goku suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression turning grave as he gazed skyward. Within his consciousness, the formidable aura of the god of destruction, Beerus, approached Earth with alarming swiftness. There's no time left, Goku uttered gravely. Hearing this, Vegeta felt a pang of confusion, yet his instincts soon relayed an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. With a swift motion, a violet radiance pierced through the void, descending upon the cruise ship at a terrifying velocity. Who else could it be but the god of destruction, Beerus? Upon his arrival, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread, as all present displayed expressions of sheer terror. Why must he arrive at this very moment? It seems I've arrived just in time, Beerus remarked, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as his teasing gaze swept across the gathered crowd, ultimately resting on Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 god form and Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 black-haired state. You boy, mentioned bringing forth a being stronger than yourself to confront me, did you not? I grant you this opportunity, though it is not without a price. Should that individual prove insufficiently powerful, the annihilation of this planet shall be the consequence of your evasion from combat with me. Beerus's deep voice resonated with an overwhelming divine authority, echoing within the hearts of all present. You mustn't regret this. There's still hope, Goku replied with an excited grin. As long as we can fuse into Vegeto, defeating the god of destruction, Beerus, will be well within our grasp. Regret? You seem to overestimate yourself. Even now, as you have transformed into a deity, you remain far from my equal in my eyes. Unleash whatever techniques you possess. I shall ensure you are rendered incapable of rising again. As the god of destruction, Beerus held firm to his pride. No matter how potent the might of mortals, it could never surpass his own. Let it be so, Goku murmured earnestly, shifting his gaze to Vegeta. In a moment of mutual understanding, Vegeta nodded at Goku, creating distance between them as they prepared for the impending confrontation. Sun Wukong then relinquished his Super Saiyan 4th stage, God state. Reverting to his usual black-haired Super Saiyan 4th stage. The two maintained a delicate balance of their energies. Any minor miscalculation could result in the failure of their fusion. Sun Wukong declared, "Fusion." To which Vegeta responded, "Fusion." In that instant, the two swiftly drew together in identical stances, their index fingers meeting in a perfect fusion. With a resounding explosion, an immense golden aura surged skyward, piercing the earth and reaching into the vast cosmos. This magnificent energy continued to expand, seemingly limitless, pushing the boundaries of this world. The unimaginable power, accompanied by a terrifying velocity, enveloped the entire universe, even shattering the barriers between dimensions, transmitting its essence into other realms. Chapter 36, The Mightiest Mortal Versus. The Supreme God of Destruction. In the current 7th universe, two of the most formidable Saiyans, fated adversaries, are destined to clash. Their fusion is extraordinary, intertwining body and soul, as the power of their bloodline undergoes a sublime transformation. The overwhelming aura, expanding to its limits, transcends dimensions and reaches realms beyond the known world. Even Whis, an angelic being, cannot help but glance sideways upon sensing the intensity of this energy. This is merely the power of a mortal. Never before has such an extraordinary force emanated from a mortal since the inception of the universe. To call it a power that surpasses the divine would be no exaggeration. It seems that Lord Beerus has encountered a formidable challenge. Whis' expression grows solemn. Although the fusion of Goku and Vegeta has yet to fully materialize, the mere presence of this warrior signifies the emergence of a being capable of rivaling, and perhaps even surpassing, a god of destruction. At this moment, Beerus, the god of destruction, reveals a hint of trepidation in his gaze. With narrowed eyes and a serious demeanor, he experiences a profound sense of threat for the first time in countless eons. His instincts warn him that this warrior possesses a power equal to his own. The Z fighters aboard the cruise ship gaze in awe at the radiant pillar of energy that embodies hope. As the golden light piercing through dimensions dissipates, a new warrior, clad in a vest and bearing the features of both Goku and Vegeta, descends upon the world. With long, deep crimson hair cascading down to his waist and a physique brimming with explosive strength, he embodies a formidable power that even the gods would fear. He is none other than the Super 4 Gogeta, hailed as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions. As his eyes open, Gogeta's blue and gold irises lock onto Beerus. A confident, almost sinister smile gracing his lips, exuding an assurance that he can vanquish any foe. Apologies for the wait, God of Destruction, our battle can now commence. With a nonchalant smile, Gogeta's dual demonic resonance penetrates the very souls of all present. In the next moment, his gaze sharpens, unleashing an intensely wild and terrifying aura that surges toward Beerus. Boom! The ferocious energy pierces through Beerus' form, causing the sea to tremble, the world to shake, and the fabric of space to distort. Is this truly the aura emanating from a mortal? Feeling the sheer terror of this presence, Beerus' pupils constrict, and beads of cold sweat form on his brow. This is a force potent enough to shake a god across the 12 universes. It is unlikely that any entity could rival it. Meanwhile, the Z fighters aboard the cruise ship are left in stunned silence, utterly awestruck. Though they cannot perceive divine power, the strength radiating from Super 4 Gogeta is undeniably palpable. Upon careful reflection, they feel as though they have stepped into another dimension, profoundly aware of their own insignificance. The wild and striking demeanor of Super Saiyan 4 Goku ignited a subtle blush on Chi-Chi and Bulma's cheeks, momentarily rendering them enamored. What transpired? Even the formidable god of destruction displays such flustered expressions? It appears that my power has ascended to a level that instills fear even within the divine. Super Saiyan 4 Goku surveyed Beerus with a teasing smile. Upon hearing Goku's provocation, the god of destruction, Beerus, remained silent, slowly levitating into the air, arms outstretched, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. In that instant, silence enveloped the world, shrouded in darkness, as a profound sense of dread and unease surged within all but Goku. Beerus was cloaked in the purple light of destruction, revealing the true essence of a god of destruction. Such terrifying power. Goku gazed at Beerus hovering above, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. As Beerus' power reached a certain pinnacle, he ceased its escalation and provocatively beckoned Goku with a flick of his finger. Naturally, Super Saiyan 4 Goku would not relent. He surged forward, arriving before Beerus in the blink of an eye. His powerful fist, imbued with boundless destructive force, struck with a thunderous impact. In response, Beerus unleashed his own fist, concentrated with infinite destructive energy. Boom! A vast white light erupted at the moment their fists collided. The space within a radius of several miles shattered violently, the ensuing waves of destruction expanding at an astonishing speed. Just as the cruise ship seemed destined to be engulfed by the aftermath, the angel Vados intervened. With a gentle touch of her staff upon the deck of the ship, a mysterious angelic power expanded, enveloping the earth at the instant the force threatened to obliterate it, silently neutralizing the cataclysmic waves. Amidst the white brilliance, two streams of deep red and deep purple traversed the void with unimaginable speed, colliding fiercely. These two streams represented Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the god of destruction Beerus. "Go, Dad! Defeat that god of destruction!" Gotenks shouted fervently, his eyes fixed on the exhilarating battle above. Others aboard the cruise ship silently prayed for victory in this final confrontation. In the lofty heights, the clash between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Beerus had only just commenced. As the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Goku had perfectly amalgamated the strengths of both warriors, achieving a new pinnacle of self. The Turtle School's martial arts blended seamlessly with the prince's techniques, resulting in an unpredictable combat style, each move concealing a palpable threat. Most importantly, his mental control over his physical form had reached a near-perfect state. He could effortlessly manipulate his body, relaxing it at will, only adjusting his power during moments of attack or defense. The Saiyan blood coursing through him was unleashed to its fullest potential under his masterful command. This approach not only conserves unnecessary energy expenditure during combat, but also enhances explosive power. However, even this seemingly flawless Ultra Instinct Goku, devoid of any discernible weaknesses, finds himself at a disadvantage when confronting the god of destruction, Beerus. As an ancient being who has existed for countless eons, Beerus has been present since the dawn of the universe, receiving meticulous guidance from the angel, Whis. His formidable combat prowess is unfathomably profound. Whether it is his self-centered Ultra Instinct, granting him unparalleled strength, or his innate techniques that allow him to flawlessly evade any attack, truly the epitome of divine mastery, he far surpasses his fellow gods of destruction. If the gods of destruction from other universes represent the pinnacle of their respective realms, then Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, stands as the supreme god of destruction, towering above all others in existence. Chapter 37. The power of mortals is sufficient to slay gods. Fully immersed in the battle, he has maximized the evasion and offensive capabilities of his ultimate freedom technique, though he has yet to master its true essence of effortless application. His performance against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is nearly flawless. His body reacts autonomously, executing the swiftest maneuvers to counter Gogeta's assaults. Offense and defense intertwine seamlessly. Despite the disparity in their powers, the clash remains fiercely contested. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta revels in this combat. As a fusion warrior, he embodies neither Goku nor Vegeta, but stands as an independent entity, a singular being. Each of his appearances is fleeting, possessing immense power yet unable to fully express it, leading to a poignant disappearance. Now, he encounters an adversary worthy of unleashing his full might, and Gogeta feels fortunate to face such a formidable opponent. Ha 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 ha. The battle-hungry Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta roars with fervor. Power surges explosively as his devastating punch is unleashed. Beerus, the god of destruction, gathers his divine energy in his right hand and meets Gogeta's heavy strike head-on. Masterfully wielding his destructive power, he skillfully dissipates Gogeta's remaining force. Boom! Bang! Two consecutive thunderous sounds erupt. Their fingers interlock, each unleashing their most formidable physical prowess, pressing down upon one another with relentless intensity. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Ha 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 ha. Beerus, the god of destruction. Arg. Both emit soul-stirring roars that resonate profoundly, releasing their powers to the fullest. As their forces clash, the bloodline energy and destructive force engage in a renewed confrontation. Crackle. Red and purple arcs of electricity explode around them, as they continuously amplify the energies they unleash towards one another. Boom! A resounding blast reverberates. The collision of their powers reaches its zenith, forcing a shockwave that propels them apart to a distance of 1,000 meters. Exhilarating. Such a thrilling battle compels even Beerus, the god of destruction, to exclaim with delight. His blood surges with vitality, awakening the dormant battle cells that had long lain in slumber due to years of inactivity, reigniting from the countless exchanges with Gogeta. I never anticipated the god of destruction's power to be so formidable. I assumed it was merely superficial. I am truly fortunate to engage in combat with an opponent of your caliber, Beerus. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta gazes sharply at Beerus, the Scion blood coursing through him, urging him to confront the god of destruction in a climactic showdown. After so many years as a god of destruction, among those who have faced me, you rank in the top 3. Beerus smiles nonchalantly, clasping his hands together, channeling the destructive power into his palms. As he separates his hands once more, a sphere of destruction, radiant as the sun, materializes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The destructive sphere pulsated with an eerie flame, expanding at a visibly rapid pace until its diameter reached over 1,000 meters. What an astonishing force! In the eyes of Super Saiyan God Vegeta, a gleam of brilliance flickered as he sensed the terrifying power contained within this strike, a spark of eager anticipation flashing in his gaze. With his hands brought together, he assumed a stance for energy release. In an instant, a pale blue glow flickered and danced within his palms. Big Bang attack! He shouted fiercely, as a colossal deep blue beam of energy erupted from his hands like a roaring dragon. The might of mortals cannot surpass that of the divine. A fierce glint passed through the eyes of the god of destruction, Beerus, as he swung his right hand with great force. The scorching destructive sphere, akin to a miniature sun, broke through the fabric of space and collided head-on with the Big Bang attack. Their exchange was merely a test of strength, yet the pressure generated from their clash reverberated throughout the entire ecological environment of Earth. At that moment, calamities of various forms erupted across the globe. This was under the restraint of angelic power. Without such intervention, it was likely that not only Earth but the entirety of the North Galaxy would be obliterated by their might. The Big Bang attack and the destructive sphere found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other completely. Let this god vanish. Destruction! Beerus roared as the power of destruction surged around him, amplifying the potency and size of the destructive sphere to its utmost limits. The hue of the sphere shifted from crimson to a profound violet, expanding from 1,000 meters to 5,000. As the strength of the sphere intensified, Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. The Big Bang attack was gradually being pushed back. If he did not find a way to break this equilibrium, the consequences would be dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique. 100 times Big Bang attack. With a thunderous roar, his muscles swelled, and an even more immense energy surged forth from his hands. The destructive power of the Big Bang attack increased more than 100-fold. In an instant, the destructive sphere was pierced, and a torrent of energy surged towards Beerus. What? Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling violently as a profound sense of danger coursed through him. With no time to ponder, he instinctively raised his hands, enveloping himself in the power of destruction to defend against Vegeta's 100 times Big Bang attack. Boom! The immense pressure enveloped him, forcing Beerus back several hundred meters. His muscles tensed as he struggled to halt the overwhelming force. In his understanding, the power of mortals was always limited, incapable of standing against the divine. Yet now, Vegeta's 100 times Big Bang attack had shattered this perception. The terrifying energy, no less formidable than his destructive power, momentarily caused him to lose control over his body. Do not become too complacent. Halt this at once. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, experienced a tremendous surge of divine energy, with an eerie purple glow flickering around him. As he reached the zenith of his power, an explosive eruption ensued. This time, Beerus unleashed over 90% of his might, emitting a frenzied roar. With a cataclysmic surge of strength, he swung his arms swiftly, conjuring a scene of sheer terror. The energy of the 100-fold Kamehameha was forcibly redirected by him, cast into the cosmos. Yet, before Beerus could revel in his triumph, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Super Saiyan Gogeta had mysteriously appeared directly before him, smiling as he regarded him. Chapter 38. Attention of the God of Destruction from the Sixth Universe. A profound sense of crisis surged through every cell in Beerus's body, causing his expression to twist into one of ferocity. He attempted to distance himself from the Super Saiyan Gogeta, but it was too late. Let me witness the true extent of a God of Destruction's power, super chaotic dance. As the words left his lips, Gogeta's right leg, charged with immense energy, erupted in a thunderous blast. A deep blue radiance coalesced around his leg, resembling a tangible flame. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure released caused the very fabric of space to warp terrifyingly. The deep blue flames exuded a temperature more fearsome than that of the sun, their destructive capability beyond imagination. Accompanied by this cataclysmic strike, Gogeta struck Beerus squarely in the chest. Boom! The sheer force unleashed shattered the space around them, causing the entire world to seem frozen in that moment. Beerus felt an unyielding wave of power crash over him, accompanied by excruciating pain. As his vital energies surged chaotically within him, the terrifying force ravaging every single cell of his being. Ugh! A mouthful of bile mixed with traces of blood erupted from his mouth, and Beerus's body was propelled beyond the speed of light, hurtling deep into the cosmos. This overwhelming force rendered the god of destruction unable to stabilize himself, crashing into a fiery red planet. In an instant, the planet was pierced, shattered, and exploded. Yet, he did not cease his backward trajectory, continuing to penetrate countless celestial bodies until he finally collided with a large, desolate planet in the southern galaxy. At last coming to a halt. With a single strike, Gogeta had expelled the god of destruction, Beerus, from the Milky Way. Countless powerful beings from the seventh universe witnessed this scene, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, both gods and mortals alike. Even entities from other universes took notice of the battle unfolding in the seventh universe. In the Kaioshin realm, the god Jebit and the elder Kaioshin observed the fierce confrontation between Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Beerus in perfect clarity. When the god of destruction, who had stood at the pinnacle of the universe for countless years, was gravely injured by a single blow from Gogeta, these two ancient Kaioshins felt their hearts tumultuously stirred. Their gazes vacant, momentarily frozen in shock. They were witnessing an event that defied all possibility. The strength of mortals suppressing a divine being, indeed, a god of destruction. Lord. Ancestor. Jebit struggled to articulate the profound shock within him, his myriad of thoughts coalescing into an urgent call towards the elder Kaioshin. The power of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was overwhelmingly potent, rendering him almost powerless to comprehend it. At that moment, the elder Kaioshin's expression mirrored that of Jebit. As a Kaioshin from over 15 generations past, he had existed contemporaneously with Beerus and understood his terrifying might. It was truly hard to believe. The elder Kaioshin swallowed hard, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The events of that day had utterly transformed his perspective and invigorated his spirit. Once sealed by the god of destruction, Beerus, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. Now, witnessing the mighty Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta mercilessly assaulting Beerus, his heart swelled with uncontainable delight. Strike him harder. Ideally, bring this arrogant being to his knees. The old Supreme Kai silently urged, as if the one delivering the blows had shifted from Gogeta to himself. In Universe 6, a twin universe to Universe 7, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa, who had just completed a cleansing of the lower realms, indulged in a lavish feast within his palace. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, abruptly setting down the morsel he had just grasped. Beerus, can you feel that power? He exclaimed, his expression exaggerated, with remnants of food flying from his mouth, utterly disregarding decorum. As brothers, despite the long absence from one another, he could never mistake the aura of his sibling. Beside him, the angel Vados also sensed the disturbance and smiled slightly. It appears, Lord Kampa, that you have noticed as well. If I am not mistaken, an unimaginable upheaval is currently unfolding in Universe 7. Alongside Lord Beerus's divine power, there exists an extraordinary mortal strength that may rival his own, transcending dimensions and seeping into our universe. The commotion is quite significant. If my surmises are correct, Lord Beerus has likely decided on his successor as the next god of destruction. Vados explained earnestly, while playfully teasing Kampa, you should hurry, Lord Kampa, and designate our universe's next god of destruction. Bah, to think I would train the next god of destruction is preposterous. That time is still eons away, Kampa retorted vehemently. The position of god of destruction was splendid, having everything at one's fingertips, reigning atop the cosmos like an emperor, enjoying a life of luxury. The notion of relinquishing such indulgence was a mere folly. Speaking of which, Vados, while Beerus is preoccupied, why not seize this opportunity to boldly enter Universe 7 and gather the remaining Super Dragon Balls? Kampa proposed suddenly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. After all, as brothers, it was only natural to check on each other's realms in times of turmoil. Whatever he sought, Beerus would surely remain oblivious. Ah, Lord Kampa, Vados gasped, her mouth agape in surprise at his cunning. When did you become so astute? Today's Kampa truly astonishes me. I did not think of this plan at all. Vados, what do you imply? Do you think I have always been foolish? Kampa asked, his expression darkening, clearly displeased. Ahem, Lord Kampa, you are overthinking. While it is indeed a splendid idea to seize the opportunity to enter the seventh universe amidst the chaos in search of the Super Dragon Balls, have you considered the possibility of being discovered by Lord Beerus? If we were to be found out, it is likely that we would be barred from entering the seventh universe for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Vados patiently elucidated to Kampa. They had exerted considerable effort to gather even a small amount of information regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Should they be discovered, all their efforts would be in vain. They might even have to return the Super Dragon Balls they previously collected from the 7th universe. Chapter 39. The Gaze of the Supreme Being. Prompted by Bardos, the god of destruction, Kampa swiftly discerned the advantages and drawbacks of the situation. All right. I shall heed your advice and refrain from going, Kampa declared, his expression rife with impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. Though he feigned indifference, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding the events transpiring in the 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the 8th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, in the grand hall of the god of destruction, Ligil, a notable distinction set him apart from other deities. He was exceedingly concerned with his appearance. Upon returning from the mortal realm after fulfilling his duties, his first instinct was to groom his fur and perfect his image. As a fox, even as a male, he possessed an intrinsic inclination towards vanity, a trait deeply rooted in his lineage. At that moment, while preening his fur, he suddenly sensed two exceedingly formidable forces emanating into his 8th universe. One of these powers belonged to that fellow, Beerus, while the other radiated an unparalleled strength belonging to a mere mortal. Intrigued, Ligil raised his gaze, peering through the hall's windows toward the distant sky, which pointed toward the 7th universe. His expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Although he held no interest in Beerus's sudden surge of destructive energy, the potent mortal force that invoked a sense of threat even within him warranted his attention. If such a powerful being had arisen in the 7th universe, the average strength across the cosmos would undoubtedly be significantly elevated by this individual. Lord Ligil, are you intrigued by the powerful mortal force in the 7th universe? Inquired the angel, Korin, as he entered the hall with an air of composure. He had effortlessly discerned Ligil's thoughts. Indeed, the god of destruction, Ligil, replied succinctly, and after a brief pause, he continued, if this strength were merely Beerus's, I would remain unconcerned, but that mortal power, which even I regard with caution, originates from the 7th universe. Korin smiled faintly, recognizing Ligil's apprehension. This formidable mortal could potentially elevate the average level of the 7th universe, surpassing their own 8th universe. He understood well that the relationship between Ligil and Beerus was far from amicable. In fact, Beerus's demeanor was characterized by his aloofness and arrogance, making him difficult to fathom, resulting in strained relations with nearly all other gods of destruction. If my observations are correct, that powerful mortal force likely represents the next god of destruction of the 7th universe, personally trained by Beerus himself. Beyond that, I cannot conceive of a more fitting explanation. Korin elucidated. I share your sentiments, Ligil concurred. The god of destruction, Ligier, acknowledged the perspective of Angel Korin, yet driven by curiosity, he commanded, Korin, project the events occurring in the 7th universe. Regardless of what transpires there, it now impacts the 8th universe. Once the battle subsides, I shall seek an explanation from Beerus regarding the 8th universe. As you wish, Angel Korin replied, understanding without voicing his thoughts as he executed the orders of the god of destruction. The angelic staff struck the ground, and under the influence of angelic power, the circumstances of the 7th universe were projected in real time. Upon witnessing this, god of destruction Ligier became invigorated. He was eager to see what new entities had emerged in the 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the supreme palace above the 12 universes, within the realm of the Omni King, two beings resided in this place, the pinnacle of existence, the supreme god, the Omni King, and the supreme angel, the Grand Minister. Deep within the Omni King's palace, an individual cloaked in blue high-level angelic attire, with an angelic halo hovering above his back, observed the situation in the 7th universe through a peculiar black sphere. This figure was none other than the Grand Minister, the supreme angel, exalted above all gods. The black sphere before him was no ordinary orb. It represented the entirety of the 7th universe. An unintentional action from long ago had inadvertently created a warrior capable of rivaling a god of destruction. The Grand Minister gazed at the essence of the 7th universe, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Once, while traversing the endless currents of time and space, he had chanced upon a world in ruin. In that realm, the destined child, Sun Wukong, had perished. In a moment of whimsy, he conceived an intriguing experiment, guiding the soul of that Sun Wukong through time to replace the version of Sun Wukong in this world. He initially believed this experiment would conclude with the intervention of god of destruction Beerus, yet unexpectedly, this capricious endeavor flourished beyond his expectations. It inadvertently propelled the development of the entire world, bringing it closer to ascension. Now, the future of this timeline, under his influence, had become shrouded in uncertainty. What would ultimately emerge? Existence or annihilation? The Grand Minister continued to fixate on the essence of the seventh universe, his intentions cryptic. As the scene shifted back to the seventh universe, on Earth, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was panting heavily. The recent attack had consumed a significant amount of his energy, yet he couldn't deny the exhilarating thrill it brought. In this world where he could not linger, unleashing his full explosive power felt utterly sublime. Crack, crack. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta stretched his limbs, the sound of his bones creaking resonating as he regained his composure. Quickly, he expanded his consciousness, precisely locking onto the divine power of God of Destruction Beerus. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, traversing countless starry rivers. Arriving in the region of the South Galaxy. In the vast expanse of cosmic space, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta stood with arms crossed, quietly observing a colossal planet before him. 10 times the size of Earth, teetering on the brink of collapse. The planet's surface was marred by an intricate network of fissures, resembling a spider's web, creating a haunting spectacle. At its core lay an endless abyss, where the god of destruction, Beerus, resided. You shouldn't fall so easily to me, should you? If that were the case, the power of a god of destruction would be woefully inadequate, Beerus. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had no intention of pursuing him, instead remaining suspended in the cosmos, patiently awaiting Beerus's reemergence. As time passed, half a minute slipped away unnoticed. Beerus remained silent, causing Gogeta's brow to furrow in confusion. He pondered what schemes Beerus might be concocting against him. Yet, he was acutely aware that a single strike was utterly insufficient to vanquish the god of destruction. What is that fellow up to? Gogeta mused, his mind growing increasingly tense as he fixed his gaze upon the abyss at the heart of the immense planet. He was certain that Beerus was hidden within. But what was he waiting for? Suddenly, Gogeta felt a profound instinctual dread, sharpening his senses to their utmost. From the boundless abyss, an eerie crimson light began to emanate, signaling the resurgence of the unfathomable power of destruction. It seems you've sustained quite the injury, Beerus. Only now are you regaining your strength. Instead of fear, the overwhelming aura of destruction ignited a thrill within Gogeta. This was precisely what he craved. As a fusion warrior, his existence was fleeting, and he yearned to fight fiercely within this limited time, to leave no regrets behind. With a thunderous roar, the power of destruction erupted from the center of the colossal star, engulfing everything. In a mere 0.001 seconds, the entire massive planet, along with all surrounding asteroids within a radius of several light years, was reduced to ashes. Chapter 40. The True Power of Beerus. Are mortals destined to be inferior to gods? Amidst the ominous and profound violet radiance, the formidable and invincible demeanor of the god of destruction, Beerus, re-emerged. In this moment, Beerus unveiled the true essence of his power as a deity of annihilation, bathed in the vast torrents of divine destruction. All the injuries he had sustained in battle were completely mended. The boundless energy of destruction coursed through every cell within him, rejuvenating his wounds and saturating his entire being with strength. Soon, that immense divine might, capable of enveloping the entire universe, was entirely reclaimed within Beerus's form. Standing resolutely against the backdrop of the cosmic expanse, Beerus, though outwardly impassive, harbored a chilling and terrifying intent in his gaze. His eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, bore into the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta with a depth of coldness that was unsettling. How many years had it been? It had been an eternity since I truly revealed my power to confront the world. Even those beings from other universes do not merit my full capabilities. Yet I am compelled to this extent by a mere mortal. Should I ultimately bring about your destruction, you would have no regrets. With an air of arrogance, Beerus declared, his expression betraying no hint of emotional disturbance. Yet, it was palpable that he had summoned forth his genuine prowess. As a god of destruction, his greatest strength lay not in the angelic techniques of the Ultra Instinct, but in the boundless potential of his destructive energy, which could expand infinitely at will. In a certain sense, as long as Beerus's will to obliterate something was robust enough, his power would amplify limitlessly, without bounds. The strength he could wield was only constrained by the power of his own desire. You have finally revealed your true capabilities, god of destruction Beerus. The expression of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta grew increasingly solemn as he scrutinized Beerus intently. At that moment, Beerus was enveloped in a unique mist, rendering his true strength inscrutable. However, one thing was certain. Beerus was exceedingly perilous now. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. What you see now is merely what I choose to reveal. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to dismiss the divine. My power is not something a mere mortal like you can fathom. Beerus maintained his haughty demeanor, his words laden with an unyielding aura of intimidation that assailed Gogeta's spirit. Noticing Beerus's dismissive attitude, Gogeta flashed a wicked smile and replied nonchalantly, "How infuriating, God of Destruction. But I wonder, how will you feel once I defeat you? Mortal beings will always remain mortals. They shall never ascend to godhood. Forever akin to mere ants." Beerus replied with a weighty tone, his words leaving no room for contradiction. "Are you so certain that mortals cannot conquer gods?" Gogeta unleashed a terrifying aura, his power surging rapidly as his tone grew grave. At present, he was merely in his Super Saiyan 4 state with red hair, and he had yet to reveal the full extent of his strength. The God of Destruction, Beerus, offered a chilling smile as his divine power surged to its zenith, an overwhelming force of destruction bearing down upon Gogeta with unrelenting ferocity. The clash of bloodline power and divine might reverberated throughout the cosmos, shaking it to its very core. The fabric of space itself twisted and warped visibly under their immense pressure. While their strengths appeared evenly matched, it was evident that Beerus's destructive prowess held the upper hand. Displaying his true capabilities, the God of Destruction, Beerus, was a terrifying sight to behold. In an instant, he launched himself forward, his destructive energy manifesting as peculiar particles enveloping his form, elevating his speed to unprecedented heights. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta emitted a cold grunt, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed directly at the advancing Beerus. As his fist was about to make contact, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Beerus's form inexplicably passed through Gogeta's fist. Was it an afterimage? No. Realization dawned upon Gogeta as he recognized the anomaly. The power surging within him summoned forth a swift wave of energy, crafting an unyielding barrier of protection. The illusion of Beerus glided through his very being. In that moment, the universe itself seemed to freeze. Gogeta stood rooted, his face a mask of shock. Bang, 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 bang. In a single breath, an onslaught of invisible attacks rained down upon Gogeta from all directions. Within mere seconds, his protective barrier shattered, leaving his robust body marred with a multitude of wounds. A radiant purple light erupting from within. The excruciating pain that followed caused Gogeta's expression to contort, a grimace of agony as he struggled to swallow the blood rising in his throat. In an instant, his protective shield was obliterated, and his body endured countless devastating blows. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would have surely been reduced to nothingness beneath Beerus's assault. Do you now comprehend the chasm that separates mortals from the divine? The distinction between the mortal realm and the divine transcends mere strength. Beerus, with a hand casually resting behind his back, turned with an air of arrogance and coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Gogeta responded with a vicious grin, dismissively retorting that such trivial attacks held no significance. Once more, the power within him ignited, a gentle pink radiance emanating from within, as the bloodline energy harmonized flawlessly with divine force, forging an entirely new strength. Super Saiyan 4th level, divine state. With this newfound source of energy, the residual destructive power within him was eradicated. In that moment, all his wounds vanished, and his aura surged back to its peak. Have you finally begun to wield divine power? Yet, this too is futile. Even if you can harness divine strength, in my eyes, you remain but a false deity. At best a slightly more formidable mortal. The God of Destruction, Beerus, taunted with a sinister grin. Is that so? With a shift in his gaze, Gogeta, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, conveyed his answer to Beerus through resolute action. His aura surged dramatically, his body enveloped in a dazzling array of vibrant particles. As he lunged toward the God of Destruction, Beerus, with an ethereal grace. This was one of Gogeta's signature techniques, the gliding punishment, which allowed him to assume an elusive state. Upon making contact with his adversary, he could unleash a barrage of lethal strikes in the blink of an eye. Dismissing it as a mere parlor trick, Beerus remained unfazed, his form shifting from tangible to insubstantial as he faced Gogeta's gliding punishment head-on. Chapter 41. The overwhelming power of the Supreme Four Gods, ascending to a new transformation in the serene expanse of the cosmos. Two ethereal figures clashed once more. The aftermath of their battle was more terrifying than before. Each attack unleashed a force potent enough to obliterate the entirety of the seventh universe. Should they continue their reckless rampage, the entire seventh universe, along with its neighboring sixth and eighth universes, would inevitably succumb to their devastating might, facing utter annihilation. A resonating hum reverberated through the void, as the cataclysmic waves of energy surged outward at an astonishing speed, threatening to engulf not only the universe but beyond its confines. Planets, meteors, life forms, and even the very fabric of space itself were instantaneously extinguished, reduced to nothingness by this overwhelming divine force. The seventh universe trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse, as all beings, animals, humans, and deities, felt an acute sense of unease. If these two were to be left unchecked, the seventh universe would indeed meet its doom. Yet, unbeknownst to all, in a shadowy corner, the angel Vados had stealthily arrived at the battlefield. Utilizing her celestial powers, an incomprehensible and supreme force swiftly enveloped the area, confining the battle's aftermath within a limited scope, thereby minimizing the damage to the seventh universe. Task accomplished. Once the battleground was stabilized, Vados retracted her abilities, keenly observing this rare and monumental clash that had not been witnessed for countless epochs. Such a level of combat was exceedingly rare, even among the gods of destruction. Noticing Beerus wholly immersed in battle, with fervor radiating from him, Vados could not help but smile, feeling joy for Beerus. As the angel who had long accompanied the god of destruction, she understood his true nature and desires. The god of destruction was not a villain, nor was he a paragon of virtue. Beerus was purely himself, relishing exquisite cuisine and yearning for combat. After an eternity of unparalleled dominance, he finally faced an opponent worthy of his full effort. At ease, Beerus savored every moment of his battle with Gogeta. It seemed that Lord Beerus was exceptionally pleased today. However, Vados mused, following this battle, he would likely require a slumber lasting several millennia. On the battlefield, Gogeta and Beerus had fully unleashed their powers, engrossed in their confrontation, their eyes fixed solely upon one another. Gogeta, in his Super Saiyan 4th stage divine state, exhibited a transformation in his offensive capabilities. Speed, strength, techniques, and perception all had evolved, drawing closer to the divine art of combat. Yet even so, he could not gain the upper hand against the fully committed god of destruction, Beerus. As the foremost among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus's strength was unfathomable. When he revealed his true self, none could contend with him, save for beings like angels and the Omni King. His destructive energy seemed boundless, expanding and intensifying in tandem with the malevolent thoughts swirling within his heart, engaging in a battle of his choosing, fueled by an inexhaustible reservoir of annihilation. Beerus found himself dominating Gogeta in his Super Saiyan 4 god form on all fronts. This overwhelming advantage momentarily swelled Beerus's pride. Do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between gods and mortals? Even if you wield divine power, your essence remains that of a mere mortal. Without ascension to divinity, you are but an insect. With a chilling smile, Beerus unleashed an explosive surge of energy, crashing into Gogeta. The impact was cataclysmic, warping space and appending reality, sending the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta tumbling like a fleeting comet vanishing into the horizon. Despite being shielded by divine energy and possessing the formidable physique of a Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta struggled to withstand the blow. After an uncertain distance of flight, he managed to stabilize his body. Gazing at his nearly deflated chest muscles, a savage grin crept across Gogeta's face, madness flickering in his eyes. Pain surged through his veins, igniting an insatiable fighting spirit within him. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Revitalized, Gogeta found his spirit uplifted, yet within a mere fraction of a second. The attack of the god of destruction, Beerus, struck. Caught entirely off guard, Gogeta bore the brunt of this terrifying assault, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was unable to contain the reaction to the grievous blow. This sudden, intangible attack pierced through his robust form, simultaneously striking a colossal asteroid behind him, measuring several kilometers in diameter. In an instant, the massive rock shattered into countless fragments, drifting through the cosmos. Left pale and breathless from the unseen assault, Gogeta appeared as a sight unseen across countless timelines. The warrior hailed as the strongest across all dimensions was injured, and gravely so. At that moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, silently materialized 10 meters before Gogeta. How pathetic. Do you still intend to persist, boy? Should you choose to surrender now, I may, with great reluctance, spare your life and bestow upon you the title of the foremost under the god of destruction. With a mocking gaze fixed upon Gogeta, Beerus jested, fully aware that Gogeta would never acquiesce. This ploy was merely to provoke him, to see if he could summon forth a greater power. Ha ha ha. The title of the foremost beneath the god of destruction, huh? It sounds quite imposing. Straightening his back and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gogeta sneered in disdain. Just as I suspected, you Saiyans are steadfast. Convincing you to admit defeat is more challenging than slaying you. Yet, it is precisely this quality that has garnered my respect for you. State your name, boy. Beerus's expression turned grave as he conveyed his words to Gogeta through energy. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will bring you down, Gogeta. Thank you for accompanying me in my warm-up exercises. Now, the true battle is about to commence, Destroyer. The fervor within me surges as Gogeta clenches his fists, his visage contorting into a fearsome expression. An even more formidable power within him is awakened and unleashed. The force of his bloodline intertwines with divine energy, ascending to new heights. Simultaneously, the hue of his aura transitions from a vibrant pink to a delicate blue. You have yet to reveal your full potential. Witnessing this scene, Beerus is taken aback. In his estimation, although Gogeta is a fusion warrior, the pinnacle of his power would merely reach the recently attained Super Saiyan 4 state of Goku. However, it is now evident that this fusion warrior is far more complex than he had anticipated. Chapter 42, Super Saiyan Blue, a shock to the gods. Indeed, Beerus's anticipation was not misplaced. The Super Saiyan 4th level, in its divine state, represented the pinnacle of Vegeta's capabilities just moments prior. However, as a warrior born of fusion, he had only recently emerged, and the powers of Goku and Vegeta within him had yet to be fully transformed. After engaging in over 1,000 rounds with Beerus, Vegeta not only seamlessly integrated the strengths of Goku and Vegeta, but also unearthed potentials within his body that had remained dormant. He shattered the confines of his previous power, ascending into a realm of heightened existence. You Saiyans are all extraordinary beings, continuously enhancing your strength through battle, which certainly upholds the honor of being a warrior race. As a mere mortal, your power is already commendable enough to earn the admiration of deities. Now, having transcended once more, even the destroyers from other realms might find themselves at a loss against you. Yet alas, the one you face is me, Beerus. With a mad gleam in his eyes, Beerus laughed, for as a destroyer, he too was an unabashed battle enthusiast. However, his lofty position rendered it nearly impossible to find worthy opponents for a satisfying fight. Moreover, a strict regulation forbade destroyers from engaging in battles privately. This rule only served to amplify the monotony of Beerus's already tedious existence. Yet, this fusion warrior, born from the Metamoran's dance, stirred the dormant blood within him once more. Beerus sensed that this battle would be the most unforgettable of his life. Boom! In the darkness, a radiant burst of divine energy erupted. In an instant, this magnificent light illuminated the vast, shadowy world, suffusing it with boundless divine essence. Amidst the void of darkness, the melody of divine music began to resonate. Standing amidst the brilliant blue radiance, Vegeta had assumed a completely new form. At this moment, he was no longer in the Super Saiyan 4th state. The power of his bloodline propelled the divine energy within him to evolve, breaking through the shell of latent possibilities into an entirely new manifestation. The blue divine energy enveloped his entire being, cloaked in divine majesty, with every movement capable of reverberating across the cosmos. This form was named Super Saiyan Blue. An immense divine power coursed through every cell of his body, merging with his bloodline energy, fully healing all his injuries. Once his wounds were mended, a slight smile, brimming with utmost confidence, graced Vegeta's lips. His blue eyes radiated a confidence potent enough to conquer all, their sharp gaze piercing through all existence as they locked onto the destroyer, Beerus. Thank you for your patience. Destroyer, let us commence anew. Vegeta's dual voice, empowered by divine energy, resonated in Beerus's ears. This statement jolted the destroyer from his astonishment. As he beheld the newly transformed Vegeta, a weighty sense of gravity enveloped his mind, and his body instinctively heightened its vigilance, becoming increasingly cautious. Beerus's grave gaze scrutinized the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta before him, as visions from his dreams began to materialize. The figure of Gogeta in this Super Saiyan Blue state swiftly merged with that of the Super Saiyan God from his dreams, ultimately culminating in this very form. At this moment, Beerus was finally convinced that the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta before him was indeed the formidable rival foretold in prophecy, the Super Saiyan God. Confirming the existence of his rival, a look of sheer exhilaration spread across Beerus's face after a brief silence. Is this all you have? Splendid. Fully ignited by the thrill of battle, Beerus found it hard to contain his excitement. My all. That remains to be seen. We Saiyans are boundless. It's possible that I could grow even stronger during our fight, until I utterly defeat you. Gogeta assumed a combat stance, divine power swirling around him, poised for explosive action. Beyond the battlefield, Whis, the angel observing the unfolding events, wore a look of disbelief. What transpired before him was beyond even his expectations. This fused warrior, Gogeta, had indeed performed a miracle, achieving an elevation in divine power once more. Though not a true god, he was remarkably close. You would make a fitting god of destruction. Whis mused, surveying Gogeta's wild yet divine demeanor through his staff. At that moment, Gogeta's power, appearance, and divine essence perfectly aligned with Whis's vision of a god of destruction. A bold thought crossed his mind. Should he consider training Gogeta as the next god of destruction? Yet, upon further reflection, Whis dismissed the notion. After all, Gogeta was a fused warrior, his existence bound by time constraints. Making him a god of destruction was a fanciful notion. Unless he intervened to remove Gogeta's fusion time limit, allowing him to become a complete individual, such a course was impractical. However, doing so would violate the rules, and breaching those would only lead to oblivion. Thus, Whis relinquished this idea, despite his profound admiration for Gogeta. In the realm of the 8th universe's god of destruction, the deity Ligil, within the Great Hall, observed every occurrence in the 7th universe through the staff of Angel Korin. How could this be? How could a mortal's power reach such heights? Even if he wielded divine power, he shouldn't be this strong. He remains but a pseudo-god. The god of destruction, Ligil exclaimed, utterly beside himself. He realized that both Beerus and Gogeta, one divine and one mortal, had surpassed him. As the god of destruction of the 8th universe, he could accept being outclassed by Beerus, who had long established his position as the strongest. But what in the world was that absurdly powerful mortal? This was beyond outrageous. Beside him, Angel Korin fully understood his lord's sentiments, for it was indeed his first encounter with a mortal possessing such unfathomable strength. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa had initially shown little interest in the events unfolding in the 7th universe. However, as Beerus's divine power erupted in full force, accompanied by an even more exaggerated display of formidable divine strength that resonated within the god of destruction's domain, he could no longer remain indifferent. He hastily instructed Vados to project the current state of the 7th universe in real time. What a jest! Could such power truly emanate from a mere mortal? Kampa, the god of destruction, was left utterly astonished, fixated on the projection of Gogeta with wide eyes. His previous perceptions and understanding of humanity were irrevocably shattered in that moment. Chapter 43. 3 Strikes That Shattered the World. The stance of the beast was imbued with a profound divinity. From whence did this formidable deity emerge? Could it be that Bados' speculation was indeed accurate, that this enigmatic being was, in fact, a candidate for the god of destruction, meticulously nurtured by Beerus? Such terrifying power emanated from this unidentified mortal, who appeared to be a scion. A glimmer of recognition sparked in Bados' enchanting eyes as she discerned the identity of this mortal. A scion. Are you referring to those self-proclaimed champions of justice residing on planet Salad? Kampa recalled the scions of their universe. Their abilities were rather average, consistently portraying themselves as allies of righteousness, upholding the balance of the cosmos. Yet today, the potential of the scions had indeed shattered his preconceptions. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconsequential race harbored such extraordinary capabilities? It appears that, indeed, within the scion lineage, there exists this remarkable potential. If the scions of our universe were to receive similar nurturing, perhaps. A smile graced Bados' face, and Kampa, standing nearby, comprehended her implication. It is truly vexing that such a formidable warrior has emerged from Beerus' domain. The god of destruction, Kampa, voiced his dissatisfaction but did not refute Bados' insight. Within the Grand Priest's palace, the Grand Priest observed the developments within Universe 7, thoroughly pleased with the ascension of Gogeta. What began as a mere experiment, approached with a mindset of curiosity, had unexpectedly yielded success. A warrior now capable of rivaling the gods of destruction had been born ahead of time. The future now lay shrouded in uncertainty. Let me witness this battle. Will Beerus uphold the dignity of the gods of destruction? Or will mortals surpass the divine and emerge as the future sovereigns? The Grand Priest chuckled softly, redirecting his focus toward the impending clash. The scene shifted back to the main battlefield. The Ultra Instinct Gogeta, radiating divine power, unleashed a blue aura that engulfed a significant portion of the cosmos, transforming it into his battleground. Beerus, the god of destruction, exuded an even more terrifying presence. In a mere thought, boundless destructive energy surged forth, sweeping across the cosmos and casting darkness into a hue of purple. At this moment, the cosmic expanse became extraordinarily vibrant, divided into contrasting realms of azure and violet. Such a spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, a dazzling display of power. The atmosphere grew peculiarly tense, with neither Gogeta nor Beerus opting for the first strike. until the next instant, a spark of brilliance shone in both their eyes. In a flash, they moved. The azure and deep violet shadows raced through the obsidian void. Boom. Divine energy surged, resonating in all directions. One punch, and all existence was obliterated. Space crumbled, and a tempest of divine power swept through the cosmos, leaving nothing in its wake. Boom! Another cataclysmic collision ensued. With the second punch, the cosmos erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering countless fragments across the void, transforming into myriad reflective surfaces that projected the indomitable forms of the two warriors. The formidable might of Gogeta and the terrifying destructive power of Beerus converged, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that rapidly expanded, causing even the barrier formed by angelic power to fracture at that moment. Such terrifying strength. Angel Whis felt a jolt of alarm. Even his celestial abilities could scarcely withstand the aftermath of their clash. Before Whis could fortify the barrier, Beerus and Gogeta delivered their third strike. With a thunderous roar, the angelic barrier shattered into countless shards, scattering like mirrors across the expanse. Furthermore, at the epicenter of their confrontation, the world barrier was obliterated by the overwhelming force generated from their colliding fists. The destruction of this barrier sent ripples of profound crisis throughout the consciousness of the seventh universe. From the heart of the explosion, a mysterious energy began to spread. A brilliant white light rapidly expanded, enveloping the darkness of the cosmos at an incredible pace, consuming all in its path. In an instant, Whis acted, his angelic power devouring all the dispersing remnants. Yet, as the white radiance dissipated, both the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta had vanished without a trace. Their power had transcended the limits of the current universe, perhaps venturing beyond into another realm. Whis displayed a look of astonishment. As an angel, his existence was ancient, having endured countless cycles, yet witnessing the world barrier being forcefully breached was a first for him. Beerus and Gogeta were no longer within the seventh universe. They had traversed into an unknown world. Without hesitation, Whis employed his staff to search through the 12 universes and realms beyond. Beyond the 12 universes lay an expanse devoid of planets and life, a realm engulfed in the void and chaos. Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta and God of Destruction Beerus found themselves transported to this enigmatic domain by the will of the seventh universe. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noted the stark differences from their original universe, momentarily taken aback by the unusual circumstances. It seems our powers have escalated beyond what the universe can endure. Gogeta mused, his fervent battle spirit undiminished. At this moment, his sole concern was to vanquish Beerus. Nothing else mattered to him. As for how to escape this dark realm, that was a matter for Goku and Vegeta to resolve. Gogeta had no interest in such trivialities. He merely desired to relish every moment of this battle. Meanwhile, Beerus, regaining his composure, surveyed the chaotic world with a look of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally recognized their location. The Void Realm. Who would have thought we would end up in such a place? Upon confirming the name of this area, a smile of exhilaration crept upon Beerus's lips. The Realm of Nothingness, a world beyond the 12 universes, where battles rage without impacting the other realms. Here, it is an ideal arena for him to unleash his full potential, free from any lingering concerns. Is this truly the name of this place? I hope it can withstand the clash between us, for otherwise, it would be utterly dull. As he spoke, Gogeta stretched his limbs and twisted his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. Although he was unaware of what the realm of nothingness truly signified, he was acutely aware that it was devoid of everything, thus alleviating his worries. Earlier, while battling Beerus in the universe, he was apprehensive about the possibility of Earth being devastated by the residual shockwaves, constantly holding back his power. Now, in this realm, he is finally free to fight without restraint. Chapter 44. The Unity of Nine, each with their own duty. Provoked by Goku, Beerus remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. In the next instant, he swiftly swung his hand, unleashing the destructive energy as a formidable wave aimed directly at Goku. Anticipating the attack, Goku remained unperturbed, countering with a burst of power that shattered the destructive wave. Such trivial skills are of no use against me, God of Destruction, he declared with a disdainful smile. You sharp-tongued brat. Beerus growled, his voice low and filled with anger. Stepping into the void, he gathered his strength and unleashed it with astonishing speed, breaching the fabric of space and appearing before Goku in less than 0.0001 seconds. Just as his fist was about to land on Goku, Goku's counterattack struck Beerus's abdomen with even greater velocity. With a resounding bang, Beerus was sent reeling backwards, a large fist imprint on his abdomen emanating scorching white smoke. Stabilizing his retreating body through sheer rage, he gazed down at his smoldering midsection. Shock and disbelief written across his face as he looked at Goku. What had just transpired in that fleeting moment? Even he, the god of destruction, had failed to perceive his opponent's movement. Noticing the confusion etched on Beerus's face, Goku's smile widened. Are you perplexed as to why I remained still while you were the one to be repelled? As Goku's words faded, an energy duplicate identical to him materialized on his left side. Both in the Super Saiyan Blue state, the energy doppelganger possessed power comparable to that of its creator. Just a mere energy duplicate, a feeble tactic. I need only to make a slight effort to obliterate them entirely. However, once you lose these energy copies, you shall undoubtedly exhaust a significant amount of energy and stamina, correct? Beerus regarded this with indifference, believing that while the energy duplicates were troublesome, they were ultimately Goku's greatest folly. As long as he could annihilate these energy forms, he would seize the opportunity to defeat Goku entirely. Are you truly confident in your ability to effortlessly destroy my energy duplicates? Goku's piercing gaze locked onto Beerus, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Beerus dismissed Goku's confidence with a scoff. No matter how many energy duplicates you create, I shall accept them all. He sneered, brimming with disdain. A doppelganger is still a doppelganger. Even if it possesses great energy, it requires the main body to control it. Dividing one's focus will only diminish the strength of these energy forms, making them quite simple to handle. Very well, you have said it. I shall see if you can truly destroy all my external manifestations. Goku's expression suddenly sharpened as he traced a pattern in the air with his hands, radiating a unique energy. In the next moment, azure light erupted around his form. 8 additional Gokus, all in the Super Saiyan Blue state, appeared, moving with astonishing speed. Surrounding the god of destruction, Beerus, in the blink of an eye. With the recently separated energy avatar included, there are now 9 in total. As he surveyed the multitude of energy avatars surrounding him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. The situation was not looking promising. He had anticipated that Gogeta could manifest at most 1 to 3 energy avatars, but to his surprise, there were as many as 9. Although he harbored no fear of these avatars, vanquishing them all would undoubtedly demand a significant toll. 9 against 1. Do not accuse me of treachery. For you are the supreme god of destruction, while I am but a mere mortal. From his lofty vantage point, Gogeta gazed down upon the god of destruction, Beerus, and chuckled softly. Humph. If I can defeat your true form, do you think I would fear these trivial 9 energy avatars? Beerus readied himself for battle, his instincts ignited. Every cell in his body poised for action. He felt no trepidation towards these 9 energy manifestations. How arrogant you are, Beerus, murmured Gogeta, and in a fleeting thought, he commanded all 9 energy avatars to launch a simultaneous assault against Beerus. Faced with the onslaught of 9 energy avatars, the god of destruction showed no sign of fear. His movements became elusive and unpredictable. Activate the angel's secret technique, the Ultra Instinct. Beerus adeptly dodged and defended against all the attacks from the 9 energy avatars, his speed and evasive maneuvers reaching unprecedented heights. Within the gaps of their punches and kicks, he wove effortlessly and counterattacked. Gogeta observed this scene intently, his gaze sharpening as he noted Beerus's nearly flawless evasion. This fellow seems to have mastered an extraordinary technique, judging by his movements and speed. He appears to evade without conscious thought. Truly, he is a god of destruction. It seems my energy avatars cannot significantly affect him. Gogeta pondered his next strategy, but suddenly, after one of the energy avatars struck Beerus, a spark of realization ignited within him. Ah, I see. His evasive maneuvers are not infallible. He cannot dodge every attack. Gogeta's spirits lifted as he discerned a method to potentially defeat Beerus. The outcome of the battle hinged upon this revelation. Taking a deep breath, Gogeta steadied his mind and, in an instant, traversed millions of miles to a realm of chaos. This place was sufficiently distant from the battlefield. Perfect. Having identified a suitable area, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as the power of his bloodline and divine energy began to stir within him. He positioned his hands before his chest, preparing to unleash energy as the divine and bloodline powers intertwined, coalescing into a uniquely terrifying force. This was neither divine power nor mortal strength. This was the power to slay gods. Meanwhile, Beerus, now in a state of ultra instinct, struggled against the 9 energy avatars, finding himself at a disadvantage and relegated to a position of passive defense. Although they are merely 9 embodiments of energy, their strength may not rival that of Goku's true form. However, when it comes to actual combat, Beerus comes to realize just how formidable these energy manifestations truly are. United as one, they display seamless offensive and defensive capabilities, each fulfilling its designated role. Each embodiment possesses a distinctly unique fighting style, and their simultaneous actions compensate for any shortcomings. Beerus finds himself in a temporary predicament, unable to discern a path to victory. If he had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would have the confidence to annihilate all these energy embodiments within merely a few dozen exchanges. However, his Ultra Instinct is far from perfect. To eradicate these embodiments, he would require at least 100 exchanges. Chapter 45. The Final Clash, shaking the entire universe. After engaging in a fierce battle for several dozen exchanges, Beerus finally seized an opportunity to eliminate one of the energy avatars. Yet, even with one defeated, 8 more energy avatars remained to contend with. The intense combat with Gogeta had already drained a significant portion of his stamina, and wasting further energy on these avatars would be a futile endeavor. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Before long, the 8 energy avatars once again encircled Beerus from 8 different directions, forming a daunting barrier around him. This sight darkened Beerus's countenance, and the fury within him swelled to an unprecedented level. You insufferable energy beings are simply too bothersome. As his rage intensified, Beerus unleashed a thunderous roar, and the destructive power within him erupted, releasing a terrifying energy capable of annihilating all in its path, like a tidal wave. Accompanied by this explosive release, the vast and boundless might of the God of Destruction rapidly spread, engulfing the chaos within a 100-mile radius, obliterating the remaining 8 energy avatars in the overwhelming tide of destructive energy. As the brilliance faded, Beerus gasped for breath, clearly having expended a considerable amount of stamina in that explosive moment. What a thrill! This is the first time in my divine existence that I have felt such immense pressure. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Beerus spoke with a face full of excitement and madness. Though fatigued, he could sense that every cell within his body was rejoicing, thoroughly satisfied with the exhilarating eruption. However, before he could revel in his triumph for even 3 seconds, a flickering light millions of kilometers away caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Gogeta was gathering energy, and that Fiend had already completed the formation of his energy manifestation. Your little antics cannot escape my perception. Very well. Let us determine the victor with this move. Beerus, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, decided to end it decisively. Merging his hands, the power of destruction surrounding him rapidly expanded and transformed, shifting from a deep purple hue to a crimson shade. As Beerus spread his palms, an energy sphere emanating a reddish-purple glow materialized. In that instant, Gogeta, utilizing instant transmission, appeared before him, bearing an overwhelming surge of energy. This sudden occurrence caused Beerus' pupils to constrict, his expression shifting to one of horror. Welcome, God of Destruction. Now, everything concludes. 1,000 times. Super explosive Kamehameha. With Gogeta's furious shout, a colossal energy beam, measuring tens of thousands of meters in diameter, erupted, engulfing the body of God of Destruction Beerus, illuminating the dark void and propelling towards the edge of existence. The combination of instant transmission and the full force of the 1,000-fold explosive Kamehameha caught Beerus completely off guard. In the face of this annihilating energy, the visage of God of Destruction Beerus contorted fiercely as he reinforced his destructive power. Every single cell in his body was tormented by the colossal energy that surrounded him. Yet, despite this suffering, he remained unvanquished. Instead, it only fueled his madness and strength. Mortal beings, do not underestimate the God of Destruction. A cacophony of fervent roars erupted from Beerus, the God of Destruction. As his voice echoed, the 1,000-fold Big Bang attack ceased its advance. What? Gogeta sensed the perilous shift in momentum and intensified his energy release, determined to crush Beerus in this final strike. This was his sole opportunity. Should he miss it, the tide of battle would irrevocably turn, leaving him powerless to continue. However, at that moment, Beerus had fully regained his composure. Though his body was marred with wounds, he felt no pain, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. The formidable power of the God of Destruction surged within him, an eerie purplish-red glow enveloping the darkened world around him, saturating the very fabric of space with an overwhelming aura of destruction. In the palm of his hand, a purplish-red sphere of destructive energy swelled relentlessly, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and still expanding. Gogeta, is it? I acknowledge your strength. Among all the beings I have faced, you rank within the top 2. Now it is all over. Destruction. With a face twisted in madness, Beerus elevated his destructive power to its zenith, and that sphere of ultimate destruction reached unfathomable proportions. This boundless sphere, under the immense pressure of Gogeta's thousand-fold Big Bang attack, forcibly pushed it back. This exemplifies the terror of the god of destruction. Boundless power. The stronger the will to destroy, the mightier the force of destruction. Disaster. Watching his ultimate technique being repelled, Gogeta felt an ominous dread wash over him. If fortune favored him, he would emerge gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. If luck turned against him, both body and soul would evaporate, leaving nothing behind. Under the oppressive force of the boundless ultimate destruction sphere, Gogeta resolved to gamble everything, igniting his very essence in this final moment. Big Bang attack. 2,000 times. Every muscle tensed, veins coursing like serpents across his body. An unparalleled strength erupted within Gogeta. An even mightier beam of energy collided with the ultimate destruction sphere, creating a delicate balance that neither could push forward even a fraction. In that moment, the void, silent for countless epochs, was stirred by an unprecedented cataclysm. Darkness was illuminated. Chaos was unleashed. Countless fragments of space drifted through this void, the rate of restoration unable to match the pace of destruction. Where the fabric of space collapsed, black holes greedily absorbed the rampant energy to augment their own existence. The entire realm of the void is being squeezed by two formidable forces, with the very center of the world teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta are both pushed to their absolute limits. Both sides grit their teeth, continuously amplifying the power of their ultimate techniques, creating immense turbulence that reverberates through the void and transcends into the 12 universes. In that instant, save for the King's palace, all 12 universes felt the impact, experiencing tremors of varying magnitudes. This unprecedented situation instantly startled all the gods of destruction and angels. Has the battle occurring in the void escalated to a point where it could affect all universes? Chapter 46. The time has come. Despair returns. In the 12 universes, the angels act simultaneously. The power of the angels is unleashed, enveloping the entire cosmos, safeguarding their realms from the onslaught of destructive forces. Although some angels remain oblivious alongside the god of destruction, Beerus, their astonishment is palpable upon discovering the terrifying source of this energy eruption. Witnessing an event that seems utterly impossible, Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, engages in battle with a wild deity whose name is unknown. The magnitude of their confrontation reverberates throughout their universe, causing even the void itself to teeter on the brink of collapse under this overwhelming power. Currently, the two combatants find themselves in a stalemate, having reached a delicate balance in their ultimate moves. Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, muscles taut and veins visibly coursing beneath his skin, resembles a bloodthirsty demon in his ferocity. The combined might of his bloodline and divine power is unleashed to its absolute limit. A thunderous, ecstatic laugh escapes Gogeta's lips, a true expression of his inner spirit. He has poured everything into this battle, employing every technique and showcasing all his combat prowess. Regret is a foreign concept to him now. Kid, I am eager to see how much longer you can endure. Hearing Gogeta's boisterous laughter, Beerus interprets it as a provocation. The pressure exerted by Gogeta compels Beerus, the god of destruction, to ascend further. His destructive power surges once more, and the ultimate destruction ball expands to a size rivaling that of a star. As this colossal sphere grows, Gogeta's 2,000-fold super explosive wave is forcefully repelled. The pressure escalates dramatically, causing a profound shift in Gogeta's expression, revealing his fear. Do not presume that I can be easily defeated. He contorts his face into a fierce grimace, muscles bulging, crimson energy swirling around him. In an instant, he ignites his own life force to summon immense power. Tenfold, King Kai Fist. With a resounding cry, Gogeta forcibly activates the tenfold King Kai Fist. His strength erupts once more, and the 2,000-fold super explosive wave swells, pushing the ultimate destruction ball back with an intimidating force. What? The reversal of momentum leaves Beerus in shock, compelling him to grit his teeth and inject further divine power into the ultimate destruction ball to withstand Gogeta's energy assault. The two adversaries find themselves in another stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, the empty void surrounding them is now on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by their absolute powers. I can no longer afford to prolong this. Gogeta is acutely aware of his deteriorating physical condition, having repeatedly surpassed his limits while unleashing immense energy. His stamina is severely depleted. It is merely his unwavering resolve that has allowed him to persist until now. The tenfold King Kai fist, combined with the Super Saiyan Blue state, cannot be sustained for long. Yet this represents the utmost limit of what he can endure, should he further amplify the energy. His body would likely succumb and explode on the spot. However, he is beyond caring at this moment. Victory is not an option he wishes to forfeit. This is my final 20-fold Kaioken. Goku shouted with fervor, placing all his hopes into this singular moment. Boom! Accompanied by the release of the 20-fold Kaioken, the terrifying explosion of the Kamehameha wave surged forth with tremendous potency. The colossal, star-sized ultimate destruction sphere was violently propelled by Goku's ultimate technique. What nonsense! Halt this at once. Sensing an unimaginable force bearing down upon him, Beerus, having already reached his limits, summoned his strength to resist once more. As the god of destruction, he possesses his own dignity and convictions. Furthermore, he bears a significant burden, representing not just himself, but the pride of all gods of destruction. As the mightiest among them, Beerus holds his dignity and arrogance dear. His defeat would signify the shattering of the invincible myth surrounding the gods of destruction. With both forces amplifying once more, the fabric of the void began to collapse. The pitch-black realm twisted, chaos unraveled, and explosions erupted ceaselessly, scattering fragments of space as far as the eye could see. The entire void was being crushed by two terrifying powers, teetering on the brink of collapse. Victory was within reach. As Goku poured every ounce of his explosive might into this final surge, willing to pay any price to subdue the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, just as victory beckoned, an unforeseen twist of fate occurred. 30 minutes had elapsed since the battle began, which meant Goku's time of existence was at an end. This was dire. A profound sense of separation surged within him, and Goku felt an ominous premonition. He knew his time was up, just as he was on the verge of victory. Destiny played a cruel trick on him. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and the Super Saiyan Blue Goku vanished, replaced by the Super Saiyan 4 state of Goku and the peak black-haired Vegeta. The terrifyingly immense Kamehameha wave, deprived of energy output, was entirely extinguished by the ultimate destruction sphere. All pressure dissipated, and this sudden shift took Beerus by surprise. However, upon seeing Goku and Vegeta staring at each other in the chaos, he understood what had transpired. The fusion technique of the Metamorans lasts only half an hour? How lamentable. Unable to determine the outcome against the prophesied rival, a look of disappointment flickered in Beerus's eyes. His long-held wish remained unfulfilled. Thus, only destruction remained. In an instant, the ultimate destruction sphere locked onto the distant forms of Goku and Vegeta, relentlessly advancing with overwhelming force to obliterate the two. Damn it! The time for fusion has come to an end. Vegeta's heart quivered with trepidation as he gazed upon the ultimate destruction sphere advancing towards them, his spirit plunging into desolation. The boundless power of destruction possessed the capacity to annihilate everything in the world, capable of melting the entire universe in an instant. Perhaps if Gogeta were present, there might be a chance to thwart it, but alone, they truly stood no chance. Stripped of the ability to sense the external aura and unable to utilize instant transmission, there was no escaping this technique. Do you fear death, Vegeta? Goku remarked with a bitter smile as he faced the ultimate destruction sphere hurtling towards him. Chapter 47. Living again, unable to protect anything. Death. Humph. Do not look down upon others, Kakarot. It is merely a death. Vegeta scoffed at the notion of death, having experienced its sensation long ago. What harm is there in facing it once more? Yet, he sensed that this time was different. The ultimate destruction bomb seemed capable of annihilating more than just the physical form. This impending death might diverge significantly from his previous encounters with mortality. I have a foreboding that once we perish, even the Dragon Balls may not resurrect us, nor will we traverse to the underworld as before. Goku smiled wryly, as the ultimate destruction bomb drew ever closer. In response, Vegeta remained silent, fully aware of the implications of Goku's words. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. He was Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans. Enough of this, Kakarot. That thing is approaching. Do you intend to wait idly, or make a final stand? A glimmer of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes as an overwhelming aura surged within him. Since the disbandment of Vegeto, he had sensed a partial release of his latent potential, rendering him stronger than he was prior to their fusion. Yet, despite this, he found no assurance in being able to withstand the ultimate destruction bomb. Is that even a question? Goku stepped forward, a gentle pink aura swirling around him as immense energy erupted with a thunderous roar. The two shared a profound connection, unleashing their powers simultaneously. Goku, Hi-ya! Vegeta, Reira! Their voices resonated, piercing deep into the soul, as their formidable powers converged into shockwaves, resisting the advance of the ultimate destruction bomb. However, even united, they could not slow its relentless speed. In fact, the pace of the bomb's approach was deliberately moderated by the god of destruction, Beerus. Damn it! With our current strength, we cannot budge this thing even slightly. Vegeta's muscles tensed, exhausting the last vestiges of energy within him. Increase the power output. Vegeta. Goku gritted his teeth and shouted. Do not issue commands to me, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted with annoyance. Yet his energy output remained undiminished, surging forth like a torrential flood from his being. The spectacle of their resistance was observed by Beerus. I truly have no means to deal with you Saiyans. However, it is time to conclude this, Super Saiyan God, murmured Beerus, closing his eyes. Hands clasped behind his back, and slowly turning away. In an instant, the restraints on the ultimate destruction bomb were released, accelerating its approach. The terrifying power of destruction surged forth, delivering a cataclysmic blow to Goku and Vegeta. At this moment, the ultimate destruction ball was less than 100 meters away from them. Yet, even at such a distance, the mere aftershock rendered Son Wukong and Vegeta unable to withstand its power. How infuriating! Vegeta let out a roar of frustration, his mind flashing back through the tapestry of his life. From his arrival on Earth, where he was vanquished by Son Wukong, to Namek, where he rebelled against Frieza and witnessed the birth of Super Saiyan Son Wukong. During the Cell Saga, he helplessly watched as his formidable rival succumbed to death, while he remained powerless to intervene. Then came the Majin Buu Saga, where he faced utter defeat, his strength and transformations overshadowed entirely by Son Wukong. And now, confronted with the combined might of the god of destruction, Beerus, it seemed that nothing could alter the impending doom. With a resounding boom, the ultimate destruction ball unleashed its terrifying force, engulfing Son Wukong and Vegeta. In an instant, blood spewed from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his cells suffering catastrophic damage. His energy plummeting, as if he were weightlessly plummeting into the abyss of oblivion. Vegeta, Son Wukong instinctively yearned to save him, but he found himself powerless. The dreadful impact of the god of destruction had also ravaged his own body. His wounds were no less severe than Vegeta's. Moreover, with the ultimate destruction ball relentlessly approaching, he could not afford to be distracted. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Even the mighty Son Wukong, who had performed countless miracles, felt an abyss of despair encroaching upon him. Having completely lost his ability to resist, Vegeta continued to descend into darkness, his vacant gaze fixed upon the struggling Son Wukong above. I have lost, utterly defeated, my strength has reached its limit, the remainder of all that I can do is entrusted to you. Kakarot, do not allow that arrogant fool to underestimate the power of our Saiyan heritage. This is the last act I can perform. Vegeta gathered all of his remaining energy into a luminous sphere, his feeble arm thrusting it towards Son Wukong with fervor. The sphere soared towards Son Wukong, ultimately merging with his body, restoring a portion of his vitality. Vegeta, as Son Wukong felt the infusion of Vegeta's strength, he gritted his teeth and persevered. In the face of despair, he transcended once more. Divine energy surging around him, a brilliant blue radiance emanating from within. At that moment, he achieved the transformation that only the fused warrior, Vegito, had mastered, Super Saiyan 4 God Blue. Yet, despite shattering his limits and mastering this formidable transformation, he still appeared diminutive before the imminent threat of the ultimate destruction ball. Even as he unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 4 God Blue, it only served to marginally slow the advance of the ultimate destruction ball. At that instant, defeat was inescapable. Unless a miracle transpired, no one could save Son Wukong. Son Wukong, I shall remember that name as well as that of Vegeta, and the being born from your fusion, known as Vegito. This day is truly unforgettable. The events that transpired today are etched in the memory of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and no matter how many years pass, he shall never forget. As the most formidable god of destruction, he found himself pushed to his limits by mere mortals. At this moment, the ultimate destruction ball has descended before Son Goku. And despite the turmoil of unwillingness in his heart, he is powerless to escape the fate of being consumed. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! Is it possible that in living again, I am still unable to protect anything? Within the confines of the ultimate destruction ball, Son Goku feels every single cell of his being, including his very soul, being ravaged by divine power, and his consciousness grows increasingly hazy. Chapter 48. Life and Death in Limbo, a breath of hope in despair. Within the confines of the ultimate destructive bomb, both the corporeal form and essence of Son Wukong were on the verge of annihilation. Logically, This bomb should have obliterated his body and soul in an instant. However, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, his physical form remained intact, resisting destruction. Within him, an ancient and formidable force seemed poised to awaken under the relentless assault of divine destruction. Instead of fading, his super Scion blue form was evolving, transcending into a unique state. Divine power? No, this was not divine power at all. It resembled more closely the power of his bloodline. In the Void Realm, the destroyer god, Beerus, was about to depart when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned abruptly, astonishment flashing across his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a faint heartbeat. That brat should have been reduced to ashes. Yet why did I feel such unease? Beerus's expression grew serious. He dared not let his guard down. Sun Wukong had achieved the impossible on numerous occasions, and although the situation appeared utterly hopeless, as long as he had not been completely obliterated, anything remained possible. Could it be that this lad had another transformation in store? Beerus considered this possibility. But whether his suspicions were correct would be revealed in due time. In the 7th universe, Whis observed the battlefield through his angelic staff. Not only he, but the destroyer gods and angels from various universes were simultaneously focused on the Void Realm. From Universe 1, the destroyer god Ewan and angel Avamo. From Universe 2, destroyer god Hellas and angel Sava. From Universe 3, destroyer god Mosco and angel Campelli. From Universe 4, destroyer god Quitella and angel Conic. From Universe 5, destroyer god Yarrick and angel Kukatel. And the remaining 6 universes' destroyer gods and angels were all fixated on this scene. Having experienced countless cycles of reincarnation and witnessed innumerable phenomena, their eyes widened in astonishment at this unprecedented spectacle. At this moment, both the gods and angels were wholly engrossed in the unfolding drama. The outcome remained uncertain. All was a mystery. On Earth in the 7th universe, aboard a luxurious cruise ship on the sea, although Whis had departed, he had left a trace of angelic power on Earth, projecting a luminous screen that displayed the events unfolding in the Void Realm. As Vegeta plummeted into the depths of darkness, his fate unknown, Bulma and Trunks were left pale and despondent, as if all light had been extinguished from their beings. Now, with Sun Wukong seemingly consumed by the ultimate destructive bomb, the atmosphere aboard the cruise ship plummeted to an abyss of despair. In this moment, all were shrouded in profound hopelessness. Even though they harbored a belief in the possibility of miracles, in the face of such dire circumstances, could a miracle truly manifest? And even if it did, what could it possibly change? In the Void Realm, within the ultimate destructive bomb, in a state of hazy consciousness, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings with weary eyes. His body had become numb to pain. Shouldn't I be dead? What is happening? He felt an oddity regarding his current condition. His body embraced the destructive divine power surrounding him, devoid of any sense of repulsion. Cells within him underwent cycles of destruction and rebirth, continuously repeating the process. At this moment, Sun Wukong experienced a peculiar sensation, one that mingled both agony and joy. The tumultuous power of his bloodline surged within him, a warm current enveloping his entire being, rendering him unable to resist. In this instant, even the divine power was overshadowed by the exponentially amplified strength of his bloodline. With his feeble awareness, Sun Wukong endeavored to seek a way to break free amidst the chaos of destruction. His consciousness faded, plunging into darkness, re-entering the sea of awareness. Here, the concept of time ceased to exist. His conscious form drifted aimlessly over a black expanse, as if bereft of a soul, moving toward an unknown destination. He had lost all memory, like a hollow shell. He was uncertain of his journey's purpose or the meaning of his existence. Numerous times he yearned to halt his advance. Yet a vague force seemed to guide him toward a task that must be accomplished. Eventually, Sun Wukong encountered an enigmatic orb of light. Under his gaze, this orb gradually morphed, ultimately taking on his likeness. Yet, this version of himself was both himself and not himself. You, who are you? GT Son Goku asked, his expression vacant and dazed. I am you, the you of this world, and also a part of you, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. You are me? GT Son Goku questioned, bewildered. Just then, the world around them began to transform. The dim realm brightened into daylight, and the black sea beneath their feet became a crystal-clear mirror, reflecting the events of his life. In the GT timeline, he had been defeated by the Super One-Star Dragon, and now reborn, he found himself in this world. I remember. I am Sun Wukong. GT Sun Wukong suddenly awakened, memories flooding in like a tide. As he gazed at the figure before him, he recognized the other as the consciousness of Sun Wukong whose body he had occupied. From another world, though you are me, You are not me. Our bodies can only unleash their full power together. The consciousness of Son Wukong from this world extended a hand to GT Son Wukong. All right, let us together unleash our true power. GT Son Wukong grasped the hand of Son Wukong from this realm. In that moment, their spiritual essences merged completely, leading to a transcendence of their souls. Simultaneously, within the realm of nothingness, Son Wukong, trapped in the ultimate destructive sphere, lingered on the precipice between life and death. He could not live, yet he could not die, existing in a perpetual limbo between the two. The divine power of destruction tempered his body, while an enigmatic entity within the sea of his consciousness refined his soul. His physical form faced annihilation in rebirth time and again under the relentless assault of the destructive force. The bloodline coursing through him was continuously purified through this arduous trial. Signs of transcending also began to manifest within his soul. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Son Wukong's mental strength erupted, and from the depths of his being, an overwhelming and terrifying attraction emerged, impossible to resist. The energy of the ultimate destructive sphere was drawn into his body at an astonishing velocity. The volume of the ultimate destructive sphere visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Annihilation, rebirth, evolution. From the brink of despair, a miracle unfolded once more. Chapter 49. Rising from the ashes, rebirth from the cocoon. The colossal ultimate destruction sphere began to shrink rapidly. Once larger than a star, it now diminished at a visibly astonishing rate, first transforming to the size of the sun, then becoming comparable to the earth, and ultimately reducing to the size of the moon. The grandeur of this spectacle was overwhelming, invoking a profound sense of awe. Were these scions truly indomitable? Witnessing this scene, the god of destruction, Beerus, was drenched in sweat. He could sense an unknown force voraciously consuming the divine energy within the ultimate destruction sphere. Without a doubt, that force was none other than Son Goku. Millennia of human understanding shattered in that moment. At that instant, not only Beerus, but also the angels and the Grand Minister recognized the immense potential of the human race. There exists nothing they cannot achieve, only what one cannot imagine. Before long, the ultimate destruction sphere vanished, leaving behind a white and purple orb, less than 100 meters in diameter, quietly floating in the void. The surface of this orb was adorned with intertwining white and purple streams, merging in a display of power. This white and purple sphere was not merely a mass of energy. It resembled an egg on the verge of hatching. Yet it was not an egg, but rather akin to a cocoon spun from silken threads by certain creatures in nature. Within this white and purple cocoon, a terrifying entity was poised to be born. What was happening? The god of destruction, Beerus, fixated his gaze on the enormous cocoon. His instincts warned him that a significant threat was being cultivated within, one that could alter the course of events upon its emergence. Although Beerus was curious about the strength of the being developing inside the cocoon, he understood that arrogance was unwarranted in the current situation. The preceding battles, combined with the release of the ultimate destruction sphere, had already drained his stamina. He was merely holding on. What if Son Goku conjured an adversary even more formidable than Vegeto? As the mightiest god of destruction, he represented not only himself, but also the dignity of the entire pantheon. A loss would signify that the god of destruction was no longer an invincible entity. Kid, though I am unaware of your schemes, this time, you shall simply vanish. This battle is mine. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Beerus decisively acted, channeling the scant remnants of his divine energy to form a destruction sphere, scarcely 100 meters in size. Though not as powerful as the previous ultimate destruction sphere, it was nonetheless formidable. With focused intent, Beerus propelled the destruction sphere forward, directing it towards the white and purple cocoon. However, what surprised Beerus was that his destructive energy, upon striking the white and purple cocoon, not only failed to shatter it, but was instead absorbed by the unique power within, transforming into nourishment. How is this possible? My power, absorbed? Witnessing this scene, Beerus's pupils quivered, and he uncontrollably stumbled backward 2 steps. In that moment, even the mightiest of gods of destruction found himself at a loss against this entity. If even the godly destruction energy could be absorbed to completely obliterate this thing, it would likely require the intervention of an angel or the supreme authority of the Omni King. Otherwise, this conundrum would remain insurmountable. In the 7th universe, the angel Whis wielded his staff, vigilantly observing the circumstances within the void. As an angel, his experience was vast. Gazing upon the cocoon that Goku had transformed into, a long-buried memory resurfaced in his mind. It seemed reminiscent of the earliest methods devised by humanity to gain strength at the dawn of the universe. The appearance of this cocoon in the void brought to Whis' mind that ancient scene. It was astonishing that after such a long passage of time, he was witnessing the emergence of such extraordinary power in this era. Whis murmured to himself, contemplating the transformation achieved through the condensation of divine energy, reaching the pinnacle of metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the gods of destruction and angels from various universes, even the supreme angel of the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest, became alert, holding their breath and focusing intently on this spectacle. If their deductions were accurate, they would soon bear witness to the moment a mortal transcended into divinity. Fortunately, this is occurring in the void. Had it been in the universe, the consequences would be unfathomable. Whis felt a sigh of relief within. He was acutely aware of the terrifying repercussions that such an ancient method of empowerment could unleash. In the void, a rare moment of tranquility enveloped the realm. Yet for Beerus, each passing second was agonizing. He was fervently searching for a means to destroy the cocoon. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Thump, 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 thump. A sound akin to a heartbeat emanated from the cocoon, stirring the previously oppressive void into a state of agitation. With each tremor, the surrounding space quaked, and the sound itself caused a certain spiritual resonance. Upon noticing this, Beerus heightened his focus, fully alert and unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. The rhythmic beating from within the cocoon grew increasingly rapid, generating waves of shock that became ever more terrifying. Chaos was dispelled, darkness illuminated, as the void was bathed in a unique radiance of power. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, crack, crack, the sound reminiscent of an eggshell breaking echoed from the surface of the cocoon. It is about to emerge. Beerus narrowed his eyes, completely focused, refusing to relax even a fraction. He was unaware of what lay within. But one thing was certain. Goku was undoubtedly on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. In this extraordinary rebirth, it is possible for Son Wukong, this scion, to ascend to the realm of the god of destruction. Crack, crack, boom. In an instant, the colossal cocoon shattered, unleashing a terrifying tempest of divine power that caused a tremendous upheaval within the void realm. Within this dimension, Beerus was the first to bear the brunt of this immense pressure, as he was forcefully propelled thousands of meters away, ultimately mustering his god of destruction powers to stabilize himself with great difficulty. This is the power of a god of destruction. Upon sensing the divine energy suffusing the space around him, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. This is his power, his god of destruction energy. No. Although it is indeed his divine energy, the primordial connection has been severed. It is no longer under his dominion, but is instead commanded by a new master. Chapter 50, the 5th level of Super Saiyan. No. It is the god of destruction at level 5. Beyond the divine energy, there exists an ancient and primal force imbued with ferocity. This power emanates from an existence so ancient that even the gods have never witnessed it. The chaos of the void realm stirs, illuminating the darkness, as a brilliant particle of white and purple light gradually ascends from its core. A formidable gravitational pull emanates from the center of this tempest, drawing all scattered energies within the void realm back towards it. With each expansion of the storm, the turbulence within this vast realm intensifies. This force is overwhelmingly potent, so much so that even the void realm cannot withstand it. It encompasses not only the power of the divine, but also that of mortals. Their union births an entirely new entity. This power is an existence that is not permitted, defying the very rules of this world and causing ripples throughout the fabric of time and space. At the heart of the energy storm, the reborn Son Wukong finds himself in another realm, trapped within this diminutive world now marred by cracks, its barriers on the verge of shattering. Only by utterly breaking through these barriers can he attain rebirth. Yet, Son Wukong does not act immediately. The souls from two disparate timelines have fused into a singular essence, creating a wholly new Son Wukong, endowed with a fresh will and greater strength. Yet he remains the same Son Wukong at his core. The comprehensive elevation of his body and soul has awakened the ancient power of his bloodline. Indeed, this is our true strength, formidable enough to conquer all, and the power of the divine. At this moment, Son Wukong transcends the ordinary 4th level of Super Saiyan, nor is he merely in the Super Saiyan God Blue state. His wild form is cloaked in pure white fur, and his blood-red pupils emanate an ancient divine aura. Moreover, a purple aura radiates from him, infused with the god of destruction's energy that recognizes him as its master. He is uncertain of his current form, but instinctively, he knows he is immensely powerful, powerful enough to vanquish all adversaries in this world. If one were to bestow a name upon him, following the Saiyan tradition, it would be the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Yet, it appears to be something else entirely. for he embodies both beast and deity. The most accurate appellation would be the 5th level of Super Saiyan, the form of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong's gaze sweeps across the dilapidated barriers of this world. Within this cocooned realm, although ravaged and fissured, there are no signs of imminent collapse. It seems to await his final act to shatter this world completely. The time to emerge has come. Vegeta, I shall not betray your will. The god of destruction shall be defeated by my hand. With unwavering confidence, Sun Wukong understands the task that lies before him. He unites his hands, merging the ancient power of his bloodline with the god of destruction's energy, transforming it into a unique divine force. In that fleeting moment, the entire small world changed hue. Enveloped by a sinister violet aura, reflected in the purple radiance, Sun Wukong's form appeared more godlike than that of a destroyer. As an extraordinary force coalesced, he struck the world barrier with a casual blow. The sound resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the small world. In the next instant, the entire realm faced a cataclysmic blow. The world barrier shattered, transforming into countless shards of space that scattered in all directions, only to be crushed into nothingness by an overwhelming divine might. Sun Wukong had anticipated that by breaking this small world, he could return to the realm of nothingness and confront the destroyer Beerus. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that his terrifying power not only shattered the confines of his prison, but also affected the entire realm of nothingness, fracturing the temporal barrier. In an instant, a violent maelstrom of time and space erupted from the crevice, leaving Sun Wukong no opportunity to react as he was swept into the temporal tunnel. Within the realm of nothingness, the destroyer Beerus expended all his strength to unleash his divine power, attempting to contain the expanding temporal storm. Halt! He strained to command, draining the last vestiges of his divine energy in a futile attempt to obliterate the colossal tempest. His long-standing approach of combating chaos with chaos was now a desperate gamble. Unfortunately, Beerus was already at his limit. The successive battles and this recent eruption had thoroughly exhausted his might. Presently, even maintaining his position in the void was a monumental effort. Just as the immense temporal storm threatened to engulf him, the angel Vados entered the realm of nothingness. With a powerful release of angelic energy, she suppressed the raging storm, narrowly rescuing Beerus from peril. Vados, Beerus uttered weakly, relieved by her presence. He had not anticipated that this battle would escalate to such extremes, manifesting even temporal turbulence. Vados, observing the subdued chaos, expressed her lingering anxiety. Fortunately, we are in the realm of nothingness, devoid of substance. Had this occurred in the universe, the unleashed temporal currents from the shattered barriers would swiftly engulf all of existence. In such a case, even with my presence, the angelic power would not fully counteract the ensuing storms, leading to the destruction of at least 80% of the universe. Where has that fellow gone? The destroyer Beerus pondered, his expression grave as he focused intently on the epicenter of the temporal disturbance. In that moment, not only he but all gods and angels from the 1st to the 12th universe were fixated on this spectacle, including the supreme being within the king's palace, who also observed with great curiosity. They were eager to witness the form Sun Wukong would assume upon his rebirth. As time ticked by, under the suppression of angelic power, the tumultuous currents of time and space vanished without a trace. All returned to tranquility. In the restless void, silence once again reclaimed its dominion. Before them lay nothingness, the very breath of existence having vanished, leaving Beerus and Whis in a state of bewilderment, their eyes locked in mutual confusion. How could this individual have disappeared? Could it be that his attempt at transcendence has ended in self-destruction? Beerus pondered with uncertainty. Given the current circumstances, this appeared to be the sole possibility. Goku, in his reckless pursuit of power, had perished. Initially, he harbored concerns that the 7th universe might give rise to a being capable of rivaling his own status as a god of destruction. However, it now seemed he had overestimated the situation. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Chapter 51. Breaking the World, Transcending Time and Space. It may not be as simple as it appears, Lord Beerus. The angel, Whis, sensed that matters were far more intricate than he initially perceived. In an instant, the angel's divine consciousness began to expand rapidly, soon enveloping the entirety of the void, meticulously searching every corner for the whereabouts of Son Goku. As time passed, the god of destruction, Beerus, crossed his arms and inquired petulantly, "Have you found him, Whis?" In response, Whis shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the vast, impenetrable darkness ahead. It was the location where Son Goku had unleashed his formidable power moments ago. If I am not mistaken, the sheer intensity of Son Goku's recent surge shattered the barriers of the void, resulting in the emergence of temporal turbulence. He himself has been engulfed by this chaos. And as it stands, he is no longer within the confines of the void. Whis spoke solemnly, reflecting on the unforeseen magnitude of this battle's consequences, which even he, as an angel, had not anticipated. It was astonishing that a mortal could possess the capacity to breach the barriers of existence. Currently, Son Goku, if fortunate, may have been cast into another realm. If not, he risks becoming lost within the currents of time, ultimately vanishing into the corridors of existence, forever, unable to return. Not within the void. Do you imply that he may have traversed to another universe? Beerus began to fathom the gravity of the situation, realizing it was far worse than he had surmised. Whis shook his head, patiently elucidating to Beerus. It is more than that. He has breached the barriers of the world, and where the turbulence of time may lead him, I cannot discern. He could be flung back millions of years into the past, or even farther back, perhaps into a future so distant that its timeline is unknown. It is also possible he has ventured into other worlds. As Whis' words settled, Beerus fell into contemplative silence. The developments had escalated to this extent. That Son Goku had vanished from their world. The absence of such a powerful being would significantly affect the balance of their universe. What a profound loss. Beerus lamented, his heart heavy. Even if Son Goku were to disappear from this realm, the legacy of the Scion would remain etched in his memory. Yet, within this void, another soul still lingered. Whis declared, and in a fleeting moment, the angelic power surged forth into the depths of chaos. In but an instant, a barely conscious Vegeta was drawn from the abyss of the void. It is he. Fate has spared him. Gazing at the ailing Vegeta, Beerus had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Today, he had had enough of the chaos. Come, Lord Beerus, it is time for us to depart, Whis urged. Indeed, Beerus replied, resting his hand upon Whis' shoulder. In the next moment, Whis' angelic power surged, manifesting a speed capable of transcending dimensions, and they vanished from the vast expanse of the void. At this very moment on Earth, everyone beheld the situation within the realm of nothingness through the light curtain left by Whis. Son Wukong had vanished. Wukong. Chi-Chi collapsed in despair. Father has disappeared. Son Goten trembled all over. After a fleeting moment of sorrow and rage, flames of anger ignited in his eyes. The god of destruction, Beerus, had taken his father. Those individuals were indeed malevolent. It will be fine. Father must be safe. He will surely return. Son Gohan continuously reassured Chi-Chi and Son Goten, though he himself was unconvinced. Simultaneously, Wukong's disappearance struck him deeply. If his father truly was gone, the mantle of the universe's strongest warrior would have to be inherited by him. He would be the one to vanquish the culprit behind his father's disappearance. The god of destruction, Beerus. The scene shifted to the Grand King's palace. The Grand Priest expressed satisfaction regarding Son Wukong's remarkable feat of shattering the world. Allow me to witness where you, entangled in the currents of time and space, shall arrive and what splendid tale shall unfold. As soon as the Grand Priest's words fell, a peculiar ancient force, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, emerged. A distinct radiance appeared before the Grand Priest, revealing the circumstances following Son Wukong's entry into the time tunnel. Within the time tunnel, Son Wukong, swept into the chaotic currents of time and space, advanced aimlessly. That mysterious force had brought me here. What must I do to return? Maintaining his Super Saiyan 5th form, Wukong navigated through the time tunnel, dispelling one turbulent wave after another. He was unaware of how far he had traveled within this seemingly endless tunnel. Am I destined to be trapped in this place forever? With furrowed brows, Wukong realized he needed to devise a solution for this predicament. The surrounding chaotic currents were perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injury. He relied on his current Super Saiyan form to withstand the danger. Should he linger too long, and the transformation faded, all would be lost. At long last, after an indeterminate duration, a light emerged within the time tunnel. I found it. Son Wukong summoned his utmost focus. Although uncertain if that location was indeed an exit, he recognized it as his sole opportunity to escape. With renewed vigor, he quickened his pace, charging towards the light, and propelled himself headlong into its brilliance. Within the myriad of parallel universes, in a realm saturated with despair and lifelessness, lay a world 20 years into the future of Dragon Ball Super. This timeline closely mirrored that of Dragon Ball GT. Save for one crucial distinction, this world had not suffered the havoc wrought by the evil dragons, but was instead ravaged by a terrifying malevolent deity. In the year 799 of the Age of Earth, since the moment when Tenanx vanquished Depura and Babidi, thwarting the resurrection of the malevolent Majin Buu, Earth has basked in a fleeting era of tranquility. Humanity, once more, rallied its strength to reconstruct their homeland. Yet, scarcely had the menace of Majin Buu been eradicated, when the serenity was again shattered by the emergence of an even more terrifying entity, plunging the restored Earth into an unprecedented abyss. High amidst the western mountains of the planet, the once serene atmosphere suddenly stirred, culminating in a rift that tore through the fabric of reality. From this temporal tunnel, Son Wukong burst forth, descending upon the rugged peaks. "At last, I have emerged," he murmured, having extricated himself from the confines of the time-space vortex. Chapter 52. Is this a desperate space? Relaxing his body and mind, Son Wukong released his Super Saiyan 5 transformation, casting his gaze across the expanse. Where am I? Could it be that, after traversing that tunnel, I have returned to Earth? But why does the essence of life here seem so diminished? Before Son Wukong could fully relax, he stumbled upon a harrowing truth. The Earth of today is shrouded in an atmosphere of doom. Even the sky is cloaked in darkness, and the air is thick with profound despair and lifelessness. Standing atop a mountain peak, Son Wukong's eyes fixated on the horizon, where a desolate and crumbling city came into view. That city is West Capital, once the most splendid and grandiose city on Earth. It has now been reduced to a wasteland, with only a scant few hundred souls surviving within its vast expanse. This is but a mere reflection of the Earth's current decay. The world today is lifeless and devoid of vitality, resembling a planet on the brink of apocalypse. In his time, the population of humanity reached billions. Coupled with the multitude of animals, the essence of life on the planet soared to hundreds of billions, even into the thousands. Yet now, across the globe, the essence of life scarcely numbers in the thousands. How could this be? Why has Earth transformed in such a manner? The planet he once vowed to protect at all costs has now succumbed to this apocalyptic visage, igniting a profound fury within Son Wukong. He understands that this world is no longer the one he once knew, but it is still Earth. Why? Why has it come to this? Just as Son Wukong was on the verge of erupting, a colossal mental perception detected two extraordinary and powerful auras. He suppressed his inner rage and focused intently on these two presences. To his astonishment, he found himself startled by what he sensed. The aura of Trunks? And my own aura. Son Wukong's gaze fixated on the decayed West Capital, locking onto the source of the auras. After verifying several times, he discerned something amiss. Trunks' aura was unmistakably his. However, the other aura, identical to his own, felt wrong. This presence was saturated with boundless malevolence. Although superficially similar, its essence was fundamentally different. Without further contemplation, Son Wukong lowered his own aura and employed his instant transmission technique, soaring towards West Capital. Meanwhile, within West Capital, the tattered Trunks desperately stifled his aura, making his way through the sewers. It is hard to imagine the harrowing trials this world's savior has endured to become what he is now. Yet he seems accustomed to it, turning a blind eye to the noxious stench of the sewer as he presses onward. However, just above him, the ground bore witness to a sinister smile from Son Wukong, clad in a black martial arts uniform, gazing down upon the earth. He is the architect of this tragedy, the Dark Son Wukong. From the annals of time, Zamasu, having summoned the eternal dragon through the Super Dragon Balls, seized the body of Goku and descended into this realm to wreak havoc. Driven by a profoundly distorted ideal, the Zero Plan for humanity, he embarked on a path of destruction, annihilating all deities and systematically purging the human race from this timeline. The remnants of humanity on this earth have been nearly eradicated, with only those left as tools deliberately preserved to provoke Trunks into greater strength. Trunks, flee with all your might. No matter where you go, I will find you. Zamasu taunted cruelly, his eyes gleaming with unhinged madness. He ambled through the dilapidated streets, tracking Trunks' energy signature. Meanwhile, this grim spectacle was witnessed by Goku, who observed from a high vantage point the figure clad in black martial attire, a mirror image of himself. Although the aura was reminiscent of his own, Goku was certain that this being was not him. Why is Trunks operating in the shadows? Goku pondered, realizing that Trunks was intentionally evading this doppelganger. Could it be that the transformation of this world was orchestrated by this sinister twin? The truth would only unfold with time, concealing his own energy. Goku stealthily followed Black Goku, who remained blissfully unaware of the pursuit, continuing his cruel game of cat and mouse, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited him. As the scene shifted to the entrance of the battered Capsule Corporation, Trunks, having traversed the sewer, found himself before the threshold of his former home. Lifting the manhole cover above, he returned to the sanctuary of his childhood. Gazing upon the desolate remains of his abode, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Since the emergence of Black Goku, he had roamed the world, battling the fiend, and now, After many long months, he found himself back at his origins. Beneath Capsule Corporation lay a clandestine laboratory where his mother, Bulma, was toiling to harness the energy required to activate a time machine. This would be the last hope for the world. Without hesitation, Trunks dashed into the underground lab. In that moment, Black Goku arrived, and upon witnessing Trunks' descent, his mocking smile deepened. He eagerly anticipated Trunks' reaction upon their next encounter. Slowly advancing, Black Goku followed suit. Meanwhile, Goku remained well hidden, his concern mounting as he watched Black Goku depart. He discerned Bulma's presence deep within the underground, suppressing the tempest of anger within him. Goku followed closely behind. In the underground laboratory, Bulma awaited Trunks' arrival. Compared to her counterpart from the past, this Bulma bore the weight of years. Not merely from the ravages of time, but also from the exhaustion of her spirit. The world has become beset by calamities. Since the demise of Son Wukong, artificial beings have ravaged the earth, resulting in immense loss of life among humanity. Just as the crisis of these creations was resolved, the emergence of the formidable Majin Buu presented another dire challenge. Although Trunks successfully thwarted the resurrection of Majin Buu, an unexpected entity, resembling Son Wukong, yet claiming divinity, materialized. His arrival plunged humanity into an abyss of despair and terror. Even Trunks found himself unable to prevail against this foe. The ravages of time, compounded by inner turmoil, rendered this mother increasingly weary and aged. Nevertheless, it remains evident that Bulma still possesses an undeniable beauty. Though advanced in years, her allure endures. Chapter 53, Black Wukong. You have already paved the way to death, Mother. At this moment, Trunks' call snapped Bulma back to reality. Upon seeing Trunks once more, a smile illuminated Bulma's aged face. After more than half a year apart, the mother and son were finally reunited. They embraced, and everything was conveyed without words. Trunks was acutely aware of his mission, and Bulma understood that the time had come. It was time to bring an end to this world that resembled an apocalypse. Trunks, the fuel for the time machine is ready. Go to the past. Let Goku come to save this world once more. Bulma released Trunks from her embrace. Understood. Trunks replied with resolute determination. With Goku's assistance from 20 years ago, he believed this chaotic era could indeed be resolved. Soon, Bulma approached a device and retrieved a container filled with the time machine's energy source. This transparent energy reservoir was only half full, yet it was sufficient for Trunks to make a singular journey through time. Holding the energy reservoir, Bulma stepped before Trunks and entrusted him with this symbol of hope for the future world. I entrust this to you, Trunks. You are the last hope of this world. Bulma's eyes were filled with complexity as she spoke earnestly. Mother. Trunks felt a deep reluctance. He was not at ease leaving his mother behind. Truth be told, he would have preferred for her to take his place in the time machine while he faced Black Wukong to the bitter end. However, he could not defy his mother's wishes. Enough of this childish crying. You're a grown child now. Hurry and set off. The time machine is in the backyard of the estate. I leave everything to you, Trunks. Bulma wore a warm smile, urging Trunks to depart swiftly. I'll be back, Mother. With a heart full of resolve, Trunks took the energy reservoir and began to walk away. But just as he distanced himself from Bulma, Black Wukong, lurking in the shadows, struck. The scene of their reunion was indeed poignant. As a deity, I shall allow you both to reunite in another world. Black Wukong's mocking voice echoed from the darkness, as a black-orange energy sphere was hurled forth from the shadows. Mother. Upon witnessing Black Wukong's malicious intent towards his mother, Trunks instinctively rushed to shield Bulma. But it was too late. In a moment of peril, an invisible force ensnared Bulma. With a deafening explosion, much of the laboratory was obliterated, flames leaping into the sky. In the wake of the blast, Bulma suffered no substantive harm. She merely succumbed to shock, collapsing to the ground and temporarily losing her ability to move. Your mother, Trunks? Humph. The mother of an evil person deserves to be punished. Black Wukong approached Bulma with a sinister grin, looking down upon the terrified woman. Stop it. Dark One. Trunks instinctively prepared to attack Black Goku. Trunks, leave. Quickly leave. Bulma, using the last of her strength, issued a desperate command to him. Forget about me. You must save this world. Listening to his mother's urgent plea, Trunks found himself in a tumultuous struggle. He understood the cost of leaving, and he was reluctant to abandon her. Are you not even going to listen to me? Bulma suddenly erupted in anger, shouting at Trunks. Hearing her furious roar, Trunks's hesitation vanished. Though he felt a deep sense of loss, he turned and sprinted at full speed toward the location of the time machine in Capsule Corporation's estate. Watching Trunks depart, Bulma shifted her gaze to Black Goku. Such a familiar face. The owner of this visage had once brought hope to her, and all her companions. As long as he existed, they could overcome any adversity. Yet now, the very person she had once trusted most had come to take her life. This world is truly unfair, so cruel. Trunks' mother. Your son has forsaken you. Black Goku chuckled darkly, extending his right hand toward Bulma's neck. Death loomed near, and Bulma, in despair, closed her eyes. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Vegeta, Goku, and everyone. I have come to find you, she silently recited in her heart, having resigned herself to her fate. Do not lay your filthy hands on her. At that moment, Goku had arrived behind Black Goku. A powerful aura surged within him, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Black Goku. Who? Startled, Black Goku whipped around and swung a punch at Goku. Bang! Goku effortlessly caught his fist. Son Goku. Realizing the identity of the newcomer, Black Goku was struck with terror. The Goku of this world is dead. Who is this person before him? Goku remained silent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With a single motion, he forcefully flung Black Goku's fist aside, gathering power in his right fist, infused with fury. He unleashed a thunderous blow. Boom! The air erupted with sonic booms. Black Goku was met with a devastating strike. His features contorted as he was swept away by an unstoppable force. In an instant, his body shot forth like a super projectile, piercing through several ruins, finally skidding to a halt after being propelled for miles. Hearing the colossal commotion, Bulma, startled, opened her eyes. She had thought Black Goku was merely toying with her. To her astonishment, she beheld the man she had longed for through countless days and nights. After sending Black Goku flying, Goku turned his gaze to Bulma, revealing his uniquely gentle smile. Leave everything that follows to me, Bulma. Goku's voice lingered in her ears. Hearing that familiar tone, Bulma managed a bittersweet smile. Goku, have you come to take me away? In the next moment, overwhelmed with fatigue, Bulma succumbed to unconsciousness. She was utterly exhausted. Since the emergence of the androids, she had not experienced a single moment of relaxation. Observing Bulma, who lay unconscious on the ground, Goku cradled her in his arms and sought a secure corner where they could rest, gently placing her down. As he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Bulma, a smile graced his lips, and he softly murmured, "When you awaken, it will all be over." However, as he turned away, in an instant, the warmth and joy that adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling, emotionless demeanor. This marked the first time Goku had displayed such a countenance, signifying that he was indeed profoundly angry. Chapter 54. The Defeat of Black Goku. Emerging from the dilapidated underground laboratory, Sun Wukong ascended to the surface. Suddenly, he perceived an anomaly to his right and turned to investigate. Before him, the time machine slowly ascended into the air, ultimately vanishing in an ephemeral moment. Had Trunks already departed? Sun Wukong paid little heed to Trunks' exit. His singular focus now was to eliminate the culprit that had transformed Earth into a living hell. With his right hand poised like a sword against his forehead, he locked onto Black Goku's energy and, in a fleeting thought, activated his instant transmission. In the ruins several kilometers away, a sinister black aura erupted, shattering all the boulders around it. From the rubble, Black Goku staggered forth, visibly shaken by the force of the recent blow that had left him disoriented. What a heavy punch, he grimaced, rubbing his throbbing head. At that moment, Sun Wukong materialized 10 meters before him. Upon seeing his counterpart, Black Goku's gaze sharpened, the pain from the earlier strike dissipating as he regained his composure. Sun Wukong, from which timeline do you hail? He inquired, his cold eyes fixed intently on Sun Wukong. You need not know, Sun Wukong retorted, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with this doppelganger. Humph. Arrogant, Black Goku scoffed derisively. Though I know not from whence you come, it is refreshing to encounter a worthy adversary. I have long grown weary of Trunks. By the way, you, who have already perished in this world once, have met your end at my hands again. His arrogance was palpable, exuding confidence in his ability to best Sun Wukong. Though puzzled by his words, Sun Wukong dismissed the thoughts. You certainly talk too much. With little desire for further dialogue, he unleashed his full battle power in an instant. In mere moments, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, exerting immense pressure that compelled Black Goku to retreat repeatedly. What? This intensity? From how far in the future do you come? Black Goku shouted in disbelief, shaken by the exaggerated potency of Sun Wukong's energy. In a heartbeat, Sun Wukong lunged forward with blinding speed, delivering a devastating punch. Sensing the imminent threat, Black Goku quickly assumed a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong's formidable blow struck Black Goku's arms, shattering his defenses and sending him hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong accelerated, positioning himself behind Black Goku and delivering a crushing kick to his back, propelling him skyward. The consecutive strikes forced Black Goku to spew blood, his entire body feeling as though it had shattered under the relentless assault. How is this possible? I also possess the body of Sun Wukong. Why is there such a vast disparity in strength? Black Wukong's heart trembled as he found himself in the same physical form as Sun Wukong. Under identical circumstances, even if he were to falter, defeat should not be this catastrophic. While Black Wukong questioned his existence, Sun Wukong silently appeared above him, awaiting his approach. With hands clasped, he formed a hammer of energy, preparing to strike down with tremendous force. This is disastrous. The visage of Black Wukong twisted in horror as a profound sense of danger coursed through every cell in his body, enduring excruciating pain akin to being shattered to pieces. He crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! The thunderous sound erupted in the air like a muffled explosion. Struck with a devastating blow, Black Wukong spewed blood, his pupils dilating, as his body plummeted rapidly towards the earth. Boom! The ground convulsed, clouds of dust billowed, and debris flew in all directions. The point of Black Wukong's descent formed a massive pit, 100 meters deep. Injured and battered, he lay helplessly at the center of the crater, having completely lost his capacity to fight. His arms were shattered, his internal organs severely damaged and bleeding, and his sternum fractured. Such injuries would have proven fatal to an ordinary person. However, Black Wukong's essence was remarkably unique. As a scion vessel and a convergence of divine souls, his vitality was tenacious, rivaling even Frisia. Unless his head were severed, he could endure for several seconds even without a heartbeat. In this moment, Black Wukong began to question his own existence. It shouldn't have been this way. I am also Sun Wukong, in the same state. Why have I been defeated so utterly? Confounded, he wished to flee. Yet the extensive fractures throughout his body rendered even the slightest movement agonizingly difficult. The 3 strikes from Sun Wukong had inflicted immeasurable damage upon him. In the air, Sun Wukong looked down from his elevated position at Black Wukong, whose energy had dwindled and who had completely lost the will to fight. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. This fellow's power is far too weak. I had expected someone resembling myself to be formidable. It seems he is only capable of this level. Yet, I must admit, the sensation of striking myself is rather peculiar and indescribable feeling. Though I do not know who you truly are, you are the root cause of the devastation that has befallen the earth. Your actions are unforgivable. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong joined his hands at his waist, gathering energy, a cerulean glow accumulating in his palms, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Black Wukong. Damn! Black Wukong gritted his teeth, fully aware that this energy wave from Sun Wukong would mean certain death. Driven into a corner, Black Wukong urgently sought assistance, mentally reaching out to his counterpart in this timeline. Meanwhile, in the northern mountains, the Zamasu of this world was leisurely savoring tea, indulging in the art of tea-making. Indeed, if I were to eliminate all the parasitic beings plaguing humanity today, my tea-brewing skills would surely reach new heights. I cannot fathom the extent to which my other self has toyed with 10 eggs. Nor can I comprehend the purpose of retaining this scion. Would it not be more prudent to eradicate him? Zamasu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Black Goku's methods. However, they are, after all, one and the same. What one envisions, the other inevitably contemplates. At that moment, Zamasu received a telepathic communication from Black Goku. Hurry! Save me! The sudden plea for help took Zamasu by surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed instant transmission to arrive at Black Goku's location. Chapter 55. What of the Peach Blossom? Rubbish. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong had completed the gathering of the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure light blossomed from his palm, radiating with a brilliance reminiscent of a beacon of hope illuminating this darkened world. The once desolate realm, steeped in despair, was infused anew with the promise of hope. Kamehameha. As the words left his lips, an inexhaustible column of blue energy erupted from his hand, cascading downwards towards the dark Wukong below. Realizing that the energy of the Kamehameha was rapidly approaching, the dark Wukong panicked and frantically signaled for help from another version of himself. Just as the Kamehameha was about to strike, Zamasu arrived just in time through instantaneous movement, placing himself before the dark Wukong. Boom! The explosion sent flames soaring into the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic force that generated towering waves of destruction. The shockwaves radiated outward, causing tremors across the globe. Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, sensed an anomaly. Someone had saved the dark Wukong. With a grave expression, he gazed at the thick smoke billowing from the explosion. Moments later, as the dust settled, a figure emerged from the deep crater. It was Zamasu, wielding his immortal form to shield the dark Wukong from the lethal blow. Could this be his accomplice? Sun Wukong scrutinized Zamasu, questioning the identity of this unfamiliar figure. He had no recollection of such a person. Furthermore, judging by Zamasu's attire, he appeared to be a Supreme Kai. Yet, Wukong had met all the Supreme Kais he knew, and this one was a stranger. Could it be he is a Supreme Kai from another universe? Suddenly, Wukong recalled that Beerus had previously mentioned to him the existence of multiple universes, with their own being the seventh. This implied a multitude of unknown universes beyond the seventh, and this mysterious Supreme Kai must hail from one of them. Could it be that this doppelganger was also from a different universe? As Sun Wukong plunged into contemplation, Zamasu seized the moment to cast a healing spell, restoring the Dark Wukong's injuries sustained in battle. Fully healed, the Dark Wukong stood anew, exhaling a sigh of relief. "You have finally arrived," he remarked, lifting his gaze to the sky with a serious expression. What was happening? Zamasu's mind was rife with questions, yet he understood that this was not the time for answers. The two of them gazed at the Dark Wukong, who began to hover into the air, reaching the same altitude as Sun Wukong. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them as the three faced off, with Sun Wukong emanating a terrifying aura that bore down heavily upon the Dark Wukong and Zamasu. Since achieving his breakthrough in dire circumstances and merging with the spiritual essences of GT Wukong and Timespace Wukong, both his mental and physical prowess had experienced a monumental leap. In this present moment, Sun Wukong, even in his ordinary state, possesses an overwhelming combat prowess that is unparalleled in the contemporary world. His current form is comparable to Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4th stage with ebony hair. Truly, he is Sun Wukong, although the origin of his power remains unknown to me. It is precisely the strength I require. Seizing your body was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Black Wukong, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong, revealed a morbid grin. Seizing my body? Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. No wonder this individual bears such a striking resemblance to him. It turns out he had taken his body. Hee. I have longed to engage in a proper battle with you using this body, and now my wish has finally been granted. Thanks to your recent attack, my power has evolved even further. The manic grin on Black Wukong's face grew ever more intense. As dark energy erupted around him, a rose-colored radiance surged forth. Sensing the escalating might of Black Wukong, Sun Wukong's expression transformed repeatedly. This power is divine energy. It is the very essence of divinity twisted into malevolence. Huh. Black Wukong let out a furious roar. Amidst the dark flames, a torrent of rose-colored energy burst forth, gradually supplanting the black aura. The hairstyle of a Super Saiyan. Now adorned with pink locks, this was an unprecedented state of Super Saiyan. Moreover, it radiated a peculiar and eerie divine energy. What is this? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Black Wukong's transformation. The form resembled the first stage of Super Saiyan, yet the hair was a striking pink. Most notably, the bizarre and distorted divine energy. Could this form also be that of a Super Saiyan god? In accordance with your Saiyan nomenclature, let us name it Rose. The Super Saiyan Rose. With a sinister smile, Black Wukong deliberately showcased his newfound strength before Sun Wukong. Following his near-death revival, not only had his ordinary combat power surged, but he had inadvertently mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan god. This battle held profound significance for him. He no longer feared Sun Wukong. What a beautiful hue! As a deity, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god, you have transcended the blue of mortal cultivation, embodying a more complete divine essence in pink. Witnessing his partner attain such perfection, Zamasu felt an overwhelming joy within. The invincible power of an immortal body, when combined, renders one an unstoppable force in this world. Zamasu's heart swelled with pride. As long as he and Black Wukong joined forces, not even the god of destruction could impede them. This individual has become blinded by power, utterly unaware of the true terror that the god of destruction embodies. The mere Super Saiyan Rose would be extinguished with a single hand in the face of such might. At this moment, Sun Wukong was fixated, scrutinizing Black Wukong from head to toe. Super Saiyan Rose, Sun Wukong murmured, and with a single glance, he discerned the current strength of Rose Black Wukong. It is merely a counterfeit transformation of a Super Saiyan, appearing rather unimpressive, Goku remarked disdainfully. What did you say? Black Goku, provoked, felt a surge of anger within. In an instant, he unleashed his divine might towards Goku. However, such a degree of power was utterly insufficient in the face of Goku, who remained unfazed, effortlessly shattering the oppressive force. Allow me to show you what a true Super Saiyan is like, you imposter. With these words, a smile graced Goku's face. He leaned slightly forward. Activating the energy reservoir of the first level of Super Saiyan, as a tremendous golden aura emanated from within, radiating outward. Chapter 56. The Overbearing Slaughter of Black Goku. As Sun Wukong unleashed his power, the heavens dimmed, and from the pitch-black clouds descended several blue and white lightning bolts that struck the earth. Sun Wukong's hair danced without wind, radiating a resplendent golden brilliance, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the universe. The intensity of his transformation, unrestrained by any desire to conceal his aura, was utterly terrifying. The first stage of Super Saiyan at full power had arrived. Not far in front of him, Black Goku and Zama's felt an acute sense of panic as they sensed this extreme surge of energy. Is it possible for a mortal's essence to reach such heights? Black Goku instinctively felt an immense pressure. He had personally witnessed the strength of Sun Wukong. Even with his mastery of Super Saiyan Rose, it paled in comparison to Wukong's true power. What is there to fear? After all, he is merely a mortal. Together, we can still vanquish him. Zama spoke fiercely, emboldened by his invulnerability, which rendered him fearless of any threat. You speak wisely. Awakened by Zama's words, Black Goku assumed a combat stance, channeling his energy to gather in his right hand, forming a pink energy blade. Observing Black Goku and Zama's before him, Super Saiyan Wukong's lips curled into a sinister smile. The atmosphere of the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The power of the three affected the very workings of the planet, causing a transformation in Earth's ecological environment. On Wukong's side, darkness was dispelled by the golden radiance, allowing sunlight to bathe the earth and breathe life back into the world. Meanwhile, on the side of Black Goku and Zama's, the malevolent divine power tainted the realm, as darkness and evil spread unrestrained, heralding the arrival of a wicked god. As he gazed at the two who remained motionless, Sun Wukong made his move. In a flash, he transformed into a golden laser, hurtling toward Zama's. The instantaneous eruption of speed was terrifying, leaving no room for reaction. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong delivered a colossal strike to Zama's jaw. The explosive force ravaged Zama's entire being, and in an instant, he was propelled into the sky, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere, hurtling toward the moon in mere seconds. The moon, struck by this impact, bore a massive crater, with countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. With just one punch, Wukong sent Zama's crashing to the moon, a testament to the sheer destructive power of the blow. Sun Wukong. Black Goku was struck with fear, instinctively swinging his sword at Wukong. Yet, in that very moment, Wukong moved faster, seizing Black Goku's wrist with one hand, his immense strength rendering Black Goku immobile. Though I do not understand why you have taken my body or who you truly are, you, as an imposter, cannot even unleash a fraction of my power. It is one thing to steal my body. It is another entirely to take the lives of so many innocents. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the dark counterpart before him, a fleeting glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. The overwhelming force he exerted squeezed the wrist of the dark Wukong, producing a sharp crack that echoed ominously. The dark Wukong, taken aback, winced in agony as the excruciating pain compelled him to disperse his energy blade, his expression contorted in distress. Yet, undeterred, he swung his other hand in an attempt to strike Sun Wukong. In that instant, Sun Wukong retaliated with an even swifter and more ferocious punch aimed squarely at the dark Wukong. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. Once more, the dark Wukong's face was struck with tremendous force, a wave of pain crashing over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His body was propelled backward, skimming across the ground for miles before colliding with a dilapidated structure. Best to dispose of this imposter quickly. Battling someone who mirrors my every move feels decidedly unsettling, Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of disdain. Engaging in combat with the dark Wukong left him with an unmistakably unpleasant sensation. In a fleeting thought, he activated his super speed movement, dashing towards the ruins that concealed his adversary. As he prepared to extract the dark Wukong from the debris, he sensed a surge of divine energy stirring within. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant magenta energy erupted from the ruins, leveling the entire structure. At the heart of that radiant glow stood the dark Wukong. His visage twisted with fury as he glared menacingly at Sun Wukong. Do not underestimate the divine. Human, the dark Wukong bellowed, consumed by rage as he assumed the classic stance of the Kamehameha wave. A profound and formidable divine power surged within him, swirling frantically at his command. The magenta light blossoming in his palms. Is that my Kamehameha wave? How infuriating, Sun Wukong thought, his irritation peaking at the sight of his own technique being appropriated by a charlatan. Allow me to demonstrate what a true Kamehameha wave looks like, he declared, adopting the iconic pose as deep crimson energy coalesced in his palms, an ominous aura rapidly escalating around him. Both combatants amassed their energies, Yet it was evident that Sun Wukong's power was exponentially greater. Perish, Sun Wukong! The dark Wukong roared, his divine energy reaching its zenith as he unleashed a dual-colored dark Kamehameha wave. The one who shall meet their demise is you, impostor. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong responded with a fierce shout, unleashing the deep crimson Kamehameha wave that he had been gathering. The collision of their energies erupted with a cataclysmic roar. The heavens trembled and the winds howled. The dark Kamehameha wave clashed with the tenfold Kamehameha wave, momentarily locked in a fierce stalemate. Ah! The dark Wukong bellowed, relentlessly tapping into his latent potential, intensifying his energy output. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong remained composed, the dark Kamehameha wave failing to exert any pressure upon him. It is over, he declared, channeling all his might into a sudden surge. The energy swelled dramatically, and the tenfold Kamehameha wave surged forward with terrifying might. Advancing with an unyielding force, the dark Goku was relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming Kamehameha. Impossible! How could my strength be vanquished so utterly? His eyes widened as he beheld the advance of the tenfold Kamehameha, his pupils constricting in horror. Instinctively, he yearned to flee, but it was too late. The ferocious energy of the tenfold Kamehameha engulfed his being. Dark Goku lost all control over his body, acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through him. No. My aspirations remain unfulfilled. How can I perish here? How can this be? In a fit of defiance, Dark Goku roared. Yet his corporeal form was utterly obliterated beneath the onslaught of the tenfold Kamehameha. Chapter 57. The End of Days, The Return of Peace. In a determined effort to ensure the complete destruction of Black Goku, Sun Wukong sustained the release of the tenfold Kamehameha for a full 10 seconds. Only after he could no longer sense Black Goku's aura did he finally cease his energy outpouring. The presence had vanished. Sun Wukong murmured softly as he stepped forward, approaching the spot where Black Goku had been obliterated. At that moment, nothing remained of Black Goku, save for an intact silver ring. This ring still exists? Sun Wukong's keen perception caught sight of the seemingly inconspicuous silver ring. He was certain that Black Goku had been utterly annihilated under his might, both body and soul obliterated. Yet, surprisingly, this small ring had withstood the ravages of the tenfold Kamehameha unscathed. This object is no ordinary trinket. Bending down, Sun Wukong picked up the time ring, observing it closely. Yet he found nothing particularly unusual. Though he was unaware of its nature, he reasoned that since it was left behind by that foe, it must hold significant value. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong decided to keep the time ring. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. It was Zamasu, the one he had just sent flying off the planet with a single punch. That fellow is still alive? Taken aback by this revelation, Sun Wukong turned his gaze to the sky. There, he beheld Zamasu suspended in midair, motionless and seemingly dazed. Sun Wukong was equally astonished. Something was amiss with this individual. His previous strike had been merciless, and given Zamasu's strength, he should have been decisively defeated. Yet now, he appeared completely unharmed. Could he possess an immortality akin to that of Lord Chilled? A vague suspicion began to form in Sun Wukong's mind, judging by Zamasu's condition. It seemed that immortality was indeed the most plausible explanation. To ascertain the truth of this immortality, a few more tests were in order. With a thought, Sun Wukong executed a technique of instant transmission, silently appearing behind Zamasu. At that moment, Zamasu remained oblivious to Sun Wukong's presence, still reeling from the shock of Black Goku's demise. With Black Goku defeated, their plans lay in ruins. What are you staring at? Sun Wukong's voice echoed from behind Zamasu. Zamasu? Startled, Zamasu whirled around, only to be met with Sun Wukong's unstoppable kick. Boom. The impact resonated through the very fabric of space, producing a deafening roar. Once again struck with tremendous force, Zamasu was sent hurtling away from Earth. However, this time Sun Wukong would not let him escape so easily. Channeling his energy, he propelled himself into the cosmos within mere seconds, catching up to the retreating Zamasu, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Struck again with immense force, Zamasu transformed into a colossal meteor, breaking through the cosmic expanse, and after soaring an indeterminate distance, collided with a crimson-hued asteroid. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to once again amass energy. To ensure the complete annihilation of Zamasu, he transcended once more, transforming from Super Saiyan at full power into the formidable no-browed hero, Super Saiyan 3rd stage. A surge of power rapidly coalesced within his palm, an unrelenting source of energy-gathering strength. The deep crimson radiance intensified, illuminating the boundless darkness of the universe. With a mighty declaration, he unleashed the 20-fold Kamehameha, a colossal crimson energy beam, spanning a diameter of 100 meters, erupted from Sun Wukong's palm. Wherever the energy traversed, annihilation ensued. This deep red beam traversed great distances, striking Zamasu, who lay upon the scarlet asteroid, with unerring precision. With a thunderous roar, the crimson asteroid erupted mere seconds later, succumbing to the destructive force of the 20-fold Kamehameha. The explosion's brilliance was dazzling, akin to a flower blooming in the pitch-black void of space. The devastation wrought by the asteroid's detonation, compounded by the formidable power of the 20-fold Kamehameha, would surely injure even a god of destruction should they falter. How much more so for a weakling like Zamasu? Unless he truly possessed immortality, his demise was inevitable. As time flowed steadily on, the fiery aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Sun Wukong, filled with fury, surged forth to the remnants of the crimson asteroid, eager to ascertain Zamasu's fate. His senses detected no trace of Zamasu's aura, nor did he find any sign of the foe in the vicinity. That wretch must be utterly dead. It seems I was mistaken. He is not immortal. With that thought, Sun Wukong cast aside his lingering doubts. Now that both Black Goku and Zamasu had been dealt with, he resolved to return to Earth and inquire with Bulma of this timeline about the events that transpired after his death. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu gasped for breath, displaying signs of considerable shock. As a Supreme Kai, Zamasu possessed the ability to traverse the universe at will. Indeed, the 20-fold Kamehameha had struck him, subjecting him to an unprecedented agony. Even with his immortality, pain was still a reality. At this moment, his mental fortitude was severely compromised, his green skin pale, breathing heavily, and sweat pouring down. Damn it! That unknown Sun Wukong has managed to defeat another version of me. Without his assistance, how shall I complete the zero-human plan? Zamasu was acutely aware that he was no match for Sun Wukong. His immortality could only serve to delay the inevitable. To fully realize his ambitions, he required a powerful ally, and that ally could only be himself. After a considerable period of rest, Zamasu finally regained his composure. Contemplating his next course of action, he resolved that abandoning the zero-human plan was out of the question. Following a brief silence, an ingenious idea began to form in his mind. His gaze was fixed upon the time ring adorning his right hand. This super Dragon Ball of the current timeline had been annihilated by them. To reverse the situation, one must journey to other timelines and harness the power of the Super Dragon Balls from those realms. Humanity, the humiliation you have inflicted upon the divine today shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. Zamasu had etched the name of the mortal Son Goku into his memory. With a mere thought, he activated the time ring, traversing through time to a distant future. The scene shifted, returning to Earth in the 7th universe. In the dilapidated West City, within Bulma's laboratory, the unconscious Bulma began to awaken, her bewildered gaze sweeping across her surroundings. Chapter 58. Alas, this little dance. Her age seems incongruous. Gazing around the dilapidated laboratory, Bulma was momentarily stunned. Had she not already perished? In her final moments, she had even seen Son Goku come to fetch her. Shouldn't she be in the underworld now? Could it be that she was still alive? Bulma found it hard to believe. Had the Dark One spared her? Her mind was yet to comprehend the situation, leaving her with a visage of confusion and bewilderment. Given the Dark One's loathsome disdain for humanity, it was utterly improbable that they would have let her go. There must be another layer to this mystery. Oh, Bulma, you're awake. At that moment, Son Goku fortuitously arrived via instant transmission. His sudden appearance startled Bulma considerably. Dark One, stay away. Bulma hastily retreated to a corner, curling up as fear vividly reflected in her eyes. She was genuinely terrified. Bulma, I am not that imposter. Can you truly not recognize me? Son Goku said, his signature smile gracing his face as he observed the terror-stricken Bulma. The sight of the aged Bulma filled him with a bittersweet ache. Though they were the same person, the Bulma from his world and this one appeared strikingly different. The disparity between the worlds with and without him was immeasurable. You are really Son Goku. Bulma could hardly believe her eyes. Astonishment radiated from her gaze. Her beautiful eyes scanned Goku from head to toe, and she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Yet, she quickly recalled that this world's Son Goku had long since died. The figure before her must surely be a Dark One. The Dark Ones, intent on tormenting her in her final moments, would not relent. No, you are not Son Goku. Dark One, you cannot deceive me. Bulma's eyes brimmed with hostility. Seeing Bulma's unwavering disbelief in his identity, Son Goku couldn't help but twitch his lips. Bulma, I truly am Son Goku. Just take another look. He approached Bulma and knelt before her. At his words, Bulma lifted her gaze, earnestly scrutinizing Son Goku. After a tense half-minute of wavering conviction, Bulma was utterly convinced that the person before her was indeed Son Goku. You are really Son Goku? You've been resurrected? Bulma blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. This matter could not be elucidated in mere phrases. Son Goku scratched his head and chuckled wryly. 10 minutes passed. Seated before the dilapidated tea table, Bulma and Son Goku faced each other, engaging in conversation. Son Goku recounted the reasons for his arrival in meticulous detail to Bulma. Upon grasping the full context, Bulma immediately understood the nature of Son Goku's appearance before her. This was indeed Son Goku from another timeline. Originally, you are not the Son Wukong of this world. Upon receiving the answer, Bulma propped her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes gazing at Son Wukong with a hint of nostalgia, saying, "It is truly astonishing to see you again after so many years." Although the Son Wukong before her was not the one from her world, he was undoubtedly the most dependable and trustworthy man she had ever known. The sudden arrival in this world was indeed remarkable, but perhaps it was merely the design of fate. Son Wukong replied with a smile. At that moment, Bulma's expression was quite complex as she looked at this man, both familiar yet foreign, memories from decades ago flooding her mind. Had the Son Wukong of this world not succumbed to viral heart disease all those years ago, she would not have endured so much suffering, and this world would not have fallen into such ruin. Just as Bulma was lost in her myriad thoughts, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of a gunshot. A specially modified bullet struck Son Wukong's head with unerring precision. Ouch, that hurts. The sudden attack made Son Wukong cry out in pain. Dark person, stay away from Aunt Bulma. Behind Son Wukong stood a woman clad in an old coat, aiming a shotgun at him. Who else could this girl be but Xiao Wu? It hurts, who shot me? Son Wukong turned around to see Xiao Wu pointing the shotgun at him. As he gazed at the girl before him, he fell into contemplation, wondering why she seemed so familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? Xiao Wu, don't shoot. He is not a dark person, Bulma quickly interjected, stepping in front of Son Wukong to explain to Xiao Wu. Not a dark person? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion, her gaze scanning Son Wukong from head to toe. While she was appraising him, Son Wukong was also scrutinizing her. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Son Wukong's mind. I remember. You are Xiao Wu. The Xiao Wu who once followed Pilaf. Son Wukong exclaimed, pointing at her with surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in understanding, exclaiming, You are Son Wukong. Bulma, caught in the middle, was utterly bewildered. She glanced back and forth between Son Wukong and Xiao Wu, memories flooding back as a familiar face intertwined with the Xiao Wu before her. She recalled that years ago, when searching for Dragon Balls with Son Wukong, there had indeed been a girl named Xiao Wu by Pilaf's side. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Wu. To her knowledge, Xiao Wu had a good relationship with Trunks, who could even be said to be her future husband. However, upon further reflection, if this Xiao Wu was indeed the one from Pilaf's entourage back then, that would mean she was even older than Bulma herself. Bulma, Son Wukong. I can explain. Realizing her true identity had been uncovered, Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his true age surpasses Bulma's, and he has even developed a relationship with her son. This requires some explanation, otherwise, it seems rather implausible. Soon, the three gathered around the tea table, and Xiao Wu began to recount her experiences. The reason for her youthful appearance was entirely due to the Dragon Balls. When she, along with Pilaf and the others, discovered the Dragon Balls, they made a wish to the Eternal Dragon to become younger. However, who could have anticipated that the dragon would deceive them, transforming the three into children instead? It took years of growth for her to regain her original figure, and now she appeared considerably younger than Bulma. Upon learning the backstory, Bulma gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. So, you really are that Xiao Wu, she exclaimed, realizing the truth behind her youthful appearance was indeed the result of the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong comprehended everything. Chapter 59, A Timeless Reunion of Father and Son. The three individuals sat around the table, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward until Bulma took the initiative to dispel the tension. She mentioned to Xiao Wu that the Dark One had perished, which alleviated the discomfort. Upon hearing the news of the Dark One's demise, Xiao Wu's expression transformed into one of disbelief. The Dark One is truly dead, killed by Son Goku. Her astonished gaze shifted towards Goku as she repeatedly sought confirmation. In response, Goku smiled and nodded. This is splendid. Peace has finally returned to Earth. Xiao Wu beamed with a liberating smile. Now, Earth has regained its former tranquility. This planet has endured too many calamities, first the androids, then Majin Buu, and now the Dark Goku. Fortunately, it seems that all is at an end. By the way, Bulma, when I vanquished that doppelganger of mine, he dropped this item. Could you help me discern what it is? Goku suddenly recalled the silver ring he had picked up earlier. He produced the silver ring and handed it to Bulma for her examination. Given Bulma's intellect, she should be able to ascertain its origins. However, as she held the ring, inspecting it, she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary ring. Nonetheless, considering it had been worn by the Dark One, it likely held some significance. I am uncertain about this item. Only the deceased Dark One would possess that knowledge. However, Son Goku, might I request a favor from you? Bulma's demeanor shifted, becoming remarkably serious, indicating the importance of her request. Hearing this, Goku nodded. Although the Dark One had been slain, the future of this world might still face formidable beings. Currently, Trunks is not yet capable of standing alone. I would like to ask you to take the place of the Dark One to motivate Trunks, nurturing him into a warrior who can safeguard this world. Bulma expressed her heartfelt desire. She hoped that Goku could inspire Trunks to grow stronger. In today's Earth, what is needed is not scientists or ordinary individuals, but powerful warriors, strong leaders. After listening to Bulma's earnest plea, Goku's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. However, prompted by Bulma's remarks, he pondered further. In this world, relying solely on Trunks may not suffice to protect it. I should journey to the other world and see if my counterpart and Gohan still exist. If they have not yet reincarnated, I could potentially resurrect them with the Dragon Balls. Goku mused, devising a commendable plan. He wished to alter the fate of this world. If the Goku and Gohan of this realm were present, everything would be significantly improved. I entrust this to you, Son Goku. Bulma returned the time ring to Goku, for he was the last hope for this world. Leave it to me, Bulma. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall ensure that it does not face annihilation, for I have already tasted failure once. Taking the time ring, Sun Wukong let out a resigned smile, turning away towards the door, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Bulma felt a weight in her heart upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Could it be that this version of Sun Wukong, hailing from another dimension, has witnessed the destruction of his own world? Upon reaching a desolate area, Sun Wukong expanded his mental perception, traversing dimensions to sense the aura of the underworld. After several seconds, how strange, why has the aura of Lord Kai vanished? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. He realized he could no longer sense the presence of the North Kai. Not only the North Kai, but he could detect none of the other Kais either. A foreboding feeling began to stir within him. He abandoned the search through aura and instead directly focused on North Kai's planet. In an instant, he vanished from his location. In the underworld, North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong arrived in a flash. The sight before him left him astonished. The North Kai's planet no longer existed. What lay before him was a multitude of shattered remnants. The North Kai, Baburus, and Girigiri were nowhere to be found. The traces of battle. Could it have been that fiend's doing? Sun Wukong recalled the Black Wukong he had slain earlier, before ending that being's life. He had claimed to have killed the version of himself from this world. It could very well be true. The self of this world had been slain, and consequently, the North Kai had met his demise as well. Realizing the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated, Sun Wukong's gaze drifted towards the distance. He beheld an endless chaos. On the elongated path of serpents, the souls of the deceased were scattered amidst the boundless turmoil. The aura of King Enma had vanished as well. Sun Wukong grasped that the current state of the underworld was likely more chaotic than he had imagined. He could already envision the events that had transpired here. Just as he intended to depart the underworld, a remarkably familiar aura suddenly emerged in his perception. It was none other than his son, Gohan, the essence of Gohan. This presents the perfect opportunity to inquire about what has transpired in this place. With a mere thought, Sun Wukong vanished once more from his location. In the Enma Hall, the underworld now lay in utter turmoil. King Enma had been slain. His death signified the loss of the judge in the underworld, disrupting order, leaving countless souls adrift, unable to find refuge, neither in heaven nor hell. Now, within this vast underworld, only one individual remained to maintain order. That individual was none other than Gohan. After having been killed by an android, his soul had arrived at the Enma Hall, where King Enma, recognizing him as the son of Sun Wukong, had preserved his physical form. Amidst the chaos, Gohan had become the sole arbiter of order. At that moment, Gohan had just dealt with a batch of souls that had escaped from hell when he suddenly sensed an approach from behind and swiftly turned around. By mere coincidence, he locked eyes with the arriving Sun Wukong. "Ah, Gohan," Sun Wukong instinctively greeted upon seeing the son of this world. However, instead of joy, Gohan displayed a fierce hostility. "It's you," Gohan exclaimed with a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy erupting around him. In an instant, he transformed from his usual state into a Super Saiyan at the second level. "Wait, Gohan, let me explain." Sun Wukong attempted to interject, but was immediately cut off by Gohan. Silence! You impostor who pretends to be my father. You have slain King Kai, the king of hell, and my father. Everyone and every deity has fallen by your hand. I will not spare you. Chapter 60. The Massacre of Namek. In this world, Gohan's fury erupted, clearly mistaking Goku for Black Goku. It seemed that clarification was futile. Goku, with a resigned smile, found himself intrigued by the menacing Gohan before him. In such circumstances, the only way to convey understanding was through a battle. Magic Flash. With anger surging, Gohan concentrated his energy and unleashed a devastating energy blast. Faced with this formidable golden energy cannon, Goku did not flinch. With a single wave of his hand, a powerful aura erupted, shattering the destructive Magic Flash in an instant. In a flash, Gohan had already dashed to Goku's front. The previous Magic Flash was merely a distraction. The true assault commenced now. Ha 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 ha. With a thunderous roar, Gohan launched an intense and relentless offensive against Goku. His fierce punches and kicks swept toward Goku like a hurricane. Despite the continuous onslaught, Goku responded effortlessly, yet Gohan's fighting style caught his attention. Each move was executed with precision, devoid of any superfluous gestures, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Compared to the Gohan of his original timeline, this one was a completely different being. If the Gohan from his world was a half-baked warrior, then the Gohan before him was a seasoned combatant, rich in battle experience. Though his combat power was not exceptionally strong, his techniques and experience were profoundly deep. You are indeed remarkable, Gohan, exhibiting such astonishing combat capabilities, Goku praised, thoroughly impressed with this Gohan's performance. Don't get too full of yourself, Gohan bellowed in anger. Interpreting Goku's compliments as provocation, believing Goku looked down upon him. With a fist fueled by rage, he launched a powerful strike straight at Goku's face. With a resounding bang, this unstoppable blow was effortlessly blocked by Goku with one hand. Skillful manipulation of power nullified the explosive force behind Gohan's punch. Gohan, I am pleased that you have become a capable warrior in this world, but perhaps you should allow me to finish speaking. Goku intended to halt the battle, yet Gohan showed no signs of pausing. Having his attack thwarted, Gohan swiftly retracted his fist, channeling his entire strength into a whip kick aimed at Goku's neck. Bang! This formidable strike, too, was easily countered by Goku. It seemed a change in strategy was necessary. Muttering to himself, a gleam ignited in Goku's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his power, forcing Gohan back, and in a mere 0.001 seconds, he surged forward, launching a punch imbued with terrifying destructive force. This is bad, Gohan thought, sensing the lethal intent emanating from that fist. One struck. Both his body and soul would face annihilation. If such a state led to death, whether in the underworld, at the universe's edge, or in other dimensions, he would be forever lost. Just as Son Gohan believed his end was nigh, Son Goku skillfully retracted his power, and the force of his punch swept over Gohan, sending chills down his spine. You! Gohan gazed at the fist before him, perplexed as to why the other would lessen his strength at such a moment. Can you now allow me to explain, Gohan? I am not the impostor you think I am. I am Goku, Son Goku, your father. Withdrawing his fist, Son Goku looked at Gohan with a smile. At that moment, Gohan finally regained his composure. His eyes scrutinized Goku from head to toe. The aura, appearance, character, and manner of speech were all identical. You truly are my father. But you were killed by that man, were you not? Gohan finally confirmed that the Son Goku before him was indeed the genuine article, his father. I am not the Son Goku you once knew. As for why I am here, that is a long story. Goku recounted the journey that brought him to this world in its entirety. After a minute of explanation, Gohan understood that the Son Goku before him was his father from an alternate timeline. You have vanquished the dark entity. I see now. I had wronged you, father. Upon learning the truth, Gohan's fighting spirit dissipated, and he reverted from his Super Saiyan second stage transformation. It's all right, in fact. You have given me quite a surprise, Gohan. You have become a warrior capable of standing on your own. Goku patted Gohan's shoulder, expressing his pride. Not at all. Compared to you, I still have much to learn, father, Gohan humbly replied. Goku smiled silently at this. Pride and arrogance would lead to destruction, while remaining humble and composed is the true path. Soon after, Goku's gaze swept across the chaos of the underworld. Order must be restored swiftly. The only way to achieve this was to resurrect King Yin and the other kings of the realm. This would require the power of the Dragon Balls. To be honest, he was reluctant to utilize the Dragon Balls, given the example of the evil dragons. Overuse would bring calamity rather than hope. However, With the current state of chaos in this world, restoring order necessitated the use of the Dragon Balls. Goku had made his decision. He turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, you stay in the underworld. I will journey to Namek to retrieve the Dragon Balls there." Understood, Gohan did not contest, recognizing that the underworld was too chaotic and required someone to maintain order. He was the sole candidate for this task. Soon, Goku's consciousness expanded, locking onto the coordinates of the Namekian planet, guided by his memories. A formidable perception transcended dimensions, delving into the cosmos, swiftly pinpointing the existence of Namek. However, to Son Wukong's astonishment, although he accurately identified the coordinates of Namek, he could not sense the presence of a single Namekian. This left him with an unsettling premonition. Having reached such a level of power, his instantaneous movement had undergone a transformation. He no longer relied on sensing energy signatures to teleport. With merely the coordinates of a planet, a single thought sufficed. Of course, familiar energy signatures would have been preferable for greater precision. In a fleeting moment, he executed his instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, he departed from the underworld, transcended dimensions, and arrived at Namek. The scene before him rendered Son Wukong speechless. The landscape was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Namekians. Blood had dried and congealed upon the earth. The carcasses lay scattered, all bearing witness to a harrowing truth. Namek had been annihilated. Chapter 61. The arrival of Sun Bei from the past world. Could it be that this fellow is responsible for it all? A surge of intense fury welled up within Sun Wukong. The absence of the Dragon Balls signified the extinguishing of hope. This world was beyond salvation. Even one as formidable as he was not omnipotent. The resurrection of the deceased and the divine was beyond his capabilities. At that moment, Sun Wukong exhaled a heavy sigh, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. What was he to do now? Suddenly, he sensed something and lifted his gaze toward the sky, contemplatively. An instinct told him that someone was observing him from an unknown place. But who could this individual be? Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyers. Since the demise of the destroyer Beerus, who perished alongside the Supreme Kai, the vast domain was left with only the angel Whis and the prophetic fish. With the destruction of their master, the angel could only remain in the destroyer realm, awaiting the birth of a new destroyer. Now, the arrival of Sun Wukong from across time and space had captured Whis' attention. He sensed an immense power of destruction emanating from Sun Wukong's being. This version of Sun Wukong from a parallel world possessed the potential to inherit the vacant position of destroyer. The world, now in shambles, was in dire need of a new destroyer to restore order, Whis mused solemnly. He intended to train this Sun Wukong from another dimension to become the next destroyer. Conveniently, the original Sun Wukong's body and soul had dissipated, making way for this new candidate. While Whis harbored this notion, it remained uncertain whether Sun Wukong would consent to become the destroyer. The scene shifted back to Sun Wukong, who was attempting to trace the source of his peculiar sensation through sheer will. Yet, inexplicably, each time he neared the precise location, an unseen force would obstruct his thoughts, preventing him from delving deeper. It was as if there was an intentional hindrance in place. Not overthinking, Sun Wukong redirected his focus to the remains of the Namekians. Although he could not resurrect them, he could at least contribute by burying their corpses. 5 hours passed. Sun Wukong had laid to rest all the deceased Namekians on their home planet. Now, Namek was devoid of living Namekians and Dragon Balls. Everything had descended into a deadlock. Yet he would not surrender. He would find a way to restore this world to its rightful path. In a fleeting thought, Sun Wukong returned to Earth, West City, in the dilapidated Capsule Corporation estate. Just returning, Sun Wukong encountered Bulma. "Son, how is the situation with the Dragon Balls progressing?" Bulma inquired eagerly upon seeing Sun Wukong's return. He shook his head and recounted the events concerning the underworld and Namek. As she learned of the massacre of the Namekians and the chaos in the underworld, Bulma's expression gradually shifted to one of disappointment, though it quickly returned to normalcy. She had grown accustomed to such matters. The absence of Dragon Balls was inconsequential. With the threat of the dark beings now eradicated, they could finally embrace a life of tranquility. After exchanging a few words with Bulma, Son Goku sought out an open area. Having arrived in the future world, he realized he could not depart anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to make the best of his situation. He had more pressing matters at hand. His battle with the god of destruction, Beerus, had imparted invaluable insights. He needed to harness the understanding gained from that conflict to stabilize his own realm of power. Sitting cross-legged, Son Goku slowly floated into the air, entering a meditative state once more. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed since he vanquished the dark beings. During this period, significant changes unfolded in this world. Xiaowu disseminated the news of the Dark Being's defeat. Initially, humanity was skeptical. However, as no catastrophic tremors followed, they cautiously emerged from their underground shelters. Once they confirmed the Dark Beings had indeed been slain, hope rekindled within them. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the millions of the past, given sufficient time, merely a few decades, they could resurrect human civilization. In the dilapidated Capsule Corporation estate, Son Goku entered a unique state. Two distinct energies enveloped him, one of divine power, the other of bloodline strength. After 2 days of profound meditation, he adeptly wielded this extraordinary energy. While his combat prowess had not dramatically increased, he had gained significant insights. By absorbing all his experiences and stabilizing his new transformation, his mastery over his abilities had greatly improved. While still immersed in deep meditation, Son Goku sensed something and gradually opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the decaying entrance of the Capsule Corporation, my aura, and Vegeta along with Trunks. It appeared Trunks had returned from the past. Excitement surged within Son Goku. How formidable would the Trunks from the past be, alongside himself and Vegeta? After all, he had promised Bulma to assume the role of a Dark Being, to provide Trunks with a modicum of pressure. Yet, the thought of how to embody that character posed a challenge for him. After all, he found it difficult to emulate that maniacal persona. But there is this. A flash of inspiration struck Son Goku as he retrieved the time ring from his pocket. With this artifact, even if his demeanor and attire changed, Trunks would undoubtedly perceive him as Black Goku. A smile graced his lips as he donned the time ring, floating upwards towards the source of the aura. Before the grand circular structure of Capsule Corporation, the time machine rested in the derelict courtyard. Trunks, along with the superdimensional Son Goku and Vegeta from the past, had just arrived in the future. They were immediately taken aback by the desolate and decaying scene that lay before them. Is this world truly the Earth as they perceive it? Perception envelopes the globe, revealing that the surviving life forms number merely in the thousands. This count includes both animals and humans. The totality of life on this planet today is but a fraction, less than 1/1000th, of what it was 2 decades ago. Is all of this the doing of the Dark Ones? The transcendent Sun Wukong finds it hard to believe, as boundless fury ignites within him. The Earth, where he has lived since childhood, has been reduced to this state, and he is determined to make the Dark Ones pay the price. Let it be known. Kakarot is mine. The transcendent Vegeta states coldly, arms crossed. Chapter 62, The Swift Defeat of Super Blue Vegeta. Understanding Vegeta's fervor for combat, the time-traveling Goku lamented. You must first engage with the Dark One. It was perplexing how Vegeta harbored such an intense desire to battle beings identical to himself. Did he truly despise them so? With a frigid demeanor and a glint of murder in his eyes, Vegeta had learned from Trunks that this world's Bulma had perished. Though from a future realm, Bulma remained his wife in any universe. The Dark One must be vanquished by him. Suddenly, both time-traveling Goku and Vegeta sensed an overwhelming and audacious aura encroaching upon them. Their expressions shifted as they heightened their vigilance. An aura identical to mine? Goku prepared for battle, his instincts on high alert. At last, it had arrived. Vegeta's countenance grew serious, divine energy surging within him. With a thunderous crash, a golden light, accompanied by a fierce lightning strike, plummeted to the earth mere meters before Goku and Vegeta, stirring up thick clouds of dust. The arrival was none other than Goku himself, the Dark One. Trunks, upon seeing his mother's murderer, felt an uncontrollable rage boiling within him, yearning to obliterate Goku on the spot. The memory of his mother's death would haunt him eternally. Yet, this foolish child seemed oblivious to the truth. Dark Goku had long since perished, and his mother Bulma was alive and well. Calm down, Trunks, you are not his match. The time-traveling Goku interposed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The being before him, a mirror image, exuded an exaggerated intensity. Find a secure location and leave the rest to me. Vegeta, with a solemn expression, stepped forward, locking eyes with Goku. Trunks, is this the ally you have brought? The past versions of Goku and Vegeta? Ha ha ha. Goku's malevolent grin mirrored that of Dark Goku, his performance flawless, indistinguishable from the true Dark Goku. Trunks, witnessing this wicked expression, became increasingly convinced that the figure before him was indeed Dark Goku. You scoundrel of the Dark One. Trunks felt his fury swell in response to the disdain emanating from Goku. Observing Trunks' escalating anger, Vegeta could no longer remain passive. This face, despite seeing it repeatedly, ignited his ire, and today he could finally unleash his pent-up frustration. Dark One, your adversary is none other than me. As Vegeta declared, An overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him like a tidal wave. A boundless divine energy exploded forth, illuminating the shadowy realm with a brilliant blue light. The surrounding space resonated with the sacred sound of divinity as Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, embodying a godlike presence. Divine power. Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the formidable Super Blue Vegeta before him. This scene evoked in him a reminiscent image of Black Goku transforming into Super Saiyan Rose. Both transformations belong to the same category, being manifestations of the divine Super Saiyan, differing only in color. Dark One, savor the final moments of your existence, for soon you shall perish at the hands of my Super Saiyan Blue. The corners of Super Blue Vegeta's mouth curled, striking that iconic pose of defiance. Super Saiyan Blue. You say? How intriguing. Goku remained unfazed, utterly indifferent to the formidable Super Blue Vegeta before him. In truth, when compared, the Vegeta before him possessed power even inferior to that of the rose-black Goku he had vanquished just 2 days prior. This mere Super Blue transformation, he could easily contend with using just one hand. As the battle was on the brink of erupting, the atmosphere around them grew heavy with tension. Super Blue Vegeta aimed his right hand at Goku, rapidly charging energy, and bellowed, Big Bang Attack. A deep blue sphere of compressed energy surged toward Goku. Such an attack was far from requiring evasion. Goku merely unleashed his aura, shattering Super Blue Vegeta's Big Bang Attack effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Super Blue Vegeta launched a counteroffensive. With unparalleled speed, he darted toward Goku like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch. The sudden assault would perplex an ordinary person, but to Goku, this speed was painfully slow. That unstoppable punch was effortlessly caught by Goku, unable to advance an inch. With his initial strike thwarted, Super Blue Vegeta swiftly recalibrated his strategy, retracting his fist to unleash a more ferocious and concentrated barrage against Goku. Each blow was imbued with profound and potent divine energy, capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. The frequency of his attacks escalated, and the force behind them intensified as Super Blue Vegeta executed a relentless onslaught against Goku. Yet, the scene before him left him astounded. His punches and kicks failed to even graze Goku, being repelled by an invisible barrier surrounding him. How can there be such a resilient and powerful aura? My attacks cannot breach his protective energy. Super Blue Vegeta was struck with disbelief. He realized that the power Goku possessed was beyond his comprehension. It seems your Super Saiyan Blue is rather lackluster, Vegeta. A glint of brilliance sparked in Goku's eyes as he instantaneously unleashed his power. The energy pool of Super Saiyan's first stage was activated, and a golden aura erupted like a volcano, the surging energy instantly propelling Super Blue Vegeta away. This aura, how could this be? The strength of this imposter has reached such heights. Super Blue Vegeta's mind quaked as he stabilized his body after being sent flying for several meters. Without granting him a moment to react, Super Saiyan Goku surged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in a mere 0.01 seconds. A punch infused with 80% of his might thundered forth. In that instant, every cell in Super Blue Vegeta's body screamed in unison, instinctively crossing his arms in a defensive posture. Bang! The earth-shattering sound echoed. The battle suit enveloping Super Blue Vegeta exploded, and the terrifying force penetrated his fists, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius behind him. The weight of the blows was unbearable. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta gritted his teeth, his arms feeling as though they had shattered. Once again, Super Saiyan Goku launched an assault, channeling power into a devastating kick that struck Vegeta's jaw, propelling him into the sky. A cry of anguish escaped Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's lips. Yet, this was not the end. Super Saiyan Goku, employing his incredible speed, pursued the airborne Vegeta, delivering a powerful strike that sent him plummeting from the heavens. The impact was cataclysmic. Vegeta crashed into the earth, creating a gaping chasm 100 meters deep. At the center of that abyss, Vegeta lay, his divine energy dissipated, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Chapter 63, GT Goku vs Super Goku. How could this be? The disparity in power is insurmountable. The transcendent Vegeta, lying in a deep pit, has suffered grievous injuries, yet his consciousness remains. His Super Saiyan Blue form has been utterly defeated, even by a mere Super Saiyan at its initial stage. Outside the battlefield, the transcendent Goku and Trunks stand frozen in astonishment, their faces etched with shock. The Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could not even endure a single round. The power of the Dark Ones has escalated to such unimaginable heights. How could this occur? Father S. Super Saiyan Blue should easily vanquish the Dark Ones. This Trunks is deeply unsettled by this scene. If even the power of Super Saiyan Blue has faltered, he cannot fathom who in this world could possibly triumph over the Dark Ones. Trunks, without hesitation, departs from the battlefield. The transcendent Goku furrows his brow, gazing solemnly towards the Goku in the sky. If even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form was so effortlessly defeated, their strengths are nearly equivalent. And he fears the outcome would be the same, unless he resorts to that technique. Uncle Goku. Trunks clenches his lips. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he feels utterly inadequate. Remaining here would not only be futile but would also hinder others. Filled with reluctance and fury, Trunks withdraws from the fray. With Trunks now far away, the transcendent Goku is freed from any concern. His divine power surges, and he immediately transforms into Super Saiyan Blue. The Super Blue Goku stands ready, refraining from any rash actions. Observing the situation, the Goku in midair descends slowly to a distance of several meters in front of the Super Blue Goku. Though both are Goku, they never anticipated meeting in such a manner. If your strength is limited to this form, you shall not be my adversary, Goku states with a confident smile. His current battle prowess is formidable, unparalleled across the globe, save for the god of destruction. While the Super Blue Goku is not weak, he pales in comparison. I am well aware that merely being a Super Saiyan Blue cannot match your strength. It is undeniably perilous, yet inexplicably, I am exhilarated at the prospect of battling a warrior of your caliber. The Super Blue Goku's eyes ignite with fervent desire for combat. Even with the awareness of the vast power gap, the Super Blue Goku harbors no thoughts of retreat. As a true warrior, facing a formidable foe does not instill fear. Rather, it invigorates him further. Unleash your full power. You cannot deceive my eyes, Goku inquires solemnly. Being both Goku, none understand him better than himself. Has my trump card been discovered? The Super Blue Goku's expression grows increasingly serious. This battle is unlike any he has faced before. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Buzzing around the Super Blue Goku, a crimson aura surges, and the intensity of his divine power continues to escalate. Indeed, it is the Kaioken. Sun Wukong instantly recognized the hidden power of Super Blue Sun Wukong. He had previously attempted to combine Super Saiyan 4th stage with Kaioken. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. While the formidable physique of Super Saiyan 4th stage could endure a 10-fold or even 20-fold increase of Kaioken, the accompanying consumption and burden were equally immense. Moreover, as his strength continued to grow, the enhancements provided by Kaioken would diminish correspondingly. This technique was only suitable for swift victories and utterly impractical for prolonged engagements. Although he had yet to master it fully, necessity compelled him to utilize it now. Super Blue Sun Wukong gazed resolutely at his hands. The divine energy within him flowed seamlessly with the operation of Kaioken. His aura surged, casting the sky into twilight. As the entire earth trembled under the overwhelming increase of divine power, the crimson aura and azure divine energy harmoniously intertwined before being drawn back into Sun Wukong's body. All returned to tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the next moment, a glint of determination flashed in Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes. Tenfold. Kaioken. With a mighty roar, the divine power within him erupted. Boom. The crimson aura and azure divine energy melded perfectly, surging forth like a tsunami, sweeping across all directions. The formidable might unleashed by Super Blue Sun Wukong dazzled Sun Wukong, illuminating his vision. This immense power was not far off from his Super Saiyan 1st stage at full capacity. Success. With the experience from before, the execution of tenfold Kaioken proceeded much more smoothly. I fear you not. The surge in strength bolstered Super Blue Sun Wukong's confidence. In this form, can you sustain the tenfold Kaioken for long? Yet, I am curious, how much of this forcibly enhanced power can you truly wield? Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles. Ever ready for battle? Come at me. Super Blue Sun Wukong launched an immediate assault, a crimson beam piercing through space. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong surged forward simultaneously. Boom. Their collision unleashed a terrifying force that swept across the globe, a brilliant white light erupting, leaving desolation in its wake. The entire earth trembled violently under their might. Amidst the white radiance, the first clash between Super Blue Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong commenced. After unleashing tenfold Kaioken, Super Blue Sun Wukong experienced a tremendous leap in all aspects. During their initial encounter, even the full power of Super Saiyan faced dire consequences. The azure streams and crimson shadows formed countless dazzling nets in the air, remnants of energy left by Super Blue Sun Wukong's assault. The speed was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. The power was so immense that it could shatter stars. Ha 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 ha. Super Blue Sun Wukong let out a furious roar. In an instant, his formidable fist, imbued with fierce divine energy, swung forth. Bang! With a single strike. The space trembled and the earth shattered, sending Sun Wukong flying. In the next moment, the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, filled with rage, surged forward with another devastating blow. His outburst was fierce and unrelenting, each move imbued with a palpable sense of lethality, leaving onlookers in awe. Yet for Sun Wukong, it was of little consequence. He crossed his arms, fists clenched before his forehead, effectively halting the advance of the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong's punches. Is this the extent of your strength? Sun Wukong scoffed with a sneer. Underestimating his opponent ignited a fierce fury within the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, and in an instant, a tempestuous barrage of fists and kicks ensued. Chapter 64. The Catastrophic Defeat of the Ultra Blue 20-fold King Fist. What an extraordinary display of valor and might from Son Goku, wielding the 10-fold King Fist augmented by the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. His form moved with an unimaginable swiftness, akin to a dazzling aurora of red and blue, as he launched relentless assaults. Attacks came from every conceivable angle, yet lamentably, the disparity in power was far too vast. No matter how fervently the Ultra Blue Son Goku attacked, he could scarcely touch Goku in the slightest. After deftly neutralizing the Ultra Blue Son Goku's onslaught on multiple occasions, a fierce glint sparked in Goku's eyes. In an instant, the counterattack commenced. A torrent of vigorous strikes descended upon the Ultra Blue Son Goku, akin to a lightning bolt. Bang, bang, bang. Initially, the Ultra Blue Son Goku managed to fend off the blows, but as Goku's strength surged, he was ultimately sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the remnants of a ruined structure. With the upper hand, Goku was determined not to spare this other version of himself. A mere thought propelled him behind his counterpart, delivering a ferocious kick that sent him hurtling away, as Goku pursued with relentless ferocity. The overwhelming assault bombarded the Ultra Blue Son Goku's form with the speed of lightning. Even with the amplification of the 10-fold King Fist, the Ultra Blue Son Goku could only adopt a defensive stance, gradually being cornered into desperation. Such overwhelming force. Is this what Vegeta endured? The Ultra Blue Son Goku found himself ensnared, unable to break free. Observing the fully defensive Ultra Blue Son Goku, Goku's lips curled into a smirk as he clenched his right fist, a potent aura coalescing within. With a mighty blow unleashed, boom! The unstoppable punch crashed violently against the Ultra Blue Son Goku's guarded arms. What? A tremor coursed through the Ultra Blue Son Goku. An unmatched power surged through him, shattering his defenses instantaneously, sending him uncontrollably flying until he barely managed to halt several hundred meters away. Gazing at his trembling arms, the Ultra Blue Son Goku gritted his teeth. Each blow from Goku felt as though his very bones were fracturing. It appeared that this level of combat was indeed his limit. So let it end. As these words fell from his lips, Goku's aura erupted once more. Blue and white arcs of electricity crackled around him, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended from full-power Super Saiyan to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second level. The terrifying surge of energy emanating from Goku instilled considerable fear in the Ultra Blue Son Goku. In the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, any technique became futile. This being, identical to himself, was extraordinarily powerful. As he stood in astonishment, Goku surged forward, closing the distance with blinding speed. Dread filled him. He would risk everything. King Fist. 15-fold. Gritting his teeth, the Ultra Blue Son Goku recklessly amplified his King Fist multiplier, pushing his combat prowess to the utmost limit. The moment the 15-fold King Fist erupted, a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth. A crimson aura shattered the oppressive darkness, illuminating the obsidian sky with a brilliant scarlet radiance, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, the Ultra Blue Son Goku's muscles were taut, with veins prominently displayed on the surface. His eyes gleaming with intensity as he surged forward, colliding with Son Goku. A deafening explosion ensued as the two figures clashed, unleashing devastating energy that rapidly expanded, obliterating everything in their vicinity. The fierce battle between them resumed, both combatants moving at blinding speeds, their battleground shifting as they darted through the cosmos. After half a minute of stalemate, Son Goku summoned his strength once more, delivering a cataclysmic punch in his Super Saiyan form that struck Ultra Blue Son Goku squarely in the chest. The impact was so immense that it caused the divine energy surrounding Ultra Blue Son Goku to dissipate, his vital essence roiling within him, forcing him to retch in agony, questioning his very existence. It was over. Son Goku raised a hand, pointing directly at Ultra Blue Son Goku. As his words fell, a powerful aura surged, crashing into Ultra Blue Son Goku. Overwhelmed by the force of the blow, he was uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into a dilapidated building which crumbled into ruins almost instantaneously. After subduing Ultra Blue Son Goku turned his gaze toward Trunks. A mere glance sufficed to render Trunks immobile, paralyzed by the sheer intimidation emanating from Son Goku. Just as Son Goku intended to confront Trunks, a surge of dormant divine power erupted, compelling him to turn back. In the center of the ruins, Ultra Blue Son Goku stood defiantly, a terrifying divine energy swirling around him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Unwilling to be subdued so easily, he transcended his limits once more, channeling a 20-fold Kaioken. "Your opponent is me," he roared, the pressure of his divine might expanding rapidly. Given his current physical strength and mastery of Super Saiyan Blue, he was incapable of maintaining the 20-fold Kaioken for an extended period. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Channeling his divine energy to its zenith, he joined his hands and rapidly accumulated energy. Upon reaching full power, he instantaneously teleported before Son Goku. 20-fold Kaioken, Kamehameha. With a furious shout, Ultra Blue Son Goku unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, infused with all his divine might. The deep blue energy beam engulfed Son Goku's form, piercing through the ominous clouds and breaking through the atmosphere, soaring into the cosmos. The 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha from Ultra Blue Son Goku endured for a full 10 seconds. Exhausted, his divine energy significantly depleted, the 20-fold Kaioken faded, and his Ultra Blue form flickered, on the verge of collapse. Panting heavily, Ultra Blue Son Goku struggled for breath, his gaze fixated on the swirling smoke before him. However, his expression soon transformed into one of sheer horror, leaving him frozen in place. Amidst the dense smoke, a golden aura surged forth, carrying with it an overwhelming heat that rapidly expanded. In an instant, the smoke dissipated, revealing Son Goku in his wild Super Saiyan 4 form. A sight that struck terror into Ultra Blue Son Goku's heart. What is this? Fear filled Ultra Blue Son Goku's eyes, and instinctively he recoiled, feeling a tumultuous unrest in his very blood. It seemed, at that moment, he was suppressed at a primal level. This is the fourth transformation of the Super Saiyan. The malevolent smile of Super Saiyan 4 Goku radiated a sense of triumph. In truth, he did not need to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to withstand the 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha. His Super Saiyan 2 form was sufficient. However, in a moment of whimsy, he wished to witness the expression on Super Saiyan Blue Goku's face upon encountering the fourth level of Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan. Fourth level. Super Saiyan Blue Goku murmured, disbelief etched across his features. In the next instant, Super Saiyan 4 Goku launched his assault. An intangible aura around him coalesced into a tangible fist, sweeping over Super Saiyan Blue Goku like a tempest. Chapter 65. The performance has exceeded limits. In mere seconds, the Super Blue Son Goku endured countless powerful blows, his body sent flying over 10 meters, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Teetering on the brink of death, a complete annihilation, devoid of suspense. The absolute disparity in strength was starkly evident at this moment. It was not that the Super Saiyan Blue Goku was weak. Rather, the Ultra Instinct Goku had ascended to an unfathomable realm. Why such mercilessness? They were both Son Goku after all. He would never inflict harm upon another version of himself. Instead, he bestowed upon his past self a significant gift. When he regained consciousness, his power would undoubtedly surge. Next, it would be Trunks' turn. Refocusing his thoughts, Goku's gaze shifted to Trunks. At that moment, Trunks had just extracted the time-space Vegeta from a deep pit. As Goku's attention fell upon him, a chill swept over Trunks, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared before Trunks. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere grew tense and uncanny. Trunks displayed a visage of horror, and after a brief moment of shock, fury ignited within his eyes. Even if he stood alone, he would fight to the bitter end. Even in death, he would ensure the Dark One paid a price. Dark One. At that moment, the time-space Vegeta had regained some semblance of mobility. Instinctively, upon Goku's arrival, he sought to shield Trunks. Do not interfere, Vegeta. A mere glance from Goku unleashed an intangible force that struck deep into the recesses of time-space Vegeta's mind. In an instant, Vegeta's consciousness shattered. His gaze became vacant, and he fell into unconsciousness. Dad, Dark One, you shall not go unpunished. Fueled by rage, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan second stage pinnacle and launched a fist towards Goku. As soon as his fist was thrown, It was repelled by an unseen barrier of Goku's energy, causing Trunks' attack to miss its mark entirely, instead rebounding and inflicting pain upon his own hand. Do you still possess the courage to resist against me in this form? Goku mused with a wicked smile, as the pressure of his Ultra Instinct aura bore down upon Trunks. In an instant, the ground beneath Trunks buckled, his eyes widened, his body trembled, muscles tensed. He could not falter, no matter the cost. He must not submit to Goku. This indomitable spirit did not escape Goku's notice. Gradually, he intensified the pressure, imposing immense strain on Trunks. Crack! The bones in Trunks' body creaked ominously, while the earth below him had unknowingly sunk over 10 meters deep. His legs quaked, seemingly reaching the threshold of endurance. Damn it! Why am I so weak? Why am I not as powerful as he is? Trunks harbored a profound disdain for his own weakness. Power. If only his strength could surpass all adversaries, the tragedies of the future world would be averted. If he could grow stronger, then his father and Uncle Goku from the past would not be ensnared in this predicament. Everything is his fault. Now, everyone is destined to perish here. Given your tenacity, I shall grant you one more chance to escape. Come, with your fury and resentment, attempt to slay me. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of your mother. Ha ha ha. The acting prowess of Goku was on full display, as he unleashed the malevolence of the Saiyan race to its zenith. Coupled with his current Super Saiyan 4 form's wildness, he was nothing short of a formidable demon. Especially his final words, which pierced Trunks' heart deeply. The death of his mother was a pain that Trunks could never forget throughout his life. Dark being, you shall perish. The fury coursing through Trunks granted him greater strength. Surpassing his limits, he managed to break through Goku's overwhelming aura and unleashed a fist infused with boundless rage. Smack! Trunks' punch was effortlessly caught by Goku. With such a feeble strike, you cannot harm me in the least. A mere finger is sufficient to deal with you. Super Saiyan 4 Goku grinned wickedly, pointing his right hand at Trunks' forehead and flicking it. Bang! The force unleashed by a single finger sent Trunks soaring over 1,000 meters, crashing against dilapidated structures before he could finally halt. This blow rendered Trunks' forehead a bloody mess, yet Goku's control over his strength was near perfection. This strike, though severe, would at most leave Trunks with superficial injuries, sparing him from any fatal harm. At that moment, Trunks' gaze grew hazy, his eyes vacant. Goku's blow had nearly rendered him unconscious. In his foggy state, Trunks faintly perceived Goku reappearing before him. Dark being. Trunks was jolted awake, his heart brimming with frustration and despair. What a pitiful sight you present. Trunks. Goku wore a mocking smile, refraining from further assault. Trunks, now despondent, exhibited a visage of utter hopelessness. I am sorry. Uncle Goku. Father. It is I who have brought you into this plight. Trunks despairingly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, Goku recognized that his performance was nearing its conclusion. The Super Saiyan 4 form dissipated, returning to his normal state. Trunks noticed this shift and opened his eyes, perplexed as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Dark being. Do not misunderstand me, Trunks. I do not intend to spare you. I simply cannot bear to let such an exquisite toy perish so easily. After all, to torment you is an exceedingly delightful endeavor. Gradually plunging you into the abyss of despair brings me great pleasure. Having spoken, Sun Wukong vanished from Trunks' sight. His words lingered in Trunks' mind like an enchanting melody. A toy. Was he merely a plaything in the eyes of another? How infuriating. What do you perceive life to be? Suppressing the anguish and fury within, Trunks forced himself to rise despite the searing pain in his head. He approached the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta, taking his father and uncle aboard the time machine, making a hasty escape. Beyond the battlefield, Sun Wukong watched Trunks depart with his past self and Vegeta, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he scratched his head. It seemed he had perhaps gone a bit too far. Yet, he could not entirely place the blame on himself. From the very onset of the battle, he had lost control. Chapter 66. Sun Wukong the Hunter, the Masked Black Wukong. Please do not hold it against me, Trunks, Sun Wukong murmured, grappling with his conscience. This was a scene that Trunks had to endure if he wished to safeguard this world. Had it been Vegeta, he would have acted similarly, perhaps with even greater ruthlessness. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, hidden in the shadows, Bulma and Xiaowu bore witness to the entire ordeal. The sight of Trunks being mercilessly overwhelmed by Sun Wukong filled them with profound sorrow, leading them to tears. Yet, despite their anguish, they understood the necessity of this trial. It was an essential test for Trunks to become a true protector of this realm. Only through the strength gained from such trials could Earth experience rebirth. The scene transitions to a unique parallel world amidst countless timelines. Zamas, having traversed time using the time ring, employed his cunning once again to extract the precise locations of the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the Sage Zuno. He swiftly navigated between the 6th and 7th universes, gathering the 7 orbs with remarkable speed. At this moment, the 7 Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, converged. Zama stood amidst the cosmos, gazing at the orbs as he invoked the divine language. Arise, dragon of the heavens, and fulfill my wish. I seek power. As the incantation was uttered, the 7 Dragon Balls intertwined, their orange pentagram at the center radiating a golden glow, causing celestial bodies within nearby star systems to shift and rotate. Countless planets were drawn into this enigmatic force, becoming ethereal as the colossal Super Dragon materialized, devouring both the myriad stars and Zamas. Within the belly of the Super Dragon, countless galaxies swirled around Zamas, a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. He traversed through the dazzling tunnel of stars, arriving at the core of the Super Dragon. The entity's form emerged before Zamas, its crimson eyes fixated upon him. The divine language flowed from the Super Dragon's mouth. It is time to make your wish. In that moment, Zamas fell into deep contemplation. His initial intention was to resurrect Black Wukong, who had been slain by Sun Wukong. However, upon reflection, he concluded that rather than reviving a failed ally, it would be wiser to seek a more formidable companion. Grant me a partner of unparalleled strength, one whose power could vanquish all incarnations of Sun Wukong across time. Zamas declared his wish. With a resounding roar, the Super Dragon emitted a mighty dragon cry. Its scarlet eyes shimmered with a blood-red light as an extraordinary force, neither divine nor mortal, emanated, spreading across countless timelines. This mysterious power traversed myriad parallel worlds, opening a temporal rift and summoning an entity whose might rivaled that of a god of destruction. This figure donned a dark mask, clad in dark martial attire, with hair resembling that of Sun Wukong. He was Black Wukong, but not just any Black Wukong. He is the masked Black Goku. So, that unique power originates from the Eternal Dragon. In this world, was I summoned by you? At the moment masked Black Goku laid eyes on the Eternal Dragon, he comprehended everything. Having fulfilled Zamasu's wish, the Eternal Dragon vanished, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls returned to the 7th and 6th universes. All fell into tranquility. The masked Black Goku, traversing through time and space, exchanged glances with Zamasu. Hailing from another realm, my zero-human plan has faced significant impediments. My former partner has been slain by Son Goku, and now I require your assistance. Together, let us realize our aspirations, beginning with the elimination of Son Goku. Zamasu extended an invitation to masked Black Goku for his aid. To kill Son Goku. Masked Black Goku's voice was low, and a cruel smile crept across his face behind the mask. To master this body, he traversed history, crossing through time and space, having slain countless Son Gokus. Now having reached the pinnacle of this body as potential, killing Son Goku is a task he has accomplished innumerable times. I once thought it was something significant. It turns out to be merely trivial. Masked Black Goku dismissed this with disdain. So, do you have confidence in killing Son Goku? Zamasu was curious about the strength of his new partner. Since I seized this body, the number of Son Gokus who have perished at my hands is countless. Now, I have perfectly mastered this body, becoming the strongest entity across countless timelines. To kill Son Goku is an utterly mundane affair for me. Masked Black Goku proudly recounted his illustrious achievements to Zamasu. I see. Your mastery over Son Goku's body has surpassed his original form. This is splendid. With your addition, the realization of the zero-human plan shall no longer be distant. Zamasu revealed a sickly smile, thoroughly pleased with this partner summoned by the Eternal Dragon. Gazing at Zamasu, masked Black Goku conceived a scheme. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to elevate his own power. Let us set forth. I am curious to know how formidable this world's Son Goku truly is. Masked Black Goku urged. Follow me. Zamasu harnessed the power of the time ring, taking masked Black Goku back to their original timeline. Meanwhile, Son Goku, having concluded his battle, returned to his former home, the Baozi Mountain. In this world's abode, it was desolate and eerily silent. Is this truly my home in this world? Observing the dilapidated house devoid of life before him, Son Goku was stirred by memories. The stark contrast between the vivid recollections of living here with family and the current desolation was striking. Since the demise of this world's version of himself, everything had become unrecognizable. Just as Son Goku's thoughts meandered, Zamasu and masked Black Goku crossed through time and space above him. A breath of presence emerged, and Sun Wukong immediately sensed it. He turned around, gazing into the sky. Is it you? And that fellow, he has returned. No, you are not that individual. Sun Wukong detected something amiss. The energy of Black Wukong had inexplicably surged to an astonishing degree, a stark contrast to his former self. The masked Black Wukong and Zama's descended from the heavens, locking eyes with Sun Wukong from a short distance away. Zama's, with a sinister smile, mockingly explained to Sun Wukong. "Did you not expect this, Sun Wukong? I possess an immortal body. You cannot kill me. Allow me to introduce my new companion. Summoned by me through the Super Dragon Balls. And just a word of caution, in other parallel worlds, he has indeed vanquished numerous Sun Wukongs." Chapter 67, Super Saiyan Purple? Upon discovering that numerous versions of himself had perished at the hands of the masked man in various parallel universes, Son Goku could not help but display an expression of astonishment. Is the strength of this masked man truly that formidable? Their gazes locked, and the face behind the mask of Black Goku revealed an exceedingly cruel and sinister expression. A powerful aura began to emanate from him, forming an overwhelming presence that bore down upon Son Goku. As the might of Black Goku erupted, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Crossing the annals of history and transcending time, I have launched challenges at Son Goku across different timelines. And thus far, I have slain 99 versions of him. You, however, shall be the 100th. The masked Black Goku arrogantly presented himself to Son Goku, seemingly flaunting his mastery over this body, which had surpassed that of its original owner. Is that so? Son Goku's expression turned cold, his gaze shifting rapidly. In the next moment, a brilliant light flickered in his eyes, followed closely by a cataclysmic surge of energy that erupted forth. Boom! An unparalleled and terrifying aura exploded, affecting the entire Earth. No, the entire galaxy, under the influence of this overwhelming power. The heavens and the Earth dimmed, as Son Goku's formidable presence instantly eclipsed that of Black Goku, transforming into an invisible storm that swept across the surroundings. This momentum. The previously arrogant Black Goku now bore a grave expression behind his mask. Having traversed so many parallel worlds, he had never witnessed a Son Goku capable of unleashing such a level of power. "Hey, my other self. Do you have the confidence to confront him?" Zamasu was greatly intimidated by this overwhelming aura. He began to worry that this other version of himself summoned by the Super Dragon was not a match for this Son Goku. Now I understand why he was able to kill the other me. After a brief moment of shock, Black Goku's face lit up with excitement. The stronger Son Goku became, the greater his potential for growth, for he too was a Son Goku. Unwilling to be outdone, Black Goku unleashed his own aura, dark divine power erupting from within him. A rosy glow flashing forth, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. This form again, Son Goku murmured to himself. An unfathomable reservoir of energy swirled within him at his command, golden flames radiating from within. The two forces clashed, the intangible energy distorting the surrounding space. In an instant, Black Goku struck first, his fist, imbued with immense divine power, crashing forward. With a thunderous boom, this indomitable fist was blocked by Son Goku with a single hand. In that fleeting moment, Son Goku launched his counterattack, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that swept over Black Goku like a tempest. Yet, it appeared that Black Goku had studied Son Goku's combat style in particular. He had discerned every avenue of attack that Son Goku employed, while skillfully evading all assaults. He launched a counterattack once more. A resounding thud echoed as the fist of the masked Black Goku struck heavily against Son Wukong's face. "Humph! Did you truly think you could surprise me, Son Wukong? I am well acquainted with all your techniques," taunted the masked Black Goku. Yet, before he could indulge in his triumph for even 3 seconds, he sensed a disquieting change. A chill enveloped him, causing his countenance to alter dramatically. "You wretch!" The surprise on his face morphed into sheer terror as he hastily retreated, distancing himself from Son Wukong. Standing firm against the weighty blow of the masked Black Goku, Son Wukong remained unyielding, his expression devoid of any emotion. That seemingly fearsome strike had, in truth, inflicted no substantive harm upon him. "Even if you discern my moves, what does it matter? Such a trivial assault cannot wound me." With those cold words, Son Wukong's aura surged, enveloped in golden flames, as he seamlessly transitioned into the full power state of a Super Saiyan. The radiant golden brilliance illuminated the boundless darkness, starkly contrasting with the shadowy malevolence of the masked Black Goku. One shone resplendently, illuminating the dark, akin to the dawn's light, which heralds hope. The other, cloaked in obscurity, exuded a sinister aura, reminiscent of a malevolent deity dragging the world into shadows. Trivial and ineffectual, do not revel in your arrogance. The pride of the masked Black Goku could hardly withstand such provocation. Defiant, he surged forth in a full-speed assault against Sun Wukong. With a thunderous crash, the masked Black Goku was sent hurtling backward, colliding against a mountain several miles away. Having temporarily repelled his adversary, Sun Wukong's cold gaze shifted to the utterly astonished Zamasu. In less than 0.01 seconds, he teleported before Zamasu, extending his right hand to firmly grasp Zamasu's throat, rendering him immobile. Foolish scion, I have already informed you of my immortality. You cannot slay me. Zamasu, caught by the throat, remained unfazed, even managing to offer a mocking smile to Sun Wukong. His immortality was his greatest assurance. Even before the omnipotent Zeno, he held confidence in his ability to evade erasure. Yet, he appeared excessively arrogant. Such mere immortality hardly warranted concern from the mightiest being, Zeno. Any destroyer god in existence could dismantle his immortality. Are you truly certain that I cannot kill you? A smile emerged on Sun Wukong's face as, in a fleeting thought, he harnessed the power of a destroyer god within him. A deep purple aura gradually supplanted the golden flames. At that moment, Sun Wukong, once adorned in golden fury, was now tainted by this profound destructive energy. His golden locks transformed into a rich purple hue. This visage bore resemblance to a new form of Super Saiyan. However, the essence of this state remained that of the first tier of Super Saiyan, merely altered in color by the power of destruction. The power of a destroyer? Are you the candidate for destroyer god appointed by Beerus? Zamasu exclaimed incredulously. He harbored a profound fear of the god of destruction's power. Otherwise, he would not have allied with another version of himself to annihilate all the Supreme Kai, inadvertently leading to the demise of the god of destruction. Now, as the power of destruction reemerges, Zamasu feels an overwhelming sense of peril. Although he feels a twinge of fear deep within, he possesses the trump card of immortality. And even if Son Goku were to wield the power of destruction, he doubts that his opponent could obliterate him. It seems you are indeed wary of my current strength. After all, this is my first time utilizing it. I wonder if your so-called immortality is truly invulnerable. Without further ado, Son Goku summoned the power of destruction to dismantle Zamasu's corporeal form. Chapter 68. Breaking the Rules, Destroying Zamasu. As the destructive divine power surged into Zamasu's being, the left side of his body began to disintegrate. Yet, a more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The invisible force of the laws was countering Sun Wukong's destructive energy, restoring the portions of Zamasu's body that had been obliterated. Futile, Sun Wukong. Even if Lord Zeno himself descended, my existence cannot be erased. I am eternal and indomitable. Zamasu boasted with unbridled arrogance. What an irritating fiend, Sun Wukong thought, feeling a deep-seated annoyance towards the madman Zamasu. In a fleeting moment, the destructive energy surged once more, enveloped in a purple aura that swiftly transformed into a crimson hue, ruthlessly ravaging Zamasu's form. Under the relentless onslaught of this overwhelming destructive power, the immortality bestowed upon Zamasu by the Super Dragon was utterly dismantled, his physical body gradually fading into nothingness. At this moment, Zamasu acutely sensed his body and soul slowly vanishing. No, impossible. I am immortal. How could I perish at the hands of a mere mortal? With death looming perilously close, Zamasu struggled with all his might, yet it was all in vain. As the destructive energy penetrated deeper, Zamasu's corporeal and spiritual essence completely dissipated. Ah, the power of the destroyer is indeed magnificent. Without mastering this force, I would have been powerless against his immortality, Sun Wukong murmured, gazing at the spot where Zamasu had dissolved. As the destructive energy receded, he cast a cold, piercing gaze towards the distant, ravaged mountaintop. Fixating on the position of the masked Black Wukong, Sun Wukong surged forth with explosive energy. Meanwhile, the masked Black Wukong, embedded within a massive boulder, noticed the approaching Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his divine power, shattering the entire mountaintop. Sun Wukong! With a cry, the masked Black Wukong similarly erupted with energy, charging at full speed towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The two collided, generating a shockwave that reverberated through the heavens and earth. At the epicenter of this tremor, the second round between Sun Wukong and the masked Black Wukong commenced. Both offense and defense shifted seamlessly, their phantom-like strikes weaving a dazzling tapestry within the spatial realm. As a hunter of Sun Wukong from multiple timelines, the masked Black Wukong was intimately familiar with all of Sun Wukong's combat techniques. His lethal and ruthless fighting style was meticulously crafted to exploit Sun Wukong's weaknesses, momentarily matching him strike for strike, even in his Super Saiyan state. This all-encompassing combat style was a first for Sun Wukong, leaving him astounded. Had it been another version of Sun Wukong from a different timeline, he might have truly suffered under the unique tactics of the masked Black Wukong. Yet for the present Sun Wukong, such a fighting method was not insurmountable. After numerous exchanges, he completely deciphered the masked Black Wukong's attack trajectories and techniques, effortlessly deflecting all of his assaults. The assault proved ineffective, as the masked Black Goku unleashed a renewed onslaught, a tempestuous barrage directed at Sun Wukong. The intensity of the attack escalated, aiming for a comprehensive strike against Sun Wukong. Regrettably, such tactics were futile against him. After deftly neutralizing numerous assaults from the masked Black Goku, an impatient Sun Wukong retaliated. He transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, ascending to the pinnacle of the second stage. The surge of strength overwhelmed the masked Black Goku, compelling him to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong's fist sent the masked Black Goku hurtling through the air. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong followed up with another powerful blow. What a formidable punch! Has Sun Wukong's strength truly reached this level? The masked Black Goku crossed his arms in defense, struggling to withstand the relentless force of Sun Wukong's strikes. The sheer might of his physical prowess felt akin to confronting a god of destruction, denying the masked Black Goku any chance to counter. Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of attacks resembling a torrential downpour. Initially, the masked Black Goku managed to hold his ground, leveraging his understanding of Sun Wukong's fighting style. However, the disparity in their strengths became insurmountable, and by the fourth exchange, he was sent soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Sun Wukong would not relent, his aura surging as he ascended. Ha ha ha! How exhilarating! The repelled masked Black Goku laughed heartily, locking onto the approaching Sun Wukong as he rapidly gathered energy in his hands. In a split second, hundreds of energy blasts erupted forth, aimed at Sun Wukong. Yet, this ostentatious display of power proved ineffectual. Sun Wukong, undeterred, charged forward, colliding with the masked Black Goku and resuming his relentless assault. The onslaught was unstoppable, reaching terrifying extremes. The masked Black Goku found himself utterly defenseless, relegated to a state of passive defense. Driven to the brink, the masked Black Goku's aura surged once more. A surge of magenta divine power enveloped him, allowing him to transform into a Super Saiyan Rose, Stage 2, barely escaping Sun Wukong's grasp. Another transformation? Sun Wukong mused, intrigued by the masked Black Goku's new form. Having trained in divine power himself, he understood that he too could attain the forms of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. The masked Black Goku's display of Super Saiyan Rose, Stage 2, unveiled the essence of divine power, revealing further potential for enhancement. Let us commence a new round, Sun Wukong. With newfound confidence, the masked Black Goku shifted from defense to offense. Empowered by his new transformation, his speed, strength, and reflexes underwent a monumental enhancement. The transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, Stage 2, instilled him with the conviction to confront Sun Wukong, believing he could compel him to unleash his full power or even defeat him. Little did he anticipate, Sun Wukong's terrifying prowess was so formidable that even in his second stage of Super Saiyan, he had driven the masked Black Goku to the brink of despair. In close combat, he was utterly outmatched, and even in energy warfare, he could find no chink in the opponent's armor, causing the masked Black Goku to feel a sense of urgency. The Sun Wukong of this realm was excessively formidable, surpassing all others, presenting him with an unprecedented level of pressure. The sounds of battle echoed, bang, 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 bang. The conflict escalated dramatically, with golden and pink beams of light darting through the darkness, moving at an alarming speed. As the confrontation reached a critical point, their battlefield transitioned from Earth to the cosmos. Standing amidst the stars, they exchanged glances from a distance of less than 10 meters. Chapter 69. The arrival of Broly in this world. The expressions of the two were starkly contrasting. Super Saiyan 2 Goku remained composed and unfazed, having endured a series of intense battles without even breaking a sweat. In contrast, the masked Black Goku was visibly fatigued, panting heavily after the relentless skirmish that had drained much of his stamina. Is this the extent of your combat prowess after seizing my body? It's truly disappointing, Goku remarked dismissively. Initially, he had harbored a modicum of hope regarding Black Goku's abilities, but the reality of their confrontation revealed that this opponent was merely a fade. The claim of having vanquished 99 of his own lies crumbled under scrutiny. Yet, the truth was far more formidable. The masked Black Goku possessed a terrifying power. ranking among the rare few who could rival the gods of destruction across countless dimensions. Ultimately, it wasn't that Black Goku was weak, but rather that Goku was extraordinarily strong. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Black Goku displayed a sickly smile as he ascended to a new level of divine power, his form visibly transforming at an astonishing pace. Huh! With a fierce roar, Black Goku's strength surged, his appearance shifting dramatically. His once short, pink hair extended to his waist, exuding an alluring yet ominous aura, and his immense divine energy began to influence the very fabric of the seventh universe. As his power escalated, the mask at the corner of his eye shattered, dissolving into the void. Huh, is this transformation akin to the Super Saiyan third grade? Goku squinted, his attention captivated by Black Goku's new form. Some power, but not overwhelmingly strong. This is my true strength. It must astonish you, Goku. Your body has been developed to this extent by me, a being of divine essence. Once I eliminate you, I shall reign as the strongest entity across all parallel dimensions. Black Goku's confidence soared, emboldened by the enhancement of Super Saiyan Rose third grade. He stood undaunted even in the presence of a god of destruction, convinced he could defeat one. Goku remained silent, his serious gaze meticulously assessing the current Black Goku. His keen insight discerned that although Black Goku's divine energy fluctuations were potent, they lacked stability, oscillating between certainty and illusion. Ah, I see. This form of yours lacks permanence, and this power does not rightfully belong to you, Goku deduced. Uncovering Black Goku's secret. Your strength derives from that mask, does it not? You forcibly augmented your abilities through it to reach this extraordinary state. To borrow external means to elevate oneself and claim superiority over me. How laughable. Goku's expression was one of disdain. I have never concerned myself with the means by which power is acquired. I only value the outcome. Black Goku, unfazed by his own image, retrieved a bundle of special time scrolls from his waist and cast them into the cosmic expanse. Arise, evil dragon. As the words left his lips, the scrolls unfurled, revealing a familiar adversary to Goku, Super One-Star Dragon. At this moment, the controlled One-Star Dragon's eyes glowed crimson, rendering him a mere pawn of the masked Black Goku. One-Star Dragon? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe he would encounter this old adversary here. During my traversals through different realms, I stumbled upon this malevolent dragon, who had already annihilated an entire world. It seemed that the version of you from that world had also fallen victim to his wrath. Now that I have him under my control, do you believe you stand a chance, Sun Wukong? The masked Black Goku felt assured of his victory, oblivious to the shift in Sun Wukong's gaze. In that instant, he realized that this controlled One-Star Dragon was the very entity that had once brought about his demise. Furthermore, the fiend before him, who had usurped his body and wreaked havoc, would soon answer for both old grievances and new. You shall soon find out. With those words, Sun Wukong activated the power of his bloodline, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. The Super Saiyan 4th stage, is it? This must be your utmost strength. The masked Black Goku mused, familiar with this form. Among the many Sun Wukongs he had defeated, a considerable number were capable of achieving the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Sun Wukong offered no reply. In a fleeting moment, he sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the One-Star Dragon, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy directed at it, engulfing the Super One-Star Dragon's form. Its corporeal body, along with the primordial Dragon Ball, was utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force. The Super One-Star Dragon had barely made its entrance for 5 seconds before it was vanquished, utterly bewildered by the manner of its demise. What? The masked Black Goku exclaimed in shock. The evil dragon he had just summoned had perished so swiftly? Without granting him a moment to react, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported before him. Do not underestimate the power of the divine, Sun Wukong declared, enraged. The masked Black Goku unleashed a full-force punch towards him, yet it was effortlessly evaded. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had shed any lingering desire to toy with his opponent, demonstrating a fraction of his Super Saiyan 4th stage prowess. With a single blow, he shattered the masked Goku's mask, leaving him disoriented. The power of the divine is merely this, Sun Wukong asserted, seizing the masked Black Goku by his pink hair and lifting him effortlessly. With a concentrated kick, he sent him flying thousands of meters away. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong rapidly amassed energy, a deep crimson glow flickering in his palm as he condensed the energy to its zenith. The 20-fold Kamehameha erupted forth, consuming the masked Black Goku in the inky void of space. Impossible. Why has my power been so thoroughly vanquished? This outcome should not be possible. The masked Black Goku cried in panic. He struggled with reckless abandon, but the chasm in their strengths rendered him utterly incapable of escape. The dark mask tethered to his soul was obliterated by the might of the 20-fold Kamehameha, leading to the demise of the masked Black Goku. Now, there should be no more allies emerging, right? If any do appear, I shall have no choice but to seek out the source. Sun Wukong mused that this Black Goku was indeed a formidable adversary. Having slain one, and now another, he pondered whether a multitude would emerge next. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to eliminate them all without exception. This sensation. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss. His pupils quivered as he swiftly turned to gaze into the abyss of the universe. At that moment, every drop of his blood and every cell within him surged with agitation, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Amidst the inky blackness of the cosmic expanse, a faint emerald glow flickered into view, and within that radiance, an entity of terrifying presence was hurtling towards him. That being is Broly? Through the aura, Sun Wukong instantly discerned the identity of the approaching figure, the legendary warrior of the Scions, who appears only once every millennium, the fabled Super Saiyan. Broly. Chapter 70. The first spark of battle intent. Upon recognizing Broly, Son Goku became fully alert. Even though he possessed immense strength, he could not afford to underestimate the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, especially given the formidable aura emanating from him. Compared to the masked Black Goku he had just defeated, Broly was terrifying beyond measure. In the distant expanse of the cosmos, a vibrant green aurora accelerated towards him, halting just before Son Goku. As the emerald light dissipated, Broly's wild form emerged. In this moment, he was in the fabled Super Saiyan state, with crimson eyes and an aura that swelled aggressively. Resembling a frenzied beast devoid of consciousness, Son Goku scrutinized Broly closely, noticing subtle differences from his memories of the warrior. Though his appearance had altered, Son Goku was certain it was still Broly. Had he truly lost himself to madness? Even in this state of oblivion, he seemed instinctively drawn to me. What a predicament. Son Goku couldn't help but express his exasperation, reflecting on the helplessness of being relentlessly pursued due to a childhood incident where he had disturbed Broly's slumber. Little did he know, the Broly before him was not the one he remembered. This was a beast, lost in the throes of power. At the same time, Broly recognized that the figure before him, irresistibly captivating in bloodline, was his true target. Yoa! Broly roared, sending tremors through the cosmos. His robust frame lunged at Son Goku with ferocity. Annoying pest, Son Goku muttered, unleashing his energy to evade Broly's assault while delivering a powerful kick to Broly's face. Boom! The cosmos erupted in sound as Broly's wild body shot forth like a cannonball. The counterattack only drove Broly into greater madness. A colossal beam of energy erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at Son Goku. As the energy barrage surged towards him, Son Goku skillfully dodged while swiftly closing the distance to Broly, unleashing a flurry of strikes that rained down upon him like a tempest. His relentless assault battered Broly's form, leaving him to endure dozens of punishing blows in mere seconds, his formidable physique marked with an array of bruises. What a resilient body. After concluding his offensive, Son Goku quickly distanced himself from Broly. He had shown no mercy in his assault, yet he lamented the sheer strength of Broly's physique, which rivaled even his own Super Saiyan 4 form. If it were to be replaced with the masked Black Goku, he would have surely been reduced to nothingness under the relentless barrage of fists and kicks. The agonizing pain surged through Broly, driving him into a frenzied roar. With no semblance of technique, his powerful physique surged forward, an unstoppable force as his colossal fist aimed for Goku. Instinctively, Goku crossed his arms to shield himself from Broly's overwhelming strike. Boom! The cosmos erupted, and Super Saiyan 4 Goku was instantly sent flying by the force of that blow. This guy's power has reached this level? Goku was struck with awe, overwhelmed by Broly's sheer, ruthless might. It felt as if a planet had collided with him. Yet, such an attack was insufficient to subdue him. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed his energy, reclaiming control over his body as the power of his bloodline surged within him once more. The crimson aura replaced his golden energy, erupting with arcs of red electricity. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from Super Saiyan 4 with black hair to Super Saiyan 4 with red hair in the state of limit breakthrough. His strength escalated once again, and Goku, seizing the initiative, charged at Broly, fists raised, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon him. A resounding bang reverberated through space as Broly's wild and powerful frame was forcefully propelled back. Pressing the advantage, Goku teleported to intercept the retreating Broly, delivering another full-force strike. However, this time, Broly began his counterattack. Lacking self-awareness, he instinctively defended himself, gripping Goku's iron fist with one hand and perfectly neutralizing the impact. In his other hand, he gathered a terrifying power. Sensing impending danger, Goku swiftly withdrew his fist, unleashing his energy to create distance and evade Broly's assault. Tenfold Kamehameha. Goku concentrated energy at lightning speed, firing a tenfold Kamehameha wave towards Broly. Unfazed by the impending attack, Broly, driven by primal instinct, advanced unrelentingly. Boom! The tenfold Kamehameha wave detonated against Broly, yet an astonishing sight unfolded. With sheer physical resilience, Broly pushed through Goku's attack, his robust body colliding with Goku. Caught off guard, Goku was sent tumbling, hurled away by Broly's ferocious strength, skidding nearly 10,000 meters through the cosmic expanse before finally coming to a halt. What an overwhelming power! The last time I felt such a force was from that fellow Beerus. This version of Broly is no less formidable than Beerus. Goku marveled in disbelief. Since crossing into this realm, he had never felt such a surge of combativeness, his blood boiling with exhilaration. The previous battles had failed to ignite his seriousness, but now, the sheer might of Broly stirred his warrior instincts, compelling him to crave a grand battle. As Son Wukong marveled in astonishment, Broly surged forth once more, transforming into a green comet that hurtled towards him. What an opportunity! With his fighting spirit ignited, Son Wukong neither evaded nor flinched, boldly confronting the onslaught. The result was drastically different this time, bolstered by the formidable physique of his Super Saiyan 4 form. He withstood Broly's ferocious charge. The counterattack commenced. The raw power of Super Saiyan 4 erupted in full force as Son Wukong unleashed his most powerful strike, sending Broly hurtling away. In an instant, he teleported to close the gap, delivering another punishing blow. 2 consecutive heavy strikes landed, yet Broly's resilience proved overwhelming. Despite the assault, he sustained no fatal injuries. Chapter 71. The Arrival of the Dimensional Rift. It was the pain coursing through his body that ignited his fury. The ferocious Broly launched a counterattack, employing a primal and beastly combat style aimed at Son Goku. However, this seemingly fierce and lethal method of fighting was, in fact, quite easily countered. As a seasoned warrior with countless battles under his belt, Son Goku possessed an immense reservoir of combat experience. Broly's beast-like assault revealed numerous flaws to him. With his formidable combat prowess unleashed, Son Goku deftly neutralized all of Broly's attacks, while simultaneously delivering a relentless series of devastating blows. The overwhelming offensive continued unabated, and despite Broly's resilient physique, he could not escape injury. The pain drove Broly into a frenzied state, amplifying his strength as he persistently counterattacked Son Goku. Yet to no avail. To onlookers, it appeared as if an adult was mercilessly overpowering a child, an unmistakable display of a lower-dimensional assault. With Broly reduced to a mere human punching bag, the battle unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of Son Goku, who rendered Broly utterly defenseless throughout the exchange. Nevertheless, even under the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan, Limit Breaker, Son Goku was still insufficient to inflict fatal damage upon Broly. Although the tide of battle was heavily skewed, Broly's strength far surpassed that of Son Goku in his current form. His sheer brute force lacked the finesse and control necessary to effectively wield it, resulting in the current predicament. As the combat progressed, Broly's energy surged, and his instincts evolved. Son Goku's assaults began to lose their suppressive effect. In an instant, Broly's ferocious power erupted, and the sheer force of his energy sent Son Goku reeling. At that moment, Broly's counteroffensive commenced. His domineering and savage attack style stemmed purely from instinct, unyielding to any aggression, exchanging injury for injury, truly terrifying. Feeling the explosive force of Broly's counterattack, Son Goku's expression grew grave, and he maximized his physical attributes. As he evaded Broly's retaliation, he launched a highly efficient counteroffensive. The sound of countless collisions echoed bang, bang, bang. The force reverberated throughout the cosmos, causing chaos within the 7th universe. The trajectories of celestial bodies were altered, and innumerable planets were obliterated under the terrifying aftershocks. Without the restraining influence of the angelic powers, this universe appeared exceedingly fragile. Had Son Goku not been deliberately holding back, it is likely that the entire cosmos would have vanished in that very instant. Broly's power is escalating uncontrollably. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Son Goku was acutely aware of the fearsome nature of the legendary Super Saiyan. It was said that their prowess would grow exponentially with the duration of battle, with their potential seemingly limitless. If this continued unchecked, allowing Broly to grow stronger, it would be impossible to suppress him without fully exerting himself. Suddenly, Broly erupted once more, emitting a desperate howl as emerald flames ignited around his colossal fists, containing the power to obliterate worlds as he struck with ferocity. Son Goku. Sensing the overwhelming terror and oppressive force approaching him, Sun Wukong instinctively crossed his arms in front of his body, fortifying his essence to form an impenetrable defense. Boom! The cosmic space collapsed in response. Within this crumbling expanse, a powerful suction force forcibly drew Sun Wukong and Broly into another dimension. As the aftershocks subsided, the once turbulent seventh universe returned to tranquility. In the realm of the god of destruction, the angel Vados was observing the battle unfolding in the lower realm. The clash between Sun Wukong and Broly sparked a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The existence of other versions of Sun Wukong, along with the Scion warriors born only once every 1,000 years, piqued his interest. You two are remarkably powerful, Vados murmured with a mysterious smile. Both the alternate version of Sun Wukong and the irrational Broly were exceedingly rare, exceptional warriors. Even if the former god of destruction, Beerus, were still alive, he would likely face considerable challenges against either of them. Initially, Vados had contemplated making Sun Wukong the god of destruction of this timeline, but now he had another candidate, a native being of the seventh universe. This provided Vados with an additional option. Following the source of the power explosion, he employed his angelic abilities to trace back to the location where Sun Wukong and Broly had vanished. Who would emerge victorious in this confrontation? In the rift of the alternate dimension, a realm beyond realms, a unique radiance suffused the surroundings, with the space around reflecting this extraordinary light like a series of mirrors. The immense power of Sun Wukong and Broly had shattered the barrier between the cosmic space and the alternate dimension, inadvertently bringing them to this unique world. Standing upon a mirrored surface in the alternate dimension, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, expanding his consciousness to envelop the entirety of the rift. Although this dimension lacked the solidity of the void where he previously fought Beerus, it still allowed him to showcase his true abilities. During his battle with Broly in the universe, he had refrained from unleashing his full power for fear of annihilating the world. Now, he could finally unleash his strength. At this moment, Broly stood on a mirrored platform 10,000 meters ahead of him. Under pressure, Broly's muscles writhed, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes, and his savage aura rapidly swelled. The power of transformation continued to amplify his strength. The escalating force had already reached the limits of his physical form. Should he continue to grow stronger, he would inevitably descend into self-destruction without any need for my intervention. Perhaps this was the fate of the legendary Super Saiyans that appeared throughout the ages. Sun Wukong gazed at the distant Broly, murmuring to himself. Although he was not well acquainted with the legends of the Super Saiyans, the current predicament of Broly led him to surmise the ultimate fate of the legendary warriors from bygone eras. As one ages, the power of transmission and transcendence intensifies, driving the bearer into madness, unleashing their strength and transforming them into a beast that knows only destruction. The human body possesses a finite capacity to endure energy, and he is no exception. However, the limitless expansion of transcendental power elevates strength to the utmost threshold of physical endurance, culminating ultimately in self-destruction. The Broly before us stands as a vivid testament to this phenomenon. Crack, crack. Son Goku moved his body, the sound of his bones resonating with each motion. Chapter 72, Broly awakened by force. At this moment, Broly's visage twisted into a grotesque display of rage. His form swelled once more, transforming from a 3-meter-tall giant into a ferocious beast measuring 3.5 meters. The surging power of transcendent energy approached the limits of his physical endurance. A cacophony of anguished howls erupted from Broly's lips. Emerald energy coalesced into a storm of annihilation, sweeping across dimensions and stirring the fabric of the alternate realm. Within this tempest of energy, countless azure projectiles were unleashed in all directions, bombarding the surrounding space with relentless fury. The alternate dimension trembled, and myriad reflective surfaces shattered into fragments drifting through the void. Numerous energy blasts tore through space, hurtling towards Son Goku, who effortlessly dispersed them with a wave of his hand. Is he losing control? Son Goku pondered gravely. It was time to reveal his true prowess to subdue Broly. Otherwise, the destruction would extend beyond the alternate realm, potentially affecting not only the seventh universe, but others as well. With clenched fists and veins pulsing at his temples, Son Goku's aura shifted dramatically. The power of his bloodline surged, intertwined with divine energy, unleashing two distinct forces in a spectacular eruption. In an instant, The crimson energy flames underwent a profound transformation, marking a significant elevation in Son Goku's strength, purity of energy, and combat prowess. The azure divine power melded seamlessly with the deep crimson bloodline energy. The resplendent blue divinity pierced through the alternate world, evoking a sense of awe reminiscent of the cosmos at its inception. This mirrored realm of the alternate dimension became polarized, one half radiated with sacred blue brilliance, while the other was engulfed in a savage green glow. In that moment, Son Goku underwent a metamorphosis, manifesting in the form of Super Saiyan Blue. As he unleashed his true capabilities, Broly's instincts sensed an imminent threat, causing the transcendent energy within him to erupt with terrifying intensity, seeking to engulf Son Goku entirely in the energy storm. This paltry energy storm cannot harm me in the slightest, Son Goku remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he surged forward, boldly penetrating the tempest, disregarding the overwhelming transcendent power, and appeared before Broly. With an unstoppable force, he struck Broly directly. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted amidst the alternate storm. The energy tempest, born of transcendent power, was shattered by the terrifying force emanating from within, sending shockwaves that obliterated countless spaces within the alternate realm. Amidst the myriad fragments of shattered mirrors, Broly was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, his anguished wails echoing through the void. The crimson light in his eyes dimmed significantly, dulled by pain, refusing to allow Broly to escape so easily. Son Goku surged forward in a fit of fury. The full might of Super Saiyan Blue erupted, launching a comprehensive assault against Broly. The perfect amalgamation of divine power and bloodline energy unleashed a destructive force that far exceeded mere addition. It was an exponential amplification. Time to wake up, Broly. With a deep sigh, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, akin to a tempest. Each strike bore a destructive force potent enough to severely injure Broly's legendary physique. Under the onslaught of cataclysmic blows, Broly roared in agony, his cries echoing through the air. The legendary power within him was gradually eroding under this overwhelming force, as the primal fury that governed Broly's body began to recede, allowing the essence of his true self to awaken. The sound of thunderous impacts reverberated incessantly. In his Super Saiyan Blue form, Sun Wukong exerted his full might, dominating Broly from all angles. Pain took command of Broly's instincts, as he flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to fend off Sun Wukong's assault, tears welling in his eyes. The primal persona within him was slowly dissipating, and Broly's conscious awareness began to surface. The crimson glow in his eyes faded, revealing the lost pupils beneath. Enough, Broly. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong summoned every ounce of his strength, delivering a devastating blow. The impact was catastrophic, leaving Broly unable to evade the crushing force. The sheer magnitude of the power was unfathomable. In that instant of collision, Broly's consciousness experienced a brief disintegration, and he was sent hurtling away. As he was propelled through the air, countless dimensional barriers shattered in his wake, the distance of his flight beyond measure, until he vanished at the edge of the dimensional realm. After an indeterminate distance, Broly found himself lying on a dimensional mirror, his face reflecting human emotions. This signified that he had been irrevocably awakened. It hurts. Where am I? How did I end up here? Confused and in pain, Broly mustered his strength to rise. Yet, as he stood, a wave of agony washed over him once more, nearly causing him to stumble. Despite his previous rampage, he retained a vague awareness of the events that transpired. Fragments of memories began to coalesce in his mind, forming a coherent recollection. I remember, after I lost control, I encountered an incredibly formidable opponent. It was he who reduced me to this state. Broly comprehended the reality of his situation. Broly. Sun Wukong's voice resonated from above him. Broly glanced skyward to witness Sun Wukong gathering a deep crimson energy in his hands, a force potent enough to annihilate the dimensional realm countless times over. The intensity of this energy sent Broly's heart racing and his brow furrowing. If I get hit by that, I won't just die. I might be left incapacitated. This will be the end for you, to spare this world from further calamity. With the technique nearly fully charged, Broly's unusual plea caught Sun Wukong's attention. Stop. I am awake. Broly shouted vehemently. Huh. Sun Wukong, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, regarded Broly below him with a look of skepticism. What is happening? The legendary Super Saiyan is begging for mercy? Broly, this fellow, has always been embroiled in a relentless vendetta against his own adversaries. What could have prompted him to suddenly plead for mercy? Please stop, I concede. I implore you. Do not strike me any further, he implored, gesturing frantically for Goku to refrain from his assault. It was evident that he had genuinely been frightened into submission. In his berserk state, He had been impervious to pain, yet Goku had forcibly roused him from that stupor. Should this confrontation continue, the ramifications could be dire, with his demise looming as a distinct possibility. As he heard Broly's desperate plea, Goku was left in a state of bewilderment, repeatedly questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. This formidable opponent, who had been so resolutely against him, was now beseeching for mercy? Chapter 73. Is the new Broly going to fight the old Broly? Goku gazed intently at Broly, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his own aura and gradually descended before Broly. Uncertain whether Broly was feigning ignorance or genuinely awakened, he inquired, "You are Broly, are you not?" A hint of confusion flickered in Broly's emerald gaze as he met Goku's stare. "Do I know you? It seems we have never crossed paths before." In the fragmented memories that lingered in his mind, it should indeed be their first encounter. Could it be that this individual had heard of his name somewhere? Upon receiving a response, Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Broly's innermost thoughts. "Is something the matter?" Broly asked, bewildered. After observing Broly for a considerable time, Goku concluded that this version of Broly was distinct from the one he knew. As he reassured himself, Goku finally felt at ease. "It's nothing. I merely made an error. Since you are not the Broly I am familiar with, I can let my guard down." With that, Goku fully relinquished his wariness towards Broly. "Though I am not entirely clear on what transpired, I must express my gratitude. I have been under the control of this power for an extended period, and had I not encountered you, I likely would have continued rampaging for an exceedingly long time, perhaps never awakening again." Broly sincerely conveyed his sentiments to Goku. For Broly, Goku was now his savior. Without the latter's intervention, his life would have undoubtedly been forfeit. As his power surged uncontrollably, he was oblivious to when his demise might come. "It was merely a trivial effort on my part, and I truly enjoyed this battle. It is the first time since arriving in this world that I have fought so delightfully. Aside from the god of destruction, you are the first to exert such immense pressure on me," Goku remarked with a smile, praising Broly's formidable strength. He sensed that within Broly's being lay an even more terrifying power yet to be unleashed. Once fully activated, it would likely surpass his Super Saiyan Blue form. "You do not belong to this world." Broly seized upon this crucial revelation. Goku, not of this realm, had even encountered another version of himself from a different world. "Allow me to elucidate," Goku said, openly sharing the reasons behind his initial misunderstanding of Broly. The two conversed for approximately 10 minutes, during which Goku recounted his battle with another Broly in a different realm to this world's Broly. Upon learning that an alternate version of himself had engaged in combat with Sun Wukong in another timeline, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. In another realm, there truly existed another self? Moreover, that version was a bloodthirsty, warmongering lunatic, regarding life as insignificant as mere insects, a veritable harbinger of destruction. Another iteration of me, is it truly so deranged? The revelation sent a chill down Broly's spine, for the contrasts were stark. While he himself might unleash chaos in a frenzied state, he would never harm any human while in a lucid condition. In stark contrast, his counterpart from another dimension epitomized an entirely different extreme. To be candid, when I first encountered you, I had presumed you harbored intentions akin to that of that Broly. In hindsight, it appears my apprehensions were unfounded. Individuals from disparate timelines are bound by distinctly divergent fates. As Broly contemplated this, Sun Wukong turned, channeling energy to execute a swift hand strike. With a resounding whoosh, the fractured dimensional fabric was cleaved, revealing a rift that connected to the seventh universe. "Let us converse in a different locale," Sun Wukong declared, positioning his right hand in a sword-like gesture upon his forehead while extending his left, inviting Broly to grasp it. After a moment's hesitation, Broly took hold of Wukong's hand, and in an instant, Wukong pinpointed Earth's coordinates, utilizing instantaneous movement to traverse dimensions and journey through the cosmos. Upon their arrival on Earth, they found it in a state of ruin. The planet was eerily tranquil, life gradually reawakening, yet it would require decades, if not centuries, to restore its former grandeur. "We have arrived," Sun Wukong announced. Broly surveyed the desolate surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the wasteland. Could this devastation be my doing? A tremor of realization coursed through him as fragments of memories from his rampages resurfaced. In those fragmented recollections, he recalled obliterating countless planets, and perhaps this Earth was among them. "You are overthinking it. This Earth was not ravaged by you. There exists another culprit. That individual has already been vanquished by me, so there is no need for you to bear guilt," Sun Wukong reassured him, gesturing for Broly to dismiss his concerns. Upon realizing that he was not responsible for the desolation before him, Broly felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet soon after, another thought struck him, and he turned to Sun Wukong, asking, Sun Wukong, you mentioned that you do not belong to this world. Will you be able to return to other realms in the future? Although it is not feasible at present, I shall return one day. But why do you inquire about this? Sun Wukong replied, perplexed as he met Broly's gaze. If the opportunity arises, I would like to visit your world and engage in battle with the other me. We share the name Broly, yet I wish to discern the fundamental differences between us. With unwavering determination, Broly declared that he could no longer tolerate the actions of another Broly, resolutely intending to confront himself. Observing Broly's steadfast resolve, Goku smiled faintly and remarked, that may not be feasible. The version of you from that world has long perished, decades ago. What? Another me is dead? Broly exclaimed in shock. His mouth agape upon receiving the news of his counterpart's demise. He had harbored intentions of traversing through time with Goku to engage in battle with his other self. However, it now appeared that such an opportunity had slipped away. His soul might have already been reincarnated by the Lord of the Underworld, and even if he were to return, my world holds nothing. Goku lamented with a sense of guilt and helplessness. Chapter 74. Sun Bei returns once more. Sun Wukong had long anticipated the ultimate fate of his world. The moment the malevolent dragon was unleashed by the masked Black Wukong, he realized that nothing remained of that realm, likely mirroring the desolation of the current future world. One can only hope that the underworld of that world is not as tumultuous as the one in this reality. Sensing the sorrow woven into Sun Wukong's words, Broly's expression subtly shifted, filled with regret. Come, Broly, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Sun Wukong adjusted his emotions and led Broly toward the direction of West City. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis observed with astonishment as Sun Wukong and Broly emerged from the rift of another dimension. He had initially expected a fierce battle between them, one that would only conclude when one of them was utterly defeated. However, to his surprise, they had instead reached an amicable resolution. Upon reflection, it was evident that Sun Wukong had employed overwhelming force to forcibly awaken Broly's autonomous persona, resulting in the current scenario. This further piqued Whis' curiosity regarding Sun Wukong's combat prowess. Ah, it seems you harbor a power that even the gods fear. How intriguing. I wonder just how formidable you will become when you unleash your full strength? Whis smiled gently, as his angelic aura dissipated and the luminous veil projected by his staff vanished at that moment. Time flew swiftly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Following the conclusion of the battle among Sun Wukong, the masked Black Wukong, and Broly, tranquility once more enveloped the world. The remaining humans on Earth, having confirmed the disappearance of the dark beings, emerged from their subterranean havens to reclaim their lives on the surface. They began to strategize for the future and devise methods for restoring the planet's population. Shifting focus to Sun Wukong and Broly, during this past week, Broly remained on Earth, closely following Sun Wukong. This was partly due to his fear of losing control and causing irreparable destruction, but also because Sun Wukong stood as the sole individual in the universe capable of restraining his unpredictable nature. Through their time together, Sun Wukong and Broly engaged in open and honest dialogue. Sun Wukong learned of Broly's past in this world, while Broly came to understand the essence of who Sun Wukong truly was. Their bond deepened, evolving into an inseparable friendship. It is hard to fathom that in another timeline, the relentless Broly had pursued Sun Wukong with fervor, yet in this reality, he had become a cherished companion. Throughout their week of interaction, Sun Wukong discovered Broly's innocent and benevolent nature. Confident that Broly posed no threat to this world, he imparted upon him methods to control his powers. Initially, Broly struggled with the training, finding mastery over his abilities quite challenging. However, as time progressed, Broly's remarkable aptitude for cultivation began to shine through. As his mastery over the control of power grew increasingly adept, his once ferocious aura gradually transformed into a tranquil presence. Although he had yet to achieve complete mastery, his proficiency was commendable. The rapidity of his advancement left Sun Wukong in awe of Broly's extraordinary talent. It seemed that this individual had never engaged in any training since birth, relying entirely on his innate strength. With such a significant natural advantage, if he were to receive guidance from a skilled mentor, his future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Of course, during this week, Sun Wukong had not been idle. After a week of introspection, he had solidified his own realm and honed his ability to control and unleash his power with greater finesse. While there was not a substantial increase in combat strength, He had successfully mastered the ability to fully harness the power of the Super Saiyan's 5th level. Meanwhile, in West City, before the dilapidated gates of Capsule Corporation, a week later, the time machine once again tore through the fabric of time, returning to the future world. As the hatch opened, Trunks, the time-traveling Son Wukong, and the time-traveling Vegeta made their reappearance. They had returned once more, vowing that this time, that wretched impostor would pay dearly. The anger within the time-traveling Vegeta was far from quelled. He could not forget the scene when his pride, the Super Saiyan Blue, was ruthlessly trampled. Now, after intense training, his strength had improved. This time, he was determined to bring that scoundrel to justice. Facing him alone, with their current strength, they were still far from his match. We must join forces, Vegeta. The time-traveling Son Wukong acknowledged the formidable power of their opponent. Their previous return to the past was only possible because the enemy had shown them mercy, allowing them to live. Should they fail again, there would be no second chance. I am well aware, Kakarot. The time-traveling Vegeta's expression was one of displeasure. Truth be told, he had no desire to ally with Son Wukong. However, given the current circumstances, even with his enhanced strength, he knew they could not hope to defeat the foe without collaboration. It was a matter of life and death. The resurrected Trunks, with a steely gaze and grave demeanor, was now a stark contrast to his previous arrival. Clearly, he had made significant sacrifices in his training within the past timeline to save the future world. His power had surged dramatically, but the extent of his newfound strength remained unknown. At this very moment, atop the Bowsy Mountain, Son Wukong was imparting techniques of power control to Broly. Just as he was halfway through his instruction, a powerful mental perception detected the arrival of his past self, along with Vegeta and Trunks. After such a long wait, they have finally arrived. Son Wukong's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had been anticipating the arrival of these individuals throughout the week. Given the lessons learned from their previous defeat, it was likely that his past self, Vegeta, and Trunks had all grown stronger. The expression of Son Wukong suddenly shifted, piquing Broly's curiosity, as he inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing, merely the return of someone I previously vanquished to this world," Son Wukong replied. "By the way, Broly, would you care to assess the fruits of your training over these past few days?" A bold idea blossomed in Son Wukong's mind, seizing this opportunity to evaluate the extent of Broly's mastery over his powers. Upon hearing this, Broly instantly perked up. After days of rigorous training focused on controlling his strength, he felt he had made significant progress. Now, with the chance to test himself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Let us not forget, he is a Saiyan. Combat is the very essence of his being, an instinct he yearns for with fervor. Chapter 75, The Resurgence of Fierce Combat, a duel of 2 against 2. What should I do? Broly inquired, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. Soon, Goku leaned in closer to Broly and conveyed the forthcoming tactical plan. With clear instructions in hand, Broly nodded eagerly, filled with an insatiable desire for battle. "Then, let us depart." Upon receiving Broly's consent, Goku employed instant transmission, whisking Broly away to the battlefield. West City. Upon exiting the time machine, the dimensional Goku, alongside the dimensional Vegeta and Trunks, awaited Goku's arrival. They were acutely aware that the moment they set foot on Earth, Goku had sensed their presence. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had yet to reveal himself. "Where's that Dark One?" Trunks, feeling increasingly restless as the enemy delayed their appearance, pondered. Since returning to the past, he had trained diligently in the hyperbolic time chamber with his father for 3 years. Now, with his power significantly enhanced, he felt more confident in confronting Goku. At that moment, the dimensional Goku and Vegeta seemed to sense something amiss, their gazes shifting skyward. To their astonishment, Goku and Broly had appeared directly above them. "I thought you wouldn't dare show up." "Perfect. I've been rather bored lately. This will be a splendid opportunity to stretch my wings," Goku remarked with a mischievous grin, descending slowly to look down upon the trio. Broly followed suit, landing beside Goku. Dark One. Upon sighting his adversary once more, Trunks felt an inferno of fury ignite within him. The intense emotional upheaval unleashed every ounce of energy within his being, radiating a brilliant golden light imbued with divine power. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade, but the divine energy enveloping him elevated his combat prowess far beyond that of a typical Super Saiyan. In essence, he embodied a unique state, an alternative Super Saiyan god. Your power has increased significantly, Trunks. However, with this level of combat strength, you cannot alter your fate, Goku remarked with a devilish smile, feigning disdain. "You." Stung by the insult, Trunks instinctively prepared to strike. "Step aside, Trunks," the dimensional Vegeta intervened, preventing Trunks from making a reckless move. He understood all too well that the individual before them was far beyond Trunks' capability to confront. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Leave this to us, Trunks. The dimensional Goku stepped forward, his gaze firmly fixed on Goku. After their previous crushing defeat, he had absorbed every lesson, and through 3 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had ascended to new heights of power. This time, he was utterly confident in his ability to defeat that opponent. I understand. Although Trunks felt a sense of reluctance, he was acutely aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. Acting recklessly would only lead to his demise. Soon, Trunks withdrew from the battlefield, retreating to a distant area. As Trunks departed, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew heavy. The time-warped Goku and the time-warped Vegeta transformed in an instant into Super Saiyan Blue, facing off against Goku and Broly. A formidable divine aura permeated the surroundings. As Super Saiyan Blue, Goku and Vegeta shone like the only beacon of hope in this ravaged world, radiantly brilliant. It seems that since our last battle, your powers have significantly increased. Broly, let us each confront one of them. Remember the power control technique I taught you. Do not exert too much force, lest you inadvertently harm them. After imparting this advice to Broly, Goku swiftly entered the full power state of Super Saiyan at the first level. Understood. Broly eagerly cracked his knuckles, his robust and wild physique brimming with explosive energy. Be cautious, Vegeta. The individual by the Dark One's side possesses formidable strength. Super Saiyan Blue Goku adopted a battle stance and cautioned his companion, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, before the conflict commenced. Humph. And so what? I am no longer the same. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was immensely confident in his abilities, completely disregarding Broly. While the two conversed, Broly surged ahead. A wild roar erupted, and Broly's energy rapidly swelled, his already muscular body appearing even larger and more ferocious. After 7 days of intensive training, although he could not yet transform into Super Saiyan or the legendary Super Saiyan at will, he had begun to master his power in its base form. As his strength surged, Broly charged towards Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, his massive frame resembling a cannonball released from its chamber, hurtling towards his opponent. Humph! A splendid approach. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta snorted, his divine energy forming an impenetrable defense as he crossed his arms protectively over his chest. Confident in his abilities, Vegeta believed he could easily suppress Broly. However, when Broly's wild and colossal form collided with him, he found himself in dire straits. The force of this impact. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's complexion shifted dramatically as he was toppled by Broly's overwhelming might, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Broly launched a relentless assault, his wild body exploding with unparalleled speed, catching up to Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in less than 0.01 seconds. Grasping Vegeta's ankle with his right hand, he summoned all his strength and hurled him towards the earth. Boom! With this strike, the ground sank 1,000 meters, and the surrounding area within 100 miles was affected by the force. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta endured a severe blow, his internal energy roiling as he coughed up a bitter liquid. Unyielding, Broly unleashed his ferocious and domineering fighting style to the fullest. He wielded Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta like a mere plaything, repeatedly slamming him into the ground. Do not underestimate me, roared Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, who, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a surge of divine power, forcefully breaking free from Broly's grasp. Clenching his right fist, he retaliated with a powerful strike. Bang! The tremendous impact shook Broly's form, sending him soaring into the sky. Without granting Broly a moment's respite, Vegeta swiftly brought his hands together, concentrating energy, and unleashed a wave of destructive light from his palms, aimed at Broly in the heavens. However, a terrifying scene unfolded as Broly withstood Vegeta's energy wave, relentlessly advancing towards him once more. What? This sight caused Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's heart to sink, sensing impending doom. Chapter 76. The battlefield shifts to the realm of gods. Before he could evade, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta crossed his arms protectively over his chest. With a resounding bang, a powerful shockwave erupted, unleashing a tempest that spread in all directions. Broly's mightiest punch was firmly intercepted by Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, whose tremendous strength withstood the onslaught. You're incredible, Broly exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing Vegeta block his attack. He had been cautious, fearing that a moment of overexertion could inadvertently lead him to fatally harm his opponent. However, before him stood Vegeta, undeniably a formidable adversary, allowing him to unleash his full potential without restraint. Yet, Broly's praise fell upon Vegeta's ears like bitter irony. Enough of your arrogance. Provoked. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming surge of divine energy. The terrifying aura forced Broly back, granting Vegeta the opportunity to dash forward, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks as if they were raindrops. Each strike was imbued with devastating force, showcasing the prince's combat prowess to its fullest extent. Vegeta's formidable assault temporarily subdued Broly, rendering him defensively reactive. Bruises multiplied upon Broly's body, the stinging pain igniting the warrior's spirit within him. Gradually, the sensation of pain morphed into a thrill, awakening his fighting instincts. His extraordinary adaptability and innate combat prowess began to surface. From initially being overwhelmed and powerless to counter, Broly now managed to barely defend himself and had even commenced a counterattack. This individual is unlike any I have faced before. As the battle progressed, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta recognized Broly's alarming capabilities. Despite lacking any combat technique, Broly was launching counterattacks, his strength escalating with each moment. Vegeta had never encountered such an opponent and realized he must conclude the fight swiftly. He resolved to employ his utmost abilities to utterly suppress Broly. For once the latter evolved to a level surpassing his own, it would be too late to regain control. The scene shifted back to Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Goku, who stood facing each other. Neither opted to strike, remaining vigilant towards one another while also observing the clash between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Broly. Could that person also be a Saiyan? A type I have never seen before. I hope Vegeta can handle him. Super Saiyan Blue Goku murmured internally, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the Goku before him. In his eyes, the Goku seemed shrouded in an impenetrable mist, obscuring the depths of his power. The true extent of his opponent's strength could only be unveiled through battle. The intensity of the conflict between Vegeta and Broly had escalated to alarming heights. Goku discerned a critical issue. Before them, the Earth could scarcely endure the tumultuous clash of anyone among them. Even with his power subtly mitigating the harm to the planet, it could not be entirely averted. The battlefield must be shifted to another realm, perhaps the vastness of space. Otherwise, the Earth would shatter into countless fragments under the aftermath of their conflict. After considerable contemplation, Sun Wukong envisioned an ideal location. Across the globe, there existed but one place suitable for their confrontation. With a firm grip of his right hand, energy began to coalesce within his palm. Ultra Blue Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, heightened his vigilance. Sun Wukong smiled serenely, pointing his right hand skyward as the energy erupted forth with a tremendous release. A golden radiance pierced through the darkened heavens, expanding after traversing thousands of meters, scattering innumerable golden particles that danced in the vastness of space. A sight of exquisite beauty. The energy particles dispersed rapidly, enveloping a significant portion of the battlefield. What are you planning? Ultra Blue Sun Wukong sensed an impending danger. You will know shortly. As he spoke, Sun Wukong grasped the void with one hand. In an instant, the scattered energy around them erupted, intertwining to form an expansive net that shrouded most of the battlefield. Space. Transference. In a mere thought, Sun Wukong transported everything ensnared by the energy net, including himself. With a whoosh, a sound of rending air echoed. Sun Wukong, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, Broly, and Ultra Blue Vegeta had vanished from the Earth. This spectacle left Trunks, watching from outside the battlefield, utterly astounded. Being outside the grasp of the energy net, he remained untransferred. What has the Dark One done? Father and Uncle Goku's auras have vanished. A sense of foreboding engulfed Trunks. Beyond the cosmos, in the sacred land of the Kaioshin realm, Sun Wukong, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, Broly, and Ultra Blue Vegeta were simultaneously transported to this desolate expanse. Since the demise of the Kaioshin, the realm had become eerily barren, devoid of any life. It was a solid and unyielding terrain, perfectly suited for combat. Ultra Blue Vegeta and Broly cared little for the battlefield's location. Their sole desire was to overpower one another. No sooner had they arrived in the Kaioshin realm than they resumed their fierce duel, unleashing devastating force that ravaged much of the realm, causing tremors throughout the sacred land. The Kaioshin realm, you actually managed to bring us here. Is this instantaneous movement? No. Such a feat cannot be achieved by mere instantaneous movement. Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, upon realizing they had been transported to the Kaioshin realm, felt an even deeper apprehension towards Sun Wukong. This ability, this technique, was beyond his capabilities. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Why would this individual go to such lengths to bring them to the Kaioshin realm for battle? Now, we can officially commence. Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles, a terrifying aura rapidly swelling, the palpable pressure overwhelming Ultra Blue Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong unleashed an explosive surge of power, dashing forward to confront the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong with a formidable strike. The Ultra Blue Sun Wukong assumed a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash, the ground quaked and the very fabric of space trembled as the terrifying blow sent the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong flying. What a fearsome adversary, he muttered as he soared through the air. Yet, in an instant, Sun Wukong charged once more, delivering a heavy punch. The Ultra Blue Sun Wukong maintained his defensive posture, bracing himself with clenched fists against Sun Wukong's onslaught, his body continually retreating under the force of the attack. Chapter 77. The Evolution of Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, there has been a significant enhancement in power. However, at this level, you are still far from defeating me. A glint of determination flashed in Son Goku's eyes, and in an instant, a tempestuous assault erupted. His heavy fists, with each strike, possessed unparalleled penetrating force, mercilessly targeting the Super Saiyan Blue version of himself. How dare you underestimate me? With a furious roar, Super Saiyan Blue unleashed the divine energy within, counterattacking Son Goku. Employing the combat techniques of the seasoned turtle hermit style. Honed through countless trials, he embodied both offense and defense, achieving a harmonious unity of form and spirit. The fighting styles of the two Son Gokus were nearly identical, the sole distinction being that Son Goku's techniques were executed with greater finesse and mastery, where offense and defense seamlessly coalesced, leaving no vulnerabilities. In contrast, while Super Saiyan Blue exhibited a certain fluidity in both attack and defense, he still lagged behind Son Goku in terms of decisiveness in offense and speed in defense. Although they were both Son Goku, their states during high-intensity combat were starkly different. Super Saiyan Blue was a tightly coiled spring of muscle and nerve, constantly strategizing his next move and anticipating his opponent's attacks. Son Goku, however, maintained perfect control over the synchronization of mind and body. He only tensed his muscles and nerves during moments of attack and defense, remaining relaxed otherwise. This exquisite mastery over both physical and mental faculties allowed him to conserve considerable energy during battle while significantly enhancing his explosive strength. Your defense is commendable, but what will you do next? In a heartbeat, Son Goku accelerated his onslaught. Speed and power surged to unprecedented heights. His techniques became razor-sharp, and the ferocity of his attacks was nothing short of terrifying. The immense pressure of his assault forced Super Saiyan Blue to retreat into defense once more. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated across the sky. Super Saiyan Blue's defenses crumbled, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Son Goku would not let this version of himself escape so easily. He instantaneously teleported behind Super Saiyan Blue and launched a powerful kick. In a critical moment, Super Saiyan Blue erupted with blood-red energy. The sudden surge of power allowed him to deftly evade Son Goku's kick while delivering a powerful blow to Goku's face. The impact sent Son Goku reeling backward, and he raised his right hand to lock onto Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, hundreds of golden energy blasts erupted from his palm. Faced with this relentless barrage of energy, Super Saiyan Blue could only dodge passively, his agile form weaving through the air. The energy attacks proved ineffective, prompting Son Goku to use both hands, further increasing the number of energy blasts. The exponential rise in the barrage left Super Saiyan Blue feeling considerable pressure. I cannot allow this to continue. I must break free from these attacks. Resolutely, Super Saiyan Blue decided to unleash the Kaioken times 10 once more. The crimson aura surged skyward, explosively enhancing his energy, as his formidable divine presence deflected all surrounding energy blasts. Prepare to receive my attack. Empowered by the tenfold Kaioken, the Ultra Blue Goku surged forth once more, engaging in a fierce clash with Goku. Their forms transformed into two exquisite beams of light, weaving through the skies of the Kaishin realm, each collision leaving indelible marks upon the fabric of existence. The golden radiance collided with the blue-red brilliance numerous times within the span of a second. Ultra Blue Goku had expected that after unleashing the tenfold Kaioken, he could contend with Goku's full-powered Super Saiyan form, perhaps even compel him to reveal his Super Saiyan second tier. To his astonishment, Goku's strength proved to be terrifyingly formidable. Even under the perfect tenfold Kaioken, he found himself suppressed and forced into a corner. There were no apparent vulnerabilities to exploit, and the hand-to-hand combat failed to elicit any weakness from his opponent, a situation Goku had never encountered before. You rely too heavily on the Kaioken. With a fierce shout, Goku decisively ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan's second tier. The surge in speed and power instantaneously reversed the tide of battle, as Goku relentlessly pursued Ultra Blue Goku with a flurry of blows. The air was filled with a series of resounding explosions. Goku's unstoppable offensive pushed Ultra Blue Goku back relentlessly. The intensity of their battle was beyond words. The battlefield shifted across the cosmos, expanding its reach, and unbeknownst to them, this fierce contest had persisted for several seconds. Goku showcased a fraction of his Super Saiyan second-tier prowess, delivering a devastating strike that severely injured Ultra Blue Goku. With a violent impact, Ultra Blue Goku felt the tumult within him, spewing forth a bitter fluid, his body leaning forward, unable to rise again. The Kaioken is quite effective, isn't it? However, it is not truly your own power, Goku remarked, dominantly grasping Ultra Blue Goku's hair, lifting him with a sinister smile. With his other hand pressed against Ultra Blue Goku's chest, he gathered a compressed energy blast, which erupted forth instantaneously, propelling Ultra Blue Goku away. Gritting his teeth, Ultra Blue Goku amplified the Kaioken once more, dissipating the energy blast to shield his chest. The renewed divine pressure surged forth, causing tremors in the Kaioken realm and distorting the very space around them. Observing this, Goku crossed his arms, exhibiting indifference to the unfolding events. Stabilizing himself, Ultra Blue Goku stood at a distance, locking eyes with Goku. As the 20-fold Kaioken dissipated, the divine power surrounding him began to undergo a qualitative transformation. Finally willing to reveal your true strength. Are you? With such power, why rely on the Kaioken? Goku smiled faintly, his terrifying aura escalating rapidly. This was the authentic might of the Super Saiyan second tier, infinitely more fearsome than before. Sensing the overwhelming pressure advancing towards him, Ultra Blue Goku intensified his divine energy. Your strength is truly formidable, but I have yet to unleash my true power. Allow me to show you the new form I cultivated in the hyperbolic time chamber. Super Saiyan, Deep Blue Evolution. Amidst the resounding roars, the Ultra Blue Son Wukong's eyes glimmered with azure light, his fists clenched tightly as his body leaned forward. A deafening cry, piercing the very depths of the soul, erupted from the lips of Ultra Blue Son Wukong. The blue divine power surged dramatically, gradually instigating a transformation. With a thunderous boom, a deep blue energy beam pierced through the realm of the Kaioken. The radiant, sacred light illuminated all directions, and the resplendent divine energy enveloped everything. This was as it should be. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Son Wukong's eyes, captivated by the allure of his own remarkable transformation. Chapter 78, Identity Revealed. As the resplendent deep blue light dissipated, the Deep Blue Son Wukong made his grand entrance. With the emergence of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His explosive muscles became even more formidable, radiating an aura of terrifying strength. The deep blue hair stood tall, adorned with a sacred and inviolable essence. From his deep blue pupils emanated an invisible yet profound divine might. Under the extreme amplification of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution, Son Wukong's combat power now surpassed that of a Super Saiyan Blue combined with a 20-fold Kaioken, significantly enhancing his prowess. After all, this new transformation granted him a genuine increase in power, allowing him to wield it at will without the concern of adverse effects. In contrast, the Kaioken technique, which forcibly elevates strength, is only suitable for dire situations and not for prolonged battles. Thank you for your patience. This is my full strength, the Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Deep Blue Son Wukong exuded an unparalleled aura. He transcended the limits of the Super Saiyan God Blue. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the next moment, both warriors' energies surged dramatically, their invisible forces colliding and causing the very fabric of space to warp, shaking the Kaioken realm and altering the entire landscape of the sacred ground. Son Wukong wore a faint smile, refraining from initiating the attack, patiently awaiting Deep Blue Son Wukong's move. The Deep Blue Son Wukong scrutinized Son Wukong, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Their gazes locked, and after a brief pause, both energies expanded simultaneously, transforming into a whirlwind that swept through the Kaioken realm. At that very instant, the fierce battle commenced. Deep Blue Son Wukong stepped forward, enhanced by immense divine power, traversing space like a phantom. A whoosh echoed as he swiftly passed Son Wukong's position, even exceeding a distance of several meters in an instant. The explosive speed left Son Wukong astonished as he slowly turned to face Deep Blue Son Wukong. Your strength has indeed improved considerably. However, with such a level of power, attempting to pose before me is still far from sufficient. Son Wukong's golden aura erupted skyward. Is this truly the extent of your second-tier Super Saiyan power? Deep Blue Son Wukong, brimming with fighting spirit, gazed intently at Son Wukong. The golden aura and deep blue divine energy infused much of the Kaishin realm, creating a dichotomous battlefield. In a flash, the two warriors made their move. A thunderous boom resounded as Deep Blue Son Wukong and Son Wukong struck simultaneously, vanishing from sight. Their speeds reached an unimaginable peak, eluding the naked eye, forcing one to rely solely on perception to ascertain their positions. In the skies above the Kaishin realm, the duel of the two Son Wukongs commenced anew. At the center of their collision, white light flickered continuously, the waves of destruction radiating outward. The intensity of this battle surpassed all expectations. The Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution Son Wukong unleashed an unrelenting all-out assault, each strike fierce and laden with lethal intent. Son Wukong no longer maintained a playful demeanor. Instead, he unleashed the true prowess of his Super Saiyan second stage to contend with another version of himself. Relishing the intensity of the battle, Son Wukong honed his combat techniques, striving for perfection and self-improvement. The Deep Blue Son Wukong gradually adapted to the transformation of his Deep Blue evolution, with each successive surge of power growing ever more formidable. This transformation is commendable, yet you have yet to fully master it, have you? Amidst the clash, Son Wukong discerned a flaw in his counterpart. The Deep Blue Super Saiyan had not completely grasped the nuances of his transformation. There is no need for idle chatter. With a surge of energy, the Deep Blue Son Wukong forced Son Wukong back, his hands drawing together at his waist to swiftly accumulate power. Is that the Kamehameha? Very well. Allow me to showcase the proper use of the Kaioken in conjunction with the Kamehameha. A spark of inspiration flickered in Son Wukong's mind. He clasped his hands together at his waist, gathering energy as a deep crimson glow emanated from his palms. Super Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the Deep Blue Son Wukong unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha, tearing through the fabric of space towards Son Wukong. Open your eyes and witness the true application of the Kaioken. Tenfold Kamehameha. Son Wukong decisively executed his tenfold Kamehameha. The moment their two colossal energies collided, a tremor rippled through the Kaioken realm, indeed shaking the very fabric of the dimension itself. The tenfold Kamehameha and the Super Kamehameha found themselves in a stalemate, balanced precariously between their forces. The Deep Blue Son Wukong relentlessly intensified his power, the energy of the Super Kamehameha escalating further. 20-fold. In an instant, Son Wukong adjusted his tenfold Kamehameha to double its potency. The equilibrium shattered, and the 20-fold Kamehameha ruthlessly overpowered the Super Kamehameha, surging forward with great speed. What? The full-powered Kamehameha is being pushed back. The Deep Blue Son Wukong was taken aback. He swiftly severed the energy supply, narrowly evading the terrifying crimson energy beam. The 20-fold Kamehameha barreled past the Kaioken realm, crashing into a diminutive asteroid. Within mere seconds, that asteroid was obliterated, reduced to nothing but dust. The Deep Blue Son Wukong stood frozen, profoundly shaken by the might of the 20-fold Kamehameha. Now do you comprehend the proper application of the Kaioken? Son Wukong inquired, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face. At his words, the Deep Blue Son Wukong snapped back to reality, his gaze piercing as it bore into Son Wukong. To utilize the Kaioken to amplify the strength of the Kamehameha without burdening your body is unfathomable. I must wonder how far your mastery of the Kaioken has reached. Perhaps I ought to thank you for revealing the true method of its application. However, before we proceed, I have uncovered your secret. Tell me, who exactly are you? The Deep Blue Son Wukong bellowed with a grave intensity. Since his last visit, he had discerned something amiss. This individual, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, was undoubtedly of extraordinary origin. He was not merely a being of darkness, he was also Son Wukong. My identity? Does it hold significance? As Son Wukong perceived a shift in circumstances, he resolutely activated the power of his bloodline. With the activation of this power, a golden aura surged forth, and Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 4th stage form, characterized by his black hair, re-emerged, overwhelming the oppressive divine aura of the Deep Blue Son Wukong. The Super Saiyan 4th stage. Upon witnessing the transformation into the Super Saiyan 4th stage once more, the Deep Blue Son Wukong clenched his fists, fully aware of the terrifying nature of this form. Chapter 79. Crushing Deep Blue Son Goku. My identity pales in comparison to the gravity of this battle. The focus must remain on the conflict at hand. Either I perish here, or you and Vegeta shall meet your demise. The Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku declared with a domineering and chilling tone. This served as an implicit reminder to Deep Blue Son Goku that his identity held no significance. Should he lose, Death would be his fate, and the Earth would face annihilation. You. Deep Blue Son Goku's fury surged as he realized that although the individual before him was not a being of darkness, he was undoubtedly far more ruthless. It was conceivable that prior to their arrival in this future realm, this man had already eradicated the dark beings. The confrontation was inevitable, whatever the cost. He must eliminate this perilous foe. Having come to this conclusion, Deep Blue Son Goku assumed a battle stance, facing Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku with unwavering resolve. Life and death hinged on a mere thought. As Deep Blue Son Goku prepared for battle, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku flashed a sinister smile, unleashing a terrifying surge of bloodline power. At the moment this pressure was released, Deep Blue Son Goku felt his blood begin to stir restlessly within. What a fearsome transformation. Super Saiyan 4th level. My body trembles uncontrollably. Are you not going to strike? Then allow me to take the initiative. Super Saiyan 4 Goku decisively launched his attack. His formidable physique tore through the fabric of space, appearing instantaneously before Deep Blue Son Goku. The astonishing speed caused a tightness in Deep Blue Son Goku's chest, compelling his body to instinctively throw a punch at Super Saiyan 4 Goku. However, the latter, having anticipated the move, effortlessly blocked the strike and, with his right hand charged with energy, retaliated with a powerful blow. Boom! The unstoppable force of the impact struck Deep Blue Son Goku squarely in the chest. In an instant, he was severely wounded, his pupils quivering, consciousness wavering. It feels so heavy. Deep Blue Son Goku felt as if his body were on the verge of being pierced through. Before he could regain his composure, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku unleashed a ferocious series of attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Within a mere few seconds, Deep Blue Son Goku endured numerous powerful strikes from Super Saiyan 4 Goku. His upper body was marred with bruises, and it felt as though every bone in his body was shattered. Were it not for the protective power of the gods, he would have likely been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Is this the extent of your so-called Deep Blue Super Saiyan evolution? Super Saiyan 4 Goku combined his hands, gathering energy for a decisive blow. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Deep Blue Son Goku was sent flying, plummeting toward the earth like a meteor. In an instant, he struck the ground of the King Kai's realm, creating a colossal crater over 10,000 meters deep. The surface of the realm quaked, and countless massive rocks erupted, transforming into towering pillars. This illustrates the ferocity of Super Saiyan 4 Goku's assault. At this moment, Deep Blue Son Goku lay prostrate on the ground, convulsing, his deep blue form flickering in and out of existence. My strength has completely faltered. How can this fellow possess such formidable power? For the first time, Deep Blue Son Goku experienced the true essence of despair and helplessness. The overwhelming combat prowess of Ultra 4 Son Goku rendered any hope of victory invisible to him. If there were to be an existence that could rival this strength, it could only be the god of destruction. No, this domineering force, when compared to the god of destruction, even surpasses it. Struggling to rise, Deep Blue Son Goku felt a heavy presence as Ultra 4 Son Goku descended slowly, planting a single foot upon his back. A terrifying pressure enveloped him, immobilizing him with its immense weight. Ah! The intense pain ignited Deep Blue Son Goku's cries, resonating through the heavens. Under this dreadful force, it felt as though his spine might shatter. Immediately after, Ultra 4 Son Goku ruthlessly lifted Deep Blue Son Goku, channeling his strength into a devastating punch that struck Deep Blue Son Goku's abdomen. The horrific force radiated throughout Deep Blue Son Goku's body. With a single blow, he spewed blood, his breath diminishing rapidly. It is over. The cold words of Ultra 4 Son Goku fell like a chilling decree, as he gathered energy in his right leg, delivering a crushing knee strike to Deep Blue Son Goku's midsection. In an instant, Deep Blue Son Goku shot forth like a cannonball. Bang, 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 bang. The propelled Deep Blue Son Goku shattered numerous massive stone pillars, only coming to a halt after traveling an inconceivable distance. Gazing at the elongated smoke trail before him, Ultra 4 Son Goku shook his head in disappointment. It appeared he had set his expectations for another version of himself too high. Was the battle truly concluded? Evidently, it was not. From the edges of the smoke, a dormant divine power erupted with a thunderous roar, dispersing the haze. At that moment, Deep Blue Son Goku struggled to rise, one hand clutching his agonized abdomen. His gaze a mask of fury directed at Ultra 4 Son Goku in the distance. The divine energy within him, under his command, began to mend his wounds. What a terrifying adversary! Deep Blue Son Goku suppressed the searing pain coursing through him as he regulated his breathing. The divine power ebbed and flowed at his behest. And once again, a crimson glow emerged at the periphery of that deep blue divine energy. Was he about to rely on the Kaioken once more? Ultra Force Son Goku felt a wave of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Deep Blue Son Goku did not summon the Kaioken to amplify his strength as Ultra Force Son Goku had anticipated. Instead, he harnessed the Kaioken to enhance his ultimate technique. Assuming the stance of the Kamehameha, the surrounding crimson malevolence and deep blue divine energy converged into his palm, the dreadful energy exponentially doubling at that moment. Has he learned so quickly? A smile of surprise graced Ultra Force Son Goku's face as he mirrored Deep Blue Son Goku's stance. In both their palms, deep red energy beams flickered, the power intensifying, casting the surrounding space in a vivid crimson hue. The outcome hinged upon this decisive moment. 20-fold Super Kamehameha. With all his might, the Deep Blue Son Goku unleashed a newly mastered ultimate technique. Unfazed, Super Saiyan Force Son Goku also released his own 20-fold Kamehameha. Two crimson beams of energy collided, producing a terrifying shockwave that reverberated throughout the realm of the Kais, rendering the heavens and earth dim. The ultimate techniques of Deep Blue Son Goku and Super Saiyan Force Son Goku were at a stalemate, maintaining a delicate balance. However, the sheer magnitude of this power caused the very fabric of space to rupture at the epicenter of the collision between the two 20-fold Kamehamehas. Chapter 80. The Tragic Tower That Fades in 3 Seconds. To be precise, it was not merely the fabric of space that was shattered, but the very barriers of this world. A delicate black hole voraciously consumed the 20-fold Kamehameha wave of two Sun Wukongs. If this onslaught was not curtailed, the world's protective barrier would surely explode, giving rise to chaotic temporal currents capable of devouring all. At that moment, Super Saiyan Force Son Wukong also sensed the anomaly. We can no longer remain in a stalemate. The fabric of this world cannot withstand my power. A gleam of determination shone in his eyes. With swift resolve, he doubled the intensity of the 20-fold Kamehameha to an astonishing 40-fold. In an instant, the equilibrium shattered, and the tide of battle turned. The 40-fold Kamehameha wave ruthlessly overwhelmed the 20-fold Super Kamehameha wave of Deep Blue Son Wukong. This is disastrous. Deep Blue Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Every cell in his body screamed with urgency. The 40-fold Kamehameha wave was about to engulf him, and there was no evading it at this proximity. As the 40-fold Kamehameha wave consumed him, Deep Blue Son Wukong let out a pained cry. His divine power was suppressed, his body ravaged by unimaginable torment, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. The sheer destructive force of the 40-fold Kamehameha wave was sufficient to obliterate him entirely. In this dire moment, Super Saiyan Force Son Wukong judiciously restrained the energy of the 40-fold Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile, Deep Blue Son Wukong, gravely injured, struggled to remain upright, his arms hanging limply. Consciousness nearing the precipice of oblivion, the form of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution flickering in and out of sight. No, I refuse to accept this after all the time I spent cultivating my power to be utterly defeated. As Deep Blue Son Wukong's thoughts trailed off, he lost control and collapsed forward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing his other self in a state of unconsciousness, Super Saiyan Force Son Wukong paid little heed. Redirecting his gaze toward the distance, there lay the battlefield of Broly and Vegeta. Scene shift. On the other side of the Kaishin realm, the battlefield of Broly and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unfolded. At this juncture, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could no longer exert the effortless control over his combat techniques that he had previously demonstrated against Broly. The tide had shifted. What began as a slight advantage had now transformed into an evenly matched contest, with Broly holding the upper hand. Broly's terrifying combat prowess was beyond imagination. Not only had he mastered the fighting techniques of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, but he had also begun to suppress Vegeta in return. As the battle progressed, both fighters' strengths surged. Yet the rate at which Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's power escalated was far outpaced by Broly's growth. This guy is peculiar. I can no longer afford to delay. Just as Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, a sudden shift in his energy sensing revealed a significant diminishment in Son Wukong's divine power, momentarily distracting Vegeta. Has Kakarot been defeated? Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was astounded by the downfall of his counterpart. After mastering the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution state, it should be impossible for him to be defeated so easily, even if he is not as powerful as that fellow. It was precisely during this fleeting moment of distraction that Broly seized the opportunity. Take this. Broly summoned a tremendous amount of energy, forming a compressed energy sphere. As this orb materialized, the very fabric of the Kaioshin realm shifted in color, and waves of energy rings surged back towards the palm of Broly. This emerald green energy sphere, brimming with unfathomable destructive power, was pressed against the chest of the super blue Vegeta. In an instant, a violent beam of azure energy shot skyward, piercing through the Kaioshin realm and engulfing the form of super blue Vegeta. The sheer magnitude of the destruction was beyond imagination, prompting Broly to retreat to a distance. In his mind, this strike should have determined the victor. However, as the emerald beam dissipated, Vegeta's unscathed figure came into Broly's view. Yet, at this moment, Vegeta was no longer in the Super Saiyan Blue form, but had transformed into the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution state. Indeed, he had mastered this form as well. Originally, this power was intended to confront Son Goku, but Broly's overwhelming strength had compelled him to reveal it prematurely. Seeing this scene, Broly's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly followed by a slight smile that revealed a hint of excitement. You are the first, aside from Kakarot, to compel me to unleash my full power. Now do not obstruct me. With an intense gleam in his eyes, Deep Blue Vegeta surged forth with the swiftness of lightning. In a mere 0.01 seconds, he arrived before Broly, unleashing a powerful strike that thundered through the air. Bang! The heavy punch landed squarely on Broly's face, sending him soaring into the sky, denying Broly a moment's respite. Deep Blue Vegeta pursued the airborne Broly with even greater speed, clasping his fingers together to gather energy, and then struck down with tremendous force. Once again struck with immense power, Broly crashed into the ground of the Kaioshin realm. Seizing this opportunity, Deep Blue Vegeta quickly amassed energy. With his hands drawn together, he prepared an energy cannon, golden sparks dancing as a sphere of limitless destructive potential flickered in his palm. Final flash. As the energy reached its zenith, a devastating energy beam erupted from Deep Blue Vegeta's palm. This cataclysmic force transcended space, locking onto Broly with an annihilating power capable of obliterating all. Sensing the overwhelming destructive force of the final flash, Broly felt a rush of exhilaration alongside the looming sense of danger. He concentrated energy in his hands, launching a destructive beam to counter Deep Blue Vegeta's final flash. At the moment their energies collided, Deep Blue Vegeta's final flash gained an overwhelming advantage, swiftly neutralizing Broly's destructive beam. This is bad. Broly realized the dire situation, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself. Boom. The final flash consumed Broly's form, igniting an unimaginable explosion of cataclysmic proportions. Half of the realm of the Supreme Kai has been engulfed. An endless torrent of energy sweeping in all directions, with shockwaves wreaking havoc everywhere. Huh. In the midst of the air, the Deep Blue Vegeta gasps heavily. Upon confirming that Broly has been consumed by his ultimate attack, Deep Blue Vegeta laughs unrestrainedly. Deservedly so. My power is not something of your caliber that can. Yet, before Deep Blue Vegeta could revel in his arrogance for 3 seconds, every cell in his body began to tremble. At the epicenter of the explosion of the ultimate attack, a resplendent emerald light blossomed, soaring into the heavens, transcending dimensions in its ultimate expansion. Chapter 81. The God of the Past Era comes to the rescue. From the immeasurable beam of energy emanates a profoundly ancient power of the Saiyans. Is this force radiating from that individual S-body? What is happening to my body? The Deep Blue Vegeta is astonished to find himself trembling uncontrollably. This is not due to fear, but rather a consequence of his lineage. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta possesses a noble royal bloodline. Yet now, he is terrified to the point of trembling before an unidentified Saiyan. This is a disgrace. What nonsense is this? I am Vegeta. I bear the illustrious blood of the Saiyan royalty. Be still. With sheer willpower, the Deep Blue Vegeta forcibly suppresses the agitation in his body. His solemn gaze fixates on the source of the energy explosion. At the very center of the verdant energy, Broly's form emerges, having undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. His already wild and robust physique has become even more formidable, resembling a ferocious beast. Golden radiance flickers around him, and his once black hair has transformed into a towering mane of golden fury. This form is that of a Super Saiyan. Who exactly is this individual? To possess such power merely as a Super Saiyan, more formidable than that counterfeit Super Saiyan. The Deep Blue Vegeta is filled with trepidation, staring at Broly before him, as memories swirl in his mind. In an instant, he recalls an ancient legend among the Saiyans. Once every 1,000 years, a being emerges among the Saiyans, known solely for destruction and slaughter, and that being is the mightiest warrior in the universe. The legendary Super Saiyan. Could it be that this individual is the one from the legend? The deep blue Vegeta has uncovered a monumental secret. Indeed, the truth affirms his conjecture. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a being that arises only once every millennium. Moreover, as a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possesses not only immense power but also a transformation that is entirely distinct from other Saiyans. He does not exhibit the distinctions of the first and second levels of Super Saiyan. There exists only the Super Saiyan state and the legendary Super Saiyan state. Upon entering the Super Saiyan state, Broly reveals a cruel and mocking smirk. This expression closely resembles that of the Mad Broly from another timeline. He has yet to fully master this power, and the inherent malevolence of the Saiyan bloodline ignites Broly's brutal persona. In the blink of an eye, Broly makes his move. His speed surpasses imagination as his powerful body collides with Vegeta's. The terrifying impact sends the deep blue Vegeta flying. Having landed a successful blow, Broly does not intend to let Vegeta off so easily. In a fit of rage, he pursued the soaring figure of Vegeta, his enormous hand grasping the deep blue warrior's ankle. With swift determination, he plummeted towards the earth, wielding Vegeta like a weapon and driving him down with tremendous force. An earth-shattering impact resounded, causing the ground to fracture into countless pieces. Vegeta, severely injured, was struck by the overwhelming power, spewing forth blood as his internal organs suffered from the violent assault. Yet, this was merely the beginning of Broly's counteroffensive. In his grasp, Vegeta was treated as a mere plaything, repeatedly hurled towards the ground. After a relentless minute of Broly's merciless onslaught, Vegeta lay unconscious, the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue dissipating. Was this the end? A cruel smile crept across Broly's face, reminiscent of the bloodthirsty visage of his former self. He intended to deliver a fatal blow, to completely extinguish Vegeta's life. Stop, Broly. Goku arrived just in time to halt Broly's actions. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Broly instinctively turned, a hint of rationality piercing through his bloodthirsty gaze. Though he had entered the Super Saiyan state, his intellect remained intact, undominated by raw power. Do you still wish to become that mindless beast of destruction? Awaken, Broly. Each word from Goku struck deep within Broly's heart. Under Goku's prodding, the malevolence in Broly's eyes began to fade, as his true self gradually suppressed the wild persona. I do not wish to become that again. Broly's true self regained control, and he gently set the unconscious Vegeta down, heeding Goku's advice. It seems that in the near future, you will truly master this power. Goku expressed heartfelt joy for Broly. The ability to control one's strength, rather than being governed by it, signified that Broly could carve out a life of his own. Indeed, Broly nodded with a smile, pleased with his progress. Just as the two were conversing, a golden energy blast surged towards Goku from behind. Is there someone else? Sensing the incoming attack, Goku deftly turned and evaded the energy blast, fixating on the source of the assault. He was taken aback to find that it was Trunks who had launched the attack. Trunks, how did you arrive in the realm of the Kais? Goku paused, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Trunks had learned instant transmission? He had not brought Trunks along during the previous large-scale teleportation. Suddenly, Goku sensed another presence and turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, East Kaioshin, Shin, had appeared at his back, one hand grasping the unconscious time-traveling Goku, and the other holding the unconscious Vegeta, as he executed instant transmission once more to stand beside Trunks. Indeed, this is the Supreme Kai of their time and space. Sun Wukong instantly recognized where East Supreme Kai Shin hailed from. Let us depart, Trunks, East Supreme Kai Shin said with a grave expression. Certainly. Trunks replied without a hint of hesitation, placing a hand on East Supreme Kai Shin's shoulder. Observing this, Broly gathered energy in his right hand, poised to strike, only to be halted by Sun Wukong. Although puzzled, Broly refrained from further inquiries and willingly dissipated the energy he had conjured. In no time, East Supreme Kai Shin initiated instant transmission once more. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had vacated the Supreme Kai realm. Are we truly allowing them to leave just like that? Broly questioned in confusion. There is no need for haste. They shall return shortly, Sun Wukong surmised. Harboring an inkling of what was to unfold next, a sense of anticipation blossoming within him. Broly, though bewildered, chose to place his trust in Sun Wukong. Chapter 82, The Unrivaled Vegeto. The scene shifts to Earth. At this moment, the East Kaioshin is tending to the gravely injured Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta. As the healing techniques are applied, the injuries on their bodies gradually mend. With their wounds healing, Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta awaken. Though they have regained consciousness, The depletion of divine energy cannot be restored merely through healing spells. While they can still transform into Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, their strength can only reach about 90% of its full potential. Yet, even if they could unleash 100% of their power, what difference would it make? They had been overwhelmingly defeated in their prime. Now, even with their recovery, nothing has fundamentally changed. In that moment, an oppressive silence envelopes them. Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta fall into a deep silence. Despair quietly descends upon them, casting a shadow over their spirits. This is a battle they simply cannot win. How infuriating. Aside from that counterfeit Kakarot, there exists another formidable foe. Time-Space Vegeta clenches his fists in fury, consumed by an overwhelming sense of indignation. His once proud dignity is now trampled beyond recognition. That foe's power is so immense that any hope of victory seems utterly elusive. Time-Space Goku's thoughts are tumultuous. During their confrontation, he has truly grasped the meaning of invincibility. Whether it be strength, combat skills, battle experience, or control over one's body, that adversary far surpasses him. That being is perfection incarnate, flawless to the point of being insurmountable, almost an elevated version of himself. Unless the god of destruction, Beerus, were to intervene. But the rules clearly dictate that a god of destruction cannot traverse time and space, rendering the Beerus from the past unable to arrive. The Beerus of this world has also vanished due to the death of the Kaioshin. All hope seems lost. Is there truly no hope left? Is this world destined to be trampled so mercilessly? Trunks clenches his fists tightly, filled with an intense sense of frustration. Is destruction the only fate awaiting this shattered world? Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, this is not yet the end. There remains one final solution. Do you remember the warrior that was born from your fusion when facing Majin Buu? The East Kaioshin removes the Patera earrings from his ears and presents them to Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta. Patera, you mean to suggest that I should fuse with Vegeta once again to become Vegeto? Time-Space Goku recalls the scene from their encounter with Buu. They may not have been able to defeat that Goku, but Vegeto stands a different chance. Kaioshin, I remember that once fused with the Patera earrings. The fusion cannot be undone, correct? Time-Space Vegeta inquires sharply. For him, fusion is acceptable, but if the cost is an eternal bond with Goku, then that is absolutely unacceptable. However, in the face of the formidable Majin Buu, why did Vegeta and I suddenly find ourselves separated? Could it be attributed to the unique power emanating from Buu's body? The time-traveling Goku inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Noting the perplexed expressions of the two warriors, the East Kaioshin, Shin, elucidated, not quite. Even the esteemed ancestors made an error. The Patera earrings grant a permanent fusion for Kaioshins, yet for mortals, the fusion lasts only 1 hour. Upon hearing this, a spark of understanding illuminated the eyes of the time-traveling Goku and Vegeta, who exchanged a knowing glance, their silent agreement palpable. TCH, 1 hour of enduring this fellow is all I can tolerate, Vegeta scoffed, his annoyance evident, yet resolute in agreeing to this fusion. In a bid to save this desolate world and vanquish that arrogant impostor, he was willing to go all in. With their consensus reached, the two simultaneously took the Patera earrings from East Kaioshin Shin and adorned themselves. As they donned the earrings, a marvelous force began to draw their bodies together. In an instant, a brilliant beam of white light surged skyward, piercing through the darkness of the world. The resounding echo of this tremendous force reverberated across the globe. As a colossal white pillar ascended, illuminating all shadows. Within this radiant glow, two distinct powers blended seamlessly, ultimately coalescing into a singular, formidable force. Trunks and East Kaioshin Shin were fully alert, their gazes fixated on the magnificent white pillar. As they watched, the grand illumination dissipated, revealing not two, but one, a warrior clad in a blue and orange martial arts uniform, embodying the attributes of both Goku and Vegeta. The indomitable fusion warrior, Vegeto, stood resolute upon the earth, emanating an overwhelming aura that unsettled both East Kaioshin Shin and Trunks. With this power, victory was assured. Upon witnessing Vegeto's unparalleled form, memories of past battles flooded back to East Kaioshin Shin. Vegeto's overwhelming strength was capable of suppressing anything. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, would find it challenging to prevail. Is this the appearance of my father fused with Uncle Goku? Trunks gazed in disbelief at the formidable warrior, whose face radiated boundless confidence. It had been ages since he had last moved. Vegeto's voice resonated with a duality as he stretched his limbs. As a fusion warrior, he was neither Goku nor Vegeta. He was simply himself. Vegeto, Trunks, Kaioshin, leave everything that follows to me. As soon as the words left his lips, Vegito vanished from sight. In the Kaioshin realm, Goku and Broly had been waiting for some time. By the way, when will they arrive? Broly asked, his tone laced with boredom. They're already here. Goku replied, sensing the change in energy, his gaze slowly turning towards the sky. Broly also turned his gaze towards the sky. There, he beheld Vegeta suspended in midair, arms crossed, looking down upon Goku and Broly with an air of superiority. Is he to be my next adversary? Then I shall take him on. Upon seeing Vegeta, Broly was eager to engage in battle. Come back, Broly, Goku intervened, preventing him from challenging Vegeta. Why? Broly inquired, perplexed, as he directed his questioning gaze at Goku. You have yet to fully master your own power, Goku explained. Fighting someone like him would offer you no advantage and may even cause you to lose control once more. Chapter 83, Super 4 Son Goku vs Super Blue Vegeta. Listening to Son Goku's persuasion, Broly fell into deep contemplation. Memories of his previous uncontrolled rampage involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He was determined not to revert to that form again. All right, I will heed your advice. Broly took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his body's instinct to battle, and relinquished his Super Saiyan form. Progress does not necessarily require combat. As an observer, he could also gain valuable insights. With Broly's concession, Son Goku officially faced Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta descended slowly from the sky, his stern gaze fixed upon Son Goku. A subtle smirk playing on his lips, exuding confidence that he could conquer all. Before we commence, let me remind you, do not compare me to Son Goku and Vegeta. I am not like them. If you approach me with the same mindset you use against them, you will suffer a crushing defeat. Vegeta's dual voice resonated with arrogance and bravado. This was the confidence that came with being the mightiest fused warrior. In response, Son Goku smiled silently. Stepping forward as a tempestuous aura erupted from within him, stirring the very fabric of reality. In an instant, he transcended into the Super Saiyan 4th level limit break state, unleashing a feral and overwhelming power. Come forth and battle. Son Goku challenged Vegeta. Humph, what a terrifying aura. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered since my inception. However, this does not imply victory for you. Allow me to demonstrate my power. Vegeta, Blue. With a furious roar, Vegeta activated the divine power within him, and an azure energy surged skyward, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying might. Bathed in that sacred glow, Vegeta had entered the Super Saiyan Blue state. His Super Blue form was perfected to a greater extent than that of Son Goku and Vegeta, showcasing an even more formidable strength. Though it appeared that neither side had made a move, both were already poised for combat, ready to unleash their full potential. As an observer, Broly clenched his fists in excitement. This battle held special significance for him. With his keen insight and innate talent, he might just glean unique combat techniques from this encounter. The fierce battle commenced. Super Blue Vegeta took the initiative, unleashing his divine power in full force. With charged legs, he propelled himself forward, instantly achieving terrifying speed as he surged towards Son Goku, delivering a cataclysmic blow. Boom! The fabric of the King Kai's realm rippled with the impact of the strike, causing the ground to sink 100 meters deep, forming a massive crater. Son Goku caught Vegeta's powerful punch with one hand. Even the mighty blow of the fused warrior could not budge him an inch. Vegeta, elated by the realization that his power had indeed increased significantly after the fusion, felt a burning desire for battle ignite in his eyes. Your strength has grown, but it remains insufficient to defeat me. Son Goku shouted in defiance, his power surging forth, repelling Vegeta while launching a counterattack. With fists as heavy as mountains, imbued with the might to split the earth, he struck at Vegeta. Bang, 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 bang. The fist of Sun Wukong was formidable. Even Vegito found it challenging to fully defend against his assault, being propelled back several meters. Vegito was elated to encounter such a formidable adversary. Reflecting on his life, his first appearance was against Gohan Bu, but regrettably, Gohan Bu was far too weak to elicit his full potential. Now, facing a powerhouse like Sun Wukong was precisely what he sought. In the next moment, Vegito unleashed his fury, soaring into the heavens, his hands moving with rapid precision as he executed the prince's fighting style. A myriad of energy blasts enveloped the area, resembling an immense net that sealed off all avenues of evasion. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly devised a countermeasure, his aura surging to form an indomitable barrier. Charging upwards amidst the bombardment of energy blasts, the explosions erupted with a thunderous roar, and within that inferno, the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegito commenced in earnest. The destructive shockwaves blossomed across the skies of the Kaioshin realm, rippling through space with each surge, the devastation escalating with terrifying intensity. Red and blue lasers collided at an unimaginable speed, each encounter yielding exponentially greater force. Sun Wukong and Vegito, both transcending the fourth level of Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan Blue, exhibited comparable strength and transformation prowess, their abilities largely on par. As a unique fusion warrior, Sun Wukong embodied the union of two distinct souls, merging across time and space to unleash the pinnacle of martial artistry. His attacks were rapid, precise, and merciless, leaving no room for error, while his defenses were impenetrable, epitomizing perfection. Vegito, as a fusion warrior, seamlessly integrated the combat techniques of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, crafting a distinctive fighting style that balanced offense and defense with fluidity. In a certain sense, Vegito achieved an impeccable level of combat, his strategies rivaling the formidable Ultra Instinct. The titanic duel was evenly matched, neither capable of truly overpowering the other. Is this the power I possess after merging with Vegeta? This is my first experience, and it feels incredibly strong. Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement, reveling in a sensation unparalleled in his previous battles. Vegito's might was not solely in raw strength. The complexity of his techniques and strategies exerted immense pressure upon him. Countless exchanges, numerous defenses, and ultimately a counteroffensive ensued. With a resounding boom, they simultaneously separated, standing merely 100 meters apart, as if attuned to one another's thoughts, both poised to unleash their energy. Kamehameha Gallic Gun. Vegito manifested a fusion technique, flawlessly merging the Kamehameha with the Gallic Gun. A blue-purple energy beam erupted forth, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. 20-fold Kamehameha. Sun Wukong dared not underestimate the moment, unleashing the 20-fold Kamehameha with all his might. The two ultimate techniques collided in the void, causing space to collapse and rippling outward with immense force. As the radiance dissipated, Sun Wukong and Vegito gazed at each other from a distance, both adorned with satisfied smiles. The first round of probing yielded results that pleased them greatly. Sun Wukong felt fortunate to engage in battle with such a formidable opponent, while Vegito expressed his own satisfaction at facing an adversary of considerable strength. The warm-up exercises concluded here. Sun Wukong flexed his wrists and twisted his neck, feeling the blood surge within him, his body now invigorated. You speak truly. The warm-up has indeed reached its end. With the final syllable spoken, Vegito's divine power erupted from within, transforming from the intangible into the tangible, ultimately manifesting as another Super Saiyan Blue Vegito. Chapter 84. Battling side by side across time and space. The Energy Avatar. Sun Wukong recognized the technique employed by Vegeta. Much like the earlier Gogeta, he summoned his divine power to manifest another incarnation for collaborative combat. This was no mere energy avatar. Can you fathom the extent of its strength? With a light chuckle, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unleashed the divine power of both his original form and his energy avatar simultaneously. The sheer force radiating from their combined powers nearly enveloped the skies of the Supreme Kai's realm. Through his perceptive abilities, Sun Wukong discerned that Vegeta and the energy avatar possessed comparable might. An energy avatar with strength equal to its original form? A smile graced Sun Wukong's face, unfazed by this revelation. You are correct, Vegeta replied with a calm smile, and in an instant, he and his energy avatar launched an attack against Sun Wukong. The energy avatar, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, was the first to strike, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong blocked the attack with both hands. Yet a significant opening emerged behind him. Vegeta seized this opportunity, rapidly maneuvering behind Sun Wukong to deliver a knife-hand strike to the back of his neck. Just as the blow was about to connect, an astonishing scene unfolded. A hand enveloped in intense blue divine power grasped Vegeta's wrist, thwarting his attack. What? How is this possible? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he recognized the figure who had intercepted his strike. None other than Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. Amidst Vegeta's astonishment, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong and Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong launched simultaneous assaults, pushing back both Vegeta's original form and his energy avatar. The two distinct forms of Sun Wukong stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing defiantly at their opponent. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, united in their battle across the fabric of time and space. Is this an energy avatar? No, this is something entirely different. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he began to realize the impossibility of the situation. His instincts warned him that this Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong was far more complex than a mere energy avatar. Observing Vegeta's grave demeanor, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong smiled silently, aligning himself alongside Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong prepared to confront Vegeta's original form. while Super Saiyan Blue Wukong faced off against the energy avatar. Noticing the seriousness etched on Vegeta's face, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong smirked and teased. Care to guess who would emerge victorious? My Super Saiyan Blue form or your energy avatar with all your might? Vegeta remained silent, heightening his vigilance. He understood that the energy avatar was doomed. Not speaking? Then let's engage once more. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong declared with fervor. Channeling the full force of the Super Saiyan 4th grade limit-breaking power, his energy surged dramatically as he dashed toward Vegeta with astonishing speed. The sudden onslaught caught Vegeta off guard. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless barrage of powerful strikes sent Vegeta hurtling over 1,000 meters away. Seizing the advantage, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong instantaneously teleported, pursuing Vegeta with unstoppable momentum, delivering another thunderous blow. Bang! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, struggling to withstand the onslaught of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Due to the relentless assault, he lacked the strength to manipulate his energy avatar any further. In the secondary battlefield, the immobile energy avatar of Vegeta prompted Super Saiyan Blue Goku to cover his face in exasperation. Engaging in combat against such a mindless entity was utterly devoid of meaning. He lamented. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate this foe and confront his true self. With determination, Super Saiyan Blue Goku focused on Vegeta's true form, bringing his hands together at his waist to concentrate his formidable divine energy. Kamehameha. He resolutely unleashed his ultimate technique. A torrent of ferocious energy surged from his palms, engulfing Vegeta's energy avatar. Under the relentless force, Vegeta's avatar was disintegrated, vanishing entirely. With the energy avatar dispatched, Super Saiyan Blue Goku swiftly locked onto Vegeta's ki and instantaneously teleported to the battlefield. In the main arena, Super Saiyan 4 Goku's fierce and relentless assault showcased his raw power and dominance. Realizing he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive against the advancing Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta understood the necessity of taking the initiative to break the deadlock. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. The energy avatar has been destroyed. No, I cannot allow this to continue. Vegeta concentrated all his energy, seeking an opening amidst Super Saiyan 4 Goku's barrage. Yet, his intentions were not concealed from the keen eyes of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The overwhelming strength of his transformed physique surged forth, channeling all his might into a devastating punch. Boom! The thunderous roar tore through space, unleashing a cataclysmic distortion. This strike from Super Saiyan 4 Goku was so powerful that it shattered portions of the spatial barrier. The world-destroying blow collided with Vegeta's arms, shattering his defenses in an instant and sending the deep blue Vegeta flying hundreds of meters away. What an overwhelming force! The power of Super Saiyan 4 exceeds my expectations. Struggling to regain his balance, Vegeta winced in pain from the throbbing ache in his arms. Before he could catch his breath, Super Saiyan Blue Goku silently appeared behind him, executing a powerful sweeping kick. Vegeta? Sensing imminent danger, Vegeta instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Struck forcefully, Vegeta's body was uncontrollably propelled, crashing through several massive rock pillars before finally coming to a halt thousands of meters away. With a triumphant grin, Super Saiyan Blue Goku prepared to pursue Vegeta, only to find Super Saiyan 4 Goku by his side. Isn't it a tad unfair to engage in a 2-on-1? Super Saiyan 4 Goku teased with a mischievous smile. Having come out for a rare battle, he wished to savor the thrill of combat. Moreover, they were not merely 2 against 1. He was the amalgamation of another version of himself and Vegeta, making it, in strict terms, a 2-on-2 battle. The Super Blue Son Wukong revealed a mischievous grin identical to that of the Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong. Indeed, one might consider this a 2-on-2 confrontation. Standing beside the Super Blue Son Wukong, the Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong fixated his gaze upon the rocky mound thousands of meters away. I must admit, this is my first encounter with a fused warrior. It truly is exhilarating, declared the Super Blue Son Wukong as he rubbed his nose, brimming with combat enthusiasm. At that moment, the realm of the King of Worlds began to tremble violently. The boundless pressure of divine might swept across the entire realm, as a deep blue sacred light pierced through the holy ground, reaching another dimension. Sensing this formidable divine energy, the smiles on the faces of the 2 Son Wukongs vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Chapter 85. The Ultimate Union of Body and Mind. A formidable surge of divine energy. The Super Blue Goku felt astonished yet exhilarated. He had never feared the powerful. Combat was his only true home. Be cautious. That fellow is deadly serious. The Super Saiyan 4 Goku cautioned, adopting a battle stance. Both Gokus remained highly vigilant against the azure divine light that surged towards the heavens. Soon, the deep blue energy beam dissipated, revealing Vegeta in a new form. He radiated an ominous and profound divine power, standing as if a god of creation in the void. Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. Moreover, this was not merely any Super Saiyan Blue evolution. It was the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Blue evolution. While the Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta struggled to master this form flawlessly, he was different. He was Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, intricate fissures appeared on the Patera earrings dangling from his ears, a consequence of his overwhelming power. In the state of Super Saiyan Blue evolution, his strength had surpassed the limits the earrings could endure. At this moment, Vegeta's deep, cold gaze surveyed the Super Blue Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Goku from a distance. In an instant, a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, an invisible force transformed into a devastating impact, ruthlessly advancing towards them. The expressions of Super Blue Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Goku changed drastically as their bodies instinctively dodged in opposite directions. Boom! In a mere heartbeat, the space between them erupted from the force, which swept across the ground, extending for miles. The next moment, deep blue Vegeta charged forth, radiating boundless divine might, and unleashed an unstoppable punch at Super Blue Goku. The latter raised his fists to block the ferocious onslaught. Bang! The power of this strike was unimaginable, driving Super Blue Goku backward relentlessly, retreating nearly 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Having blocked one attack, Deep Blue Vegeta launched another furious assault. A relentless barrage of crushing blows followed in quick succession. Faced with this continuous and terrifying offensive, Super Blue Goku could only adopt a passive defense. However, such defense proved temporary, as Deep Blue Vegeta's assault intensified after a couple of rounds of stalemate. Super Blue Goku was struck away, crashing into a rock pillar. Deep Blue Vegeta had no intention of sparing Super Blue Goku, determined to end him. Just as the situation grew dire, Super Saiyan 4 Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Super Blue Goku, channeling a tenfold Kamehameha towards Deep Blue Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta assumed a defensive posture, bracing against the impact of the tenfold Kamehameha. After being pushed back approximately 10 meters, he exerted his arms, dispersing the energy wave. If your strength is only at this level, you are destined to lose this battle. Deep Blue Vegeta declared confidently, his divine might enveloping the skies, radiating an aura of unmatched sanctity and power. As if issuing a final ultimatum to the two Sun Wukongs, the battle ahead promises their certain defeat. Are you alright? Should the energy form be shattered, you might vanish from existence. The Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong stood protectively before the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong, cautioning him. Heh. I am not so fragile, and I welcome the chance to battle with Vegeta, exclaimed the latter. If we cannot win individually, then let us join forces. I refuse to believe he can easily handle both of us. With that, the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong broke free from the rocky pillar, his voice laced with excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong cast a solemn glance at him, a spark of exhilaration lighting up his face. The two Sun Wukongs, almost telepathically connected, assumed identical battle stances. This scene did not escape Vegeta's notice. Utterly tedious, he remarked, a shadow flickering in his deep blue eyes. It was time for him to engage seriously. Huh! Roared the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. Hiwa! Echoed the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Both warriors unleashed their power simultaneously, liberating their bodies and souls, their combat prowess soaring to its zenith. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the duo, Vegeta scoffed, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. To him, these two appeared formidable, yet in truth, they were mere paper tigers. In an instant, the battle reignited. The Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong launched a coordinated assault, flanking Vegeta from both sides. Unfazed by their onslaught, Vegeta calmly grasped their fists with both hands. With an explosive surge of power, he spun the two Sun Wukongs at blinding speed, transforming them into a vast, expanding tornado that swept in all directions. Having had his fun, Vegeta hurled the two warriors aside. The unimaginable force rendered them momentarily incapable of controlling their bodies. Regaining their composure, the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong planted their feet firmly on the ground, gathering their strength for another charge. Once more, they advanced towards Vegeta, their combined might manifesting in a relentless flurry of punches and kicks, forming an impenetrable net around him. Both being Sun Wukong, their thoughts intertwined. Their cooperation reached perfection, revealing not a single flaw. This seamless synergy significantly amplified their combat capabilities and prowess. Vegeta, too, began to feel the strain. If confronted individually, he could easily handle either of them with one hand, but their collaboration now posed a genuine challenge. In the face of this unrelenting barrage, even Vegeta found himself resorting to a defensive stance, ultimately forced to retreat. Their synergy is nearly flawless. I see now. They are Sun Wukongs from two different worlds. Such perfect coordination can only be achieved when two minds are in perfect harmony. The pressure from their uninterrupted teamwork was immense. With a serious gaze, Vegeta braced himself for what was to come. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Goku exchanged a glance, as if they had reached a silent accord. "Your opponent is me," declared Super Saiyan 4 Goku, boldly stepping forward to engage in battle with the formidable Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. "Are you incapable of working together? This is your most foolish decision," murmured Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, dismissing Super Saiyan 4 Goku with contempt. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless barrage of powerful attacks was flawlessly countered by Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Seizing the moment, Vegeta deftly clasped Super Saiyan 4 Goku by the neck with one hand, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming strength that lifted him effortlessly. Engaging in solitary combat is your gravest miscalculation. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta gathered his energy, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Chapter 86, Reunification. The battle intent of Vegeta. "Have you forgotten about me? Prepare to receive my strike." Super Kamehameha Wave. In utter silence, the Ultra Blue Goku had already positioned himself behind the Deep Blue Vegeta. Utilizing the distraction created by Ultra 4 Goku's battle with Deep Blue Vegeta, he secretly harnessed energy, instantaneously teleporting to the rear of Deep Blue Vegeta. The energy, refined to its utmost purity, erupted as he thrust his hands open, unleashing a cerulean beam of energy in an instant. Sensing the menacing energy surge behind him, Deep Blue Vegeta nonchalantly flicked Ultra 4 Goku aside, his gaze unwavering as he observed the advancing force. Boom! In a heartbeat, the unparalleled destructive energy engulfed his robust form. The residual energy beams ravaged the terrain of the Kaioshin realm, their terrifying destructive power reverberating throughout the domain. The spatial barrier, under the strain of this force, began to fracture, a testament to the sheer terror of Ultra Blue Goku's full-powered Kamehameha Wave. Futile. A deep, resonant whisper echoed, as the fearsome Deep Blue divine power expanded rapidly, soaring into the heavens. At the core of this Deep Blue energy, Deep Blue Vegeta wore an indifferent expression, his profound eyes glimmering with a light capable of freezing everything in its path. The dreadful blue divine power morphed into tangible flames, igniting the very ground of the Kaioshin realm. At that moment, the entire domain transformed into a bizarre expanse of blue flames. TCH. I anticipated this outcome. Ultra Blue Goku had foreseen it. However, it was precisely due to his attack that Ultra 4 Goku found the opportunity to gather energy. 20-fold Kamehameha Wave. Unleashed with all might. A terrifying crimson energy cannon pierced through space, rapidly targeting the rear of Deep Blue Vegeta. At that moment, Deep Blue Vegeta was preoccupied with Ultra Blue Goku's Kamehameha Wave, and upon sensing the overwhelming energy pressure behind him, he shuddered, nearly collapsing. "Your coordination is indeed impressive, but at this level, you cannot hope to defeat me." Deep Blue Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Aha!" Deep Blue Vegeta unleashed a dual-toned roar. Boom! With Vegeta's explosive release, a cataclysmic blast engulfed the entire Kaioshin realm, shaking this divine domain to its core. The Kaioshin realm suffered unprecedented, colossal devastation. What immense force! As an observer, Broly felt the terrifying power and immediately erected an energy shield to withstand the impact. Yet even so, the protective barrier he conjured was obliterated by 99% of the residual shockwave. A minute passed. The battlefield lay in ruin, a sight too grim to behold. The entirety of the Kaioshin realm had been decimated, a colossal mushroom cloud rising high into the sky, stretching endlessly. Ultra 4 Goku and Ultra Blue Goku were both hurled by the blast's aftershock, crashing into a massive boulder. Indeed, relying solely on the powers of Super Saiyan 4th grade and Super Saiyan Blue was insufficient to contend with him. To surpass this formidable opponent, one must harness the might of the divine, or perhaps ascend to the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 4 Goku struggled to free himself from the massive boulders, already contemplating the transformation into the 5th level of Super Saiyan. However, lacking the presence of Super Saiyan Blue Goku within him, his 5th level transformation would be somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Blue Goku emerged from the rubble, grumbling incessantly. Indeed, I was overconfident. After finally stepping into the arena of battle, I met with such a powerful adversary. I nearly succumbed. At that moment, a terrifying tempest of divine power swept across the heavens, dispersing the thick smoke and leveling the battlefield. Deep Blue Vegeta stood unyieldingly in the void, exuding an aura of invincibility. I am aware that this is not your true strength. Unleash your full power. This is your final warning. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Deep Blue Vegeta issued an ultimatum to the two warriors. Either they must summon their utmost strength, or he would conclude the battle in an instant. This declaration weighed heavily upon the expressions of both Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Gradually, they floated upwards, drawing closer to Deep Blue Vegeta. Ultimately, both Gokus, under the watchful gaze of Deep Blue Vegeta, merged into one. As I suspected, you two are indeed one entity, originating from different realms. You are a fused warrior as well, aren't you? Deep Blue Vegeta had unraveled the truth. No wonder this Goku possessed such formidable power, capable of manifesting as two distinct beings. They were the Super Goku born from a transcendence across time and space. Indeed, the rejoined Goku's gaze was devoid of warmth. The prior pressure from Deep Blue Vegeta had stemmed from their brief separation, which had significantly weakened their strength. Now, reunited, he would unleash his full might to subdue Vegeta. With a mere thought, a blue divine flame ignited around Super Saiyan 4's exterior. Super Saiyan 4 God Blue had arrived. Witnessing this unprecedented transformation, Deep Blue Vegeta sensed an intangible threat, his eyes narrowing slightly. A perfect fusion of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan Blue? Excellent. This trifling skirmish ends here. Henceforth, I shall show no mercy. The spark of battle ignited within Deep Blue Vegeta as his overwhelming divine power surged forth. Yet, he seemed oblivious to a critical detail. As his power intensified, the Patera earrings he wore approached their breaking point. The cracks on the earrings became increasingly pronounced. Goku noticed the fissures. Your power has surpassed the earring's capacity. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion, he cautioned. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret. Such a worthy opponent as Vegeta could not endure for long. Thank you for your counsel, yet these matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Do you presume I remain oblivious to the peculiarities of the Patera earrings? Even in their absence, I continue to exist, albeit at a certain cost. Come now, let us engage in combat. Infuse my fleeting existence with some semblance of joy. Vegeta is presently consumed with the desire to battle Son Goku. Although forcibly maintaining their fused state incurs grievous consequences, what concern is that of his? The only ones affected are the Time-Space Goku and Time-Space Vegeta. Chapter 87, The Hidden Card of Vegeto, Ultra Blue 3. I understand. Sun Wukong sensed Vegeto's fervent battle intent. The opponent had cast aside everything as a fused warrior. He must determine the victor against another who shares the same essence. Their gazes locked. An invisible momentum surged to its utmost limits. Sun Wukong unleashed the full might of his Ultra Instinct Blue power. Haiwa. Vegeto, too, liberated the full potential of his Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution. Their auras expanded, intensifying, and the sheer pressure of their energy threatened to shatter the very fabric of the King Kai's realm. This divine domain was on the brink of being overwhelmed by their combined power. Upon reaching a critical threshold, Sun Wukong and Vegeto acted in unison. With everything at stake, they unleashed devastating blows towards one another. Bang! The force of their clash was utterly terrifying, causing the space to explode and the divine realm to collapse. The aftermath was so formidable that it brought the King Kai's realm to the brink of annihilation. In the face of such a cataclysmic battle, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could only gaze in awe. Boom! With their second collision, the dimensional fabric of the King Kai's realm was irrevocably shattered, exposing the barriers beyond the universe. Fortunately, their battle took place within the King Kai's realm. Had it occurred in the cosmos, such blows would have led to total obliteration of the universe. Boom! The third clash obliterated the cosmic barrier, reducing the King Kai's realm to utter ruin. The very consciousness of the universe sensed a dire threat and forcibly drew upon its primordial power, banishing Sun Wukong and Vegeto from the seventh universe. As blinding white light flickered across the sky of the King Kai's realm, this realm on the brink of destruction was salvaged. Where have they gone? At that moment, Broly, observing from afar, scanned the surrounding world. The intensity of the battle stirred his blood, igniting an irresistible urge to join the fray. Yet, at this critical juncture, the two combatants had vanished. In the realm of the destroyers, the Angel Vados quietly monitored the conflict unfolding in the King Kai's realm. Two warriors from different timelines clashed, shattering the divine realm and breaking through the cosmic barriers. Even for an angel like him, who had witnessed countless cycles of creation and destruction, the spectacle was profoundly astonishing. Vegito and Sun Wukong. These two fighters from alternate realities were but a step away from transcending the divine domain. If only the versions of you from this world had not perished. Might the future be more splendid than the present? Vados couldn't help but ponder the past tribulations of this world. In this realm, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had met their demise, and humanity had suffered devastating losses at the hands of dark forces. The King Kai had fallen, and the Destroyer had vanished alongside him. Now, this world lay in ruins, desolate and void of life, reduced to barren wasteland. Had he shown even a modicum of concern for the scion known as Sun Wukong, perhaps this world would have witnessed a different outcome. However, it is futile to lament these matters now. Regaining his composure, Whis utilized the angel staff to search across various dimensions and the seventh universe for the whereabouts of Goku and Vegito. Yet, after a prolonged search, having scoured the entire universe and even peered into the realms beyond, he found no trace of the two. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that they have ventured into another universe? Alarmed, Whis expanded his search, extending the reach of the angel staff beyond the seventh universe to explore additional realms one by one. After eliminating the fifth and eighth universes, he finally discovered the location of Goku and Vegito in the sixth universe. In the sixth universe, the battle between Goku and Vegito had only just commenced. They had transcended their awareness, fully immersed in the combat, oblivious to their surroundings. Each clash of their movements resonated with the collapse and destruction of countless galaxies. The pure, formidable power of the divine fused with the overwhelming force of their bloodline, unleashing a level of destructive energy that was truly staggering. Within mere moments, a significant portion of the sixth universe lay in ruins. Boom! Bang! Goku's devastating punch struck Vegito's chest, while Vegito countered with a crushing kick to Goku's abdomen. Both fighters were propelled away, skimming through the void before regaining their balance. Without a moment's pause, they simultaneously locked onto one another, channeling energy to unleash their ultimate techniques. 100 times Super Kamehameha, Goku unleashed his energy to its maximum capacity, a furious deep crimson wave surging forth like a roaring blood dragon. Meanwhile, Vegito combined the Kamehameha with his final flash, releasing his most powerful attack. A golden blue electric annihilation beam shot forth from his palm, colliding with Goku's 100 times Super Kamehameha. Boom! The two forces, capable of reshaping worlds, collided, creating a cataclysmic wave of destruction that expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sixth universe was obliterated, plunging everything into chaos. Furthermore, due to the immense clash of their powers, both the fifth and seventh universes experienced varying degrees of impact. Within that boundless chaotic realm, Goku and Vegito exchanged glances across the vast tumult, each gaining a rough understanding of the other's strength. It was indeed an unforgettable battle. Since arriving in this world, I have never unleashed such formidable energy before. Come on, Vegito! The fervent fighting spirit ignited in Goku's eyes signified his acknowledgement of Vegito's prowess. In response, Vegito's lips curled into a slight grin, a devilish smile emerging as he replied, "Indeed, it is quite unforgettable, but let the warm-up end here. Allow me to show you my true power." As the words fell, the divine power enveloping Vegito experienced a sublime transformation once more. The deep blue divine energy becoming the sole beacon of light amid the boundless chaos. Within this tumultuous realm, the resplendent and sacred melodies of divinity resonated. Vegito's divine strength began to surge explosively, piercing through the chaos, traversing dimensions, and reverberating across the 12 universes. This form, could it be? Sun Wukong gazed at Vegito's transforming figure within the azure beam of divine energy, inevitably reminded of the masked black Goku he had battled mere days prior. The adversary's ultimate transformation was the Super Saiyan Rose, third stage. Now, Vegito's evolutionary path mirrored that, and without a doubt, this transformation would be the Super Saiyan Blue, third stage. Chapter 88, The Return of the Super 5. Amidst the chaos, the deep blue radiance of divine power surged rapidly, becoming the sole beacon of light in this abyss. At the very core of this divine energy, the body and soul of Vegeta transcended. The intensity of the divine force escalated at an unimaginable pace, transforming into the primordial light that heralded the universe's inception, illuminating this pitch-black realm of chaos. Within the heart of this azure divine glow, Vegeta's suppressed cries erupted, igniting a fervent emotional surge. The chaotic world, the 12 universes. And even the exalted realm of the gods, the Omni King's palace, felt the tremors of this awakening, witnessing the sublime ascent of this deep blue luminescence. Sun Wukong was enveloped in profound astonishment. His spirit surged, and he instinctively clenched his fists, the scion blood within him stirred by this overwhelming divine majesty. When this exaggeratedly pure divine power erupted in its entirety, it did not only astonish Sun Wukong. Even the angel, Vados, residing in the sixth universe, was roused from her reverie. In the realm of destruction within the sixth universe, since the disappearance of the god of destruction, Kampa, following the death of the Supreme Kai, Fua, Vados had remained vigilant, awaiting the emergence of the next god of destruction. Yet now, the sixth universe faced annihilation from this abruptly unleashed formidable force. And at the core of the chaotic world, a terrifying divine power erupted that transcended even the realm of destruction. In that moment, even she, an angel, found her attention irresistibly drawn. Beings from the seventh universe? No, they do not belong to this world. Vados observed the unfolding events in the chaos through her angelic scepter. With her celestial vision, she discerned the origins of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although they bore the cosmic insignia of the seventh universe, their temporal and spatial markings starkly contrasted with those of this realm. This divine power had far surpassed that of Kampa during his reign. No one is more suited to become the god of destruction than you, Vados lamented. With her angelic abilities, she could erase the temporal and spatial imprints from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, even their world markings, and imprint them with the insignia of the sixth universe. Thus, they could rightfully claim to be native beings of the sixth universe. Alas, the sixth universe as it once was no longer existed. The existence of the god of destruction and Supreme Kai had become meaningless. Within the chaotic realm, the vast, deep blue divine power reverberated throughout the chaos, continuously expanding and consuming the void. The resplendent brilliance radiated from Vegeta's core. Bathed in the pure divine light, Vegeta's ultimate transformation was unveiled. His deep blue hair, elongated to his waist, shimmered with azure starlight particles, and his entire demeanor experienced a transformative elevation. His appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a Super Saiyan at its third level, with the sole distinction being the color of his hair and eyes. Though merely an elevation of form, the current Vegeta's power was incomparable to what it had been moments prior. In his third form of Ultra Blue, he surpassed the Super Saiyan Blue evolution state by over 100-fold. Thank you for your patience. This is all I have to offer. I have transcended the Super Saiyan Blue evolution. I name it the Super Saiyan Blue, third stage. Vegeta's piercing gaze was fixed upon Goku, his divine power surging as if a true deity had descended. Simultaneously, due to the overwhelming force of his divine energy, the cracks in the Patera earrings he wore deepened. At this moment, Goku regained his composure. Impressive. Goku praised Vegeta's might. He had not anticipated that the transformation of the Super Saiyan God could be developed to such an extent. The sense of oppression and tension was incomparably greater than that of the faux black Goku's pitiful rose form. Now that I have unleashed my true power, should you not reveal your ultimate form as well? Or perhaps, my strength has already far surpassed yours. Vegeta smirked mischievously, his demeanor both arrogant and audacious. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Originally, I intended to reserve this form for battling the god of destruction, Beerus. But now that I have found a worthy opponent, I am genuinely exhilarated. I wonder whose form is superior, your Super Saiyan Blue, third stage, or my Super Saiyan fifth stage. As his words fell, Goku dissipated the divine energy surrounding him, awakening the latent power within his bloodline through sheer will. Super Saiyan fifth stage. Vegeta's curiosity was piqued, his spirit stirred with anticipation. He had already reached the pinnacle of mastery over divine power. Ultra Blue 3 was the ultimate expression of a Saiyant's training in divine energy, the strongest form of the Super Saiyan God. However, the Super Saiyan 5th stage was an entirely new concept to him. If the Super Saiyan 4th stage represented their awakening to true power, could the 5th stage signify their original form? Suppressing his restless anticipation, Vegeta focused intently, his eyes gleaming with fervent expectation. Ha 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 ha. Goku unleashed a primal roar, his Saiyan essence surging as the energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan 5th stage was fully activated. In an instant, a violent wave of bloodline pressure surged skyward, stirring the chaotic world and causing ripples to form in the surrounding chaos barriers. It seemed that if Goku continued to unleash his power, the very chaos itself would be utterly obliterated. This sense of oppression, and this tension, a profound look of astonishment erupted in Vegeta's eyes. Soon, the shock on his face transformed into exhilaration, and he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "My body is trembling uncontrollably." What on earth is the Super Saiyan 5th stage like? Centered around Goku, a blinding white radiance erupted, a scene that would be etched in memory for a lifetime. With the activation of the bloodline power, an intangible aura of bloodline dominance pierced through the boundless chaos, reaching the remnants of other universes. In an instant, all beings across the cosmos were engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread. Powerful entities were irresistibly drawn to this force, their gazes involuntarily directed towards its source. For instance, in this realm, Broly from the 7th universe, Jiren from the 11th universe, the 12 angels, including the Grand Minister from the palace of the Omni King, alongside the 2 guardians of the Omni King and the Omni King himself. At the very heart of the chaos, the white radiance emanating from Son Goku's being grew increasingly resplendent. The blinding white light, concentrated to its utmost intensity, transformed into a beam that traversed the chaos and the worlds. Chapter 89, Super Saiyan 5 vs Super Saiyan Blue 3. Vegeta, closest to witnessing Son Wukong's transformation, felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered his body heavy. His Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level was suppressed, and the deep blue flames surrounding him flickered like a candle in the wind. Only when the brilliance gradually retracted and the aura was restrained did Vegeta finally discern Son Wukong's form. His physique was more robust than that of the Super Saiyan 4th level, draped in a coat of snow-white fur, with eyes radiating an ancient and savage essence. This was the Super Saiyan 5th level. At that moment, Vegeta was utterly captivated, a surge of intense excitement and anticipation blossoming within him. This sensation was akin to encountering a formidable rival he had pursued throughout his life, drawing him into its depths, inescapably. Is this your true power? The Super Saiyan 5th level, a transformation beyond my imagination. This battle will be etched in my memory forever. Vegeta's voice, deep and laced with restrained excitement, echoed in the air. Meanwhile, in the realm beyond chaos, in the universes, the god of destruction's domain, and the palace of the Omni King, all powerful beings across the cosmos, including angels, the Grand Minister, and the 2 guards of the Omni King, stood in stunned silence. The Grand Minister of this universe was astonished by Son Wukong's evolution, a unique radiance flickering in his eyes. The 2 guards of the Omni King were deeply unsettled by this immense power. Having accompanied the Omni King through countless epochs, they had witnessed innumerable phenomena, yet this mortal, surpassing even the gods, was a first. The Omni King of this world was profoundly captivated by the transformations of Son Wukong and Vegeta. In the chaotic realm, Super Saiyan 5 Son Wukong confronted Super Saiyan Blue 3 Vegeta. Thank you for your patience. This is my full power, Super Saiyan 5th level, Son Wukong declared, a wicked smile gracing his lips. With just a single utterance, he unleashed an intangible intimidation that struck deep within Vegeta's heart. How intriguing, Vegeta replied with a grin, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. The full force of Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level surged forth, a heavy divine pressure sweeping towards Son Wukong. In response, a subtle smile played upon Son Wukong's lips, and the aura of Super Saiyan 5th level erupted, effortlessly dissipating Vegeta's divine oppression. The clash of their auras tore through the chaos repeatedly. Take this. In an instant, Vegeta ascended to the sky, his right hand raised as he amassed energy. The blue divine power coalesced to a size comparable to a planet before being meticulously compressed to the size of a basketball. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed a deep blue energy wave that sliced through chaos, aimed directly at Son Wukong. This strike, distilled to its essence, appeared trivial, yet held a destructive force beyond imagination. A single blow could obliterate a significant portion of the universe. Indeed, the destructive power was formidable. Had Son Wukong been in his Super Saiyan Blue 4th state, he might have struggled to withstand it. But now, he was the Super Saiyan 5th level. Son Wukong raised his hand, locking onto the deep blue energy beam. In an instant, an unparalleled destructive shockwave erupted from his palm. Whoosh! What appeared to be a mere flicker of light possessed an unimaginable penetrating power, swiftly piercing through the colossal waves of might. The explosive flames enveloped the chaos, extinguishing within mere moments, transforming into billowing smoke that stood between Son Wukong and Vegeta. With an initial attack failing, Vegeta accumulated his strength and charged through the smoke, advancing towards Son Wukong. This was precisely what Son Wukong desired. Infused with Vegeta's intense fighting spirit, his surrounding white malevolent energy surged as he charged forward. Boom! The world trembled. The fierce battle reignited, marking the commencement of the ultimate showdown between Son Wukong and Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, their assaults became innumerable, impenetrable, and so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them. Even their senses struggled to pinpoint their exact positions. From a distance, their afterimages scattered throughout the chaos, resembling dozens of them engaged in combat. Such horror, such dread. A battle of this caliber was a rare sight even among the 12 gods of destruction. It could be said that, aside from a certain exceptional god of destruction, all others would face utter defeat against these two. As the collisions intensified, Son Wukong and Vegeta grew bolder, their powers converging at a single point, wreaking unimaginable havoc upon the chaotic world. The chaos was shattered, revealing an invisible barrier that trembled with each of their clashes. Super God Fist. Son Wukong roared, unleashing a devastating punch in his Super Saiyan God form. Fierce Strike. Vegeta's right fist, charged with divine power to its zenith, delivered an unmatched blow. Thud. Their unstoppable fists collided, unleashing a force capable of obliterating worlds. Crack, crack, boom. The barrier of the chaotic realm shattered, scattering into countless mirrors. At the epicenter of this collapse, within the boundless darkness, a terrifying gravitational force erupted, swiftly engulfing Son Wukong and Vegeta. Their disappearance granted the imperiled chaotic world a fleeting chance for restoration. Where had they gone? Had they, after breaching the barrier of chaos, been swept into the turbulent currents of time and space, arriving in another realm? It was likely far more complex than that. The only being capable of discerning the whereabouts of Son Wukong and Vegeta was perhaps the one within the King of All's palace. In the palace of the King of All, he watched the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, deeply engrossed and unable to extricate himself. However, with their sudden disappearance, the King of All, who had been reveling in the excitement, became displeased. Grand Minister, where have those two gone? I have yet to see enough. The King of All turned his gaze toward the Grand Minister, hoping he could uncover the whereabouts of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Please wait a moment, my lord. The Grand Minister respectfully bowed to the King of All and, with a wave of his hand, summoned mysterious forces of order. In a fleeting moment, the entirety of the cosmos, including realms beyond the universe and the temporal conduits, was meticulously scanned by the High Priest. Yet, despite this exhaustive search, he was unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the two individuals. Such a predicament was unprecedented for the High Priest. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a certain place. It appeared that their extraordinary powers had shattered the barriers of chaos, propelling them into the crevices of existence. Let me see if they are indeed here. With a decisive gesture, the High Priest summoned the arcane forces of the rules, manifesting a radiant veil that projected the vista of an extraordinary realm. Chapter 90. The intensity of battle escalates, confronting the fracture of worlds. The realm within the luminous screen resembles an ethereal white expanse akin to a mental time chamber. However, this is not a mental time chamber. It is, more precisely, a world beyond worlds. In other words, this space serves as the boundary between the Dragon Ball universe and other realms. Should a being of sufficient power rupture this domain, they would gain passage to alternate worlds. What lies beyond, however, remains shrouded in mystery. Oh my, they have resumed their fierce combat. The excitement is palpable. The Grand Zeno dances with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Previously, he could scarcely discern the clash between Son Goku and Vegeta amidst the chaos. Yet now, within this interstitial world, he perceives every detail with clarity. The Grand Zeno's spirit is as pure and innocent as that of a child, solely focused on the unfolding battle and its outcome. In stark contrast, the Grand Minister observes the tumultuous struggle between Son Goku and Vegeta with a contemplative gaze. In the vast multiverse, while there are countless iterations of the Grand Zeno, there exists but one Grand Minister. All timelines are intertwined, and he is acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Son Goku's existence. An unintentional act from another version of myself has precipitated such monumental changes in this world. What transformations might unfold in the future, influenced by warriors strong enough to shatter worlds? The Grand Minister muses inwardly, a profound glimmer crossing his eyes. Within the interstice of worlds, the combat between Son Goku and Vegeta intensifies, each engaging in a relentless exchange of offense and defense, delivering blows that periodically inflict damage upon one another. What may appear trivial is, in truth, powerful enough at their level to reduce an entire universe to nothingness. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of their destructive force. Their injuries accumulate, yet this does not diminish their spirit. Rather, it fuels their resolve, driving them to fight with increasing fervor. Son Goku and Vegeta are both kings among Saiyans, the apex of their kind. Pain transforms into exhilaration, igniting their battle instincts and amplifying their strength. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of shattering invisible barriers reverberates incessantly, one after another. These ethereal shields are obliterated by the might of their powers, creating a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. While Son Goku and Vegeta remain oblivious to the nature of this phenomenon, the Grand Minister understands. These barriers connect to other worlds, though they merely shatter the superficial layer. Breaching the primary barrier of the interstitial realm would yield catastrophic consequences. Should the main barrier collapse, the inexorable pull from beyond would ensnare them, casting them into an unknown world beyond their dominion. The battle continues to escalate. Son Goku and Vegeta pour their hearts and souls into the fray, deploying every technique and strategy without reservation. Each responds to the other's battle intent with utmost fervor. The exhilaration of combat and the surge of adrenaline leaves Son Goku and Vegeta in a state of ecstatic fervor. In this moment, two individuals, connected in spirit, cast aside all conflicts and enter a state of transcendence. This is the first time that Son Wukong has experienced the fervor of battle since attaining such a realm, a sensation that has ensnared him in its intoxicating embrace. Likewise, Vegeta, as a fused warrior, possesses only a fleeting existence. Each moment is immensely precious. From the moment of his inception, he has embodied an invincible force, unmatched by any adversary. Now, for the first time, Vegeta savors the thrill of combat and discovers the significance of his existence. Son Wukong. A desperate cry erupts from Vegeta's lips. The aura of Super Saiyan Blue ascends once more, the sheer energy shattering the invisible barriers surrounding him, transforming them into countless shards of reflective glass drifting through space. His battle power surges again, a terrifying divine might expanding in an overwhelming wave, enveloping a vast portion of the world. Son Wukong is forced back 100 meters by this formidable presence, but upon regaining his composure, a fierce grin spreads across his face. Vegeta's strength now rivals that of his own Super Saiyan 5th stage. Huh! Son Wukong bellows, reigniting the bloodline power within him, further amplifying his Super Saiyan 5th stage prowess. The two forces are now evenly matched, and they clash once more, their relentless assault striking with an unseen velocity. As the battle rages on, Vegeta's battle attire is utterly destroyed, revealing his robust physique marred by countless wounds. Son Wukong is not faring much better. While the Super Saiyan 5 form is potent, the brutal divine strength of Vegeta inflicts inevitable injuries upon him, leaving scars all over his muscular frame. Receive this move. Crushed Impact. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta channels all his divine energy into an unstoppable strike. A deep blue flame accompanies the overwhelming destructive force as it crashes into Son Wukong's chest. The devastation wrought by this blow is so immense that it could shatter multiple worlds, even in his Super Saiyan 5 form. Son Wukong is sent smashing through numerous invisible barriers, propelled far before he finally comes to a halt. Such a heavy blow. Son Wukong grimaces as he feels the searing pain radiating from his chest, a grimace etched across his face. The enormous imprint of Vegeta's fist is now indelibly marked upon his chest, seemingly impossible to erase. Before he can catch his breath, Vegeta has already teleported before him. Upon seeing this, a flicker of fierce determination flashes in Son Wukong's eyes as the ancient might of the dragon manifests. Now it's your turn to take a punch. Dragon Fist Explosion. An endless surge of energy converges at the tip of Son Wukong's fist, forming a white dragon's head that charges towards the approaching Vegeta. Reacting instinctively, Vegeta crosses his arms to defend himself. A tremendous roar resonates through the dimensional rift as an enormous white dragon, stretching beyond comprehension, bursts forth and collides with the center of Vegeta's arms, the sheer force propelling him backwards relentlessly. What kind of technique is this? Vegeta's heart trembled with intensity as he summoned all his divine power to withstand the relentless advance of the Dragon Fist. As a fused warrior, he possessed the entirety of the memories and combat techniques of both the transcendent Goku and the formidable Vegeta. Yet, he found himself utterly uninformed about this sheer force of a lethal technique. With every ounce of strength devoted to his defense, Vegeta was continuously pushed back by the colossal white dragon, shattering countless invisible barriers along the way. While his protective aura, formed from the culmination of his divine energy, was diminished by 50%. If he allowed this mighty dragon to continue its onslaught, he feared he would truly be defeated. As the unrivaled fused warrior, Vegeta would never permit himself to succumb to failure. Such an assault was insufficient to vanquish me. With reckless abandon, Vegeta unleashed his divine power, veins bulging on his forehead, his visage contorted into a terrifying grimace. Chapter 91. The Ultimate Ascension of the Ultra Blue 3. Vegeta gritted his teeth, steadfastly reinforcing his protective barrier with divine power, fending off the relentless advance of the white dragon. Yet, at this moment, everything seemed preordained. The destructive force of the dragon fist was unfathomably immense, nearing the brink of shattering his energy shield. On the verge of experiencing his first defeat, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He was resolute in his desire to continue the battle, refusing to accept the prospect of failure. With a resounding crack, boom, the relentless surge of power culminated in the complete shattering of Vegeto's protective barrier. The white dragon collided with him. The terrifying impact capable of piercing through anything, propelling Vegeto's form through countless invisible barriers, sending him soaring into the distance. Driven to the brink, Vegeta awakened the latent potential within. The divine power surged once more, radiating a brilliant luminosity that forcefully halted the advance of the white divine dragon. What? The dragon fist was blocked, leaving Son Goku in a state of shock and disbelief. The sheer destructive might of the dragon fist unleashed in the 5th tier of Super Saiyan was something he had never imagined could be countered. Yet, here was Vegeta, defying expectations, seemingly achieving a breakthrough during this fierce confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's unparalleled divine power experienced yet another elevation. An expansive divine might erupted, dissipating the dragon fist, while simultaneously repelling Son Goku back 1,000 meters. At that moment, Vegeta was enveloped in a blue divine light, suspended at the very center of the world's rift. Was he on the cusp of yet another breakthrough? Son Goku's pupils constricted slightly, sensing something profound. Through their battle, Vegeta had unlocked his potential, shattering the shell of latent possibilities and advancing towards an even higher realm. Was the evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan God truly boundless? If Vegeta was indeed transforming towards an entirely new state, what could possibly exist beyond the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan Blue? Could it be the 4th tier of Super Saiyan Blue? Such a possibility was not beyond the realm of imagination. As the divine power continued to ascend, Vegeta's formidable strength began to influence the very fabric of the rift. The blue divine power manifested as devastating blue-white lightning, striking the surrounding space and obliterating countless invisible barriers. Buzzing, the air reverberated with countless piercing roars as the divine pressure expanded to its limits, enveloping the entirety of the world's rift. The primary barrier of the rift underwent terrifying deformation under the relentless influence of the ascending divine power. This spectacle was keenly observed by the Omni King, the Grand Minister, and 2 elite guards within the Omni Palace. The eyes of the Omni King sparkled with anticipation, utterly captivated by Vegeta's unprecedented form. The Grand Minister, also a being of supreme existence, found himself drawn to this magnificent divine radiance. Across the vast expanse of the divine realm, even the God of Destruction may find it impossible to elevate divine power to such extraordinary heights. At the sides of the Omni King, 2 royal guards exchanged glances, silently nodding before reverting to a tranquil demeanor. Within the fissures of the universe, the tempest of Vegeta's divine power surged with an awe-inspiring ferocity, akin to an awakened divine giant ape unleashing a boundless roar of fury, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its vicinity. A deep blue luminescence enveloped Vegeta, obscuring his form from view. Not far off, Sun Wukong felt the overwhelming divine might emanating from Vegeta, his own spirit igniting with tension and exhilaration. With his discerning eyes, he recognized that Vegeta had reached a pivotal moment of transformation. This is it. Sun Wukong's expression grew grave, bracing himself for what was to come. He sensed that should Vegeta achieve a successful breakthrough, even with all his prowess, victory would not come easily. Soon, under Sun Wukong's watchful gaze, Vegeta's metamorphosis approached its final moments. A colossal pillar of immeasurable divine energy erupted from the ground, piercing through the fissures of reality, reaching the edge of existence above and plunging into the depths of chaos below. The main barrier of the dimensional rift was torn open by the shockwaves generated during his transformation. As the deep blue energy column dissipated, Vegeta became shrouded in pure, radiant blue particles, a hazy glow obscuring his visage. After several moments, an immense amount of divine power was drawn back into his being. With the disappearance of the blue particles, Vegeta's true appearance emerged. His brows had elongated, his expression as cold as ice, resembling that of a harbinger of death. Most strikingly, his exceedingly long blue hair deepened in hue, glimmering like a multitude of exquisite deep blue gemstones, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Furthermore, a deep blue tail emerged from behind him, writhing with vitality. Under the baptism of potent divine power, all injuries sustained in battle vanished, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles that could captivate countless admirers. Thanks to you, I have shattered my own limits and achieved this transcendent form beyond Super Saiyan Blue's 3rd tier. I shall name it Super Saiyan Blue 3rd tier, Ultimate Ascendance. Vegito clenched his fists, a devilishly confident smile returning to his face, one that seemed capable of conquering all. This newly surpassed power was more than tenfold stronger than a typical Super Saiyan Blue 3rd tier. The immense surge in combat prowess instilled in him the confidence to triumph over any adversary, even against Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 5th tier form. He felt assured he could suppress him within 3 rounds. In his eyes, Super Saiyan 5th tier was the ultimate limit for Sun Wukong. However, he remained blissfully unaware that Sun Wukong's true strength was far more complex than he perceived. Clap, clap, clap. Sun Wukong could not help but applaud Vegito's new form, genuinely exclaiming, "What a perfect transformation! I never imagined that the god of Super Saiyans could evolve to such an extraordinary extent. Had you appeared a tad earlier, perhaps I would not have stood a chance against you. Yet now, the outcome remains uncertain." The formidable power of Vegeta has stirred within Sun Wukong an overwhelming resolve to risk everything and fight to the very last moment. Upon hearing this, the smile on Vegeta's face faded as he began to surmise something. Could it be that you, my rival, have attained a form even more powerful than the 5th level of Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. As a fellow fusion warrior, his strength is nearly on par with the Sun Wukong before him. Now, having shattered his limits, he should undoubtedly be the stronger of the two. Chapter 92, The Ultimate Sublimation of Ultra Blue versus the Destructive God of Ultra 5. To my astonishment, despite the battle reaching such a fervent climax, my opponent still harbored hidden depths. After a brief moment of shock, a defiant smile graced Vegeta's face. From another world, Son Goku, you truly are infuriating. Since the onset of this conflict, everyone has been mere pawns in your game. First Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, and now, it is my turn, Vegeta. Vegeta felt neither anger nor fear, only a profound sense of anticipation and exhilaration. Frankly, since attaining this level of power, you are the first to compel me to unleash my true strength. What follows will be the entirety of my might, Vegeta. With that declaration, the pristine white energy surrounding Goku was drawn back into his being. His flowing, snow-white hair began to move as if caught in an unseen wind, emanating an overwhelming and formidable aura of destruction from within. The world around Vegeta trembled under the weight of his celestial power, pulled into another realm by this unique force. A brilliant violet light erupted from Goku's form, illuminating the entire rift of existence. The power of the destroyer filled this dimensional space, a terrifying amalgamation of bloodline strength and divine destruction. Observing Goku's current form, Vegeta was taken aback by the wild physique of Super Saiyan 5th level. Enveloped in a hazy purplish-red glow, this power, could it be that you are a destroyer? Vegeta was profoundly astonished by Goku's transformation. This energy felt eerily familiar, the power of a destroyer. Indeed, during my battle with the destroyer Beerus, I inadvertently harnessed this extraordinary strength. Now, I find myself uncertain of my own capabilities. As a word of caution before our final confrontation, my control over this power may not be entirely flawless. Should an inadvertent mishap result in your demise, do not hold it against me. A wicked grin spread across Goku's face as he jested with Vegeta. In response to Goku's taunt, Vegeta remained silent, quietly adopting a battle stance. Goku discerned his intent and mirrored his posture. The aura of both warriors expanded, shaking the very fabric of the rift, their overwhelming might even penetrating into other realms. In this contest of wills, neither could gain the upper hand. Goku could not completely suppress Vegeta, nor could Vegeta seize an advantage over Goku. Thus, they found themselves locked in a stalemate until, in an instant, Vegeta struck first. With a piercing whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through echoed. In a mere 0.0001 seconds, Vegeta surged before Goku, unleashing a fierce kick infused with divine energy. Caught off guard, Goku reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the attack. Though Vegeta's speed was extraordinary, Goku was no slouch either. Steadying himself, he countered with a punch aimed at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately sprang into action, his velocity reaching its zenith, creating afterimages in the space around them. As the formidable force of Son Goku's punch came crashing down, Vegeta stealthily approached from behind and unleashed a powerful strike. Sensing a disturbance in the air behind him, Goku swiftly pivoted and retaliated with a formidable blow. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated, their fists colliding with such divine might that the ground beneath them shattered. Both warriors were momentarily pushed back by the sheer ferocity of the impact. Without allowing Goku a moment to react, Vegeta executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing behind him and launching a sweeping kick. Anticipating this, Goku remained unfazed, his tail, which had been coiled around his waist, unwrapped and ensnared Vegeta's ankle. What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten about Goku's tail. Its function, however, extended far beyond mere restraint. Goku glanced at Vegeta with a subtle smile, and in an instant, the destructive divine energy coursed through his tail, enveloping Vegeta's ankle, tearing through his divine defenses and wreaking havoc upon his body. "You fiend!" Vegeta exclaimed as purple flames ignited around his leg, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He summoned energy in his right hand and released it in a fierce blast. Observing this, Goku swiftly altered his strategy, using his tail to fling Vegeta away before surging forward to pursue him. With an onslaught of devastating punches and kicks, imbued with an unstoppable tempest of divine power, Goku advanced towards Vegeta. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, adjusting his stance, and launched a series of relentless counterattacks against Goku. The clash of their bodies and the exchange of divine energy unleashed a torrent of destructive force that erupted within the rifts of reality, expanding with each successive impact. The speed of their confrontation escalated to such an extent that even the mightiest of warriors would struggle to perceive their movements with the naked eye. In mere seconds, they had exchanged blows in the hundreds, if not thousands. In his Super Saiyan God form, Goku radiated an overwhelming power, his strikes fierce and unyielding, leaving no room for mercy. His mastery over strength reached its zenith, each move seamlessly integrating destructive divine energy with his bloodline power, culminating in an unparalleled force of devastation. Meanwhile, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue third stage of ultimate transcendence, exhibited an elusive grace, his speed reaching its peak, effortlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Although he was not utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, the velocity of his strikes rivaled its prowess. "Your power pales in comparison to mine," Goku bellowed, a surge of bloodline energy erupting as he unleashed a shockwave that sent Vegeta hurtling away. The divine energy penetrated Vegeta's defenses, invading his very being for deeper devastation. What a formidable force! Despite possessing the power of a god of destruction, his combat style is astoundingly ferocious. Vegeta gritted his teeth, channeling divine energy to dissipate the destructive force within him. In the distance, Goku charged forward at full speed, his fist, now a conduit of boundless destructive divine energy, aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta instinctively turned his head, although he narrowly evaded the strike. The residual sharpness of the destruction god's power sliced through his cheek, causing crimson blood to scatter through the air. Feeling the sting on his face, Vegeta remained unfazed. He merged his hands, directing his focus towards Sun Wukong as divine energy continuously amassed around him. A sense of foreboding gripped Sun Wukong. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, merging the power of destruction with his bloodline energy to form an impervious dual-colored shield for his protection. Gamma Burst Flash. With a thunderous roar from Vegeta, a colossal golden energy beam, potent enough to consume all in its path, erupted from his hands. Chapter 93. A Draw, a Regretful Conclusion. The howling golden energy beam collided with Sun Wukong's ethereal energy shield. After being forced back several dozen meters, Sun Wukong waved his arm, dispersing the gamma burst of energy. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he noticed something amiss with Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was in a state of instability, his form barely holding together. Has he nearly disintegrated? Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong refrained from making a proactive strike. He understood all too well that Vegeta should have vanished long ago. It was merely his obsession from the battle against him that sustained this fused warrior until now. The ultimate outcome of this confrontation would likely remain unresolved. Meanwhile, Vegeta pondered. My body. He gazed at his flickering arms, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Even if he forcibly maintained his form, it was not a sustainable solution. His power was too immense, so powerful that the Patera earrings could not bear it. This world did not permit the existence of such a formidable warrior. If only I were not a fused warrior. In that moment, Vegeta longed to be an entity separate from the fusion of Goku and himself through the Patera earrings. He possessed his own thoughts, his own personality. He should be himself, not merely an amalgamation. Yet, none of that held significance now. Vegeta's only regret was his inability to continue battling the foe before him. Shame and solitude supplanted his fighting spirit. How could such a scene escape Sun Wukong's notice? Hey, Vegeta, how much longer can you maintain your current state? Sun Wukong's voice resonated through the energy, reaching Vegeta's ears. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his gaze to meet Sun Wukong's, responding, in a non-combat state. I can last at most a minute. If engaged in battle, it will be even shorter. It's regrettable, but it seems our fight cannot yield a victor. Less than a minute? That is still sufficient. Sun Wukong's expression shifted, his divine power surging rapidly. Vegeta instantly grasped the meaning behind Sun Wukong's words. Not wasting a single second, relishing the fight until the very end. He chuckled, very well, I shall do as you wish. To battle until the last moment. One strike to determine victory. Sun Wukong. His fighting spirit reignited, Vegeta bellowed, his divine power reaching unprecedented heights. In that moment, he poured forth everything. Casting aside all distractions, his eyes filled solely with the fervor of battle. As Sun Wukong had stated, he would savor this fight, ensuring that not a single second went to waste. With his decision made, Vegeta's combat prowess surged rapidly, the intensity of his divine energy significantly amplified compared to moments prior. This is precisely what I desire, Vegeta. Guided by the thrill of battle, a flash of purple light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Hi-ya! Vegeta shouted with fervor, channeling an overwhelming surge of energy that coalesced in his hands, culminating in a superlative attack. Every ounce of conviction, every essence of his being, was infused into this singular strike. Gamma Burst Kamehameha. The magnificent blend of golden and azure destructive energy harmoniously fused, as electric arcs erupted around the energy sphere. An intangible force pressing against the very fabric of reality. At that moment, the rift in the world trembled precariously, and the primary barrier bore witness to numerous new fissures in the aftermath. Sensing the terrifying power of Vegeta's ultimate technique, Son Goku felt a surge of exhilaration, every cell in his body igniting with fervor. In this critical moment, to elevate his energy to such heights. I have indeed underestimated you, Vegeta. If only time permitted, I would relish the opportunity to battle you until the very last moment. Alas. As he reflected, a dual radiance of pure white and violet enveloped Son Goku. In his Super Saiyan God form, the power of his lineage converged with divine energy. A silver luminescence intertwining with violet brilliance. With hands clasped together, he prepared to unleash his energy cannon. Purple, red, and blue hues manifested within his palms, continuously expanding and flourishing. The immense pressure he exuded rivaled, if not surpassed, Vegeta's ultimate assault. Ultimate destruction Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous roar, a crimson beam of extraordinary energy erupted from Son Goku's hands. This ultimate technique, fortified by divine power, possessed a terrifying destructive capacity capable of obliterating the 12 universes. Receive this. This is all I have. Vegeta bellowed, as the dual-hued energy beam surged forth, accompanied by countless electric sparks. Resembling a roaring dragon in its ferocity. Boom! At the moment the two forces of annihilation collided, the world rift experienced unprecedented turbulence. Countless invisible barriers shattered as if they were glass. Even the primary barrier of the world was now riddled with dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Vegeta's Gamma Burst Kamehameha and Son Goku's ultimate destruction Kamehameha wave found themselves at an equilibrium, neither able to gain the upper hand. It was a battle of endurance. The one who could withstand until the end would emerge victorious. However, Vegeta's time was running short, prompting a remarkable decision. He forcibly amplified the release of energy, altering his strategy to detonate both their ultimate techniques. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted, engulfing the entire rift in a cataclysm of unparalleled destructive force. In that instant, time, space, and all existence seemed to freeze. Within the Grand Zeno's palace, the Grand Minister, Zeno, and two Xeno guards watched in silent awe, without uttering a word. As moments stretched into eternity, the brilliance of the explosion faded, leaving the world rift on the brink of collapse, battered by the explosive force. The primary barrier now swayed dangerously, showing unmistakable signs of impending rupture. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had both returned to their usual states, merely 100 meters apart. It appeared that this final battle had ended in a stalemate. Sun Wukong smiled serenely, raising his thumb toward Vegeta. Noticing Wukong's gesture, a smile also graced Vegeta's face. Crack. Boom. The Patera earrings adorning Vegeta shattered with a resounding noise. As the earrings crumbled, his form became ethereal and wavering, unstable in its existence. This battle was truly unforgettable. Alas, there would be no more opportunities in the future. Chapter 94. After the war, return to Earth. In this final lamentation, the form of Vegeta dissipated, fragmenting into the Transcendent Goku and Transcendent Vegeta. Due to Vegeto's prolonged existence, coupled with the tremendous energy expenditure during battle, the burden subsequently fell upon the shoulders of the Transcendent Goku and Transcendent Vegeta after Vegeto's disappearance. The dual exhaustion of both spirit and body rendered them unconscious, unable to awaken for the time being. The only conscious individual present, Goku, gazed intently in the direction where Vegeto had vanished. After this battle, it seemed unlikely that Vegeto would ever return to this world. Yet, he held on to the belief that one day in the future they would reunite. Regaining his composure, Goku's gaze swept across the ravaged landscape surrounding him. Fortunately, this place had not been destroyed, otherwise he could not fathom where it might lead. Goku noticed the crumbling spatial barrier nearby and spoke with a hint of trepidation. Previously, he had been swept into this timeline due to a chaotic temporal flow. Now, he was determined not to breach the fabric of reality and risk being transported to another world. Simultaneously, the cessation of battle allowed the deteriorating spatial rift to stabilize. Everything within the rift began to visibly mend itself. Goku remained motionless, his immense psychic awareness extending through the fissures of the rift to sense the essence of the outside world, pinpointing his bearings. He found it. After a moment of concentrated perception, Goku identified the direction to depart. He swiftly descended before another version of himself and the Transcendent Vegeta, grasping their unconscious forms and executing instant transmission to escape the rift. On the devastated Earth, Trunks was exerting every effort to expand his sensory capabilities, striving to trace the source of the battle. Beside him, the East Kaioshin, Shin, was engaged in a similar endeavor. The presence of both his father and the dark entity had vanished entirely, as if they no longer belonged to this world. He could not help but wonder about the outcome of the conflict. Trunks sighed, a sense of unease brewing within him. Everything will be fine, Trunks. The future world will surely return to its former glory. Goku and Vegeta alone could not defeat the dark entity, but Vegeto was a different matter entirely. His power was enough to conquer all. Even the Majin Buu who had absorbed Gohan posed no true challenge to Vegeto. The East Kaioshin, Shin, sought to soothe Trunks' restless spirit. In his eyes, Vegeto's strength was unparalleled. Aside from the god of destruction, Beerus, no one could confront Vegeto directly. His speculation was not incorrect, yet it was limited to the context of individual warriors. Goku was not merely an individual warrior. His existence was uniquely exceptional among fused fighters. A sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Trunks and the East Kaioshin, Shin, immediately sensed a shift in the spatial fabric and turned swiftly to face the disturbance. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared on Earth, each hand grasping the unconscious forms of the time-traveling Sun Wukong and the time-traveling Vegeta. Father, Uncle Wukong. Upon witnessing this scene, Trunks' pupils dilated in disbelief. This is impossible. Even Vegeto has been defeated, exclaimed East Kaioshin, incredulous. In his eyes, Vegeto was an invincible force, one that could never be vanquished. How could a being as formidable as Vegeto fail to overcome this Sun Wukong? Trunks' heart was in turmoil. If Vegeto had fallen, he could scarcely envision anyone capable of rescuing this world. Dark One, your next opponent is me. Gritting his teeth, Trunks unleashed his full energy, once again entering his unique Super Saiyan God state. His strength felt trivial, yet he was determined to fight until the very last moment. This was his world, and it was his duty to save it. Cease this, Trunks. Continuing the battle serves no purpose. Moreover, I am not your enemy, Sun Wukong urged, gesturing for Trunks to halt. He had no desire to engage Trunks in combat. However, Trunks seemed oblivious to his words. In Trunks' eyes, Sun Wukong was a malevolent demon, toying with lives and treating humanity as mere insects. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate Sun Wukong himself. Silence, Dark One. I am the last warrior on Earth. If you wish to eradicate humanity, you must first destroy me. Trunks roared with determination, his power coalescing as he prepared to unleash an energy attack. Violet flames swirling around him. Seeing this, East Kaioshin hurriedly distanced himself from Trunks. In the presence of such immensely powerful warriors capable of obliterating planets, he felt utterly insignificant. If caught in the aftermath of their battle, it could spell disaster for him. He might even lose his life. Yet, that was not the worst fate, should he perish. The god of destruction, Beerus, from the previous world would also vanish, resulting in a double demise. Sun Wukong observed Trunks, who was ready to face death without hesitation, and sighed helplessly, realizing that his earlier performance had been too convincing, leading Trunks to genuinely mistake him for Black Goku. Now, any attempt at explanation seemed futile. Son Wukong gently set down the unconscious time-traveling Son Wukong and time-traveling Vegeta, having no intention of clarifying matters with Trunks. At this moment, Trunks was beyond reason. It would be best to subdue him first before any explanation could follow. Dark One, for the future of humanity, I must eliminate you, Trunks declared, channeling all his energy into a Gallic gun, a terrifying force hurtling towards Son Wukong. With a resigned sigh, Son Wukong faced the incoming attack. He gathered a portion of his strength in his right hand and, with a casual motion, smacked the Gallic gun away. Smack! In a mere instant, Trunks' formidable Gallic gun was effortlessly shattered by a single palm strike from Son Wukong, disintegrating into countless particles that scattered into the vastness of space. Despite having endured an exhausting series of battles against Vegeta, the Son Wukong before him was still far beyond Trunks' capacity to contend with. The ultimate technique was dismissed with an air of nonchalance by Son Wukong, leaving Trunks' expression utterly bleak. Indeed, the chasm of strength between them was insurmountably vast. Just as Trunks contemplated a desperate final stand against Son Wukong, the time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta stirred back to consciousness. Cease your attacks, Trunks. He is not a being of darkness. There is no need to continue this futile struggle. The time-traveling Son Wukong timely urged Trunks to halt. Chapter 95. The Truth Revealed, Grudges Resolved. Uncle Wukong. Trunks, who had initially intended to fight to the bitter end, stood frozen in place. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this person the Dark One? Why would Uncle Son Wukong suddenly claim he was not the Dark One? Everything was over, Trunks. Long before we arrived in this world, the Dark One had already perished at his hands. He is Kakarot from another realm. At this moment, Vegeta also regained consciousness and urged Trunks. To be honest, Vegeta himself had not anticipated that Kakarot from another world would be so formidable, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Upon hearing Vegeta's counsel, Trunks felt a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment. Yet, this confusion swiftly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury. The Dark One, you are utterly unforgivable. Do not think that by controlling my father and Uncle Wukong you can deceive me. I will never be fooled again. Flames of wrath ignited in Trunks' eyes, clearly indicating his misunderstanding. The time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged exasperated glances upon realizing that Trunks doubted their words. This child had suffered too deeply at the hands of the Dark One, unable to discern who the true Son Wukong and Vegeta were. I truly am not the Dark One. Son Wukong's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. It seemed he had overacted, and even if he revealed the truth, Trunks would not believe him. You brought this upon yourself. The time-traveling Vegeta shot a displeased glance at Son Wukong. In such a situation, he too would regard it as an enemy's ploy. After having been beaten to a pulp, how could anyone trust that he was not the Dark One? What should be done? Trunks does not believe us. The time-traveling Son Wukong felt overwhelmed. He could fight, but he had no idea how to explain to Trunks. This is troublesome. Son Wukong scratched his head, his face a portrait of awkwardness and helplessness. How could he elucidate this to Trunks? Just then, Son Wukong's savior arrived. Bulma from this world, along with Mai, appeared behind Trunks. I know you won't believe any explanation I offer, Trunks. Why not turn around and let Bulma explain? Son Wukong decided to pass the issue to the arriving Bulma. In this predicament, only her words would be heeded by Trunks. Silence. Dark One. Hearing Son Wukong mention his mother, Trunks' anger surged. In his memories, his mother had long perished at the hands of the Dark One, and Son Wukong's actions were undoubtedly a mockery of his emotions. Just as Trunks was on the verge of a breakdown, Bulma's call brought him back to his senses. Trunks. Upon hearing that long-lost voice once more, Trunks shuddered. The fierce demeanor and simmering fury that had enveloped him vanished without a trace. This voice, could it be? Trunks had already pieced together the truth. He spun around to behold his aged mother and his beloved Mai. Mother, you are alive? And Mai, how could this be? You are still alive. In that moment, all of Trunks' formidable aura dissipated. And as he trembled, his eyes were veiled by a misty haze. He had long believed that his mother had fallen victim to the hands of the Dark One. And during his time in the past world, this belief had fueled his rage, transforming grief into strength for his training. Now, with the revelation that his mother still lived, Trunks found himself at a loss. His fury, his murderous intent, his hatred, all diminished significantly in that instant. You must have endured countless hardships in the past world. Haven to you, Trunks. It has truly been a difficult time for you, my child. Bulma approached him, tenderly caressing his face. Feeling the tangible warmth of her touch and gazing into the familiar visage of his mother, Trunks was certain now. He was not dreaming. This was not an illusion. Everything was real. Mom, Mother! Trunks' voice quivered, laden with all his sorrow and anguish. In that moment, the weight of every burden he had carried was released, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Goku smiled, knowing that no further words from him were necessary. A single utterance from Bulma outweighed 1,000 of his own. After a brief moment, Trunks steadied his emotions. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he inquired, "What transpired after I departed the future world? Is he truly not the Dark One?" Bulma revealed everything without reservation, recounting her request to Goku. "I, too, had believed I would perish at the hands of the Dark One. In a moment of peril, Goku from another world appeared and saved me. As for the Dark One, he has long since met his demise at Goku's hands. The circumstances evolved as they did because I asked Goku to assume the role of the Dark One, to awaken your latent potential and make you stronger. Now that our objective has been achieved, there is no need for further concealment, Trunks." Trunks etched every word Bulma spoke into his heart. A smile graced his face, one that bore the essence of relief and joy. During the 3 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, his training had been sustained by the fire of vengeance and the overwhelming desire to vanquish the Dark One. Now, having learned the truth that the Dark One was already dead, he felt reborn from the flames of revenge. With all his questions answered, the fire of vengeance in Trunks' eyes extinguished, and he turned to face Goku directly. "When Bulma entrusted me with this task, I worried my acting would falter and you would see through it. It now appears that my performance at that time was not too shabby. Congratulations. You have become a competent warrior, Trunks." Son Wukong acknowledges Trunks' strength in the present day. Although it pales in comparison to his own, this power is sufficient for Trunks to stand as a formidable warrior on his own. At this moment, Trunks approaches Son Wukong, bowing at a 90-degree angle with utmost reverence, and expresses, "Thank you very much, Uncle Wukong from another world." Son Wukong responds with a silent smile, nodding appreciatively at Trunks. Chapter 96, The God of Destruction, Broly. Step aside, Kakarot. The time-traveling Vegeta forcefully pushed Goku away and approached Trunks. "Dad." Trunks blinked in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Vegeta before him. Yet, even more bewildering events soon unfolded. In response to Trunks' confused gaze, Vegeta delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The blow was not painful, but it was surprisingly loud. Stunned by the strike, Trunks staggered to the side. "Dad, what was that?" Trunks looked utterly perplexed, completely at a loss for why his father was angry. What had he done wrong to provoke Vegeta's ire? "You foolish boy," not even able to distinguish between Kakarot and the imposter, which led to this farce. "From now on, you must rely on yourself to protect this world. Do not think you can depend on me and Kakarot for everything." Vegeta scolded, exuding frustration. At that moment, he was the angriest person present. He was indifferent to whether the Dark Person had been defeated. His sole concern was the inexplicable defeat at the hands of this Kakarot from another timeline. Accepting a loss to the Dark Person was one matter, but losing to Kakarot was utterly intolerable. "I understand, Dad." Trunks felt a deep sense of injustice, yet he dared not retaliate. After all, the figure before him was his father, and he could never bring himself to contradict him. The Bulma of this world watched the scene unfold, a warm smile gracing her face as she observed Vegeta admonishing his son. If only the Vegeta of this world had not perished, Trunks could have enjoyed the comfort of a complete family like this. Noticing Bulma's gaze, the time-traveling Vegeta turned to her. Perhaps due to their bond as husband and wife, they could understand each other's feelings even across time and space, and Bulma silently nodded in acknowledgement. With the truth revealed, the crisis in the future world was entirely resolved. The time-traveling Goku, Vegeta, and the East Kaioshin, Shin, returned to their respective timelines. Trunks decided to remain in this world to help humanity build a new home. As for Goku, he would have to stay in this world for a while longer, as he needed to find an opportunity to leave. In the realm of the Kaioshins, which had been ravaged and brought to the brink of collapse, Broly was seething with frustration at his inability to sense the battlefield situation. Little did he know, the battle had already concluded in a stalemate between Goku and Vegeta. "If only I could control my own power," he lamented. "Damn it, I must continue to train and strive to master that strength." Broly knew that his true power was not inferior to either Goku or Vegeta. It was merely his lack of finesse in wielding that strength that held him back. If he could perfectly control that explosive, transcendent power, he was confident he could hold his own against Goku or Vegeta. As Broly lamented his own inadequacies, a radiant beam of multicolored light pierced through the dimensions, descending gracefully beside him in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Captivated by this sudden luminescence, Broly turned his gaze towards it. The light dissipated with a low hum, revealing its origin, the angel known as Whis. "Who are you?" Broly inquired, his senses heightened. The Scion's intuition warned him that this peculiarly attired man was far from ordinary. Readying himself for combat, the dormant power within Broly surged restlessly, poised for eruption. Allow me to introduce myself, Broly. I am Whis, the attendant of the god of destruction. Do you wish to truly master your own power? Whis's emotionless eyes regarded Broly, for he had come with a purpose aimed squarely at the Scion. In the entirety of the 7th universe, it seemed that only this legendary Super Scion could ascend to the status of a god of destruction. What do you mean? Broly's sharp gaze fixed on Whis, hinting at a readiness to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. I possess a method to help you harness your power, but I have a condition. I wonder if you would agree, Broly, Whis probed cautiously. At these words, Broly paused, contemplating whether this enigmatic figure could indeed offer a solution to his uncontrollable rage. Yet, as he mulled it over, a sense of unease crept in. Suppressing his yearning for control, he asked in a low voice, "What is your condition?" "My condition is simple. Once I assist you in mastering your power, you must become the current god of destruction of the 7th universe," was stated plainly. A god of destruction? Broly questioned, perplexed. He had never heard of such entities existing in this world, and the title sounded ominously villainous. Indeed, the former god of destruction has perished. A new deity must be appointed. By the decree of the Grand Priest, I am tasked with selecting a new god of destruction. Out of all the cosmos, you are the most suitable candidate, Whis reiterated emphatically. Broly found himself in a quandary. Although he was unaware of the true nature of a god of destruction, it certainly did not sound like a benevolent role. Moreover, he was wary of this individual before him. If only Goku were present, his dear friend could help him make a decision. Just then, a whooshing sound filled the air. At that moment, Goku arrived instantaneously from Earth to the Supreme Kai realm. Broly, You are the attendant of the god of destruction? Goku, who had initially come to the Supreme Kai realm to meet Broly, was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the angel Whis. Greetings, Goku. It is a pleasure to meet you. I trust you have encountered me in your own world. Whis turned, addressing Goku with a tone of respect. Wukong, your arrival is timely. This individual claims that I am to become the current god of destruction of the 7th universe. I have been uncertain in my decision. I implore you to assist me in contemplating this matter. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Broly hastened to his side, seeking guidance in making this momentous choice. Sun Wukong stands as his sole companion in this world. He harbors no trust for anyone else. A god of destruction? Upon learning that Whis intends to appoint Broly as the god of destruction, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, struck by disbelief. Shouldn't Beerus hold that title in this realm? Why the sudden shift toward making Broly the next god of destruction? Something feels amiss. Chapter 97 Invitation, Journey to the Realm of Destruction. In this world, all gods of destruction have perished, including Lord Beerus. The universe now requires new deities to uphold order and ensure its progression. Amongst the vast cosmos, the only individual who meets the criteria for selection as a god of destruction is none other than Broly. With an expression devoid of emotion, Whis explained, his demeanor revealing no signs of fluctuation. Having lived countless ages, Whis's profound state of mind allows him to flawlessly conceal all his emotions. What did you say? Are you implying that Beerus is dead? Upon learning of the demise of the god of destruction, Beerus, Goku was taken aback. Such a thing seemed impossible. He had personally experienced the formidable power of Beerus. Even in his current state, as a Super Saiyan at the 5th level, embodying the essence of a god of destruction, he had no absolute certainty of defeating Beerus. Seeing Goku's disbelief, Whis nodded, reaffirming the fact of Beerus's death. Goku's emotions surged, his expression rapidly shifting. The powerful god of destruction, Beerus, had indeed met his end. This revelation inevitably reminded him of the earlier incident involving Black Goku. That fiend had wreaked havoc across the universe, slaughtering humanity and even slaying deities. It was plausible that Beerus's demise was somehow linked to him. Could it have been that identical wretch who was responsible? Yet, that being was so weak, it was inconceivable that he could have slain a god of destruction. Unless he employed some extraordinary means. What was the true cause of Beerus's death in this world? Goku firmly asserted that Black Goku lacked the strength to kill Beerus and pressed Whis for the truth. In response, the angelic Whis had no intention of withholding information from Goku. With a gentle gesture of his angelic staff, he summoned forth a special light screen between the three of them. In an instant, the power of the angels radiated, projecting an image onto the screen depicting the battle between Trunks and the Demon King, Dabura. To resurrect Majin Buu, the sorcerer Babidi had commanded the Demon King Dabura to Earth, seeking to seize the immense energy residing within Trunks to serve as the catalyst for Buu's revival. However, under the tutelage of the Supreme Kai, Trunks had greatly enhanced his strength, wielding the Supreme Kai sword as a weapon against Dabura. During their confrontation on Earth, the Supreme Kai sword was turned to stone by Dabura's saliva, utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, the old Supreme Kai sealed within the sword perished due to its destruction. The East Supreme Kai, Shin, also lost his life during the battle with Dabura. In his final moments, he entrusted the position of Supreme Kai of Universe 7 to Trunks. Dabura. The Supreme Kai sword was destroyed. Both the old Supreme Kai and the current Supreme Kai met their demise. Yet, why did the God of Destruction also vanish? Is it possible that the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined? Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled a conversation he had with the old Supreme Kai, who once mentioned that the God of Destruction, Beerus, had sealed him within the Supreme Kai sword. Initially, he believed that Beerus had done this as a form of revenge against the old Supreme Kai, but it now appeared that this was not the case. Beerus's actions were a precaution to prevent anyone from killing the Supreme Kai, which could indirectly lead to his own demise. Indeed, you are correct. The lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are interconnected. The death of one will inevitably bring about the disappearance of the other. With the passing of the Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus has already vanished, and this world is in need of a new deity. Before his demise, the Supreme Kai bestowed his position upon Trunks, leaving only the God of Destruction remaining. After explaining the cause of Beerus's death, Whis shifted his gaze back to Broly. Mr. Broly, have you considered your decision? Whis inquired with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing Whis's question once more, Broly cast a pleading glance towards Sun Wukong, hoping for assistance in making this choice, as he felt utterly at a loss. Broly, I appreciate your trust in me, but I cannot make this decision for you. Whis is a good person, you need not worry about him plotting against you. Simply follow your heart. Sun Wukong returned the decision-making authority to Broly. Whether he would become the God of Destruction ultimately lay in Broly's hands. He could not impose his will upon him. With the choice now resting back on his shoulders, Broly fell into a profound state of contemplation. In this moment, he delved deep within himself, listening to the true desires of his heart. He yearned for immense power, yet he was unwilling to become enslaved by it. To alter his fate and ascend to the role of God of Destruction appeared to be his only option. Taking a deep breath, Broly steadied his mind and exhaled. Very well, I agree to become the God of Destruction, but you must also fulfill your promise to allow me to master my own power. Broly resolved. You will come to cherish this decision, Whis replied with a satisfied smile, gently tapping his staff in the air towards Broly's position. In an instant, Broly's tattered garments vanished, replaced by a pristine outfit befitting a candidate for the God of Destruction. How marvelous! Broly marveled at the angel's abilities, astonished by the capacity to create from afar and to cleanse him of all dirt and blemishes in a heartbeat. Such feats could not be accomplished merely through strength. From this day forth, you shall be the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7. Once you arrive in the realm of the gods of destruction, I will guide you on your training. Whis then turned his attention to Sun Wukong. Would you, the Sun Wukong from another world, care to visit the realm of the gods of destruction? The realm of the gods of destruction? Is it another divine domain apart from the Supreme Kai's realm? Intrigued by the mention of Sun Wukong, he remarked, since I have nowhere else to go, I shall accompany you to the realm of the Destroyer God. I am also curious about the distinctions between the domain of the Destroyer and that of the Supreme Kai. Vados gestured for Sun Wukong and Broly to stand behind him, placing his hand upon their shoulders. During our traversal, I kindly ask that you do not let go, otherwise, you may find yourselves plummeting into an unknown realm, which could lead to considerable difficulties in locating you, Vados warned. As his words concluded, the celestial power emanated from within, radiating outward. An incredibly profound and enigmatic force began to expand and spread. At that moment, Sun Wukong experienced the mystique of the angelic power. Chapter 98, 1 month later. Is this the power that resides within him? It is vastly different from that of the God of Destruction. Could he truly be merely a servant of Beerus? As Goku pondered this unfathomable angelic power, he mused in his heart. The true identity of Whis is undoubtedly extraordinary. Based on his conjecture, his strength far surpasses that of the God of Destruction, Beerus. Swoosh. The angelic power erupted, transforming into a radiant aurora that pierced the heavens, instantly breaking free from the realm of the Kais. After a lengthy traverse lasting 5 minutes, within the domain of the God of Destruction, a dazzling beam of light shattered the dimensional barrier, racing forth at an unimaginable speed, rapidly descending upon the ground of the God of Destruction's realm. Has Whis returned? The oracle fish noticed the incoming brilliance and maneuvered its floating aquarium towards the location where Whis was about to land, drifting slowly forward. Upon landing, as the angelic power dissipated, Goku, Broly, and Whis arrived in the realm of destruction. Goku, Broly, we have arrived. Welcome to the realm of destruction. As the temporary master of this domain, Whis graciously welcomed his two guests. Is this the realm of destruction? Upon arrival, Goku was awestruck by the grandeur of the realm. Compared to the sacred world of the Kais, the realm of destruction exuded an imposing magnificence that overshadowed the former. Unlike his experience in the lower realms, Goku felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation upon entering the realm of destruction. His previously tense nerves had completely unwound. So this is how vastly different the realm of the gods is from the lower world. Goku inhaled deeply, savoring the air of the realm of destruction, and marveled from the depths of his being. The air quality here was incomparably superior to that of Earth. Moreover, within the space of the realm, there seemed to be a mysterious force that was indescribable. Even the act of breathing brought Goku a euphoric rush of vitality. Training in this place would yield results exponentially greater than in the lower realms. The realm of destruction is indeed a paradise for the strong to cultivate and grow. Oh, Whis, you have returned. Ah, who are they? Are they the guests you have brought? It is truly a rarity. Since its inception, this is the first time humans have visited the realm of destruction. At this moment, the oracle fish, controlling its floating aquarium, glided forward. Goku and Broly also took notice of the talking fish. The gluttonous Scion's expressions shifted at this revelation. This fish can talk. Goku approached the oracle fish, scrutinizing it from head to tail. Hey, human, do not be so rude. I am not an ordinary fish. The oracle fish felt a chill as Goku's gaze bore down on it, hastily distancing itself. The oracle fish maneuvered its aquarium backward, only to inadvertently bump into Broly's pant leg. Turning around, its expression turned to one of terror, for Broly regarded it with a look akin to that of a delectable roasted fish. Hello, what do you intend to do? Mortal, conceal that perilous gaze of yours. The prophetic fish, visibly frightened, maneuvered its way behind Whis for protection. Never mind, this little fish possesses not a shred of meat. Even if consumed, it would not satiate hunger. Broly did not genuinely wish to devour the prophetic fish. He was merely toying with it. Haha. It has been years since I have witnessed the prophetic fish in such a state of panic, Whis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the fish hiding behind him and stifling a chuckle. And what of you? Why have you brought two such dangerous mortals to this realm? Upon our first meeting, they sought to consume me. The prophetic fish incessantly lamented. Whis disregarded the fish's complaints and turned to Goku and Broly, saying, You two must be quite famished after such a lengthy period without sustenance. Follow me. He invited them to the dining area of the god of destruction's realm. At the mention of food, both Broly and Goku's stomachs audibly protested. Broly had scarcely eaten in recent years, remaining in a state of constant rage. And even after regaining his senses, he only consumed a few unsatisfactory meals on Earth. They were not particularly delectable, yet they sufficed to quell his hunger. As for Goku, since arriving in this dimension, he had hardly partaken of any nourishment. This was due to the scarcity of resources on Earth and the quality of his own culinary creations, which were rather unpalatable. Broly eagerly trailed behind Whis, with Goku closely following. Soon, they were indulging in divine delicacies that only gods would savor, courtesy of Whis. While the flavors were not extraordinarily exquisite, they possessed a unique charm. After satisfying their appetites, Whis escorted Broly and Goku to the quarters prepared for them to rest, to eat well, to sleep soundly. And to recuperate could itself be regarded as a form of cultivation. Particularly for Goku, who had endured countless battles, the exhaustion of both body and spirit was immense, creating a pressing need for a sanctuary to restore his vitality. As for Broly, although he was brimming with energy, he had still expended a considerable amount in the realm of the Kais. Only by regaining his peak condition could he truly engage in effective training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Goku and Vegeta's climactic confrontation. During this month, both Goku and Broly resided in the god of destruction's realm, diligently honing their skills. Under Whis' guidance, Broly learned to master his power and combat techniques, making gradual advancements. It must be said that the legendary Super Saiyan indeed possesses a terrifying potential. Aside from the difficulty in controlling his strength, his capacity for learning is nothing short of extraordinary. Every technique and every combat style, Broly merely needs to observe once to grasp it. This astonishing talent drew admiration even from Whis. Broly not only harbored unfathomable latent power, but also exhibited exceptional insight. With Whis' mentorship, It is likely that within a few years, he could rival the former god of destruction, Beerus, or even surpass him. During this period, Sun Wukong was not idle. He took advantage of the exceptional environment of the god of destruction's realm to deeply comprehend and assimilate the experiences gained from his battle with Vegeta. Currently, Sun Wukong was suspended at the center of the lake within the god of destruction's domain. With his legs crossed in a meditative posture, he floated above the water's surface. His formidable aura was entirely reined in, and his power surged internally without the need for an outward display, rendering him undetectable to his foes. In this moment, Sun Wukong appeared as serene as the sky. Yet, when he unleashed his power, he would transform into a raging torrent, overwhelming and devouring all adversaries in his path.